Chapter 1. Snatching a Life, or is the Hidden Peril? Within the boundless expanse of the forest, towering trees jostled for sunlight, their lush canopies forming a verdant tapestry, layered and dense. Beneath the profound shadows, a limping silver wolf sprinted between the colossal trunks. Even though the blood had congealed around the gaping wound, his feeble right leg appeared grotesque and bloodied. Not even the moonlight could penetrate the thick foliage in the desolate night. It seemed that only the silver wolf's forehead glimmered with an orange hue. Beneath the damp layers of leaves lay a soft, slippery mire of mud and decaying wood. With a slip, he fell to the ground, the small bundle he had clutched so desperately flying from his mouth. The silver wolf attempted to prop himself up on his front paws, but lacked the strength to rise. He bared his teeth, cursing the unfortunate timing of his fall. Huxing was right, I am indeed too weak. With a self-deprecating sigh, he paused momentarily before attempting to rise again. Time was of the essence, and he cast a lingering glance at the small bundle in the distance. This was not a moment for rest. As the silver wolf gritted his teeth and shakily managed to get back on his feet, preparing to retrieve the bundle once more, he suddenly tensed, pivoting with a swift motion. His hind legs slightly bent, front legs extended forward, and he lowered himself slightly, his dark wolf eyes glinting with ferocity and a hint of despair. "It's me." Accompanying the voice was another wolf emerging from the thicket, visibly larger and more robust than the silver wolf, with powerful claws. The silver wolf did not lower his guard despite recognizing the familiar figure, still baring his teeth and watching the newcomer warily. "Father, are you really going to aid this tyranny? Langson, this is not your affair, come back with me." Hearing those cold, unfeeling words, the silver wolf felt a chill run through him. Grinding his teeth, he regarded the indifferent and resolute figure before him, then swiftly leapt in front of the small bundle, seizing the unconscious cub and continuing to run without a glance back. The small white cub, tightly clutched, found himself swaying once more as the silver wolf sprinted. The cub, in a state of disillusionment, thought to himself that being taken back like this might not be so bad. Perhaps if he were bitten to death, he could be reborn. Maybe his body in the bathtub hadn't even cooled yet. The great silver wolf quickly caught up with the beleaguered figure. The small wolf lacked the strength to engage in a struggle and was unhesitatingly knocked unconscious with a single swipe. The silver wolf cast a fleeting glance at the motionless cub on the ground before tossing the small wolf onto his back and dashing towards the direction of the clan. Along the way, they encountered a furious tiger. If thrown into the wild, a cub yet to reach maturity stands no chance of survival. The silver wolf retreated slightly, maintaining a businesslike tone, fortunate that the tiger did not detect the hint of tension in his voice. "Langfeng, who gave you the authority to take matters into your own hands? I want to kill her with my own jaws." The massive wolf crouched low, his forehead pressed against the ground, silent, expressing submission and seeking forgiveness through his posture. The tiger disdainfully glanced at the yellow mark on his forehead, retracting its anger, mockingly raising a paw to rest on the giant wolf's head. In the distant forest, upon hearing the giant wolf's footsteps fade away, Yua dared to open her eyes, shaking her groggy head before wobbling unsteadily to her short legs. In truth, she had awakened the moment Langson had stumbled, and it was fortunate that she had feigned unconsciousness. Otherwise, Uncle Langfeng would not have let her off so easily. Yua felt incredibly unfortunate, having merely taken a bath. She had closed her eyes and opened them to find herself transformed into an utterly helpless animal cub. After only a few days of blissful infancy, her biological father was gone, and now she was being pursued by her stepfather intent on her demise. "I'm merely a cub who cannot even speak." Though she had never seen her biological father in his beast form, he must have been formidable to lead the clan after all. He was such a robust father. Could it be that her so-called stepfather had caused his demise? Was this how the story began, with such a brutal eradication? Recalling the tiger's jaws that could crush her sleeping stone slab, Yua hesitated, realizing that avenging her father's death would not be an easy task. Perhaps she should leave it to her father to take revenge in his next life, as the thrill of personally slaying her enemy should be an experience irreplaceable by another. Yua felt that this beginning was both melodramatic and arduous. The only silver lining was that the beasts here seemed capable of transforming into humans. Thinking that one day she could return to being human, she felt a flicker of hope amidst her beastly existence. The small white cub, emanating an aura of melancholy, stumbled cautiously while keeping an eye on her surroundings, muttering curses in her heart. She thought that if she didn't hurry to find a safe hiding place, her precious life would soon be devoured by the gaping maw of this primordial forest. Didn't they say animals have excellent night vision? She pondered as she accidentally tumbled down a steep, earth and slope. Under the blazing sun, even the most intense rays struggled to penetrate the layers of the forest. Yue awoke amidst a cacophony of beastly roars. Buried in the fallen leaves, she briefly marveled at the ancient age of this primordial forest. Even the damp, decaying leaves could be so soft. Hearing the increasingly close sounds of combat, Yue felt both exasperated and furious. Surely the reckless speed and thrill of these past few days had drained her energy, causing her to fall asleep so deeply. And in this perilous wilderness, she had slumbered throughout the night. Clenching her paws, Yue resolved to remain still for the time being, as the two massive creatures fighting nearby were far too close. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a large indigo serpent entangled with a furious tiger. A tiger, the last creature Yue wished to encounter at this moment. She reflected on why she found herself in such dire straits, starving and exposed, alone and miserable. Wasn't it because of that tiger in the clan, who bullied the weak and pursued her relentlessly? Upon seeing the tiger, Yue felt an overwhelming urge to remain motionless. She believed that as long as she remained on the ground, they would not notice her, and she would not become a delightful morsel for lunch. Lying amidst the fallen leaves, Yue slightly raised her conspicuous white tail, for the first time since her transformation, beginning to dislike her unfamiliar beast form. Was she perhaps a white cat? Surrounded by wolves and tigers, Yue had fantasized that she might also be a powerful beast, yet the reality was stark. Looking at her frail little body, pure white fur, she felt she had nothing in common with the valiant beasts. The heavens have forsaken me. Not only had she transformed into a cub, but also into a rather useless little kitten, not just any kitten, but a conspicuously pure white one. What a hellish beginning this was. Wasn't the protagonist supposed to be the one who crossed over? No amount of protagonist aura could help her survive in this perilous primordial forest with this fragile form. Moreover, it seemed this was no ordinary primordial forest. Yue silently observed the indigo serpent that had gained the upper hand, marveling at its bizarre color. Indigo, what an eerie hue, suggesting toxicity, yet Yue suspected it was a harmless serpent. Recalling a video she had seen in her past life featuring an indigo serpent, she had been struck by its strange appearance and innocuous nature. It looked so much like a venomous creature, yet was harmless. She silently lamented how sometimes the most dangerous-looking things could be the weakest. Wait, gazing at the colossal serpent before her, larger than any python discovered by humans, Yue suddenly realized she should not apply her previous knowledge to this environment. Recalling that the indigo serpent on Earth was not a giant python, this genetic mutation had taken an absurd turn. A hint of venom wouldn't be too much to expect from a beast. Tension coursed through Yu's beastly form, while her mind raced with thoughts as she pondered the extraordinary species variations of this forest. The tiger soon found itself in dire straits. Watching the serpent gradually swallow the tiger, Yue felt a sense of relief. She had heard that pythons, once sated, could remain inactive for days, so hopefully it would not pursue her, the mere morsel who had dared intrude upon its territory. The serpent quickly finished devouring the tiger. Yue gazed at the serpent's bulging belly, reflecting that with her tiny frame, she wouldn't even qualify as a morsel for the serpent. After satisfying its hunger, the indigo serpent sprawled lazily on the ground, too lethargic to return home. Safe. With a sigh of relief, the small cub was about to leap up to stretch her stiff body and ease her tense, numbed paws when she noticed a black panther gracefully leap down from a nearby tree. Yue, shy homeowner. What? How could there be another hidden danger lurking here? Yue felt utterly overwhelmed, fervently praying that the leopard had not spotted her while perched in a tree. Fearing what she was most anxious about, the black panther approached her with a leisurely stride, its light footsteps weighing heavily on her heart, the oppressive aura closing in. The small white cat was so frightened that her fur bristled involuntarily. At last, she understood the experience of holding one's breath out of fear, and just as Yue felt her whiskers trembling from the effort, the black panther pivoted unexpectedly, lunging fiercely towards the well-fed and languid snake. However, contrary to the anticipated ferocity of a beastly attack, there were no savage bites or blood-soaked actions. Instead, the panther merely struck the lethargic serpent's body with its massive paws in a series of abrupt thuds. With the application of force, the snake finally stirred, as if awakening from a dream, and began to sluggishly drag its swollen belly away, swimming towards the distance. The panther, seemingly dissatisfied with the snake's lack of speed, pursued it relentlessly, employing a flurry of swift paw strikes that echoed with sharp thuds, prompting the sluggish creature to hasten its pace. As the two animals gradually receded from view, Yu stared in astonishment, bewildered that these wild beasts were not engaging in the fierce battle she had imagined. Yu scrambled to her feet, shaking her paws to loosen her body while pondering who among her and the panther exhibited more cat-like qualities. Before long, the flustered little white ball turned around only to find the imposing black panther seated closely behind her, its keen yellow eyes fixed on her with an air of curiosity. Upon meeting its icy gaze for a fleeting second, Yu's mind went blank. She stiffened, her short legs giving way as she collapsed on her back. Yu believed that being devoured by a ferocious beast was a burden too great for her frail body to bear, and thus, the only option was to feign death. The panther, puzzled, prodded the little white ball before it with its paw. In its territory, every rustle and disturbance was within its awareness. This little tiger had been lying there since it fell in last night, and now that it had finally managed to stand, it had collapsed again. Was it possible it had starved to death? With a dismissive snort, the panther flicked its long tail and cast another glance at the white fur ball, growing more disdainful. A creature that should reign at the top of the food chain. It bore no markings and sported an unappealing hue, utterly devoid of majesty. After a moment of poking the seemingly uninteresting little creature, the panther quietly padded away. Yu, now comfortably reclined, almost dozed off until the absence of any returning beast prompted her to crawl away, rolling and scrambling out of that perilous place. Indeed, Yu was quite famished. However, what could a tiny kitten, incapable of catching even a mere insect, possibly consume? Eat dirt, perhaps? She timidly huddled in a mouse hole amidst the rocky crevices, watching as a multitude of giant soldier ants marched by in a dense formation. Uncertain whether to despair or rejoice, she noted that their colossal size prevented them from entering her refuge. Initially, she sought a secure tree hollow as a resting spot, a habit from her previous life, believing it prudent to find a safe haven upon arriving in an unfamiliar place. Who would have thought this wretched locale would be devoid of any vegetation taller than herself? After a near encounter with a gigantic spider, whose paw measured nearly a meter, Yu dared not venture into the grassy areas anymore. To her dismay, just as she was feeling dejected, she sensed a subtle tremor in the ground. An earthquake? In a moment of panic, she beheld a sight that could astonish her for a century. In the distance, giant soldier ants, each the size of a basketball, advanced toward her, devouring everything in their path, be it trees or rocks. Tens of thousands of these massive insects crawled forth, rendering the scene rather eerie. As if misfortune were never solitary, the little cub, still struggling for sustenance, now had to flee for its life. Her keen eyes caught sight of a massive pile of boulders, thickly draped in moss, in the distance. Shaking off the droplets of water she had collected beneath the grass, Yi resolved to take the risk. Who knew what monsters or colossal insects lay hidden within the stone crevices? Watching the advancing army ants grow nearer, Yi figured that any danger lurking in those cracks would be preferable to being consumed by the swarm. Thus, in this thrilling predicament, she unwittingly trespassed into an occupied den. Observing the menacing soldier ants outside, the little white cat fearfully tucked its tail closer within the cave, inadvertently brushing against the owner of the Dina, shivering chinchilla with large gray ears. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Yu retracted her claws and let out a soft mewl, intending to express her apologies to the bashful occupant. To her surprise, she noticed that the gray rodent trembled even more violently than before. It seemed he was on the verge of collapse. Yu, somewhat miffed, flicked her tail in frustration. It appeared best to grant the bashful owner some personal space. Her fluffy tail swept past, inadvertently catching the attention of the passing soldier ants. Their powerful mandibles eagerly approached the crevice, startling Yu, who recalled the enormity of the army ants that could not even fit through the entrance, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Alas, before she could fully exhale, she witnessed a giant soldier ant begin to gnaw at the stone above her head. Debris cascaded down upon her, sending both Yu and the large gray rodent into a state of sheer panic. The two fluffy creatures pressed tightly together, trembling as they huddled into the deepest corner of the crevice. Yu was bewildered. Why would they demolish someone else's home without obstruction? Their colossal size was one thing, but how could they even chew on stone? Fortunately, another soldier ant soon emerged from the ranks, nudged the one furiously gnawing on the rock, and, after some communication, both returned to the group and continued onward. Tens of thousands of these giant ants, oblivious to their destination, seemed solely fixated on their relentless march. Yu inwardly rejoiced that their path would not lead through the mouse hole otherwise. With such determination to overcome any obstacle, she and the gray rodent would surely meet their demise. Having narrowly escaped, the chinchilla was momentarily relieved, forgetting that the little white ball still exuded an air of dominance over its species. It ceased trembling and even found the leisure to inspect the wreckage of its home, bravely expressing its dissatisfaction by urinating on the white fur ball. Yu. The little white cat bristled with indignation, itching to retaliate against the filthy rodent. Yet, recalling that she had occupied its home to evade danger, she hesitated, feeling guilty. Instead, she let out a fierce yowl and displayed her retractable claws to intimidate the chinchilla. Indeed, the gray rodent trembled once more, pressing itself against the wall in fear, appearing more frightened than when it first encountered the soldier ants. Yu felt a swell of accomplishment, realizing she no longer needed to bully the timid. With a proud sway of her robust form, she scampered off to search for food. Do you enjoy munching on juicy moths? After selecting and consuming 4 fruits, the little white ball grimaced, wrinkling her nose in despair. The sourness of the fruit was unbearable. Alas, the sweet and delectable morsels were never within her reach. In the richly biodiverse forest, every edible item must be acquired through fierce competition. She is currently incapable of even leaving a scratch on the tree trunk, let alone obtaining the numerous peculiar and grotesque mutated species. Indeed, in Yu's eyes, every creature in this forest is a mutated monster, vastly differing from those in her previous knowledge, particularly in size, as they tend to be larger and more ferocious than any on Earth. The sole source of comfort for her is the chinchilla of comparable size, which, albeit larger than her memories, is not excessively so. Yet, one day in the future, when Yu notices a gray mouse growing larger and gradually surpassing her understanding, she will regret her once naive thoughts. Having eaten just enough to stave off hunger, Yu resolves to return before darkness fully envelopes the forest. Indeed, this savage wilderness is a veritable treasure trove. Yet her exploration yields only a few fruit trees to satiate her hunger. The few hollows or caves she encounters are already claimed by others. With no choice but to swallow her pride, she returns to the chinchilla's dwelling, seeking refuge for the night, carefully wrapping a few fruits and leaves. She gingerly carries them in her mouth as she heads back, thinking that while her gift may be modest, the sentiment behind it is valuable. She wishes to express her sincerity by offering a token of rent to the big gray mouse. In the mouse hole, the trembling gray mouse, despite its disdain for the meager fruits, lacks the courage to evict the little tiger and begrudgingly consumes one. The sourness nearly causes it to lose its sharp teeth. The remaining fruits are too daunting to eat. Instead, it furtively stashes them away. Night falls swiftly, plunging the primordial forest into a more sinister and terrifying atmosphere. As an increasing number of unknown creatures emerge under the cover of darkness, the 2 furry beings huddle together in the crevice of a rock for warmth. And you find solace in this state, which is considerably better than the previous night. Naturally, the chinchilla, squished into a pancake, is powerless to protest. The few small fruits consumed during the day are digested swiftly, and Yu soon feels the familiar emptiness returning to her stomach. The rumbling sounds adding an unsettling note to the dark night. The already timid chinchilla begins to feel increasingly anxious, and Yu, irritated, wonders why it cannot simply settle down and sleep. The little tiger yearns to fall asleep quickly, for in slumber, the pangs of hunger would vanish. As Yue extended her petite paw, intending to gently pat the trembling little chinchilla to soothe its inexplicable unease, she was taken aback when her tiny claw barely grazed its plump form. The chubby gray creature abruptly leaped up, darting to the entrance of its burrow. In a state of panic, it flailed about, pointing frantically towards the outside world. Observing Yue's lack of reaction, it grew increasingly agitated, emitting a series of anxious clucks. In the stillness of the night, Yu pondered her brother's restless activities, while a gray mouse, in a flurry of urgency, scampered back to grasp a tuft of fur at her neck with its tiny paws, guiding her forth. After a considerable struggle, they emerged from the burrow, the mouse relinquishing its hold and bounding ahead with a sprightly demeanor, as if declaring, "Allow me to lead the way." Reluctantly, she followed, her gaze fixed on the rotund form of the mouse, its bushy tail swaying as it navigated the path with a puffing exertion. Yu couldn't help but suspect that her rodent companion shared the nocturnal habits of its kind. Once outside, she realized that the nighttime forest was as vibrant as the bustling mornings, filled with the symphony of cicadas and birdsong. It was undeniably more alive than during the day, albeit with a heightened sense of danger. After trailing the Totoro for what felt like an eternity, just as Yu sensed her energy waning and hunger threatening to overwhelm her, the gray mouse finally arrived at its destination, a luminous patch of grass. Before her lay blades of a common emerald hue, yet each stem bore a long, bulbous upper section that emitted a soft green glow. One glowing stem may be trivial, but witnessing a whole expanse of them was akin to discovering a solitary beacon of light in an impenetrable darkness, illuminating the depths of the forest. Ever since Yu infiltrated this forest, she had scarcely glimpsed the sunlight, as if her vision had been assimilated by the shadows that enveloped her. At long last, she encountered such exquisite light, reminiscent of the long-forgotten modern world, a glow that evokes warmth and tranquility. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the blades of grass to sway delicately, enticing the creatures that passed by. Yu felt that this was the most romantic natural scene she had ever encountered. It truly was a gem of feng shui. The earthling, astonished by the beauty surrounding her, was not deceived by the enchanting scenery. Instead, she found herself pondering why the gray mouse insisted on bringing her here in the dead of night, risking encounters with nocturnal predators. Was it merely to showcase the scenery to her? The thought of those romantic, scheming declarations of love from television dramas crossed her mind, and a realization dawned upon her. Surely, not you, dear brother mouse. We have only just met. Although my snow-white fur is both beautiful and pure, and my claws are fierce and formidable, you are not even an orc. Surely, our species differ too greatly for any possibility of breeding. The chinchilla generously shared with the white cub his secret hideaway where he indulged in midnight snacks, hoping that the well-fed little white tiger would not harbor any ulterior motives. To his surprise, she seemed utterly disinterested, gazing at him with a mix of shock and guilt. The gray mouse felt a twinge of unease, noticing her stillness. He scampered to a nearby luminous bamboo grass, delicately plucking a moth resting on the stem and offering it to her. The little white tiger regarded the moth, with its plump body and unattractive, powdery wings, taking a step back in revulsion. This was the very insect she despised most in her previous life. Yua, who would even touch a silkworm pupa, vowed she would never come into contact with such an abhorrent creature. Seeing her rejection, the chinchilla assumed she wished to catch it herself. After all, those powerful beasts often harbored peculiar preferences, akin to a disdain for scavenged food. The mightier the creature, the more arrogant, believing that only prey they personally hunted could be deemed worthy of consumption. Thus, he began to nibble at the moth from the head, savoring it as if it were a delicacy of exquisite flavor. Yuyue could hardly believe that her adorable chinchilla was feasting on insects. Wasn't it a herbivore? To her astonishment, it seemed to have developed a taste for the succulent moths. As she scanned the luminous grass beneath her, she realized that nearly every stem was adorned with fluttering moths. Observing these creatures that marred the beauty of the scene, she noted their diverse varieties, and it dawned on her that the chinchilla had brought her here for a meal. And surprisingly, it relished such fare. Staring blankly at the half-consumed, wriggling moth that hung from her chinchilla's mouth, her already empty stomach churned with nausea. How could such a repugnant thing be consumed? The little white tiger gagged, unable to bear the sight any longer, and hurriedly dragged her weary body back home. The chinchilla, watching the little white tiger stumble away, chirped curiously, puzzled as to why she had left without eating. Could it be that she was contemplating a meal of her own? Feeling anxious, the gray mouse abandoned its half-eaten snack, shook its fluffy fur, and hesitated, pondering whether to pursue her. The little white ball scampered away with great speed. Yet her retreat was rather awkward. The frustrations of life in this strange world mounted with each passing thought, until she stumbled over the roots of a massive tree and came to an abrupt halt, feeling a swell of grievance. She longed to weep, yet her pride held her back. What would happen to her dignity and image if the gray mouse witnessed her tears? With her delicate white ears drooping in dejection, Yuyue contemplated the futility of tears, ultimately deciding against wasting her energy and moisture. Thus, the gentle lord remained steadfast in her resolve. Ever since she traversed into this new realm, Yuyu had been adrift, lacking any clear purpose, merely drifting through the days in a haze. Yet, deep within her subconscious, she understood the primal desire to survive. However, the aspiration for survival felt exceedingly distant. Without a robust, beastly form, a formidable shell, or sharp teeth and claws, the notion of enduring in a perilous, predatory primeval forest seemed utterly fanciful. In this unfamiliar world, amidst a harsh environment, her frail physique rendered her resilience insufficient to stave off tears. The outdoor adventures and wilderness survival skills she once possessed now offered no solace or utility. With a gentle flick of her tail, she sensed a depletion of strength. Since the demise of her father in this body, she had been relentlessly fleeing, unable to recall the last time she had consumed a proper meal. Hunger engulfed her in a whirlwind of dizziness and despair. She could not rely solely on foraging wild fruits and drinking dew to sustain herself. You yearned to thrive, to grow stronger, to truly behold this world that existed solely within the realm of human imagination. Even if her beastly form was merely that of an inconsequential little white cat, she aspired to be the mightiest feline, reminiscent of her biological father, a cat so powerful that it could ascend to the position of tribe leader. Yuyue extended her tiny claws and scratched the bark vigorously. Although no marks were left behind, it was sufficient to convey her resolve. Having never witnessed her father's beastly form, Yuyue ingeniously deduced it through her own. Of course, the prerequisite for survival and the aspiration to become a magnificent big cat was to avoid starvation. Recalling the man she had seen on television, who reigned supreme at the apex of the food chain, Yuyue felt invigorated. To grow stronger, one must first consume meat. She had often heard that silkworm pupae were nutritious. Although she was unaware of the specifics of their nutritional value, she understood they were rich in protein. And as moths were their evolutionary form, they ought to be similar. Determined, the little tiger wished to let out a fierce roar to affirm her commitment. Yet all that escaped her mouth were pitiful whimpers. The mere thought of becoming the most formidable supercat, vanquishing all in the forest, filled her with excitement. And she couldn't help but rub her paws together in anticipation. With a surge of motivation, she resolved to indulge in a hearty feast. Believing that once her immediate hunger was satiated, she would find alternative sustenance. By the edge of the luminescent grass, a gray rat, still hesitating whether to pursue, was left dumbfounded as a white figure darted past with astonishing speed. The chinchilla, bewildered, noted how the previously despondent creature now seemed to radiate vitality as if experiencing a revival. Upon witnessing Yuyue leaping directly into the luminous grass, it panicked and squeaked in alarm, attempting to deter the daring white tiger, for the blades of the luminescent grass were exceedingly sharp. Yuyue paid no heed to the incessant chattering around her. She was resolute in her determination not to let anyone interrupt her. It was easy to feel disheartened, yet far more challenging to muster courage. Her soft fur was marred by the sharp blades of grass, leaving shallow cuts from which blood began to seep, starkly visible against her pristine coat. Despite the adrenaline coursing through her veins, Yuyue seemed oblivious to the pain, her entire focus devoted to her mouth. The fierce little white tiger, eyes shut tight, attacked with fervor, devouring one juicy moth after another, the rich flavor flooding her palate, while golden white juices oozed from the corners of her mouth. The sensation above was less than pleasant. Yuyue felt as though the world around her was fading into a blur, her senses of taste and hearing becoming indistinct. The chattering of the chinchilla gradually faded away, leaving only the crunching and slurping sounds of the moths echoing in her mind. Yuyue felt her mouth gradually becoming unresponsive, her tongue tingling with a peculiar numbness. Is it possible that I am not merely intoxicated but rather poisoned? In the fleeting moment before her consciousness faded, her mind was consumed by a singular thought. I must have eaten my fill by now. Nearby, the gray rat observed as the little tiger, nearly submerged in the grass, ceased its movements while eating. Assuming that the tiger had been cut by the grass and was losing too much blood, the rat became frantic, scurrying about in a flurry of anxiety. Unlike the tiger, the timid rat hesitated to plunge into the thicket of bamboo grass, torn between the desire to flee and a sense of loyalty. Ultimately pacing helplessly along the edge of the grass, worry evident in its graying fur. Suddenly, the distressed gray rat caught sight of a pair of yellow eyes glimmering in the distance, causing it to bristle with alarm and swiftly seek refuge behind a nearby rock. After a brief moment, it cautiously peered out to discern that it was a black panther approaching with stealth. The chinchilla trembled under the presence of such a formidable predator, instinctively exhaling in relief, for this small patch of forest belonged to the black panther, a rare and gentle ruler. A tale circulated among the clan, recounting how a member had once been struck by a branch dislodged by the wind and could not free himself, only to be rescued by the benevolent black panther passing by, who, in a bid for a meal, had merely picked up a pile of branches on his way home. The powerful panther had little interest in such diminutive creatures. The chinchilla, firmly believing in the black panther's gentle nature, glanced back at the little white tiger, ensconced in the grass and uncertain of its fate. After a moment's hesitation, it gathered the courage to leap forward despite the oppressive atmosphere. Chirp. Oh, noble panther, look there, it exclaimed. Chirp, chirp. There is a tiger, a rare pure white tiger. Chirp, chirp. Would you not wish to take one home to nurture? The white tiger is truly magnificent. Chirp, chirp, chirp. She is currently in dire straits, exceptionally easy to capture. Do not let this chance pass you by, O noble panther. The black panther regarded the food that had presented itself and pondered where to begin. After a moment of reflection, he decided against the raw fare, realizing it would yield little satisfaction. Earlier, while basking under the moonlight, he sensed that rain was imminent and preferred to return to slumber rather than squander time roasting a small rodent. Casting a glance at the little white tiger sleeping soundly amidst the bamboo grass, the panther recalled witnessing her earlier antics, clutching a tree root and thumping her chest in frustration, then fiercely clawing at the trunk, seemingly resolved before she retreated to rest in the thicket. Ah, so she had come here to strengthen her frail physique. Recognizing her own weakness, it was no wonder she appeared so determined earlier. With a frown, the black panther mused that while her resolve was commendable, it would ultimately be futile. Finally, displaying a touch of anthropomorphism, he shook his head and, with a flick of his tail, sauntered into the bamboo grass, effortlessly lifting the little white creature in his jaws. A few slender blades could not pierce his resilient fur, even if they were as sharp as blades. With a casual glance, he tossed the bloody little tiger outside the thicket. Regret washed over him as he glanced at the gray rat waiting expectantly, lamenting the missed opportunity to consume the food that had almost been his. Raising his gaze to the sky, he noted the gentle drizzle beginning to fall, and with a flick of his tail, he departed without a backward glance, leaving the plump rat to laboriously drag the little tiger back home amid the impending downpour. When Yu awakened, she was greeted by a refreshing sensation in her mouth, reminiscent of sipping peppermint tea. As she opened her eyes, she beheld a Totoro fervently attempting to stuff a blue mushroom into its mouth. The diminutive fungus was a translucent sky blue, glistening as if coated with a layer of water, exquisitely resembling a piece of jade carved into a work of art. However, such a stunning exterior belied its toxic appearance, causing Yu to hastily shake her head in refusal, fearful that it might be forced upon her. How could she resemble a fierce tiger just roused from slumber? Dear mouse brother, while I may have involuntarily become your tenant, there is no need for you to so eagerly endanger my life while I am unwell. The large gray rodent, incensed by her rejection of its offering, placed its hands on its hips and began to gesticulate wildly. It first pointed at Yu, then pretended to choke itself, collapsing dramatically to the ground, before shoving the blue mushroom into its own mouth, ultimately concluding with a theatrical resurrection gesture. Yue gazed at the large gray rat, who spoke in a language she could not comprehend, her head throbbing with confusion. She vaguely discerned that this blue mushroom was likely a remedy for poison or wounds, yet its appearance did not exude such noble qualities. As the elders often said, the more beautiful the mushroom, the greater its toxicity. After a moment of internal conflict, Yue decided to take the plunge and placed it in her mouth. A familiar coolness enveloped her senses. It turned out that during her previous unconsciousness, the gray rat had already fed her this delightful morsel, refreshingly chilled and deliciously exquisite. It not only alleviated her poison but was indeed a remarkable find. The little tiger expressed her gratitude towards the gray rat. Fully aware that such a treasure must be rare, the rat had shown great camaraderie by not only offering her shelter but also taking her out for a meal and rescuing her from her poisoned state, ultimately providing her with this invaluable gift. Overcome with emotion, the little tiger leaped onto the gray rat, affectionately licking its face in thanks. Startled, the rat instinctively struggled and jumped away, indignantly pointing at the little tiger and beginning to chirp in protest. The hungry sounds of the rat interrupted Yue's thoughts, and she bashfully rubbed her small paws together, silently lamenting her reckless feast of moss the previous night, which had proven utterly futile. Before she could muster enough energy to seek her next meal, she found herself hungry once more after a brief slumber. Glancing around, she saw the dragon cat scurrying in and out, returning with several more blue mushrooms, urging her to eat. Yue hesitated, reluctant to consume them, but soon noticed the creature darting out again to retrieve more. She watched in astonishment, her eyes wide. Surely these mushrooms were too precious to be consumed so casually, as if they were mere sustenance. Hastily, she followed outside, discovering the stone pile that had been covered in thick green moss just the day before, now adorned with an additional layer of the glistening blue mushrooms. Upon seeing her emerge, the dragon cat ceased its foraging and instead began to devour the mushrooms voraciously, leaving Yue in a state of shock to join in its feast. The forest today was imbued with a blend of earthy scents and the fresh aroma of vegetation, a dampness lingering in the air, suggesting that it had rained the previous night. The lush woods concealed a network of robust roots beneath the soil, their ability to drain water far surpassing that of any modern drainage system, leaving no trace of last night's rainfall, save for the moist atmosphere and a carpet of mushrooms scattered across the ground. Yu was astounded to discover that not only were there stones in her vicinity, but also a myriad of fungi scattered in the distance. Vibrantly colored mushrooms adorned the decaying wood, nestled beside massive tree roots, hidden among the grass, and perched upon stones, an array of varieties that were largely unfamiliar to her. The little tiger shivered noticeably, despite the tempting allure of the cool blue mushrooms. Consuming too many left her feeling a chill that radiated from her stomach to her mind. Consequently, she resolved to seek out those distant mushrooms, determined to find someone knowledgeable to identify them for her. Yue extended her tiny paw to nudge the large gray mouse, then pointed towards the distant mushrooms. Unfortunately, the oblivious cat did not grasp her intention, remaining motionless, clutching the small blue object in her hand. In a moment of inspiration, Yue ingeniously dashed towards a large yellow mushroom, resembling a tiered Ganoderma, and pretended to bite it with her small mouth. The elderly gray mouse, startled, hurriedly leapt over to prevent her from engaging in reckless behavior, and then reached out to pluck a nearby red fruit, offering it to her. Yue found herself in a quandary once more. The choice she had made, which appeared more akin to sustenance, was ultimately overshadowed by her self-awareness, leading her to obediently consume the little red morsel. The taste left much to be desired, tinged with a hint of bitterness, yet it sufficed to satiate her hunger, and she dared not be finicky about flavors at this moment. Thus, one ventured forth, mouth agape in exploration, while the other fretted with maternal concern, ultimately ensuring that the little tiger was well fed. With her belly now full and energy restored, Yue resolved to seek a stable and sustainable source of nourishment. After all, reliance on the chinchilla for sustenance could not continue indefinitely. Despite her newfound acquaintance with numerous mushrooms in the forest, the rain could not be expected to fall perpetually. The fungi would not remain abundant. The little tiger, with an air of ferocity, sharpened her claws, yearning for meat. Ahem. And to locate a reliable water source as well. Waving her tiny paw in farewell to her companion, the chinchilla, she declared her intent to venture out in pursuit of a livelihood, promising to reunite that evening. Meanwhile, as she observed the tender silhouette of the little tiger departing, a certain large gray rodent clenched its paw, making a momentous decision. By the cool riverside, the midday sun filtered through layers of foliage, casting its golden rays upon the sleek, dark fur of the panther. The fleeting patterns upon its coat whispered of wildness and mystery, while its powerful musculature spoke of strength. The long, robust tail languidly swaying. A glimmer of purple caught Yue's eye as it flickered across the panther's brow, revealing a purple gem embedded there, enhancing its enigmatic allure. On the opposite bank, a certain tiger, concealed within the grass, watched the panther quench its thirst, salivating at the sight of its muscular form. When might Yue possess such defined pectorals and formidable paws? Alas, she was but a kitten, destined never to attain such impressive vigor and might. Disheartened, she cradled her head with her tiny paws, pondering her fate. Despite consuming ample meat, she might merely become a plump cat. Touching her forehead, she wondered why it bore no stone. She recalled seeing the formidable tigers that pursued her and the little silver wolf that whisked her away, both adorned with such stones. Was it possible she was not truly a beast folk? Yet, she had seen the man who claimed to be her father. Meanwhile, Yu's thoughts spiraled into confusion, while Shonan, feeling helpless, remained oblivious to the little white cub's curious gaze upon him as he drank. Through yesterday's observations, he had sensed a burgeoning desire within the cub to grow stronger. Was she attempting to glean insights into his hunting prowess? After quenching his thirst, the panther licked his lips, reminiscing about his own youth when he had been compelled to learn the art of hunting smaller creatures for survival. Thus, he resolved to offer a small assist on her seemingly daunting journey of growth, his gaze sweeping the area until it settled upon a nearby water buffalo. The plump creature, wary yet desperate for hydration, cautiously approached the riverbank, undeterred even by the presence of the panther across the water. Oblivious to the danger it faced as it focused on the little white tiger still engrossed in her admiration. Yue was engrossed in her observations when suddenly a leopard leapt from across the river, startling her. The enormous black beast soared through the air, landing with an imposing presence that took her breath away. Instinctively, she kicked her legs and fled without looking back, running far into the distance. The Black Panther, taken aback by the sudden departure of the little white creature, pondered how one could focus on learning while running so far away. The lesson on hunting was abruptly interrupted. Annoyed, it abandoned its pursuit of the water buffalo and swiftly chased after the little tiger, seizing it without allowing any time for reaction. Lifting the small creature in its jaws, with a few strides, it returned to the riverbank, delivering a fierce roar to command the little tiger to sit obediently. Then, without a backward glance, it resumed its pursuit of the panicked water buffalo that had fled in a frenzy. Dazed and confused, Yue wondered why the panther had captured her only to abandon her and chase after another prey. Just then, the leopard came back, driving a robust water buffalo with 3 horns before it, instantly dispelling any thoughts of escape. After being scrutinized by the panther's piercing yellow eyes, the little tiger promptly tucked its paws in and sat still, too intimidated to move. The Black Panther, satisfied with her compliance, leaped gracefully towards the neck of the triangular water buffalo. The massive creature, however, was not about to submit easily. It thrashed its head violently, utilizing its formidable horns to thwart the panther's attack. Without hesitation, the panther pivoted and lunged at the buffalo's side, its claws swiftly inflicting several gory gashes upon the beast. Seizing the moment, the panther pressed its attack, its claws digging into the thick fur of the buffalo, leveraging its power to leap onto the wildly thrashing creature, its sharp teeth sinking deeply into the buffalo's spine. This panther was far larger and more powerful than the leopards of the animal kingdom, and with a single bite, it shattered the robust spine of the buffalo, which soon succumbed to its injuries and fell to the ground in defeat. After showcasing a thrilling display of predation, the panther did not immediately partake of its catch. Instead, it lifted its head, blood from the water buffalo still staining its mouth, exuding an aura of wildness and danger as it cast a disdainful glance at the little tiger sitting obediently. So, have you learned something, little fool? With the lesson concluded, the panther finally lowered its head to begin tearing into its prey. Is it an invitation to share a meal? The little tiger, misinterpreting the panther's expression, remained oblivious. However, Yue soon realized the panther's intentions, its desire to share its meal with her, rather than merely presenting a spectacle of its hunting prowess. Recalling their previous encounter, where the panther had spared her life due to her feigned death, Yue felt increasingly convinced of the panther's benevolence and its inclination to share. Grateful for the powerful beast's hospitality, Yue approached the carcass of the triangular water buffalo, casting a thankful glance at the panther, who was savoring its meal. Although she had experienced a few days of comfort since her arrival, she had mainly consumed the bland, prepared meat from the tribe. This was her first encounter with genuine flesh since her arrival. Tentatively, she licked the bloody water buffalo meat, her animal instincts allowing her to adapt swiftly to the taste, reveling in the freshness and savory sweetness that only carnivores could appreciate. Eagerly, Yue took a bite, only to discover, to her dismay, that she could not break through the tough texture. Undeterred, she lifted her small paw to press down on the meat, biting down fiercely and shaking her head, determined to tear off a piece. The panther watched in silence as the little tiger struggled with her meal, perplexed by her audacity in attempting to share its prey. In the beast realm, the rule was that the mightiest creatures were the most independent, never sharing or cooperating with others. Since leaving the tribe, the panther had never encountered anyone bold enough to disturb it while it was eating. Contemplating whether to assert its presence, the panther flicked its long tail and playfully poked the little tiger on the head. Instantly, the little tiger tumbled over, landing headfirst as it flipped backward from the water buffalo's carcass. Observing the little tiger's confused expression as it struggled to rise, the panther thought, indeed, what a foolish creature. Not one to give up, the little tiger tried again, and the panther, amused, playfully poked her once more, causing her to topple over again. Faced with the little tiger's determined yet frustrated glare, the panther quickly withdrew its tail, feigning innocence. Yue gazed at the mischievous leopard, who had just finished teasing her and was now feigning innocence. Frustration and helplessness welled up within her. However, one must bow their head under the eaves. After all, what harm was there in indulging the leopard with a meal and engaging in a bit of play? Her eyes fell upon the triangular cut of beef beneath the leopard's claws, already torn open, and she mused that this meat must be the tenderest. Surely, she could manage to take a bite. Thus, she scampered over eagerly, squeezing beside the bewildered paw of the leopard, intent on nibbling at the edges of its mouth. The black leopard, incensed, pressed down on the ambitious little tiger with a paw, only to be startled by the plaintive cry of the small white fluff ball beneath him. "Awoo! Awoo! You're stepping on me." Hearing this pitiful lament, the leopard feared he had exerted too much force and might crush the cub, prompting him to hastily lift his paw. Regaining her freedom, Yuyue admonished the black leopard with a few more playful growls, reminding him to be cautious next time. Before lowering her head to once again attempt to tear into her lunch, the black leopard, feeling exasperated, watched disdainfully as the little white fluff ball attempted to bite into the meat with ferocity, only to fail to secure even a single complete morsel. In resignation, he could only silently lick his own wounds. No longer daring to provoke the fragile cub, he relinquished his position and turned his attention to other parts of the beast. Knowing that without his sharp teeth, the meat would remain untouched, he decided not to engage with the little nuisance for the time being. Yuyue, gnawing and chewing, found her jaw aching after a meager meal, nearly failing on her first attempt to eat proper meat. With envy, she watched the black leopard devour with gusto until only the skeleton of the cow remained. She admired not only the leopard's formidable teeth but also his remarkable appetite. Perplexed by how he managed to consume food larger than herself, circling around the satiated leopard, she pondered the enigma of where all that meat had vanished. As she contemplated poking the black leopard's belly, Sudan would not allow such an indulgence, though she was small enough to be swallowed whole. A fierce beast like him could not be approached by anyone. Once again, Sudan extended his fluffy tail to block the curious little tiger, playfully sending her tumbling. Observing the little tiger sprawled helplessly on her back, the black leopard mused that she would not survive a week alone in the forest. Foreseeing the dreadful fate that awaited the cub, Sudan cast a lingering glance at her as she energetically chased his swaying tail, intent on exacting revenge. Before Yuyue could register what was happening, he turned and departed, his steps light and head held high. In the savage realm of the beastman, the law of the jungle prevailed, and compassion was a rare commodity, one that Sudan possessed not. Left behind, the little tiger cried out, "Goodbye, leopard. Thank you for today's hospitality." After scurrying to the riverbank to wash the dirt from her white fur, Yuyue resolved to return swiftly. The riverbank held dangers aplenty, and without the black leopard's imposing presence, other beasts would surely appear. Unlike the black leopard, they were not so easily placated. Clutching a bone still adorned with remnants of meat, she intended to bring it back for her chinchilla, who dined solely on flesh. The cow with 3 horns truly was delicious. The wonders of animal taste were remarkable, though her tiny milk teeth struggled to manage the task. The little tiger trotted back with a sprightly gait, just as she emerged from a thicket of low shrubs, shaking the leaves from her head. She found herself face to face with 3 monkeys sporting tusks, scavenging for fruit beneath the trees. Monkeys with tusks? The hairs on Yuyu's skin stood on end. What was this creature? She hastily resolved to retrace her steps. But one of the monkeys had already spotted the stealthy tiger cub. An ear-piercing shriek erupted as 3 monkeys abandoned their fruits and charged towards Yuyu. In a swift motion, her tiger claws propelled her forward, her body reacting more swiftly than her mind. Yuyu quickly maneuvered back through the low shrubs, discarding the bone in her mouth. The monkeys behind her continued to emit high-pitched cries, their foul saliva dripping from their fangs, the stench wafting towards her from a distance. A glance over her shoulder revealed the monkey's eyes glowing ominously red. Yuyu felt that even if she were not devoured, a single bite from that monkey would still expose her to a plethora of viruses. As she dashed through the densely overgrown forest, Yuyue had long since lost her sense of direction. However, this was not the time to ponder how to return home. The pressing concern was how to evade the 3 frenzied monkeys pursuing her, their ferocity akin to that of tigers. In the blink of an eye, one of the monkeys swung down from a vine, baring its teeth as it lunged at Yuyue. She quickly skidded to a halt and changed her direction. But the monkey's sharp claws had already left a bloody gash on her ear. There was no time to dwell on these minor wounds. From the corner of her eye, she spotted a sparse area of trees to the west. Once she reached that place, the monkeys would likely find little opportunity to employ their climbing prowess. Yuyue hastily altered her course, and despite the absence of trees to aid her, the monkeys relentlessly pursued her, leaping down from the branches in their eagerness. The monkeys that descended from the trees moved considerably slower, and Yuyue silently rejoiced at her choice of path. Suddenly, she was struck by a tremendous force. A robust paw sent her hurtling through the air. With a thud, she crashed heavily to the ground, the little tiger coughing up a mouthful of blood, one of her forelegs twitching uncontrollably. The agony was unbearable, yet Yuyue gritted her teeth, suppressing any cries of pain. With great effort, she lifted her heavy head, only to find a fierce black-striped yellow and white tiger glaring menacingly at her. Another tiger? It seems I am fated to cross paths with these creatures in this lifetime. Just then, she heard a delicate whimper nearby, and upon closer inspection, she noticed 2 small tiger cubs emerging from a nearby cave. Glancing at the vigilant tiger that was watching her intently, she realized the malice was not unfounded. She had unwittingly encroached upon the territory of a mother tiger with her cubs, provoking a sense of threat. As Yu lowered her head in a gesture of submission, she emitted a few weak whimpers to indicate that she harbored no malice. Cautiously, she took a few steps back. However, the mother tiger remained motionless. Just as Yu contemplated making a hasty retreat, a shrill cry pierced the air. The frenzied monkeys had caught up with her. With a ferocious roar, the mother tiger sank her teeth into the first monkey, swiftly dispatching it, before lunging at the other two with fierce intent. Seizing this moment, Yu turned to flee. But the brutal blow from the mother tiger had dealt a devastating blow to the young cub. Hobbled and disoriented, she barely managed a few steps before a wave of dizziness overcame her, and she involuntarily coughed up blood, even though her body seemed pushed to its limits. She dared not pause. It was unclear how long she stumbled through the haze of confusion, until suddenly a gust of wind swept over her. A sticky paw grasped her, and upon turning, Yu discovered that the remaining two monkeys had emerged from their harrowing escape. Both were battered and bruised, clutching her arm in a grotesque manner. While one had a tail that was significantly shortened, a testament to the brutal ordeal they had just endured. One of the monkeys leapt to a tree, callously tossing Yu to the other, and thus the two monkeys treated her as a mere plaything. Already on the verge of collapse, Yu was thrown high into the air, only to plummet heavily to the ground, her consciousness gradually slipping into obscurity. Yu was engulfed in despair. Treated as a mere plaything for the venting of two monkeys, destined to be devoured. How could she succumb to such a humiliating fate? As she was thrown once more into the air, Yu gritted her teeth and executed an astonishing maneuver, twisting midair to fiercely sink her teeth into the paw of the monkey that was poised to catch her. The monkey, taken aback by the sudden pain, hastily flung her away. Seizing the opportunity, Yu released her grip and plummeted directly towards the ground. Thud. She landed heavily on a thick bed of leaves, her frail form barely able to open her eyes after numerous falls throughout the day. Fortunately, before her lay a deep earthen hole, presumably a rabbit's burrow. Yu, struggling with her feeble limbs, crawled into the cave as though her very life depended on it, fearing that if she delayed, the monkeys above would seize her once more. Inside the cave, the small tiger, having survived a harrowing ordeal, finally found a moment to catch her breath. Her front legs, still twitching, were numb. And Yu felt no pain, only an overwhelming exhaustion. The rumble of thunder echoed above the jungle, followed by the gentle patter of raindrops. Standing at the cave entrance, Langston furrowed his brow, his usual nonchalance replaced by concern in his peach blossom eyes. For 2 whole days, since being brought back by his father, he had been confined within the tribe, unable to leave the cave. The rainy season was approaching, and survival in the wild would become increasingly arduous. Little Bai was still so small. To the tribe's people, she was already as good as dead. Merely a shapeless cub in the eyes of the powerful warriors, one whose absence was inconsequential. No one mourned the death of the chief, Humo. Nor did they care for the innocent Little Bai, not even her mother. Clenching his fist in despair, he refused to believe that Little Bai would perish. After these few days, when his father lowered his guard, he would surely find her. One day, he vowed, he would overthrow the tyrannical beast that ruled over them and avenge Little Bai. Outside, the warm glow of the fire flickered as lightning tore through the dark clouds, and the gentle rain transformed into a torrential downpour. Inside, the pitiful, dirty little furball huddled, her weak breaths drowned out by the cacophony of the storm. The relentless curtain of rain formed rivulets that seeped through the cave entrance, gradually submerging half of her frail body, chilling the little tiger to the bone. Slowly awakening from her stupor, Yu found herself submerged in water, bewildered and dazed. Was this the end that fate had decreed for her? In her desperation, the trembling little tiger pondered whether to stay submerged until the cave filled to the brim or to venture out now while she still had the strength to seek refuge elsewhere. Gazing at the fierce downpour outside, the unfortunate tiger ultimately decided against waiting for death within the cave. Even if her fate was sealed, she would first struggle against it. She could not simply succumb to drowning. Yu was not one to sit idly by. Perhaps a fight for survival could yield a glimmer of hope. Moments later, the already bedraggled little fur ball, battered by the storm, became even muddier. The heavy raindrops struck her with such force that she could barely open her eyes, and her injured leg rolled in the mud countless times. Stumbling along, Yu feared she might be crushed by the relentless downpour. Just that morning, she had marveled at how the rain nourished the earth, allowing the forest to flourish with mushrooms that could save a wretch like her. Now, she could only resent the heavens for unleashing such a storm without granting her a path to survival. Uncertain of how long she had been trudging through the rain, her consciousness began to blur when, suddenly, she sensed a flicker of warmth in the cold, rainy night. Could it be that she was on the brink of freezing to death? She had heard that those who succumb to the cold often experience a deceptive warmth before their demise, leading to a peculiar urge to shed their clothes. However, in an instant, joy surged within her as she spotted a cave entrance ahead, illuminated by a flickering light. For Yu, the mere presence of a cold cave would have sufficed to save her life, let alone the warmth of a fire. Moreover, if there was fire, there were likely inhabitants. Normal beasts should not harbor great animosity towards a frail, unfamiliar cub. Revitalized, she mustered the last of her strength to crawl toward the cave entrance. Finally free from the pounding rain that had clouded her mind. Trembling with anticipation, she longed for the warmth of the fire, yet sensed a formidable pressure emanating from the depths of the cave. This was no ordinary mouse hole, even if the occupant was a beast man. She dared not overstep her bounds, for her condition was too precarious for any further trials. Curled up at the cave entrance, she resolved to quietly linger for the night, planning to flee at dawn before the powerful occupant awoke. Deep within the cave, beside the warm fire, lay a languid black panther. Shernan lazily lifted his gaze, sensing the unexpected guest at his doorstep, yet chose to remain still, squinting his eyes as he resumed his slumber. After a moment of silence, curiosity got the better of him, and he peered outside, wondering why the little tiger had yet to enter. But the great black panther made no further movement, indifferent to the sound of the rain, and drifted back into a deep sleep. On the morning after the storm, stretching his limbs, Shernan decided to bask in the sun as per his usual routine. Approaching the mouth of the cave, he caught sight of the wretched little furball, her waterlogged wounds hidden beneath her muddy coat. Frowning at the sight, he thought he must have misidentified the tiger, though disdain flickered across his face. He could not bring himself to turn away. Instead, he approached the little tiger, assessing her condition, and found her far from presentable. In an instant, his form shifted, transforming into a tall, dark-haired man. The man, bare-chested, exuded the same elegance and commanding presence as the panther, his muscles well-defined yet not overly imposing. A purple diamond mark adorned his forehead, adding to his mystique. Despite the fierce aura he radiated, his features were gentle, with golden eyes that held a tender yet enigmatic quality, and a hint of a smile danced at the corners of his mouth, creating an intriguing juxtaposition that rendered him both dangerous and alluring. With a strong hand, he scooped up the filthy tiger and disdainfully tossed her toward the fire, casually stoking the flames to ensure they did not extinguish. With that, Shernan turned and stepped outside to bask in the sun. Once at the cave entrance, he shifted back into a panther, leaping gracefully onto the ledge above the cave, stretching once more, and languidly allowing his tail to sway as he basked in the warmth of the sun. Yuyue was roused from her slumber by a throbbing migraine. Stretching out her small paws, she rolled over and bared her teeth, finally opening her eyes. No wonder she felt not only a headache but also discomfort at her tail. She had unwittingly dozed off beside the bonfire she had long yearned for. The mud that had clung to her body was now cracked and falling away in pieces. Watching her tail fur, now toasted to a deep brown, she speculated whether, had she awakened a moment later, she might have transformed into a fire-cooked cat. One without a lotus leaf wrap, nonetheless. Shaking her still drowsy head, she realized her body was likely still feverish, considering she had endured a day of tumultuous weather. While catching a cold and developing a fever could be deemed fortunate, she merely hoped the pale wounds on her body wouldn't become inflamed. Surveying the cave, she noticed that apart from the bonfire, there were no signs of human habitation. Could it be that the formidable beastman from the previous night was merely a temporary occupant? The little tiger, drawn to the warmth of the fire, cared little for the dwelling's owner. She knew only that this generous host had allowed her, without a word of invitation, to rest by the fire. She was uncertain whether to be grateful for the mercy of not being harmed while vulnerable or for the kindness of sharing the fire. Extending her tiny paws to warm her feet, Yuyue's moment of tranquility was abruptly interrupted by hunger. Rubbing her empty belly and recalling the torrential rain of the previous night, she resolved to venture out in search of some newly discovered mushroom fruits to satiate her hunger. Stumbling outside, Yuyue was captivated by a dark tail swaying at the cave entrance, prompting her to rush out and discover that it was indeed the leopard. It turned out that the kind-hearted host was a black panther. Elated, she reached out with her small paw to playfully swat at the swishing tail, which the panther, slightly annoyed, flicked away. In that instant, Yuyue felt a surge of vitality, her weakness swept away as she playfully pounced after the tail. When the agile tail finally became still, Tunin glanced down to find the little tiger playfully biting at his tail, now dangling beneath him. The dirty little tiger hung on, and Tunin, resigned, ceased his movements. He lay back down, lazily closing his eyes to bask in the sun, instantly losing interest in the immobile tail. The little tiger limped off in search of mushrooms again. Glancing around, she noticed that the cave walls were adorned with numerous small blue mushrooms she had previously eaten. It seemed these mushrooms thrived easily on the stones. After experiencing some negative effects from consuming the moths, she had found relief after eating the mushrooms, and her small wounds had nearly healed by the next day. This peculiar mushroom seemed to possess both detoxifying properties and the ability to promote healing. Reflecting on her frail condition, she wondered when she might fully recover, having consumed a significant amount before without any adverse effects aside from feeling a bit cold. She resolved to indulge in the small blue mushrooms growing nearby, all the while hoping to fill her empty stomach. Originally, Tunin had merely intended to observe the little creature's antics below, but he was startled to see the small tiger, already soaked and chilled, now nibbling on the wild blue mushrooms sprouting near his cave. Alarmed, he leaped down from the cave wall. In an instant, he transformed into human form and scooped up the little tiger, who was still munching away. With his long fingers, he gently pressed against her throat, disregarding her struggles. Gag. Cough. Cough. The mushrooms she had just consumed were expelled before they could be digested. Seeing the little tiger's bewildered expression, Tunin sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose, and shook her gently, speaking in a slow, deliberate tone. Why do you eat such things indiscriminately? His voice, slightly hoarse and casual, held a gentle timbre that startled Yuyue, causing her ears to perk up. In a moment, her confusion over this stranger's actions faded as she discreetly assessed the man adorned in a sleek, dark beast-skin skirt. Was he the leopard? Tunin, intrigued by her twitching ears, reached out to gently touch them, prompting Yuyue to instantly revert them to a more upright position. Being touched by such a handsome figure made the little tiger feel bashful, amused by her shyness. Tunin glanced at the sky and deemed it prudent to have an early meal. He then tossed the little tiger back toward the cave entrance, admonishing her. Do not eat recklessly anymore. You were frozen last night, and consuming those blue mushrooms now is akin to courting death. His soothing voice, laced with a hint of coolness, carried a warning he hoped she would heed. With that, Tunin transformed back into a black panther and gracefully leaped deeper into the forest. Watching him depart, Yue couldn't help but lament the disparity between their forms. The powerful physique of the panther was so striking, while her own beast form was merely a small cat. She pondered whether her human form would be equally petite and unimposing. With a heavy sigh, she realized her stomach was still growling. Catching sight of some large mushrooms beneath the tree roots, ones that the dragon cat had once led her to, she hesitated, recalling their peculiar taste. What if they, too, possessed some strange properties? If they clashed with her current state, it would indeed validate Tunin's warnings about reckless eating. Starving, she resolved not to eat indiscriminately. Surely drinking water would be a safe choice. Scurrying around in search of a water source, she found nothing. Had the torrential rain of the previous night been merely an illusion? The only indication of the downpour was the slightly damp, earthy aroma lingering in the air. Feeling defeated, she lay down momentarily but soon rose with renewed determination. Her desire for the mushrooms beneath the roots overpowering her caution. Youth is all about trial and error. Just as she was about to indulge, Yue found herself once again hoisted up by Tunin. Returning with the head of a deer, Tunin spotted the little tiger on the verge of foraging again. He rushed over, grasping her as she squirmed in protest, her tiny legs kicking in defiance. He unceremoniously tossed her onto the carcass of the deer, encouraging her to feast on the meat. In the moonlit night, Yu found no room for discontent as she beheld the robust stag beneath her. The little tiger leaped exuberantly upon the deer's body, reveling in the prospect of indulging in fine meat once more. Despite her fierce attempts to claw through the deer's thick hide, the little tiger could only gaze longingly at Shan Nan. Dearest leopard, why do you hesitate to feast? Shan Nan, unusually attuned to the unspoken plea in her eyes, chuckled softly. Transforming seamlessly into a black panther, he deftly slashed with his sharp claws, creating a crimson gash in the stag's belly. Observing the delighted little tiger wagging her tail, the black panther thoughtfully tore off a generous chunk of tender flesh and tossed it before her. As the little tiger savored her meal with gusto, Shan Nan lowered his head to partake in the bounty of their day's hunt. Yue certainly savored her meal. The venison was significantly more tender than the triangular beef she had previously tasted. She could manage to tear into it with ease. And as a little kitten capable of consuming proper meat, she felt a profound sense of accomplishment. A quarter of an hour later, the satiated black panther licked its lips and began to stroll casually into the forest. Observing this, Yue promptly followed, her steps light and spirited. Shonen paid her no mind, opting instead to quench his thirst by the river, allowing her to accompany him if she so desired. After a brief while, Yue was pleasantly surprised to find that the great black panther had arrived at the very riverbank they had visited the previous day. Recognizing the river instantly, she felt reassured about her way back. Thoughts of the chattering gray mouse in the burrow crossed her mind. Although they had only known each other for 3 days, she had already come to regard the chinchilla as a friend. She wondered if the chinchilla might have felt a twinge of concern for her absence the previous day. With a cheerful heart, Yue swiftly followed the black panther to the river's edge. The little tiger, having quenched its thirst, glanced at the black panther beside it, who was dipping its paws in the water and licking them clean. Then, looking down at its own dusty, gray fur, it felt a bit embarrassed but hesitated to wash. The unkempt appearance gave her a sense of security, unlike her previous pristine white coat, which had made her appear as a conspicuous target in the eyes of predators. With a newfound clarity, Yue began to play in the water, content to wait for the cleanliness-obsessed black panther to finish its grooming. From a distance, the sight of the two felines, one large, one small, frolicking by the river was quite charming. That night, Shoen helplessly observed the little tiger, now comfortably nestled on his tail. Sound asleep. He pondered why this little creature hadn't washed itself by the river during the day. With a frustrated puff of his whiskers, he resigned himself to rest, accepting that although he was a fastidious panther, the little tiger was indeed quite independent. They exchanged a gentle farewell, both settling in for a peaceful night's slumber. Suddenly awakened by the gentle stirrings of the black panther beside her, Yue stretched her little body and vowed that this was undoubtedly the most restful night she had experienced during her escapades. After all, she had previously been knocked unconscious or rendered senseless by poison, or shivered in the cold rain at night. Since fleeing to this forest, Yue had found it exceedingly difficult to achieve a good night's sleep. Shaking off her fur, the little tiger yawned and brightened at the sight of Shonan, who lay beneath her eyelids. "Good morning, Panther," she exclaimed. The black panther, with an inscrutable expression, extended a large paw, only to withdraw it silently, flicking his long tail to playfully topple the little tiger over. "How rude," Yue protested, casting a reproachful glance at him before playfully chasing after the tip of his black tail. Shonen ignored her antics, meandering toward the exit. It was late morning, and the sun was no longer shining brightly. It was time to eat first. As he contemplated this, he flicked his tail, sending the little cub, who was weaving around his feet, tumbling over. The little tiger, struggling to get back on her feet, watched the black panther walk away. feeling conflicted as she pawed the ground. She needed to return home, but should she bid farewell to the panther before leaving? After all, she had been away for 2 days, and she was uncertain about the chinchilla left behind. Had it forgotten her? Determined, she resolved to check on the chinchilla first, then seek out a place of her own. After all, she was a cat with aspirations. Now, in this forest, she had made 2 friends, and it was only fitting to have her own abode to invite them over. As a striving individual of the 21st century, the notion of being a house slave was deeply ingrained in her. Her greatest dream in her previous life had been to earn enough to own a house of her own. Even as a cat now, she maintained her politeness. It was simply not acceptable to overstay her welcome. Remembering that she had previously intruded without so much as a word, she felt that to slip away again without notice would be to disregard their friendship. The little tiger wrestled with her thoughts for a while before clumsily pursuing Shonan, finally managing to block his path. Goodbye, Panther. Yuyue attempted to raise her paw in farewell, but she was reminded of her injured leg from the other day. And upon lifting it, pain shot through her, causing her to grimace and lower it back down. Shonan watched the little tiger struggle to lift her paw, wondering if she wished to accompany him on a hunt. With a mixture of tenderness and exasperation, the Black Panther gently tapped her head with the tip of his tail. You are still too weak. Perhaps another time. Yuyue believed she had comprehended the essence of her farewell and even offered a response. Ultimately, with a reluctant lift of her head, she cast a glance at the dashing leopard, only to turn away and sprint into the distance without a backward glance. Shonan, interpreting her defiance as a challenge to venture forth, furrowed his brow and pursued her, disregarding the filthy dumpling he had scorned the previous night, and swiftly retrieved her in his jaws. The little tiger struggled, kicking her tiny legs, and as soon as he set her down, she dashed away once more without looking back. Just as the Black Panther was about to chase her again, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to withdraw his paw and silently watch the limping little tiger disappear from sight. The elegant feline sprang onto the stone platform at the cave's entrance, squinting lazily as it basked in the sun. Meanwhile, Yuyue rushed to the riverbank, fearful of being ensnared once more by Leopard's enthusiastic insistence. Leopard was truly remarkable, warm-hearted, generous, and kind, to the point that it overwhelmed her. With a sigh, she gazed longingly in the direction of retreat, recalling the multitude of dangers faced on their journey 2 days prior. Her current state morphed into a heightened sense of tension, vigilance, and wariness. Resigned to set forth, she acknowledged that it was her own choice to return, especially since it appeared Leopard would not drive her away. Yet, remnants of her past life plagued her thoughts. Taking advantage of the generosity of the kind-hearted Leopard felt profoundly unjust. Half an hour had elapsed when the elusive little tiger found herself once again at the site where she had previously encountered the 3 frenzied monkeys. This time, before drawing near, she caught a whiff of a distinctive fragrance. Before her lay an orchard, and recalling how those monkeys had chased her while foraging for fruit, she surmised it likely belonged to the omnivorous monkeys. After stealthily observing for a while, she finally emerged from the thicket. Her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the enticing, golden yellow fruits spread across the ground. How utterly irresistible. Yuyue marveled at the wondrous transformations of nature, observing how it changes from day to day. Just the day before, when she encountered monkeys, the ground was scattered with fallen fruit, still green and unripe. Perhaps it was the result of a recent downpour, for now the earth was perfumed with delightful aromas. The little tiger inhaled deeply, entranced by the unique fragrance, yet hesitated to venture further. Instead, he cautiously pulled a fruit that had fallen near the forest's edge and promptly retreated from the area, scurrying away. In the fruit grove, unseen by Yuyue, countless monkeys clung to the lofty treetops, exuding a foul odor that starkly contrasted with the surrounding sweetness. Their viscous saliva dripped from their sharp fangs, leaving one to wonder what they were lurking for. With the fragrant fruit in tow, Yuyue concealed herself amidst a thicket of bushes, pondering over the peculiar fruit that resembled an eggplant in shape and a banana in hue. While the aroma was indeed enticing, memories of the mushroom incident made her hesitant to taste this unfamiliar variety. A flicker of regret washed over her for not sharing a meal with Bao Bao before her dignified departure. Recalling the moths she had bravely consumed on her first night, the little tiger shook her head, lamenting the transition from luxury to frugality. Measuring the fruit with her tiger's mouth, Yuyue cautiously took a bite. The skin was somewhat astringent. With newfound courage, she took a decisive bite, and a unique, refreshing fragrance erupted in her mouth. The fruit's texture was reminiscent of wax apple. The initially bitter skin concealed a sweet, fragrant interior. As Yuyue chewed, she found herself once again enchanted by the aroma, unable to resist, and soon finished the delightful fruit in a few eager bites. After indulging in the fruit, Yuyue realized that the enchanting fragrance clung to her. Even her discreet burp was infused with its sweet essence. Yuyue felt a tinge of anxiety, believing she had once more transformed into a conspicuous delicacy. The little tiger, fraught with tension, had been rubbing against the bushes for quite some time, yet the wretched scent lingered obstinately in the air. Now, Yuyue dared not venture out in search of peril. Instead, she curled up within the foliage, awaiting the dissipation of the aroma. After what felt like several minutes, the fragrance finally faded, allowing her to exhale in relief and emerge from her hiding place. Glancing at the sky, she was uncertain whether the morning had slipped away, But she could not afford to delay any longer. With her short legs in motion, she hurried towards the mouse hole. After nearly half an hour of toil, the weary Yuyue finally arrived at the location of the mouse hole. The little tiger, having endured the perils of the treacherous jungle, first cautiously hid behind a tree trunk to observe. Noticing the stillness, could it be that the chinchilla was taking a midday nap? Just as it prepared to leap into the hole and greet the long-lost chinchilla, a foreign figure emerged from the crevice of the mouse hole. Yuyue's heart sank momentarily. The silvery gray fur, adorned with sparse black spots, coupled with its seemingly cumbersome and stout limbs and round, plump body. How could such a creature possibly thrive in the jungle? Gazing at the regal rabbit cat that audaciously occupied the mouse hole nestled within the crevices of the rocks, Yuyue was utterly astonished. In her past life, she had only encountered these furry wild felines in the barren grasslands and deserts. The distant rabbit cat, with its dense fur and corpulent physique, furrowed its brow in vigilance, its nose twitching earnestly, as though searching for something. What a monstrous size that rabbit cat possessed. In comparison, it was akin to the distance between a high school student and a primary schooler, though both were felines. Why did one embody the ferocity of a wild beast, while the other appeared as a mere domesticated pet? Yuyue quietly lamented the injustice of the world. Yet within her heart, she felt a tumult of anxiety and helplessness. At this moment, Yuyue could hardly acknowledge the cuteness of the once adorable round creature that had previously left her breathless. She was acutely aware that this creature was a ferocious predator to the diminutive chinchilla, and now that the rabbit cat had infiltrated the chinchilla's home, she could only imagine the grim fate that awaited the kind-hearted chinchilla. The little tiger gritted her teeth in anger, her claws sinking deeply into the earth beneath her. Yet, despite her turmoil, this was not a time for rash actions. Yuyue could only crouch in the grass, holding her breath and focusing intently, poised to assess the situation before taking further steps. Before long, she noticed the rabbit cat, persistently sniffing the air, as if it had unearthed something of interest. Its pale green eyes fixed directly in her direction. With a sudden tightening in her heart, Yuyue swiftly bent forward, bracing herself for the impending battle. In an instant, the corpulent figure lunged towards her, its robust claws striking fiercely in her direction. As Yuyue, influenced by human thought, instinctively raised her paw to shield herself. The sharp claws of the rabbit-like creature deeply raked across her face, leaving several crimson marks. As Yuyue descended, she seized the opportunity to claw at the chest of the rabbit-like creature. Unfortunately, whether it was due to the opponent's thick fur or her own feeble strength, she was unable to leave any mark. Yuyue felt a sense of despondency, yet she mustered her courage and launched another assault towards the flank of the lynx. As it attempted to counterattack by shifting its angle, she swiftly redirected her strike towards its face. Unfortunately, this momentary tactic proved futile. The lynx reacted with remarkable agility, leaping aside to evade her grasp and subsequently pouncing on the little tiger, pinning her to the ground. In the blink of an eye, it opened its jaws wide, aiming for Yuyue's neck. She struggled fiercely, narrowly avoiding a fatal bite, but was nonetheless caught on her shoulder. The sharp, menacing teeth sank deeply into her flesh, piercing the bone, as the ferocious lynx attempted to tear away the meat. In a desperate bid, Yuyue kicked her hind legs forcefully against the lynx's soft belly, successfully leaving her mark upon her adversary. Yet, despite its injury, the lynx did not relinquish its grip, continuing to pull viciously. Had it clamped down on her neck, the outcome would have been decisive, but alas, it was her shoulder that it held, granting Yuyue a glimmer of hope to struggle free. She swiftly extended her claws towards its eyes, and the lynx, quick to react, recoiled. At last liberated, Yuyue exhaled in relief. Although her wounded shoulder was precisely where she had injured her foreleg that day. Seizing the opportunity while her opponent hesitated, the little tiger gently shook her forelimb. A sharp, piercing pain surged through her body, making even the act of walking a daunting challenge. Yuyue could no longer continue the battle, retreating her steps in preparation for withdrawal. However, the palace's cat discerned her disadvantage and did not afford her a moment's respite. What ensued became a one-sided assault, with Yuyue's sole attempt at resistance being her desperate strikes at the creature's eyes. For her, in her weakened state, this was her only means of extricating herself from the conflict. Meow. A coarse, raspy cry echoed as Yuyue finally managed to inflict a scratch upon the palace's cat's eye. Although wounded, the feline did not relent in its attack, yet the impairment of its injured eye proved to be a significant hindrance. At that moment, Yuyue's diminutive stature transformed into an unexpected advantage. As Yuyue swiftly withdrew beneath the concealment of foliage, she finally evaded the relentless pursuit of the lynx. After running for an extended period, she collapsed on the banks of a river, far from the safety of her burrow, overwhelmed by intense pain in her forelegs. Lamenting her wounds in solitude, she found herself adrift, uncertain of her next destination. The ambitions that had fueled her departure in the morning had long since dissipated. Crushed beneath the weight of the dire news regarding the chinchilla and the humiliating experience of fleeing once more, her aspirations had been severely undermined. Her quest for a home had barely commenced when her friend fell victim to predation, consumed by rage and further tormented by her adversaries. She was forced into a dismal retreat. The notion of being an independent, invincible feline in the forest was a far cry from her reality as a feeble creature struggling for survival, not far behind a tree. The keen-eyed panther discerned the forlorn little tiger, who had left with such determination that morning, now curled up by the riverbank, pitifully licking her wounds. How could such a short time have elapsed before she was again beset? Nan furrowed her brow. Suddenly, she spotted a sleek, black crocodile lurking in the water, stealthily advancing towards the unsuspecting little tiger. Lowering her neck to gather strength, Nan swiftly leaped into action, plunging into the water and gripping the crocodile with a fierce bite. To her astonishment, the formidable underwater predator offered no resistance, unable to escape or even twist away, gradually succumbing to the depths. Having vanquished the crocodile, the panther let out a low growl, questioning the audacity of such a beast to tread upon her territory. Meanwhile, Yu gazed in awe as the panther emerged triumphantly, having dispatched the nearly 3-meter-long crocodile with remarkable ease. A wave of relief washed over her. She realized how reckless she had been to linger in a perilous spot alone. Succumbing to melancholy, unable to suppress her admiration for the panther's strength, she mused that he must have retained considerable prowess since his last hunt against the 3-horned beast. Yu gazed appreciatively at the panther emerging onto the shore, the cool water coursing along the sculpted contours of its muscular physique, while round droplets cascaded from its sleek, glossy coat. The panther swiftly flicked its head to shake off the lingering traces of moisture, its steady yellow eyes locking with Yu's in an unspoken connection. Yue, the alluring scene of a ferocious beast emerging from the water captures attention. The little tiger, enduring excruciating pain, limps towards the black panther, its eyes shimmering with a brightness that belies its earlier desolation and loneliness. The black panther casually surveys the little tiger's numerous wounds, ultimately fixing its gaze upon the injured foreleg. Upon noticing his concern, Yu instantly became animated, her sparkling eyes brimming with glistening tears. Despite the excruciating pain, she gently lifted her injured paw to showcase it to him, pouting her lips in a pitiful manner as she let out a soft whimper. "Look, leopard. I've been hurt again," she seemed to plead. In the morning, she had departed without a second thought, but now she was feigning vulnerability. The black leopard felt little inclination to engage with her and contemplated leaving without a word. Yet, just before departing, he couldn't resist glancing down at her bright, shining eyes, which were intently gazing up at him. The delicate rays of sunlight filtered through the branches, illuminating her light amber gaze with a radiant brilliance. As the sunlight pierced her eyes, Yu was overwhelmed by an inexplicable surge of tears, just as she intended to lower her head to regain her composure. A black tail gently brushed across her eyes. The little tiger yearned to lift her paw and embrace the tail that had so boldly presented itself before her. Yet her injured paw hindered her efforts. The torment of being so close yet unable to grasp it made her resentful, compelling her to consider biting down in frustration. Observing that she had finally ceased her longing gaze, Shannan swiftly withdrew his tail, which had nearly fallen victim to her playful teeth. And with a delicate flick of its tip, he tapped the tiger's head before abruptly turning away. Yu stood in place, perplexedly watching the elegantly striding big cat disappear into the distance. However, her peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of a massive tree nearby, so large that it could be embraced by 3 people. Beneath it lay an unexpectedly dark opening. Upon stumbling across the long-desired tree hollow, the little tiger was filled with immense joy. Surely, she was about to possess her very own abode. Yu approached the tree hollow with bated breath, gazing intently around. To her dismay, the hollow revealed itself to be devoid of any contents. Although the space was not particularly vast, it was ample enough for her needs. Uncertain if this prime location was already claimed, she ventured inside, inhaling deeply. While she could not discern specific species, she was adept at detecting any distinctive scents left by other creatures. After a cautious examination, she found no signs of habitation, at least not within recent days. This implied that should she choose to make this hollow her home, she would likely not have to contend with any formidable previous occupants. The serendipity of her discovery was overwhelming. Had it not been for her injured leg, Yu would have been elatedly bounding about. After a moment of contemplation, the little tiger sheepishly stepped outside to mark her territory by urinating at the base of the tree. If memory served her correctly, this was the customary method for animals to delineate their domain. When Sidon returned with prey in his jaws, he noticed the little tiger's absence and furrowed his brow, following the faint trace of her scent. Upon discovering the tree hollow, he observed the little tiger raising her hind leg to mark the roots. Amused, he raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly, placing his catch down, then approached the tree, leaving deep claw marks above her markings. He then returned to tear a generous piece of tender meat from the belly of his prey, a roe deer, and tossed it at the entrance of the little white tiger's hollow. Previously, the black panther had preferred firmer cuts of meat, yet recently, his taste had shifted. The fresh, enticing scent of deer meat was an irresistible lure for any tiger. Upon catching a whiff, the little tiger emerged eagerly, her head bobbing in excitement. Spotting the deer meat at the hollow's entrance, she looked up and, as anticipated, saw the black panther beside her, indulging in the feast. The fluffy little creature scampered over to nuzzle against the panther, expressing her gratitude before joyfully rolling back to relish the precious deer meat he had generously shared. Yu never anticipated that after a day of tumult, she would ultimately return to the leopard's abode for a meal. As she savored the delectable venison, her thoughts began to wander. One moment, she recalled the unfortunate demise of the unfortunate gray rat. In the next, her mind drifted to the detestable rabbit cat. Unable to suppress a lump in her throat, she quickly composed herself and continued to devour her meal with fervor. She was determined to grow stronger and more formidable, to avenge the gray rat and seek retribution for herself. Trapped in this merciless world of survival of the fittest, Yue was unwilling to remain perpetually in a position of vulnerability and flight. Casting a glance at the imposing Black Panther beside her, she too did not wish to remain reliant on others. She curled her injured little paw, vowing never to endure such a crippled state again. Zenon, perplexed, pondered whether the venison had somehow lost its appeal. Why did she seem to alternate between biting her teeth in frustration and nearly bursting into tears? After a while, feeling satiated, Yu's spirits lifted, and she turned to her new tree hollow, suddenly inspired to invite the panther to visit her new home. Alas, the little tiger was oblivious to the demands she was placing on him. Zenon looked at the diminutive tree hollow with a complex expression, yet ultimately succumbed without resistance, squeezing himself entirely inside. Consequently, the little tiger discovered that while the panther had managed to fit in, she herself could not enter. She pushed the panther further inside with all her might, realizing only then that he occupied such a vast space. The Grand Black Panther, curled up modestly within her tiny home, gazed down with a smile at the bewildered little tiger outside. Yue awkwardly lifted her gaze towards him, only to be struck by the realization that she could discern a smile upon that leopard-like visage. Her embarrassed expression rapidly morphed into one of accusation as the little tiger ferociously clamped down on the Black Panther's tail, gradually tugging him out from within. Observing the suddenly vacant space, the little tiger burrowed into the hole, casting a triumphant glance at the Black Panther outside. Yet, she was met with the undeniable mirth gleaming in the panther's eyes. Infuriated by the Black Panther's amused gaze, Yue resolved to divert attention, fortuitously noticing the large tail behind the black figure swaying with delight. The speed at which Yue engaged in the skirmish was unparalleled. Seizing the moment before the Black Panther could react, he swiftly lunged for its tail. Upon sensing the grip of the tail in his mouth, Shannan attempted to turn and glimpse the unruly tuft of fur behind him. However, in his movement, he inadvertently stepped upon his injured little paw. Ouch! Ouch! You stepped on me again, Panther, Shannan vowed, having merely brushed against it, quickly retracting his foot. As Yu observed the Black Panther retreating in trepidation, she could not help but intensify her pitiful cries, raising her tiny paws and wailing. Ah, that mournful sound was so convincing that even she began to believe it. After all, who could blame her for seizing the opportunity to retaliate after being mocked? Shannan, taken aback by her aggrieved demeanor, felt a pang of guilt. He furrowed his brow. Having been away from his kin for several years, he had not encountered any cubs, and he was astonished by their fragility. In the end, the farcical scene left the Black Panther with no choice but to flee, leaving Yu with a sense of unease. How could she have frightened away the panther? The little tiger trudged back, contemplating whether to venture out the next day to find a fragrant fruit as a peace offering. Just as she was about to enter her den, a familiar large hand suddenly lifted her from behind, even though she was grasped by the scruff of her neck. The sight of the handsome figure before her filled Yu with joy, causing her to kick her little legs in delight. Shannan, with his slender fingers, examined the tiny tiger, his expression slightly troubled by the severity of her injuries, which were worse than he had anticipated, typically due to the presence of the beast core. The recovery of an orc's wounds was quite rapid, but he had momentarily forgotten that this clever little tiger was merely a wild creature devoid of such a core. For the past few days, he had unconsciously overlooked her injuries. After inspecting the wounds and giving her soft little paws a gentle squeeze, he unexpectedly conjured a red crystal core in his hand, which he gently placed into the little tiger's mouth before she could react. Yu cautiously bit into the crystal core in her mouth, but alas, she could not manage to break it. She was about to spit it out when Nan swiftly grasped her small mouth, gently shaking his head, forbidding her from doing so. Swallow it, he insisted. Without regard for whether the young tiger cub could comprehend him, he elaborated that it was a phantom beast core, which would expedite her healing process. Upon hearing that this little stone had such a purpose, Yu obediently swallowed it. After consuming the crystal core, the young tiger clasped the prominent hand before her, tirelessly examining it for quite some time, utterly perplexed by how that object had seemingly materialized from thin air. As Yu was about to raise her head to inquire about Bao Bao, a sudden wave of unbearable itchiness spread from her injuries. Particularly, the wounded shoulder and paw were tinged with a prickling sensation that seeped deep into her bones, radiating outward to her muscles, as if countless tiny insects were delicately gnawing at her insides. The little tiger felt an uncontrollable urge to scratch, but the Black Panther, seemingly anticipating her reaction, swiftly seized her paw, denying her the chance to relieve her discomfort. Observing the small tiger struggling to escape his grasp, Shannan enfolded her in his arms, leaning back against the roots of a tree. One hand firmly held her restless paw while the other gently caressed her head with cool fingers. From time to time, he would delicately scratch her chin with his long fingertips and stroke her back. This was the first time the little tiger had experienced such tender affection, and she instinctively squinted her eyes in pleasure, soon forgetting the persistent itching of her wounds, succumbing to the warmth of the handsome figure's gentle care, and drifting into a blissful slumber. Uncertain of how long she had been lost in this dreamlike state, when Yu awakened once more, Shannan had already departed. She had slept soundly and stretched her limbs, feeling invigorated. The little tiger flexed her paw, astonished to find that the leg which had tormented her for days was now devoid of pain. Turning her head to inspect her other minor injuries, She was bewildered to discover that they too had vanished completely, as if they had never existed. Yuyue was once again captivated by the enchanting nature of this world. Such a grievous wound had miraculously healed simply from a stone and a night's slumber, a veritable marvel of medicine. After a prolonged examination, she finally became aware of her surroundings. Indeed, she remained within her new abode, glancing at the meticulously arranged leaves beneath her, a task that, had it been left to her, would have taken an eternity. Moreover, the miniature fire pit at the entrance elicited a delighted shake of her head, as she marveled at how considerate Baobao truly was. No longer was it merely a desolate, hollow tree cavity. Observing the dim sky outside, the spirited tiger could hardly contain her eagerness to test her newly restored vitality. With excitement, she dashed outside, casting her gaze toward the round moon hanging in the western sky. She speculated that it was still early morning, with dawn approaching, and that Baobao had likely returned home to rest. The thought of it still being before sunrise filled her with joy. Indeed, the early bird catches the worm, and tranquility in this jungle was a rare treasure. In the tranquil embrace of the moonlight, Yuyue hastened to the riverbank, a diminutive figure poised at the water's edge, lapping up water while contemplating what delectable morsel she might procure for her meal that day. After a time, having quenched her thirst, the little tiger ambled along the riverbank for quite a while, yet found nothing that seemed remotely edible. By chance, she stumbled upon a shallow area of water, shallow by her standards, whereupon she leaped across, the crystalline river barely covering her 4 little legs. Beneath her, instead of mud and weeds, there lay an assemblage of irregular boulders, closely huddled together. Standing atop the stones, the icy river water cascaded over her tiny paws. Peering into the depths, Yuyue was startled to behold a colossal black fish, silently resting beside the stones. Cautiously, she retreated a few steps, not out of fear, for the fish was at least a meter long, far too formidable a creature for her current stature. However, her curiosity, a trait inherent to felines, was insatiable. Standing on the stone, she scrutinized the motionless giant fish for a considerable time, pondering whether it could possibly be deceased. But if it were dead, wouldn't it float to the surface? With a gentle nudge, she dislodged a nearby small stone, which landed softly upon the black fish. With a sudden splash, the fish sprang from the water, its agile tail sending a shower of icy droplets cascading onto Yuyue's face before it plunged back into the depths. Surprisingly, the fish did not flee, but instead began to thrash its tail in the water, splattering Yuyue with droplets in what seemed like a retaliatory gesture. This tantalizing display ignited a fervent desire within the little tiger, who stepped back, shook off the water, and anxiously paced in circles. In her excitement, she discovered a crevice between the stones densely populated with lush aquatic vegetation. Beneath the water plants, she discerned the vague outline of a large black and white toad. Glancing back at the elusive fish she could only dream of catching, she felt a pang of regret but quickly realized that a new breakfast opportunity presented itself. Yuyue rubbed her tiny paws together, unhesitatingly preparing to pounce. Alas, the toad, with remarkable agility, leaped away from her grasp. Yuyue, disappointed, anticipated it would dive into the water. Yet the toad landed on the edge of an adjacent boulder, remaining still as if to deliberately attract a predator's attention. Now acutely aware of the need for caution, Yuyue readied herself, studying the precise distance before making a swift leap toward the enticing toad. The prowess of feline hunting instincts was not to be underestimated, and she successfully clamped her jaws around half of the toad's head. However, before she could savor the triumph of her inaugural hunt, she slid uncontrollably from the edge of the boulder. With a splash, she tumbled into the water, reluctant to relinquish her first prize. Struggling to adapt to her new watery environment, she tightened her grip on the toad and began to swim upward. It must be said that the swimming skills of felines are quite remarkable. In this critical moment, Yuyue instinctively learned to paddle with her little paws. Yet, as she valiantly swam upward, she soon found herself gasping for air, the surface drawing ever closer. Determined not to surrender, she mechanically propelled her paws and kicked her legs, unwilling to cease her efforts. Just as she approached the water's surface, the previously tranquil black fish, now seemingly agitated, darted towards her with unexpected speed. With a furious swipe of its tail, it sent Yuyue soaring into the air, leaving her bewildered. Before she could regain her composure, the fish struck again. With a heavy thud, she landed on the riverbank, inadvertently releasing the toad, which had long since been reduced to a mere collection of crushed bones. Shaking off the water, she let out a fierce roar toward the black fish, her anger palpable. Irritated by her raucous cries, the black fish became even more agitated, splashing water as it swam towards Yuyue in a fit of fury. Drenched and overwhelmed, Yuyue begrudgingly picked up the remains of the toad and retreated, silently vowing that next time, she would unearth stones to strike that troublesome fish. Yuyue, in her frustration, regarded the frog as a substantial black fish, voraciously consuming the rare prey with audible grumbles. Shaking her small head in contemplation, she mused on the frog's plumpness, resolving to catch another for leopard, who had been so kind to her. Glancing up at the sky, now brightly illuminated, Yuyue, satiated and cheerful, made her way back while continuing to explore the terrain and chart her route. However, fate had other plans. Who could have anticipated a sudden downpour on such a fine morning? Caught off guard by the unexpected rain, Yuyue lamented the forest's propensity for frequent showers. With no other option, the little tiger sought a temporary refuge from the rain. Suddenly, she recalled the small fire pit that the Black Panther had gifted her, located right at her doorstep, thus embodying the spirit of a true warrior who bravely faces the storm. The little tiger trudged back through the sporadic drizzle to fulfill her duty of safeguarding the fire. Yet, the rain intensified, evolving from a gentle sprinkle to a torrential downpour beneath the gathering clouds. Yuyue ran along the riverbank for quite some time, hesitant to stray from its edge. For the white curtain of rain enveloped her like an impenetrable barrier, rendering the surrounding scenery indistinguishable to her naked eye. Her world seemed to be confined solely to the long, deep river beside her. Only this river could preserve her sense of direction amidst the forest. If she were to abandon the riverbank, she would find herself utterly lost in the bewildering downpour. Yuyue repeatedly endeavored to depart from the riverbank, seeking refuge in the adjacent forest, yet she could not locate her hollowed tree. Time and again, she found herself retracing her steps in vain. The torrential rain continued to pour relentlessly, unyielding and omnipresent, reminiscent of the despairing cold rain of days past. The frail little tiger cub lay helplessly on the ground, allowing the raindrops to strike her body like bullets, each droplet relentless and seemingly intent on piercing her very soul. In the absence of time and direction, being ensnared in such an interminable deluge felt akin to a cruel punishment. In a moment of despondency, Yu contemplated the nature of her fantastical dreams of another world, wondering if they merely formed an endless cycle of unforeseen crises and suffering. She felt that surrendering might be preferable, possessing knowledge that was utterly incongruous with this realm. She had transformed into a powerless cub, appearing to be an utterly ordinary individual, incapable of enduring the trials that would fortify the spirit and strengthen the body. In her melancholic state, Yu mocked herself, recalling her earlier ambitions of becoming the mightiest of supercats. Yet she had failed to avenge even a single grudge recorded in her notebook, instead allowing herself to be intimidated into contemplating permanent withdrawal by merely 2 torrential downpours. Beneath the heavy curtain of rain, the pallid cub was engulfed by despair, and her mind began to drift into emptiness, feeling increasingly fatigued yet strangely liberated. Eventually, her breath seemed to weaken, fading into near oblivion. In a moment of hazy awareness, her half-closed tiger eyes vaguely discerned a dark figure on the opposite riverbank, steadily traversing through the rain. It was the leopard. The leopard. The thought of the Black Panther jolted Yu from her reverie, and she suddenly realized that she had nearly perished. Gasping for fresh air, she pondered the inexplicable emergence of her morose thoughts. Even more absurdly, she had almost drowned in the rain. A shiver crept into her heart as Yu resolved to remain vigilant in the face of such unusual circumstances. She had no desire to be silently and involuntarily euthanized. Regaining her composure, she gazed at the black figure advancing through the rain, reflecting that had it not been for the leopard, she might have met her in once more. Eagerly standing at the riverbank to greet the leopard, she was suddenly met with an unexpected turn of events. As the figure approached, another dark shadow leaped from the water. It was the large black fish. With its gaping maw revealing an unexpected array of sharp teeth, it lunged fiercely at the neck of the advancing silhouette. Leopard! Yu gasped in shock, nearly leaping into the water in concern. No, that was not the Black Panther. The struggles of the shadow and the relentless gnawing of the large fish gradually unveiled the contours of the figure, and from its tail, she discerned that it appeared to be a pure black lioness. Yuyue could not help but retreat a few steps, then laboriously brushed away the rain-soaked droplets from her eyes. After a lengthy wait, she observed the frenzied lioness, unable to liberate herself from the tenacious black fish, struggling to roar with fervor before ultimately succumbing to silence. Gradually sinking into the river, the crimson hue spread across the water's surface, only to be dispersed by the relentless rain. Gazing at the battlefield that had now fallen silent, Yuyue pondered with curiosity whether that creature had truly been a lion. She had heard of the leopard's variant, the Black Panther, yet had never encountered tales of a black variant among lions. The relentless downpour could not quell the small tiger's insatiable curiosity. Yuyue even yearned to peek at the lifeless body of the black lion. However, before she could act on this impulse, she was gently lifted from behind. Yuyue was taken aback and quickly looked up, only to find it was the Black Panther, which instantly put her at ease. The panther had indeed arrived, albeit she had mistaken its identity. The Black Panther picked her up gently and then carelessly placed her behind itself, subsequently casting a cold, distant gaze toward the opposite shore. Curious, Yu peeked from behind the Black Panther, only to find herself unable to see anything, her boredom prompting her to idly tug at the damp short fur on the panther's leg, washed by the rain. Nin did not pay her any mind, his gaze fixed intently on the opposite side, an undeniable aura of power radiating from him, narrowly avoiding the small tiger behind. Soon, the instinctual sharpness belonging to wild beasts alerted Yu, and she raised her head, discovering through the heavy, oppressive curtain of rain, silhouettes emerging from across the river, leisurely making their way towards them. Yuyue felt a shiver run down her spine as Nan, the Black Panther, gently draped his tail over the little tiger's head. Without waiting for the encroaching shadows to draw near, he leaped into the water, bravely confronting the relentless onslaught of dark figures. His formidable bite and agile form allowed him to swiftly crush the neck of one shadowy foe. And despite the fierce retaliation from his adversaries, the solitary warrior exuded an air of ease and mastery. As a few fortunate prey approached, Yuyue realized that the dark silhouettes were, in fact, various species of black animals. Yet, Nan, being a meticulous creature, would never permit such minor errors that could expose his vulnerable rear to potential harm from small fry. Before Yuyue could discern the faces of the black creatures, the panther swiftly turned, decisively ending their lives with efficiency. Are you willing to return with me? Despite the panther's imposing prowess, Yuyue found herself anxiously crouched by the riverbank. The little tiger repeatedly wiped the rain from her face, nervously watching the overwhelming battle unfold. She feared that, at any moment, the panther might be ambushed while her line of sight was obstructed, yet even if she saw it, she could do nothing. After a considerable time, the downpour finally lessened, and the fierce conflict in the river had not persisted for long. The turbulent waters, once clear, were now tainted with blood. A multitude of black beasts' corpses either sinking or floating, grotesquely scattered across the surface. The panther engaged in the most violent acts with an elegance that belied the brutality. Crimson droplets sliding down his muscular form, his glossy black fur contrasting starkly against the dark red liquid, exuding both wildness and danger. At that moment, the Black Panther truly epitomized danger. His golden eyes glinted with a cold light, the purple gem on his forehead reflecting a fierce aura. The usually gentle and amiable panther now resembled a lofty reaper, coldly unleashing the fury of battle. This was the authentic him, a formidable and perilous lord, far removed from the gentleness typically associated with his kind. The bloody scene before her, ostensibly repulsive and frightening, stirred an instinctual thrill within Yuyue, a natural predator born to the feline lineage. The adrenaline coursing through her veins expanded her pupils, captivated by the panther's relentless dominance on the battlefield. Yuyue obediently lay by the riverbank, her tail flicking excitedly, a testament to her inner exhilaration and eagerness. Observing the panther's combat movements with intense focus, she suddenly believed that Nan would undoubtedly excel as the star of a feline combat instructional video. His movements were precise, his responses swift. His seemingly delicate paws could effortlessly rend apart equally sized beasts. A casual glance from him sealed the fate of any prey he fixed his gaze upon. The battleground had long since extended beyond her view, the panther's figure fading into the distance on the opposite bank. The rain had poured for an indeterminate duration, and Yuyue's fur felt as though it might be washed away. The sky above, shrouded in darkness, was cloaked either by ominous clouds or the encroaching night. Yuyue gazed at the desolate riverbank, a chilling sense of calm enveloping her, causing the little tiger to shiver involuntarily. Yet, she could not dare to leave without the safe return of Liab. Suddenly, with a splash, the large black fish, which had been lurking silently since the arrival of the Black Panther, emerged with fervor, leaping wildly before Yuyue and sending waves of water splashing towards her, mingled with the scent of blood, forcing her to retreat. Helplessly, she observed the frenzied fish, uncertain of its sudden agitation, based on previous encounters. She sensed that this irritable creature was not entirely malevolent. Regardless of its motives, it had inadvertently assisted her on several occasions, leaving her embarrassed to scold it further. Overwhelmed by the tempestuous black fish, Yuyue, in frustration, scratched the ground with her paw, wondering when Liab would return. After clearing the debris from his territory, the Black Panther returned with a sense of ease, spotting the little tiger idly sharpening her claws on the ground from a distance, surprised that she had not yet departed. Shernan gracefully leapt onto the shore, his wild and commanding presence from battle still palpable, hastily transforming back into his human form under Yuyue's watchful gaze. He picked up the trembling little tiger, frowning as he intended to swiftly return her to her cozy tree hollow. Upon reaching her dwelling, Yuyue gazed sorrowfully at her new home, which had been filled with rainwater after just one night of residing there. With a heavy heart, she dipped her paw into the water, feeling a profound sense of desolation wash over her. Would you care to return with me? A gentle yet deep voice interjected. As Shernan thoughtfully stepped in, Yuyue, truly, the gentle and good-natured leopard is as poised as ever, consistently exuding warmth. His deep voice seems to be enticing her primal instincts. The little tiger, moved to the core by Shin Nan's unwavering support, approached with a buoyant spirit, tears glistening as she gazed up into those tender eyes. Shin Nan was momentarily taken aback, but soon lifted the little tiger gently into his arms, caressing her rain-soaked fur while continuing to charm her with words. Such an intelligent wild tiger is rare. What a pity it would be if you were to perish. May I take you as my pet? Pet. Goodness, are you quite all right? While this is a frenzied world governed by the law of the jungle, and you are a noble and powerful beast lord, exuding sensuality, elegance, mystery, and charm, you cannot just casually claim a being as your pet. Moreover, is she really a tiger? Where is there a pure white tiger? Shinan's words dropped two bombshells in succession, leaving Yuyue bewildered. She felt at a loss. As the image of the benevolent leopard crumbled before her, she had believed they were friends, only to discover he intended to treat her as a mere pet. Yuyue struggled to descend, the embrace of the handsome man no longer providing warmth. His once delicate and warm chest muscles now felt as cold as iron. Shannon gazed in confusion at the little tiger, who had appeared so joyful moments ago, now suddenly turned sullen. She despondently returned to the tree hollow, already filled with a considerable amount of water, and, in a fit of petulance, submerged herself in the puddle, stubbornly refusing to lift her gaze to him again. The typically astute and meticulous Black Panther could not fathom the sudden cause of the little tiger's anger. Much like a modern pet owner can never truly comprehend the whims and thoughts of their feline companions, he contemplated reaching out to retrieve the submerged little tiger. Yet he was not one to impose his will upon her, if she did not wish to remain by his side willingly. Even bringing her back would yield an outcome he did not desire. Thus, Shannon merely twitched his fingers slightly, stood still for a moment, and then silently turned away to leave. The icy puddle had rendered the little tiger numb. Yue realized that her demeanor was not merely a tantrum, rather, she was at a loss on how to confront the Black Panther. His kindness and generosity had led her to naively believe they shared an equal relationship. In retrospect, being fed and protected, relegated to the sidelines during moments of danger, was akin to being a pet in disguise. The Black Panther's respect and tenderness could not alter the reality of her fragility. Even a plump rabbit could send her fleeing in panic. Although her current identity had perhaps elevated her to that of a tiger cub, the feelings of helplessness and frustration remained insurmountable. In truth, upon hearing the Black Panther refer to her as a pet, she grappled more with the acceptance of her own weakness, contemplating the kindness that had been cruelly rejected, and realizing that she had inexplicably driven him away with her silent treatment. Yue felt a pang of guilt and unease. Go away, she chided herself, her self-indulgent and wretched pride hampering her resolve. Suddenly, she stood up with a start, the little tiger anxiously kneading her paws. After much contemplation, she vigorously shook the water from her fur, ultimately deciding it would be better to apologize to the Black Panther for her earlier demeanor. With renewed determination, she set off towards the Black Panther's cave, guided by the memories of their time together. Little did she know, as she walked, that, crash, Yue suddenly dared to speculate that perhaps she had traversed into another realm accompanied by a divine rainbringer. Alas, why did it begin to rain the moment she stepped outside? The little tiger, who was initially filled with confidence, was drenched by the downpour, leaving her utterly disoriented as the relentless raindrops battered her, still reeling from the previous storm. Yue stood awkwardly in the rain, glancing at the road ahead. At this moment, she appeared as though she had been compelled to seek refuge from the downpour. Why did her image in Bao Bao's eyes increasingly resemble that of an ungrateful wretch? Perhaps it would be wiser to return today and venture out again tomorrow? As Yue hesitated once more, she ultimately turned away, reluctant to disturb Bao Bao in such circumstances. The little tiger ambled back, when suddenly, amidst the deafening sound of rain, a sigh seemed to resonate. And then Jin Nan appeared, helplessly picking up the prideful yet suffering tiger from the ground. In an instant, Huzi found solace once more in his warm embrace. Her small paw rested against his sturdy chest, and unable to contain her joy, Yue exclaimed, Bao Bao, why are you here? I intended to apologize. I shouldn't have subjected you to my inexplicable coldness. Jin Nan could not comprehend her hurried words, but could discern her evident happiness through her sparkling eyes. As rainwater cascaded into her open mouth, Jin Nan stifled a smile, playfully covering her incessant chattering mouth, suggesting that whatever she had to say could wait until later. The frigid raindrops coursed over his gentle yet striking features. And Yue found him to be a perplexing contradiction. While he appeared so tender and polite, his seemingly innocuous gaze sent a shiver down her spine. Thus, rescued by Bao Bao, Yue nestled comfortably in the handsome man's embrace, reluctantly relishing the warmth of the fire. At that moment, she thought perhaps it was not so shameful to be a pet. After all, she was no longer human. Jin Nan gently stroked the little white tiger's fur, breaking the silence with his deep, melodious voice that enveloped her from above. Have you made up your mind? Would you like to stay? He then playfully squeezed her tiny paw. Upon hearing his enticing words, Yue instinctively pressed her ears down, leaping from Jin Nan's embrace. Casting a worried glance at the Black Panther, for she had long harbored a question, noticing Jin Nan's unwavering focus on her, the little tiger let out a couple of playful growls, then wobbled to her feet, raising her front paws high and taking a few unsteady steps, ultimately pointing a tiny paw at Jin Nan. Watching the little creature's animated performance, Jin Nan raised an intrigued eyebrow and asked with a smile, Are you curious about how I can transform into a human? Before Yue could eagerly nod, he suddenly leaned closer, tilting his head and casually propping his face with one hand while gently tapping her brow with the other. Because I possess this. Upon hearing the anticipated response, Yue was uncertain whether to feel a twinge of sadness. Dazed, she reached out to touch her own tiger head, realizing she lacked that stone. Neither the silver wolf that saved her nor the tiger that pursued her possessed it. Thus, she was not truly a beast man, was she? Even in a world where beastmen existed, she might not be one. And what of the man who claimed to be her father? Could a beastman give birth to a creature that could not transform into a human? Jin Nan observed the dazed little tiger, gently ruffling her fur, and with a self-deprecating chuckle, casually remarked, What is so great about being a beastman? It's far better to be a wild beast, free and unfettered. As Yue glanced up in a daze, she discerned the disdain and mockery in his tone. Curiosity suddenly piqued within her about his past. What circumstances had led him to navigate this perilous forest alone? The little tiger, who had been wallowing in solitude moments ago, now found concern for another, shedding its own sorrow. It nestled comfortably in Shan Nan's embrace, offering its unique warmth as a small token of solace, silently conveying its choice to the Black Panther. Shan Nan, showing a playful indulgence, affectionately ruffled the little tiger's belly for a while before, with a smile, declaring, I shall go hunt. And then he departed, leaving Yue behind. Yue. Behold, how responsible and attentive the new meal ticket is. After a long day of exertion, Yue finally indulged in a hearty meal, comfortably nestled beside Shernan. Her small belly contentedly sprawled out as she curiously observed him grinding a black bone. The pure black hue of the bone instantly reminded her of the completely black creatures that had appeared across the river today. With this thought, the little tiger immediately straightened her posture, attentively fixating on Shernan's work. These were the bones of the fallen beasts. Only such creatures could transition from beast skin to beast bone in such a manner. Noticing her perplexity, Shernan casually offered an explanation. Upon hearing the information she yearned for, Yue perked up her ears and gazed up at the Black Panther with wide, eager eyes. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Shernan chuckled softly, using the razor-sharp black bone knife in his hand to tap lightly on his brow. If a beastman's core is seized or shattered, they will lose their rationality, transforming into fallen beasts, becoming targets for extermination among their kind. The little tiger hurriedly approached, extending her tiny paw to grasp the hand wielding the knife without care. Why is this child playing recklessly with a blade? Such behavior is perilous. Shernan regarded his concerned little tiger, a flicker of dark light glinting in his amber eyes. As his deep, husky voice resonated once more, fallen beasts oscillate between lucidity and madness, unable to rein in their instinctual pursuit of blood. Yue remained unresponsive. Could it be that this topic eludes the understanding of the tiger? Shernan, undeterred, leaned closer, half coaxing and half intimidating, whispering into her ear that they were devoid of reason. One moment they could greet you with a smile, and the next, they might rend you to pieces. Yue gently pressed her sensitive little ears and pushed away the handsome face that had drawn close with a paw. Beyond that, she exhibited no further reaction. Shernan, unwilling to relent, murmured once more that the body of the fallen beast would transition from its darkened fur to its very bones, entirely shrouded in pitch black. He hesitated for a moment before adding, akin to myself. The crane returned tried. Yu, unable to contain her frustration any longer, lunged at Shernan, sinking her teeth into his fur coat. The situation had truly taken a dark turn. What exactly was this hybrid leopard attempting to prove? After much ado, what was the point of comparison? With no tail to grasp and unwilling to mar the smooth, exquisite skin of the leopard, she reluctantly resorted to venting her ire upon the fur of the Black Panther. Observing the little tiger, who remained utterly unperturbed, Shernan felt an unusual sense of defeat wash over him. After pondering for a moment, he unexpectedly transformed into a Black Panther, swiftly pouncing on the bewildered Yu. His powerful paws firmly pinned down the little white tiger as he began to lick her from head to tail. Yu, struggling in vain, could only utter, "Help." The following morning, when Yu opened her eyes, she discovered that the Black Panther had long since vanished. Eagerly, she scampered outside to see if Bao Bao was basking in the sun, but after a thorough search, she found no trace of him. The little tiger sprawled lazily on a small stone beside the cave, feeling both restless and uncomfortable under the scorching sun. Nonetheless, she languidly flicked her tail, reasoning that sunbathing was beneficial for her health. After all, hadn't she seen how much Bao Bao relished soaking up the sun, growing so robust in the process? Despite feeling lightheaded from the heat, the little tiger lamented Bao Bao's absence. She realized, albeit slowly, that sunbathing was more unbearable than getting drenched in rain. With a sudden urge, she decided to stand up and retreat to the tree hollow, thinking that those who enjoyed sunbathing could indulge as they pleased. Just as she rose, her eyes caught sight of a long-necked deer approaching the distance. A giraffe? At that moment, a sharp pain pierced her eyes, startling her into closing them tightly. When she finally managed to crack them open, the world before her appeared a kaleidoscope of colors, blurring her vision. As she painfully shut her eyes once more, Yu vaguely discerned the hazy figure of the Black Panther rushing toward her. Why is she not awake yet? The indifferent voice of Shernan carried a hint of chill. I already mentioned that her fate rests in her own hands. Yu, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, wondering how such a notoriously fierce being could be so chatty. Since the arrival of this little tiger, he had been asked 8 times about her condition. If her brother wasn't annoyed, he certainly was. The youth's raven hair cascaded down to his slender waist, contrasting beautifully with his pure white feathers, creating a striking interplay of black and white that was both lively and captivating. At this moment, he was curiously surveying the man before him, who had instilled a sense of impending dread throughout the tribe. A glimmer of gossip danced in his clear eyes. Was he this guy supposed to avoid interactions with beastmen? When had he even acquired a cub? Shernan raised his exquisitely shaped brows, casting a languid glance over, causing Yu to shiver slightly as he stealthily hid behind another elegant figure nearby. Eachin pinched the bridge of his nose, tolerantly allowing his foolish younger brother to use him as a shield. After a brief moment of hesitation, he spoke. The reason for her fainting is challenging to ascertain. Thus it's impossible to provide targeted treatment. However, Ling Xianhua has already been administered to her. We can only wait for her to awaken. His gentle voice resonated like the sound of jade, harmonizing with his tall and graceful stature. If Shernan represented a carefully crafted facade of good temper, Eachin embodied a true gentleness, akin to a soft breeze brushing against one's face. Upon awakening, Yi was greeted by the unfamiliar voice of a man, akin to the gentle flow of a clear spring. Startled, the little tiger sprang up, her eyes wide and intent upon the pale and slender figure beside her. She often felt that Bao Bao was somewhat peculiar. Each tender caress and his husky, soothing whispers brought her both delight and a tinge of unease. Initially, she attributed her inability to relax to Bao Bao's formidable presence, but in the presence of someone genuinely gentle, she recognized how disconcerting the warmth she once felt truly was. Recalling the Black Panther during the last slaughter of the fallen beasts, efficiently and ruthlessly reaping the lives of his foes, she realized he resembled an emotionless killing machine. Indeed, in battle, he was a harbinger of death. He was well-versed in combat and slaughter, leading her to ponder if Bao Bao was not inherently a gentle creature, but rather a cold and powerful lord. With tenderness merely a fade he chose to don, his soft-spoken words often laced with seduction. Watching the little white tiger finally awaken, Sinan observed her distraction as she gazed intently at others. With a gentle flick of his cool fingertips, he roused you from her stupor. See, I told you he is not a good person at heart, she thought, fiercely extending a tiny paw towards him, warning him not to interrupt her contemplation. Hichin, noticing that the patient, a potential source of danger, had awakened, relaxed his long, delicate brows and crouched down to gently squeeze the little tiger's paw, inquiring softly, could you enlighten me on the circumstances surrounding your fainting today? Or what transpired beforehand? The tender presence of the handsome man made Yu unusually bashful, prompting her to withdraw her paw and clamber onto Bao Bao. Sinan, cradling the shy little tiger, noted how her small head nestled tightly against him, mistakenly believing her fear was directed at outsiders. He chuckled softly, stroking her fur with his fingers. After a brief hesitation, as if considering something, he added, she is merely a little tiger and cannot answer your questions. Yu, having feigned sleep for some time, curiously peered out from behind his brother, exclaiming, not a beast man? So she is not your biological kin? Hichin was momentarily taken aback, then noticed the absence of a beast core on the little tiger's forehead, furrowing his brow. This posed a dilemma, without means of communication. Discerning the reason behind her fainting would be impossible. Should another incident occur, the Black Panther might once again wreak havoc upon the Higui tribe. At that moment, Yu realized the importance of the inquiry and asked why she had fainted, eager to know herself. She patted Bao Bao's arm, urging him to set her down. The little tiger then began an animated performance, lifting her paw to point at the sky, first exposing her small belly, then splaying her forelimbs on the ground. Rolling over as if basking in the sun, she glanced upward, quickly covering her eyes with her tiny paws, and finally collapsed to the ground, feigning unconsciousness. Sinan, with a serious expression, remarked, your performance was overly dramatic. In a moment of playful retribution, Yu extended her small claws and playfully scratched someone's leg. Before retreating to a corner to sulk in solitude, Shan Nan maintained a gentle smile that lingered, as he squatted down to affectionately pinch her ear while basking in the sunlight. Soon, however, his eyes began to ache, and he subsequently fainted. The little tiger promptly turned around, nodding affirmatively. Shan Nan then glanced towards Hichin, who stood with his slender hands clasped behind his back. Pondering for a moment, had he ever noticed his sensitivity to sunlight before? After pondering for quite some time, Yu recalled the last time when a faint beam of sunlight filtering through the tree shadows had caused her eyes to ache. Hesitantly, she nodded. Hee. The sound of roasting meat made Hichin furrow his brow. He had encountered orcs and animals that feared sunlight before, but witnessing such a severe reaction was a first for him. Uncertain of the cause, he could only entrust Shernan to ensure she was exposed to sunlight less frequently in the future. On the way home, the little tiger nestled on the shoulder of the leopard, waving her tiny paws in farewell to the gentle and handsome man. Hichin chuckled softly and waved back at her. Beside him, Yu couldn't help but inquire, brother, are there really such intelligent beasts? She truly isn't an orc. Is she? Isn't she Shernan's offspring? Hichin shook his head, equally perplexed. Perhaps every creature has its own unique destiny. As they walked back, Yu persistently lifted her little head, glancing left and right, meticulously observing the leopard's face. What are you looking at? Shernan's languid voice broke the silence. The little tiger immediately clung to his neck, affectionately nuzzling her face against him. Oh, nothing much, just admiring a handsome guy. Unaware of her subtle intentions, Shernan calmly stated that he would teach her combat tomorrow. Upon noticing her curious little ears perk up, he gently tousled her head, explaining that it was not merely about hunting, but rather about fighting. Do you wish to grow stronger? Of course, I do, leopard, Yu exclaimed excitedly, nodding her head vigorously, unable to articulate her current joy, only able to wag her tail like a cheerful puppy, observing her tail flailing about. Shernan helplessly reached out to scratch her little chin, asking, are you hungry? The little tiger promptly bit down on his finger, gazing up at him with eager eyes, her actions conveying that she was indeed very, very hungry. Spotting a distant, indistinct cave, Shernan withdrew his finger, pressing down on the mischievous tiger's mouth. We're almost home. Little tiger. Yu's reluctant turn of her head made the name Huzai sound rather foolish. Though she was a tiger, she was also a beautiful tigress. Such a silly name seemed unbefitting. Nevertheless, Shinnan appeared quite pleased with her whimsical choice and resolved to bestow this name upon the little tiger. Yue, your lofty ideals are commendable, yet you call yourself Shannon, while I shall refer to you as Tiger. Upon returning to the cave, Shannon carelessly tossed the little tiger inside and turned to venture out for hunting. However, Yue, with her keen eyes, noticed a long-necked deer discarded to the side. With a playful yelp, she called out to the Black Panther and scampered over to grasp the deer's leg with her mouth, tugging at it while gazing up at the panther with eager eyes. Is there not still some left? Shannon chuckled softly and remarked, this is no longer fresh. Do not indulge in it. I shall procure a new one. With that, he reached out to lift her up. Yu nimbly evaded his grasp, her mouth firmly clinging to the deer's leg, her eyes still yearningly fixed on Shannon. We must not waste food, she thought. Shannon, with a sigh of resignation, regarded the stubborn child, pinching the bridge of his nose, and could only indulge her whims with good humor. Suddenly, he conjured a black dagger in his palm, resembling the one he had sharpened himself the day before, and with swift precision, he began to dismember the carcass of the long-necked deer. Yu could not discern the true extent of his power, even without his robust claws and sharp teeth. He effortlessly severed the bones of his prey with nothing more than a freshly honed dagger. After toiling for a considerable time, he meticulously divided the deer meat into neat portions. Yu stealthily appropriated the largest piece, having coveted it for quite some time. Shannon noticed her little act but chose to ignore it, continuing patiently with the dismemberment of the giraffe's flesh. After a while, his adept skill enabled him to flawlessly dismantle the quarry, and he then turned to leave. Yu, unperturbed by curiosity, remained focused on gnawing the morsels of flesh beneath her claws. Seizing the opportunity while Shannon was away, she ventured once more to the pile of meat, selecting 2 favorite pieces to stash away. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from outside, startling Yu to the point of nearly choking on the meat in her mouth. Coughing vigorously, she hurried outside, only to behold Leopard leisurely strolling back, effortlessly carrying a tree as thick as 2 men embracing. Ah! The casual capture of wild creatures and the indiscriminate felling of forest trees. If Leopard were to be caught now, he would undoubtedly face a lengthy imprisonment. After a discreet moment of critique, Yu observed as he skillfully snapped several large branches and carried them into the cave. Eager to assist, she promptly picked up a few smaller twigs, scampering after Leopard. Once the firewood was prepared, Shannon retrieved 2 flint stones from his storage, creating a series of sparks that ignited the fire. In that moment, under Yu's astonished gaze, he skewered pieces of meat onto the branches and placed them over the flames to roast. To her surprise, Leopard possessed the skill to cook meat. She had presumed that the beastmen here had yet to reach the stage of consuming cooked food. Yu awkwardly rubbed her little paws, yet could not resist the longing for the cooked meat. Mustering her courage, she picked up the half-eaten piece of meat and eagerly approached Shunan's side. Shunan, perceiving her subtle intentions, looked at her with a mischievous smile and inquired, Do you wish to have some? The little tiger nodded. However, Shunan continued, But you have already consumed half of it. The skewer cannot penetrate, rendering it impossible to roast. As Yu scampered over to the corner, she eagerly retrieved the hidden morsels of meat, presenting them meticulously before the Black Panther. You've certainly pilfered quite a bounty, he remarked with amusement, playfully flicking the little tiger's ear, only to witness her indignantly extend her claws in retaliation. Ahem, I shall commence the roasting of meat now, he declared with a sense of righteous authority, causing the little tiger to obediently sit still, not daring to move. Yunan then conjured a bamboo tube, and upon opening it, revealed an astonishing collection of coarse salt crystals within. Curious, Yu peered into the bamboo tube as she clutched his hand, discovering that he indeed possessed salt. Seeing her interest, Sinan casually explained that he had obtained it from the aquatic tribe on Lone Rong Island. Though he was uncertain of its origin, it enhanced the flavor of meat. For the sake of such a trivial item, that black mackerel had pursued me relentlessly for several days. Yu, if one snatches another's belongings, who else shall they pursue if not the thief? As Yu observed him recklessly sprinkling generous amounts of salt onto the grilled meat, her heart ached profoundly. She had struggled for days after snatching a small portion, revealing the preciousness of salt in this place. If only she could transform into a human, she would never allow such wastefulness. Watching Bao Bao skillfully prepare the meat, the little tiger's mouth watered in anticipation. After a while, Shannan picked up the sizzling, oil-dripping meat and tantalizingly waved it in front of the little tiger. As the skewers of meat shifted with the roasted delicacies, Yu's tiger head toy swiveled in unison, fixated on the succulent meat. Observing the tantalizing drips of oil cascading from the skewers, she felt an irresistible urge to extend her tongue and catch a taste. After luring her with temptation, Senan turned away, feigning indifference, and set the scorching skewer aside, declaring that it was too hot to consume at present. Yu paid no heed to this. She turned to roast new skewers of meat, tiptoeing quietly to the side of the grill. Swiftly, she opened her mouth and bit down on the topmost piece of meat, only to be scalded and leap back in surprise. As the little tiger yelped in pain, Senan decided not to tease her further. He quickly retrieved a small item from his space and placed it in her mouth. The red flamingo offered a familiar, icy sensation. Ah! It was that little blue mushroom from last time. No, this one was called the blue cool mushroom, as the leopard had mentioned. This peculiar item proved to be quite effective. The cooling blue cool mushroom melted instantly in her mouth, transforming into a refreshing liquid that soothed Yu's burns, gently flowing down her esophagus into the little tiger's stomach, making her shiver with relief. With the fiery sensation dissipated, the little tiger quickly forgot her pain. Her attention easily diverted. Her eyes darted towards Senan, marveling at how his space was like a treasure chest, brimming with all sorts of wonders. Curiously, she scanned the area, but could not discern the vessel of leopard's space. Did spaces in novels not usually reside within rings or bracelets? Intrigued, she circled around leopard. Noticing he bore no scars on his body, save for a remarkably soft beast-skin skirt, Senin, unaware that she was curious about his space, assumed she was eager to eat meat and sought to keep her occupied. After a moment of contemplation, he rummaged through his space and finally unearthed a vibrant orange-red feather. The brilliant plume appeared more fervent than flames, exquisitely crafted and unique. He then retrieved a bundle of fine silk thread. His tall, upright stature was advantageous for the task at hand. With a graceful flick, he suspended the feather from the cave ceiling using the almost translucent silk thread, which swayed gently in the air, so fragile it seemed it could hardly support a feather. The little tiger curiously followed leopard, intrigued by this peculiar method of preparation. Unexpectedly, Senin crouched in front of her, his long fingers tapping her bewildered tiger head, succinctly stating, "Did you not wish to grow stronger? First, bring down that feather." Yue pondered. What nonsense is this while I am eating? Yet, despite her reluctance, she found herself unable to defy the tasks assigned by Teacher Bao. After all, she was determined to grow stronger. She was, after all, a tiger driven by ambition. Eventually, the little tiger hesitated, swallowed hard, and cast a reluctant glance at the sizzling, succulent roasted meat. You mustn't steal a bite, you know. Surprisingly, Dunnan grasped her sentiment, and a low, melodic laughter escaped his throat. Do not worry, should I indulge? I will certainly share with you. Yue found it rather peculiar, firmly convinced that Bao Bao would never deceive her, and confidently dashed off to seize the feather. Huzi, initially cautious, circled the plume, observing its inviting appearance. It didn't seem particularly high, and surely Bao Bao wouldn't underestimate this fierce tiger. Although she was weaker, she believed she could manage this challenge. The disdainful little tiger, lacking the motivation to build up her strength, sprang directly upward with fervor. With a thud, the little tiger awkwardly shook her head as she rose from the ground, realizing her earlier carelessness. Indeed, one should never underestimate anything. Filled with determination, she clenched her claws and prepared for another attempt. With a resounding thump, her efforts yielded yet another unexpected failure. What was the matter with this feather? Each time she thought she was close to grasping it, it would flutter upward, and the higher she leaped, the further it was carried away by the gust of wind. Without lifting his gaze, Nanan casually turned the skewered meat in his hands and explained nonchalantly, "That is a feather from the flamingo tribe, the lightest among all avian species. Even the slightest breath can send it soaring, let alone the powerful winds generated by your leaps." As Yu eagerly approached him, her large eyes sparkled with a sincere thirst for knowledge. "Red canary, isn't that a flamingo? Are the flamingos here adorned with such unique feathers?" After a hearty pat on her head, Sunan chuckled, "I'll take you to catch one." Following an enticing promise from leopard, the little tiger composed herself, realizing that although pouncing on this feather seemed challenging, it indeed presented an excellent opportunity for practice. She turned and dashed off, ready to leap for the feather once more. Days later, Yu inquired, "What are we catching? Why didn't you clarify that it was also a beast back then?" After a long day of exertion, the tiger found herself panting heavily on the ground. Confronting this feather proved to be the greatest challenge of her beastly life. She could not simply pounce blindly. She had to calculate the appropriate speed and force, for a gentle leap would not suffice, while a forceful one would send the feather soaring even higher. With a serious expression adorning her delicate face, Yu intently observed the feather dancing in the breeze for quite some time. Unconsciously lifting her small paw to scratch her cheek, she pondered how to ensure both strength and a controlled airflow. Noticing her focused demeanor, Sunan momentarily forgot his growling stomach and cleared his throat softly. "It's time to eat meat." He then waved a skewer of roasted meat that had cooled sufficiently. Instantly, the little tiger perked up her ears, scampering over with enthusiasm to partake in the meal. As Sunan set down the skewer, he watched the little tiger devour the meat with joyful abandon, yet a peculiar feeling lingered within him. After a moment's contemplation, he picked a leaf, removed a piece of meat from the skewer, placed it on the leaf, and offered it to Yu. Yu looked up in surprise at him, joyfully wagging her tail and letting out a howl infused with gratitude. Shan Nan remarked, "What is happening? Why does it seem like she is becoming more and more like a dog?" He pinched his prominent nose bridge and let out a deep sigh. "Never mind. It is better not to see." Shan Nan, with his long hands clasped behind his head, reclined lazily. As he lifted his eyelids, he unexpectedly caught sight of the emptiness of his cave. Shan Nan pondered, how had he spent those past years, so destitute that he lacked even a proper den? Yue could not comprehend why the seemingly formidable Black Panther, who held himself in such high regard in front of outsiders, appeared so pitiable and private. Within his cave, he resembled a mere guest, having to endure the discomfort of sleeping on the cold ground each night. Meanwhile, the little tiger, oblivious and carefree, devoured his meal with an expression of sheer delight, while still managing to express concern for the panther. Particularly, Jito noticed that Shonen was carelessly sprawled on the floor. Previously, when the panther was in his prime, such sights elicited little thought, yet now, observing the pronounced muscle definition of his sinewy arms and slender waist pressed against the frigid, filthy ground, it seemed a tragic waste. After a moment's reflection, he leapt onto the panther's body, instinctively placing his greasy little paws on the panther's fair and pristine abdomen and chest. "Awu, why aren't you eating, Bao Bao?" Shonen stared at the oil-stained paw prints on his body, holding his breath, uncertain of how to dislodge the mischievous little creature. Ultimately, he let out a resigned sigh. However, an idea suddenly crossed his mind. A faint smile graced his lips as he sat up, lifting the little tiger and shaking him gently, asking, "Have you had enough to eat?" Yue remained oblivious to his subtle, sinister smile. She hesitated, slightly nodding her head, feeling that she was nearly full. Consuming too much greasy food was indeed detrimental to digestion. Having eaten our fill, shall we take a bath? With decisive words, Shernan lifted the little tiger and headed outside. Yue, bewildered, was held aloft by him, her 4 little legs swaying unsteadily with his stride. How did the conversation shift from dining to bathing? Compliantly, she was brought to the riverbank, where Zenon leapt into the water, gently submerging the little tiger. Only then did Yue belatedly begin to struggle, determined to wash herself without assistance. Zenon, interpreting her reluctance as an aversion to bathing, tenderly massaged the tiger's fur while his voice remained stern and resolute, forbidding any movement until the washing was complete and sleep could follow. His deep, gravelly tone enveloped Yue's ears, causing her sensitive tiger ears to perk up. She kicked at his hand with her little legs, confused and protesting, wondering why he was using his voice to tempt her while she was already in the midst of her bath. As a member of a marginalized group, the little tiger found herself powerless against the earnest intentions of the Black Panther who sought to cleanse her dirty fur. Reluctantly, Yue became a mere garment to be scrubbed and washed, transitioning from initial embarrassment to a state of numb acceptance. Let it be, she thought, quickly adjusting to her identity. After all, she was not human, merely an emotionless little tiger, untroubled by awkwardness or shame. The handsome man worked diligently under the moonlight, and after a while, Zenon instinctively swung his arm, shaking the now clean little tiger, who had been turned and flipped in a meticulous washing process. Indeed, he shook her off. Yue felt as though she had briefly experienced the dizzying rush of a high-speed pendulum, her mind spinning, unable to react for quite some time. Shernan paused, a rare hint of guilt flickering across his face, and awkwardly placed the little tiger on his shoulder, gently stroking its head, assuring it that all would be well with a moment's rest. Having said that, he paid no heed to whether the little tiger would indeed recover, and bent down to begin washing himself. Under the moonlight, a delicate stream of water cascaded over him, shimmering and reflecting the silvery glow, winding down from his chest and back like enticing droplets of sweat, reluctant to leave the contours of his sculpted, alluring physique, a sight utterly captivating. Unfortunately, Yue could not appreciate it. She could only think how foolish Bao Bao was for choosing to bathe in the dead of night instead of during the day. Was the chilly moonlight and the biting wind truly comfortable? The little tiger, soaked and shivering, felt miserable, unexpectedly subjected to the cold river water after having narrowly escaped the rain god's wrath. She shifted her small feet, awkwardly leaning against the Black Panther's neck, trembling as she awaited his completion. But in an instant, she lost her footing and tumbled back, her tiny paws scrambling desperately to grasp Shernan's shoulder. But the surface was too slick to hold. In a heartbeat, she slid down his back and into the water, flailing in a panic, attempting to catch hold of his fur skirt, only to find herself clutching his strong waist instead. The skirt. Her little paws clung tightly around his waist, fearful of slipping further down. How could he be so brazenly bare? It turned out that the fur skirt, which had magically transformed from his pelage, was indeed adjustable, vanishing during his bath, a remarkably thoughtful design. The little tiger, in a state of disarray, clung to the Black Panther's waist, realizing she could no longer maintain her grip. Just as she was about to slide down, Yue pondered why he hadn't come to her rescue, when suddenly Shernan's lazy, melodious laughter reached her ears, igniting an involuntary relaxation within her, causing her to plummet into the water with a splash. In a state of frantic confusion, the little tiger floundered, too terrified to approach Shernan, fearing she might touch something she ought not. Having enjoyed his amusement, Shernan scooped up the determined little tiger, carrying her back to the shore. The moment they emerged, a fur skirt reappeared around his waist, his own pelage easily manipulated. Returning to the cave against the biting cold wind, Shernan felt no chill, but the little tiger trembled incessantly. He scoffed lightly, lamenting how weak his little tiger had become. After a while, with a stoic expression, she found herself draped like an article of clothing over the fire pit, warming up under Shernan's careful gaze. She had become accustomed to this, trusting that he would not inadvertently drop her into the flames. Yet, today he had engaged in several reckless acts, leaving her doubtful of his reliability. As Shernan felt she was sufficiently warmed, he turned to survey the spacious cave, once again regretting his past negligence. It seemed he needed to remember to keep the pelts after hunting. Indeed, raising a family was a hassle. Transforming back into the Black Panther, he proudly examined the thoroughly cleaned little tiger, then pressed her beneath his paw, meticulously grooming her head, before releasing the squirming creature and leisurely making his way to the fire. As a purely wild creature, the little tiger naturally preferred the panther's beastly form. Despite the fact that the large black cat had just pinned her down upon their reunion, Yue felt a surge of joy as she circled around him, eventually bounding onto his fluffy paw, gazing up with curiosity. You know it's uncomfortable to sleep on the bare ground in human form, don't you, Bao Bao? Shernan glanced at the energetic little tiger, unwilling to engage her, pondering how to coax the restless child to sleep. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly stretched his neck, and the looming dark clouds above cast a shadow as his large panther head pressed down upon the little tiger beneath him. As Yu regained her senses and attempted to rise, her efforts to break free were thwarted by the heavy weight of the leopard's head pressing down upon her, rendering her unable to even turn over. The caged tiger, in a state of resignation, ultimately surrendered, panting heavily as she nestled between the leopard's neck. Amused by her predicament, Yu thought to herself that it was rather warm here, and soon she drifted into a drowsy slumber, enveloped in the softness of the leopard's fur. Shannan, observing that the little tiger had finally ceased her movements, closed his eyes and succumbed to a deep sleep, exuding an air of tranquility. Meanwhile, the little tiger, though appearing to be at rest, had actually been awake for quite some time. Amusing herself, she playfully scratched at the black panther's face with her tiny claws. How dull it was. When would the leopard awaken? If he tarried too long, his little tiger would perish, a tragic fate indeed. The once-spirited claws of the tiger, nourished by abundant food and drink, found the panther's glossy coat akin to a mere tickle as the black panther remained unfazed. Allowing the mischievous cub to sharpen her claws against his face, Yu felt as though her nails were being worn down to nubs, and the slumbering giant remained unresponsive. Awake. Awake. Frustrated by her failed attempts, the little tiger nudged around, realizing she could not escape the overwhelming weight of her confinement. With great effort, she managed to turn over, panting from exhaustion, harboring resentment towards the heavy-headed creature that slept so soundly. After catching her breath, she lay on her back, gazing at the black panther's stoic and unyielding visage for what felt like an eternity. Finally, her eyes darted mischievously before she extended a paw to tease the panther's whiskers, perhaps plotting some mischief. With a wicked glint in her eye, she fixated on the soft, drooping lip of the dark feline and, after a moment of contemplation, seized it without hesitation, tugging playfully. With a resigned sigh, the panther, not wishing to endure the little tiger's peculiar torment any longer, lifted his head in exasperation. The tiger, still clinging to the panther's lip, was lifted along with him, causing half of the panther's handsome face to stretch comically, a mix of indignation and innocence. Realizing her newfound freedom, the bewildered little tiger quickly released her grip and darted towards the cave entrance, eager to stretch her legs after such a stifling slumber. TSK. Observing the energetic little tiger scamper away, Shannan pondered whether she had indulged the cub too much, resolving to refrain from feeding her late into the night again. As the little tiger stepped outside, she was met with the ominous sight of swirling dark clouds, billowing and twisting in the tumultuous sky, enveloping the world in a gloomy shroud that allowed not a glimmer of light to penetrate, save for the occasional flicker of lightning. Surely, it cannot rain again. Yu was utterly overwhelmed by the relentless rainfall of this otherworldly realm, with torrential downpours occurring once every couple of days, lasting for half the day. She couldn't help but wonder if such deluges would indeed lead to flooding. Fearing her own ominous predictions, she shook her head to dispel the thoughts. Even before the rain began to fall, the chilling humidity swept down with the cold wind, causing the fur on her back to bristle with anticipation. As she felt the first few droplets land on her face, the little tiger wisely refrained from venturing out any further, promptly turning back to retreat into the cave. Stumbling and scurrying deep into the cavern, the little tiger shivered at the cold wind that pursued her, glancing at the black panther lying serenely, feigning slumber. Hesitantly, she edged closer. Leaning against the panther, she contemplated returning to her previous spot but, with Shannan's deliberate permission, Yu nestled comfortably beneath the great panther's head. Ah! This spot was indeed the warmest. Thus, the fluffy little tiger and the furry panther lay together, idly resting for half the morning. Shannan, I'm not bored. I simply enjoy sleeping. However, this comfortable yet monotonous existence caused Yu to lose track of time, believing she had been snuggled up to the panther for an entire day. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously as the storm swayed, while the little tiger quietly curled up in the crook of the panther's neck, idly toying with the panther's whiskers. Alas! She truly despised the rain. Suddenly, something stirred. The black panther, with its acute sensitivity, lifted its head, the pointed black ears twitching attentively before it lazily yawned. Gently placing the small white tiger aside, the panther meandered to the edge of the cave, transforming into human form with grace, and skillfully kindled the fire. Yu, why not light the campfire earlier, dear leopard? It is quite exhausting to huddle beneath such a large head. After attending to these matters, the sleek black panther gracefully sauntered outside at a leisurely pace. The little tiger, filled with curiosity, attempted to follow, scampering on her short legs in pursuit of the panther's hindquarters. Ultimately, without so much as a glance back, the panther elegantly halted her with a flick of its long tail, and as if to soothe her, it gently tapped the tip of her small head with its tail. Yu gazed longingly at the silhouette of Bao disappearing into the curtain of rain, uncertain of his purpose in braving the deluge. A flicker of concern crossed her mind. Yet she obediently turned back. The flames danced, and within the cave, the crackling of burning wood harmonized with the thunderous symphony of the storm outside, creating a warm and comforting atmosphere. The untamed tiger was now quietly lying beside the fire, staring vacantly at the distorted air above the flames, pondering the swirling currents and eddies within. With a sigh, he realized that snuggling with Bao was far more enjoyable. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the feather Bao had hung in the air yesterday. The little tiger's ears perked up, and she thought it better to engage in something meaningful rather than remain idle. With a newfound determination, Yuyue eagerly began her assault on the feather, launching into various maneuvers, leaping, pouncing, and landing. Yet, as the novelty began to wane, she remained immersed in the activity, her blood racing in pursuit of her feline instincts. The feather, light as a wisp of dust, fluttered and fell, constantly testing the limits of the young tiger. Unfortunately, Yuyue's endeavors were often marked by a lack of consistency. Her efforts were characterized by a promising start but frequently ended in clumsy tumbles. Time and again, she would stagger to her feet, shaking her head in annoyance. Her face momentarily contorted in pain. Deflated, she returned to the ground, reflecting on her practice. Why did it feel as though her jumps were becoming lower? After some contemplation, she realized the importance of mastering her landings. Running to the cave entrance, she opened her mouth to catch some rainwater and noted how accustomed she had become to the life of a wild animal. When hungry, she feasted on raw meat and insects. When thirsty, she drank rainwater and licked river water. The remnants of her human habits and principles seemed to fade. Gazing up at the sky, she watched the rain cascade down in unbroken lines, pondering whether one day she might forget her past as a talking, history-reciting biped. After so long as a beast, would she, like a fallen creature, lose her humanity and reason? Would she truly find happiness living out her days in this animalistic form? Yuyue pondered whether she had erred from the beginning, endowed with human wisdom yet feeling constrained in the wild. She resented relying on others for cooked food and felt discontented responding with mere growls when she wished to express herself. As she gazed at the imposing curtain of rain, a sudden realization struck her, and she was startled awake from her reverie. She found herself gasping for breath, cold sweat beading on her skin, and decided it was time to retreat deeper into the cave. Breathing heavily beside the warm fire, she reflected on her recent experience. It was not the first time she had been overwhelmed by a sudden wave of dark thoughts. Had she, in her travels, acquired the ability to summon such morbid reflections at will? She dismissed the notion she had no desire for an easy exit from life. Was the world too dull? Or had the handsome Baobao failed to be attentive? Nonetheless, these peculiar events consistently occurred on rainy days. Was it fate or mere coincidence? If it were fate, did the rain in this wild world grant her this peculiar ability? Or was it simply that her powers could only manifest in such weather? Yuyue shook her head, striving to avoid falling into a spiral of contemplation. With her current clues being scarce, overthinking would yield no answers. She was not one to dwell on trivial matters. Recalling her interrupted practice, she shook her hind legs, which had grown weary from repeated jumps. Yet, the little tiger, oblivious to the need for balance, believed perseverance was key to training and resolutely returned to her feather-bullying antics. After about a quarter of an hour of jumping and pouncing, Yuyue felt she had gradually acquired a sense of landing technique. As the saying goes, practice is the sole source of knowledge. Although her success rate was low, she had managed to land without falling on one occasion out of 3. With a glimmer of achievement, the little tiger felt a surge of excitement. She envisioned the day she would transform into a magnificent big cat, dreaming of playfully pinning Baobao down and grooming him as payback for her earlier humiliation. Thus, even as fatigue threatened to overwhelm her, she resolved to practice a few more times before Baobao's return, eager to showcase her efforts. However, during one leap, a sudden sharp pain gripped her belly, causing her to plummet once again. Curled up on the ground, she paused to gather herself. Realizing the discomfort was fleeting, perhaps she had simply strained her insides. Shrugging it off, she stood up, ready to continue her practice. Just as she rose, a faint scent of blood caught her attention. Cautiously, Yuyue peered out from behind a protruding rock, discovering Baobao entering the cave, carrying a prey covered in thick gray curls. Observing the cold yellow eyes of the panther, she sensed an air of lethal intensity emanating from him. The wildness of his presence enveloped her, his taut muscles brimming with untapped strength, clearly indicating he had just returned from a hunt. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Baobao paused momentarily, then shifted into human form, softening his demeanor and offering her a gentle smile. Yuyue, how infuriating, it seems I am living with a pervert. Does he not realize how strangely alluring his crimson lips appear when they curl ever so slightly? The fear of being ensnared by a venomous serpent sends a shiver down her spine. Could it be that Mad Baobao has been possessed? Despite her trepidation, Yuyue resolved to muster her courage and approach the man. With an outward display of composure, she tiptoed toward Baobao, ready to greet him with a cheerful howl. As a left-behind cub, she had to express her longing and joy upon her parents' return, yes, with determination. A sudden, intense cramp in her abdomen forced her to collapse to the ground, curled up in pain, as if a frenzied serpent was writhing within her, causing cold sweat to bead upon her brow. Oh my heavens, could it be that I tore my intestines during practice? Shernan hurried over and scooped up the little tiger, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What's wrong? Where does it hurt?" "Baobao, you haven't been possessed, have you?" Yuyue, too pained to move, found herself preoccupied with other thoughts. Fortunately, Shernan could not hear her musings, or he would surely be infuriated enough to flick her on the head. Straining to hold her belly with her front paws, an unexpected sense of stubbornness compelled her to grit her teeth and remain silent. Seeing her curled up and motionless, Shernan assumed she had fainted from the pain. Just as he was about to carry her outside, a sudden thought struck him. He dashed out, plucked a large leaf from a nearby tree, and returned to wrap the little tiger securely within it, cradling her close as he strode into the rain. In the crane returned tribe. "What brings you here again?" He asked with a yawn. Even his weariness could not obscure the youthful elegance radiating from him. "It's nearly dark. Why venture out into the rain again?" He cast a curious glance at the bundle of green leaves in Shernon's arms, wondering what precious treasure lay within. Perhaps it was some delectable fruit? A rare herb? Surely not roasted meat, for he did not enjoy it. "Please, come in," a gentle and warm voice invited. And Shernan was welcomed into the wooden dwelling by Hichin. Without granting the other a chance to speak, Shernan swiftly revealed the little tiger from his embrace, peeling back the leaves to gently place the dry cub upon a makeshift bed of hay. What could have caused her to suddenly faint from pain? Upon hearing this, Hichin hurried over to investigate. He noticed the little tiger curled up tightly, clutching her belly with her paws, and gently pressed on Uua's abdomen. Was it the handsome man's gentle pressure or his soothing words that allowed the little tiger to relax momentarily? She nodded slightly in response. Hichin, lost in thought, glanced at the torrential downpour outside, then retrieved a blade-like green herb from his leather pouch. He gently pried open the tiger's mouth and placed the herb inside, watching as it quickly transformed into a pink hue from her mouth. His normally gentle brow furrowed slightly. It was only when Shernon's icy gaze swept over him that Hichin realized she must have ingested rainwater, which had become undrinkable. Many beastmen who had consumed it experienced excruciating pain in their intestines as if they were being torn apart, lasting for several days, though they would not die immediately. Resurrected from the brink, Uua exclaimed in frustration, lamenting that she should not have ventured out for a mere drink. Subsequently, Hichin lifted his elegant brows to glance at Shannan, pausing momentarily. The rainy seasons of the past 2 years have become increasingly peculiar. Not only have the beasts exhibited strange behaviors, but many of the beastmen have also been affected. Are you telling me she has to endure this pain for several days? Hichin's words trailed off, interrupted succinctly by Shannan. He showed little interest in the specifics of the rainy season. His sole concern was to discover how to restore the little tiger's lively spirit from the morning. "You, speak up, let him say it. I want to hear." Hearing the chilling voice of Shinnan, laced with a hint of menace, Hichin lowered his head and gently stroked the tiger cub, his drooping eyelids allowing him to catch sight of the pained yet attentive ears of the little tiger, which were perked up in curiosity. With a light chuckle, he responded amiably, "The stomach ache is merely occasional, it won't persist. However, the banyan fruit might provide her some relief." At the mention of the banyan fruit, Shanann's delicate brows relaxed slightly, for there was indeed a banyan tree within the lair of that languid serpent. Suddenly noticing Hichin's small gesture, Shannan frowned and brushed his hand away. Now that there was a solution, she promptly scooped up the little tiger and prepared to head home. Just before exiting, she recalled something and, without looking back, tossed a green crystal core over her shoulder, a reward. He, quick on his feet, deftly caught it. "Brother, it's a green tierbeast core. That fellow is quite generous, unlike those from the leopard clan who, despite their lofty demeanor, are miserably stingy." With that, he cheerfully handed it to Hichin. Hichin shook his head meaningfully. He had no desire to take advantage of such a bargain, for that individual never engaged in unprofitable transactions. When Shannan hurriedly returned to the cave with you, the little one had already recovered somewhat, emerging from the tightly wrapped leaves and lethargically resting her small head on the shoulder of the leopard. Shannan gently patted her head, saying, "You stay here. I will fetch the banyan fruit." Without waiting for her response, he deftly set her down. "It's too late. We'll go tomorrow, leopard." The little tiger clutched a strand of Shinnan's cascading black hair, resolutely refusing to relent despite his coaxing. Shinnan, believing her health to be paramount, conjured a yellow tierbeast core in his palm. He waved it enticingly before her, his soothing voice enticing. "Do you remember the redstone from last time? This one is far superior. It will sharpen your fangs and claws." Upon hearing about the potential for strength, Yu was instantly captivated. Relinquishing her stubbornness and stretching out her small paw to grasp it, Shannan, not wishing to prolong the moment, promptly placed the beast core into her mouth. She eagerly swallowed, and the energy within the core immediately surged into action. The immense power was not something easily absorbed. Thus, the little tiger began to drift into a dream of strength, falling into a deep slumber. Shannan thought to himself that he had not misled her. The yellow tierbeast core contained more energy than the previous one, and consuming it would accelerate her growth, ultimately sharpening her claws. After adding more firewood to the blaze and surveying the empty cave, he noted that the only warm presence was the furry cotton beast sprawled on the ground. Regrettably, there was no time to skin it, so after a moment of hesitation, he laid the little tiger atop the cotton beast's body. The small white bundle nestled deeply into the soft fur. Once the tiger was settled, Shannan transformed into a black panther, shedding his languid demeanor and swiftly darting out. Meanwhile, sensing Shannan's departure, the long-dead cotton beast slowly opened its eyes. A gaping wound on its neck still dripped with fresh blood. After a moment's pause, it let out a heavy snort, exhaling warm air, and attempted once more to rise. Since awakening in this cave, it had repeated this action countless times during the Black Panther's absences. Unfortunately, its body, drained of blood, lacked the strength to support itself. The cotton beast emitted a mournful cry, its forehead throbbing as if something were trying to break free. Though lacking in intellect, its survival instinct refused to let go of this opportunity, especially with the powerful predator now away. At that moment, the sleeping Yu was engulfed in torment. her body feeling as though it were ablaze. The searing flames coursed through her veins, igniting her blood, which burst forth like fireworks in response to the inferno. Yue was abruptly awakened by pain, nestled among the warm, soft fur, with her eyes half closed. She hazily perceived what seemed to be a luminous white arm before swiftly succumbing once more to the abyss of unconsciousness. The solitary shonen, unaware of the limitations imposed by the fragile body of an orc cub, could not absorb crystals exceeding the orange tier prior to transformation. The consequences could range from excruciating bone-crushing spasms to a fatal rupture of the body. The rain had ceased at some point, leaving only the pitiful cries of the cotton beast echoing within the cave, a trickle of blood streaming down its forehead where a red crystal was embedded in the wound. Sensing newfound strength, the cotton beast excitedly attempted to rise once more, and this time it succeeded. The unprecedented vigor coursing through it made the creature stamp its feet restlessly before it charged forward with ferocity. The agitated cotton beast ran aimlessly through the rain-drenched forest, its sturdy hooves splashing water in all directions. Yuu's body was tossed about on the back of the cotton beast, leaving her in a state of disarray. Even in a state of faintness, she found no solace. Instead, she was ensnared in an unending nightmare. Within this dream, she transformed into a gray-furred sheep, larger than a bull, perpetually fleeing from various predators. The torment was unbearable, yet she was fortunate enough to escape death time and again. In her final encounter, she faced a bloodied leopard. The unfamiliar black panther fixated its cold, beastly gaze upon her, devoid of tenderness or mirth. Slowly, it extended its tongue to lick the corner of its mouth, emanating a terrifying aura that instilled a sense of despair, extinguishing any thoughts of escape. It was as if she foresaw her own demise. An overwhelming powerlessness rendered her feet seemingly nailed to the ground, unable to retreat or flee. No. This was not merely a sensation. Her mind felt ensnared, unable to steer her thoughts, as she could not resist the dream-esque design. Yue struggled to awaken. Yet she remained bound by the nightmare, as if held down by an unseen weight. Yue felt utterly miserable, even in her dreams. She wished to avoid the harrowing experience of being slain by the panther. In an instant, a colossal shadow leapt forth, pouncing upon her without a trace of hesitation. The sound of sharp fangs sinking into flesh was excruciating, and the sensation of her neck being pierced was far from pleasant. The panther's formidable bite force was suffocating. And soon, Yue found herself once again grappling with the anguish of impending death. It was only through death that the nightmare came to an end. As the gray-furred sheep in her dream finally ceased to breathe, Yue abruptly opened her eyes, gasping for air. Upon surveying her unfamiliar surroundings and feeling the intense jostling, the little tiger, disregarding her fatigue, anxiously stretched her head to peer through the gray fur before her. A sharp intake of breath escaped Yue. Where on earth had she been taken? The enchanting serpent, having evolved into a fantastical beast, suddenly possessed unimaginable power, and her excitement surged uncontrollably, leaving her disoriented. She felt an urgent and restless desire to dash through the forest, releasing the overwhelming energy within her. Amidst her frenzied sprinting, she could not help but emit excited howls, her coarse and raspy bleats echoing through the woods. Beasts that typically regarded the cotton beast as prey dared not approach. For animals that had evolved into fantastical beings were not to be trifled with. Only creatures of a higher rank could hope to subdue them. This was a common understanding in the Beastman continent, and wild animals instinctively knew to avoid danger. Observing the trees retreating around her and glancing down at the exuberant, frenetic gray sheep beneath her, Yue finally comprehended the origin of her dream. Wasn't this the very creature that had been captured by the panther? A flash of insight struck her. The scenes in her dream must have been the true experiences of this gray sheep. But why had she dreamt of the sheep's memories? Just as she recalled the wretched panther, Yue seethed inwardly, cursing the creature for having tricked her into consuming some ghastly substance that nearly brought her to her demise. And now she found herself inexplicably being carried around by this resurrected gray sheep. As Yue surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, she realized that remaining passive was not an option. She needed to seize an opportune moment to leap from the vehicle. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as a frisky cotton beast was sent flying by a powerful tail, inadvertently dragging an innocent little tiger into the chaos, who was also flung away in the commotion. Yet before hitting the ground, it was caught by a sinuous tail, red and black in hue. A sultry yet displeased voice chimed in, inquiring about the cotton beast's nocturnal antics. Shortly thereafter, the little tiger, dangling from the serpent's tail, was gracefully received by a pair of cold, snow-white hands. Meanwhile, in the dominion of the indigo serpent to the west, the brazen Tanan swaggered past Shilan's den after harvesting the fruits of the banyan tree. He calculated that the great serpent had not been particularly active of late, speculating that it might be in its molting phase. The thought of Shilan's delicate serpent skin brought a sly smile to Tanan's lips, his brow arching in mischief as a wicked glimmer flickered in his eyes. He resolved to procure some fine treasures from the languid serpent, crafting a skin pouch for his little tiger, thereby sparing it the need to venture into the rain wrapped in leaves. Within the cave, Shilan curled into a cozy slumber, while outside, the panther contemplated how to outsmart him. A quarter of an hour later, the cavern echoed with the indignant and frantic voice of the great serpent. Tanan, what do you, a male, want with my molted skin? Tanan was perplexed by the serpent's fury. After all, it sheds several skins each year. He could not comprehend the rationale behind hoarding such items, questioning whether they could even produce little serpents. Satisfied with his acquisition, Tanan was reminded of the little tiger, hoping it had not succumbed to pain before his return. Completing his mission, the panther hastily made his way back. As he stepped into the cave, an unsettling sensation washed over him. He keenly sensed the absence of the little tiger's presence. Frowning deeply, Tanan rushed inside to investigate, only to discover the cotton beast's corpse was also missing. Analyzing the traces left by the cotton beast, Tanan deduced the situation, his anger morphing into a sardonic smile, a feeling of being toyed with igniting his fury. Yet, he had no time to dwell on his rage, for he had also carelessly lost track of the little tiger, swiftly transforming back into a panther. He followed the lingering scent of the white tiger. Perhaps due to the torrential rain, the faint aroma of the little white tiger dissipated rapidly, and before long, Tanan found himself at a loss for direction. The pervasive scent of the cotton beast made him frown in confusion. Relying solely on instinct, he dashed in a chosen direction, running for an indeterminate time before finally catching a faint whiff of the little tiger amidst the grass. However, it was intermingled with an unfamiliar serpentine odor, reminiscent of the earth after a rainstorm. Had it not been for his keen sense of smell, he might have overlooked this subtle anomaly. Lowering his gaze to investigate further, he spotted the traces left by the serpent slithering. Just as he intended to follow the trail, he noticed that the rain-soaked soil was dotted with numerous puddles, effectively concealing the serpent's imprints. Gazing into the distance, Tanan clasped his hands behind his back and pondered that matters concerning the serpent tribe should be resolved by the serpent tribe itself. At that moment, the little tiger, the object of the panther's concern, lay nestled upon the soft form of the enchanting serpent, relishing the tender caress of the alluring creature. Gully, intrigued, stroked the little tiger's pure white fur, marveling at its rare coloration. Yuyue nodded, affirming, "Indeed, there is no tiger whiter than I." Gully puffed out her chest, suggesting, "Let us return home, dear sister. My strength is formidable. I shall certainly protect you." The little tiger shook her head in response, unwilling to abandon Bao Bao. Gully raised her powerful serpentine tail, asserting, "My hunting skills are exemplary. I guarantee you will dine and drink splendidly." Yet, the little tiger continued to shake her head, resolute in her desire to stay with Bao Bao. Despondently, the beautiful serpent lowered her head and sighed. With her exquisite and radiant visage, she leaned closer to Yuyue, her blue mark and fiery red hair complementing each other perfectly. The thick, cascading waves of her hair brushed against the little tiger's face, prompting her to retreat slightly, unable to suppress the ticklish sensation. "Do you fancy that cotton beast? I could catch a few more for you," Gully offered. However, the little tiger shook her head once more. She did not like that cotton beast, for had it not been so boisterous, it would not have found itself lost. Contemplating the foolish sheep that had been flung away by the beautiful sister due to its incessant bleeding, Yuyue gritted her teeth, envisioning myriad delectable dishes made from lamb. Meanwhile, the hapless sheep, oblivious to Yuyue's thoughts, had been frantically running for who knows how long, only to collide fortuitously with Sinan. His piercing gaze fell upon the erratic cotton beast ahead of him, and with a gentle smile, he raised the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, a gurgling sound erupted. Gully, surprised, touched the little tiger's sunken belly. "Oh dear, my little darling must be famished," she exclaimed. Quickly rummaging through her spatial storage, she produced several fist-sized, creamy white fruits and placed them beside Yuyue's tiny paws. The little tiger prodded at them with her paw, exclaiming, "Oh, they are still soft." Tentatively, she took a bite, and a rich, refreshing milky aroma filled her senses, a delightful blend of sweetness, rich yet not cloying. Yuyue had never tasted such exquisite fruit before. She savored it slowly, ultimately hiding the last one away, reluctant to consume it completely. Unaware of the little tiger's secretive act, Gully was busy arranging a temporary shelter they had recently discovered in a cave. For the little tiger, finding a cave or tree hollow to call home was akin to a Herculean task, yet for Gully and her companions, finding a temporary cave was merely a matter of convenience. If none could be found, they could simply excavate one from the rock face. With a flick of her wrist, Gully produced a thick hide, laying it upon the freshly gathered pile of leaves, crafting a simple yet comfortable bed. In the moonlit night, Yu marveled at the exquisite scene, where the leopard lay gracefully upon the ground. Once the sleeping area was tidied up, Gully nestled with the little tiger on the animal hide. The lengthy serpentine tail proved cumbersome for slumber, but with a mere thought, the striking red and black tail transformed into a pair of elegant, slender white legs. Yuyue could not resist the urge to gently touch. Wow, Gully was instantly amused, bursting into a melodious laughter. With her fair complexion, striking beauty, and long legs, complemented by that radiant smile, she exuded an irresistible charm. The little tiger, feeling shy, quietly retreated to a corner, lying down, for no matter how beautiful the elder sister appeared, she could not abandon her companion, Leopard, who was Sinan. The following dawn, the sky, clear and cloudless, unexpectedly began to drizzle. The gentle sound of raindrops roused Gully from her slumber, and as she opened her eyes, she noticed the absence of the little white tiger. Turning her head to survey the surroundings, she soon spotted the young tiger, who had awakened early, sitting idly at the cave entrance, staring blankly at the soft rain falling outside. With a delicate frown adorning her enchanting brows, Gully let out a soft sigh. With a graceful flick of her hand, she conjured 2 juicy fruits from her space. Silently, She coiled her serpent tail and glided towards the little tiger, bending down to peek out from beside Yue. Her flowing and vibrant curls barely brushed the ground as she unexpectedly inquired, "Are you missing home?" Yue was startled, her earlier melancholic thoughts dissipating in an instant. She gazed longingly at Gully, only to let out a deep sigh. The forest was vast. Could she ever return to Baobao's side? Memories of her first friend, the Totoro, flooded her mind. Parting ways had meant an everlasting farewell. Gully let out a soft huff, her slender fingers playfully tousling her fiery red hair. "It's not that I want to let you go, but rather that you cannot find your way home," she teased. After a brief pause, she continued to entice, "So why not obediently return home with me, With that, she waved a delicious fruit before Yue. "This fruit is delightful, and I have plenty at my home." No matter how delectable the fruit, it could never replace Baobao. Yue shook her head, her spirits dampened. Gully, with a hint of exasperation, patted her on the head and placed the fruit before her. Just as she was about to offer words of comfort, she suddenly straightened, her captivating eyes growing serious and cold as they fixed on the outside. Then, from a tree near the cave entrance, a visitor descended leisurely. "Is it you?" Gully and the man spoke in unison. A playful smirk appeared on Gully's lips. "Little Lon, this is your first time coming to seek me out, isn't it? Could it be that you miss me?" She arched her delicate waist closer, her slender fingers attempting to rest on his pale, chiseled chin. Shilon stepped back, unable to maintain his usual indifferent demeanor, his brow furrowed in distaste. "I'm not here for you." He glanced around, his eyes landing on the curious little tiger observing him. In a succinct tone, he delivered the message, "You have taken someone who does not belong to you." Noticing Gully's nonchalant expression, Shilon paused before continuing, "The rightful owner is Shan-nan. I advise you to be cautious." Having said this, he remained silent, casting a glance at the little tiger. Upon hearing the name Shan-nan, Gully was momentarily taken aback, dismissively shooting him a glance. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Shilon remained silent, merely regarding her with a cold stare. Unable to maintain her facade, Gully turned to Yue, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Little one, do you know this person? He claims he wants to take you home." Yue gazed blankly at Shilon, whose complexion was a cool white, with deep and clear contours of his brow and eyes. His indigo long curls were loosely tied at the back with a vine, presenting an appearance that was both clean and languid. He possessed a striking visage that could rival that of a leopard, yet his lake blue eyes, calm and unruffled, lent him an air of naivety. The little tiger shook his head as he observed, I don't recognize him." His gaze drifted downward, but the indigo serpent tail that gracefully undulated behind Shilon appeared remarkably familiar. By heavens, could this be the indigo serpent that was chased away by the black leopard's relentless paw strikes that day? Moreover, he emanated a scent that was oddly familiar. What could it be? Nevertheless, she dared not foolishly accompany him without further assurance. For her departure with the beautiful sister last night had been a choice devoid of options. Gully, noticing the little white tiger's reaction, helplessly shrugged her shoulders at Shilon, indicating that the creature did not recognize him. Observing the little tiger's wary gaze fixed upon him, Shilon pondered momentarily before slowly articulating, "It is Shan-nan who sent me." Yue tilted her head, pondering who Shan-nan might be. The little tiger's indifference caused even the typically laid-back snake to feel a pang of anxiety, as if she were compelled to face palm. Wasn't Shan-nan referring to a clever and lively little white tiger? How could this one appear so oblivious to his words? Observe, the little tiger neither recognized you nor Shan-nan. Surely you don't. Gully leaned languidly against the wall, her fingers entwined in her red hair, and began to chuckle teasingly. Shilon, unwilling to engage in her banter, averted her gaze and, with a stoic expression, coiled her serpentine tail and slumped to the ground, allowing her eyes to glaze over like stagnant water as she drifted into a reverie. Yue, brother, would you not persuade me a bit more? Perhaps I might just follow you after all." Shilon expressed his refusal, fully aware of his own laziness. Threatened by Shan-nan, he had reluctantly ventured out to seek the tiger, which had already pushed him to his daily limit of activity. Encountering that troublesome female snake only added to his exhaustion. Having consumed the monkey-scented fruit before his departure, he knew Shan-nan would soon track him down by the scent. And he had no desire to squander more time attempting to convince this foolish tiger. Gully was left speechless by his nonchalant demeanor, inwardly cursing the little brat for remaining unchanged. Yet, observing him sitting there with such confidence made her somewhat anxious. After all, she truly did not dare provoke Shan-nan. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she steeled herself, bent down to stroke the head of the little tiger, and said, "Sister is leaving now. If I don't, my life may very well be forfeit here. I promise I will return to see you." Having spoken, she placed the last 3 milk fruits remaining in her space before the little tiger. It was a pity. She had hoped to use these final fruits to entice the little tiger to accompany her home. Once Gully completed her actions, she prepared to depart. As she reached the cave's entrance, a sudden thought struck her. She retrieved an orange phantom beast core, turned back, and set it before Yue. "Clever little tiger. Please consume this as well. I hope to see you grow into a formidable being one day." With that, she cast a seductive glance at the dazed Shilon, thinking to herself that the snake's claim of being dazed was indeed true. There was not a ripple of emotion in his tranquil eyes. As Gully walked away, she muttered under her breath, cursing the allure she had cast upon a blind fool. Yu stared blankly at the beautiful sister who left without a second thought. Then glanced at the dazed Shilon. Could it be that the beautiful sister was convinced just like that? What was this about the waters of Shernan? Could it be that Bao Bao was involved? He spoke of it with such confidence, and if it weren't for Bao Bao, would she ever escape from such a person? The little tiger contemplated fleeing but feared that in her cleverness, she might miss the chance to reunite with Bao Bao. She decided to finish the alluring fruit before her, which looked quite enticing. Thus, while Shilon languidly sat at the cave entrance lost in thought, the little tiger eagerly gnawed on the fruit beside her, creating a brief moment of harmony and warmth. Suddenly, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and the rain intensified. The little tiger quickly finished the milk fruit left by Gully. Shaking her rounded belly, Yu longed for the taste of roasted meat. She needed meat. For despite her stomach being full of fruit, she felt an emptiness that could not be satisfied. After consuming the fruit, Yu, feeling aimless, sprawled on the ground, stretching lazily. Suddenly, she remembered the orange crystal core that the beautiful sister had given her. She eagerly buried her head and turned around, searching for the crystal core that had been knocked away by her tail. After a considerable effort, she finally found the crystal core that had flown away at some point. The little tiger curiously poked at it with her small paw. This should be similar to the beast core she had consumed before, but what exactly was a beast core? Was it not the crystal on their foreheads? She glanced up at Shilan's blue mark on his forehead, which was the same color as the beautiful sister's. Did that mean their cores were blue as well? Curse be her oversight. She had not noticed this when she last encountered the indigo giant serpent's beast form. Her keen tiger eyes darted between Shilan's mark and the beast core in front of her, sensing something was amiss. The beast cores on their foreheads seemed slightly larger than this one. Instinctively, she opened her paw to measure the size of the beast core. But upon seeing her small paw, Yu couldn't help but chuckle at herself. How had she brought such human habits here? Wait, what habits? What human habits? She couldn't quite remember. The little tiger shook her head in confusion, feeling as if she had forgotten something important. Remembering the rain pouring outside, Yu feared she might fall into a state of lethargy again, so she quickly stopped her train of thought, unwilling to delve deeper. Meanwhile, Shilan, who was lost in thought, felt that he was not in the best state today and could not focus on emptiness. The little tiger, alternating between eating and bouncing around, repeatedly cast glances at his beast core. Powerful beastmen are extremely sensitive, and although the little tiger meant no harm, the feeling of being scrutinized made him somewhat restless. Yet, he remained patient and said nothing. Unwilling to dwell on her memories, Yu hesitated over the beast core beneath her paw. Although the last yellow-tier beast core had caused her much pain, its effects were undeniably significant. After she regained consciousness that night, her legs no longer ached, and the after-effects of her feather training had completely vanished. Clenching her strong tiger paw, she couldn't discern if her claws had become sharper, but she felt her energy was more abundant and her strength had increased. Despite not having eaten much since yesterday morning and having not tasted meat, she only felt hungry but did not experience the familiar weakness that accompanied hunger. Moreover, she often recalled a faintly glowing white arm that seemed to appear when her consciousness blurred, but she could not tell if it was a dream or reality. Perhaps a hallucination triggered by extreme pain. She desperately yearned to become human, suddenly realizing certain possibilities. Yu decided not to linger on her doubts and resolutely attempted to swallow the orange-tier beast core in one go. Cough, cough, cough. In her haste, the core lodged in her throat. Jilan, at a loss, lifted the coughing little tiger, bewildered by the turn of events. Just then, another pair of distinctly skeletal hands snatched the little tiger from Shilan, deftly inserting fingers into her mouth and gently dislodging the core that was stuck in her throat. Seeing that it was a beast core, Shernan furrowed his brow and cast an inquiring glance at Shilan. It wasn't me who gave it to her, Shilan muttered, shaking his head in confusion as he returned to his previous position, continuing to empty his mind. The sudden commotion startled him, making him feel as though he had worked harder today. Realizing that communication with this lazy snake was futile, Shernan resigned himself to not inquire further. Looking down at the little tiger, he met her pitiful gaze. Bow bow. The little tiger looked up at the Black Panther with tear-filled eyes, then rested her little head on his shoulder. Feeling the little tiger's dependence and longing, Shernan gently curved his lips, affectionately stroking her head, silently comforting her. Sensing the unfamiliar scent of snake in the air, Shernan decided to overlook the incident involving the female snake, grateful that the little tiger was unharmed. Glancing at the rain outside, he concluded there was no rush to return, so they might as well rest before leaving. After calming the little tiger, the Black Panther decided to start a fire, knowing how much the little tiger disliked the cold. Finally, when Bao Bao arrived, the little tiger was overjoyed, following closely at his heels regardless of what he was doing. She looked up at Shernan, who was tending to the fire, and trailed behind him, feeling a mixture of closeness and distance. Bao Bao, when are we going home? Shernan did not comprehend her meaning but still made time amidst his busy schedule to pat her head. Upon receiving the affectionate touch, Yu suddenly realized that she resembled a little dog. She shivered in discomfort, deciding to wait until Bao Bao finished before playing with him. She resolved to distract herself first. Coincidentally, she noticed a large snake tail sprawled out nearby, a perfect pillow for her drowsiness. With Bao Bao present, she felt emboldened. No longer afraid of the unfamiliar Shilon. Lightly skipping over the end of the snake tail, the little tiger grew curious. The round tail thickened from bottom to top, prompting Yue to leap and bounce like a child playing jump rope, until she tripped over a particularly thick segment and fell face first onto the ground. Feeling embarrassed, she retreated slightly, but noticed that Shilon remained unresponsive, only shifting his tail slightly after she inadvertently bumped into it. Yue, this snake is quite sluggish. Before the little tiger could continue its mischief and discern Shilan's temperament, Shunnan swiftly scooped her up from behind and placed her upon his lap. Yue dear, please sit still. Then, I observed him retrieve a considerable stack of transparent and delicate serpent skins from the space, glimmering faintly with a bluish hue. Their texture smooth and gentle against the skin. Curious, Yue extended her tiny paw to explore the smooth texture. A rare and delightful find in a world yet to discover the art of fabric. As if sensing something, the little tiger glanced inquisitively at the Black Panther before turning to look at Shilan. Indeed, this was the shed skin of Shilan. Shunnan chuckled softly, pinching her inquisitive little paw, before returning her attention to the task of crafting a suitable waterproof garment for the little tiger. A miniature raincoat. As Yu observed him meticulously measuring and assessing her, she began to discern his intentions, tilting her head curiously in his direction. Despite the fact that his straightened spine and sharply defined jawline rendered him effortlessly elegant and noble in any attire, the man's robust waist was merely encircled by a haphazard animal skin skirt. Yue, dressed so casually yourself, do you truly possess the skill to craft garments, leopard? Shannon, unaware of Yue's silent musings, earnestly and gently gestured to indicate the dimensions that would suit her best. Suddenly, a memory of a departed friend surfaced in his mind, causing his brow to relax. He now envisioned precisely how to create her attire. Indeed, the fact that he donned only a leather skirt was a testament to the understated nature of Lord Black Panther, for his talent in garment creation was truly remarkable. Shannon, attire, what should I wear? A leather skirt seems so straightforward. Half an hour later, the little tiger bounced exuberantly before Shilan, unabashedly flaunting her new outfit. Shilan's attention was drawn to the lively little tiger in his peripheral vision. He gently lowered his gaze and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the indigo raincoat adorning the tiger. Ah, it was a snake's shed skin. The indigo raincoat, shorter in the front and longer in the back, perfectly concealed her form when she crouched down. Although it was termed a raincoat, it was essentially a petite shawl cape, complete with a loose hood that comfortably enveloped her head. Moreover, Shannon thoughtfully added a small pocket at her chest, into which he casually tucked the beast core he had previously retrieved from her mouth. Letting out a gentle sigh, Shilan relaxed, realizing that Shannon had not taken her snake's shed for his own use. Instinctively, he reached out to touch the tiger's head, while the mind of the great serpent inexplicably wandered once more into the ether. Noticing his attention, the little tiger obediently sat still, patiently awaiting his words. After all, it was her snake's shed, and the deft hands of leopard deserved a comment. However, after a prolonged silence, she discovered that Shilan remained fixated on her. His gaze is deep and still as an ancient well, unwavering and devoid of any reaction. Yue, cursed be my daydreaming once more. In this cave, aside from Shilan, there exists no other soul. Little tiger, deprived of anyone to showcase her new attire, finds herself idly perched at the cave's entrance, indulging in her own reflection. Yet, as she gazes at the torrential downpour outside, a sudden spark of inspiration ignites within her. She is now a tiger adorned with a raincoat, no longer needing to seek refuge from the rain. The thought of splashing through puddles in her charming raincoat fills her with exhilaration. She is eager to leap outside and embrace the elements. Alas, she is swiftly thwarted by the unyielding grip of Black Panther, who apprehensively detains her from behind. With a resigned shake, he reminds the little tiger that the purpose of her new attire is to shield her from the rain and prevent her from falling ill, not to indulge in playful escapades amidst the downpour. Thus, Shernan's stern admonition resonates, devoid of compassion. Yue extended her claws, pressing them against his chest, biting down on her own arm in frustration. Shannon, indifferent to her antics, patiently stroked her fur, knowing that even if she bit down hard, her teeth would not pierce his skin. Do you still wish to enjoy roasted meat tonight? A sudden voice broke the silence. Upon hearing the mention of roast meat, the little tiger perked up her pointed ears, glancing at Shannon's arm, and sheepishly wiped the drool from the bite marks. Observing her cessation of play, Shannon gently patted her little head and softly reassured her, we shall return home once the rain subsides a bit. All plans would revolve around the tiger cub's comfort. He himself was not bothered by the rain. After all, he would never find himself idle enough to drink the falling droplets. As Yu obediently nodded, she thought to herself that she should have been informed earlier. She had assumed that they would not be returning today. She had already begun to miss the barren cave of Leopard's home. After warming herself by the fire while cradling the little tiger, she gently scratched its chin, watching as it closed its eyes in contentment, drifting into a sleepy haze. Shernan found the scene both amusing and exasperating. Suddenly, his keen ears twitched, catching the faint sound of frogs croaking amidst the torrential rain outside. Observing the little tiger yawning from boredom, Shernan resolved to entertain it. He deftly placed the little tiger down and strode outside, leaving Yu bewildered in his absence. What could he possibly be doing in the rain? After a short while, Shernan returned to the cave, clutching several frogs that had lost their way in the storm. The small creatures trembled in his grasp, too frightened to croak. Shernan raised an eyebrow at Yu, who looked utterly confused, and playfully tapped her head, cautioning her not to let them escape. With that, he casually tossed the frogs in front of the little tiger and relaxed against the stone wall, eagerly anticipating Yu's attempt to catch the frogs. Yu, what is that look of yours, as if you were merely watching a show? She resolutely opposes animal performances. The little tiger lifts her head with poise, the hood of her miniature raincoat concealing much of her face, deliberately choosing to contradict this man. Shandnan's lips curl upwards as he silently counts down. 3, 2, 1. Although the little tiger displays a disdainful expression, her attention is irresistibly drawn to the two lively creatures hopping about. Darn it, her instincts have kicked in again. As she watches the two frogs leap further away, memories of the cotton beast from last night flash through her mind. The little tiger resolves to retrieve these audaciously escaping morsels, affirming her dignity as a predator. After a moment of contemplation, she lunges towards the farthest frog. 3 seconds later, she proudly shakes her head over the frog firmly pinned beneath her paw. The meat she has consumed these past few days has not been in vain. She has transformed from the little tiger that previously missed her prey to a formidable hunter. Clenching the frog in her mouth, Yu deliberately avoids meeting Shandnan's admiring gaze, intent on capturing everything and later flaunting it before Leopard, eagerly eyeing the second frog. The little tiger is about to spring into action when a dull ache suddenly stirs in her abdomen. Though not severe, the memory of yesterday's gut-wrenching discomfort lingers, prompting Yu to take it seriously. She scrambles towards Shandnan, who tilts his head in confusion. The little tiger quickly extends her paw to rub her belly. Leopard. My tummy. Shandnan's expression darkens, her stomach hurts again. He has a nagging sensation that he has forgotten something vital. With a flip of his palm, a cluster of banyan fruits appears in his hand. Shandnan plucks a few and places them into the little tiger's mouth. The small, slightly sour fruits fill her mouth, inundating her taste buds with an overwhelming bitterness, even more intense than bitter melon. Yu instinctively wanted to spit out the fruit, for its bitterness struck at her very soul. However, she realized this was perhaps the only remedy that could rescue her at this moment, and it had been painstakingly retrieved by Bao Bao. How could she bear to discard it? Clenching her teeth, she shut her eyes and swallowed it whole, grateful that she had grown accustomed to swallowing stones. Shunan gazed in astonishment at the little tiger, who had surprisingly made some progress, and silently withdrew his other hand that had been poised to pinch her muzzle. After consuming the fruit, Yu felt a warm sensation enveloping her stomach, and apart from that, she experienced no other feelings. She spun around a few times, thoroughly satisfied, as her belly no longer ached at all. Seeing that the little tiger was finally unharmed, the Black Panther stroked her head, releasing a sigh of relief. He glanced up at the rain outside and deemed it was time to leave, stating succinctly that they could return home. As they exited the cave, the little tiger clung to Bao Bao's shoulder, raising her paw to point at Shilon. Oh well, isn't the big snake leaving? Shunan chuckled lightly and remarked nonchalantly. That fellow is exceedingly lazy. Wherever he feeds, he makes his nest. He wouldn't bother to return all the way here. Upon hearing Shunan's words, the little tiger waved her paw amicably at the man sitting quietly at the cave entrance, finding him to be quite an odd snake. She had initially thought the big snake was still in a daze, only to discover that he was indeed aware of her presence and had responded. The big snake stiffly curled the corners of his mouth, realizing that after so long of having a blank expression, he could no longer muster a smile. He promptly chose to abandon the attempt, merely nodding gently at the little tiger. On the way back, Shunan carried her while she held on to her own little tail. The gentle patter of rain fell upon Yu's hood, splattering against Shunan's face. The little tiger extended her paw to touch Shunan's cheek, which was dampened by the rain, and streams of water trickled down his face, the chill of his skin seemingly reflecting the coldness of his soul. Noticing her restless little paw, Shunan turned to look, only to have the soft pad of the little tiger press against the corner of his lips. Locking eyes with the handsome man, Yu felt a rush of warmth and swiftly withdrew her paw, embarrassed to meet his gaze. Instead, she nestled her small head against his shoulder, focusing intently on the scenery behind them. Yu, it is somewhat awkward. When Nan saw the little tiger hurriedly hiding away, his lowered gaze was filled with mirth. How could he accidentally brush against her lips and then retreat? Could it be that he feared he might bite her? Yu felt the tremor of his chest and looked up to find him stifling a laugh. With fierce determination, she sank her teeth into his damp shoulder, exerting every ounce of strength she possessed. Today, Yu was resolute in leaving a bloody bite mark as a means of reclaiming her honor. The metallic tang of blood mingled in her mouth, causing the little tigress to momentarily pause. She quickly released her grip and glanced down, only to behold 4 small punctures suddenly appearing on his smooth, fair skin, from which tiny beads of blood began to emerge. Yu, she claimed she was merely jesting. Would Leopard truly believe her? Sensing a gaze from the side, the little tiger hastily extended its paws to cover several small holes. Yu smiled. Haha, Leopard. Your shoulders are truly delightful to touch. She gently stroked his head and then playfully pried open her small mouth to inspect the tiger's tiny sharp teeth, laughing. Wonderful. Tonight, we can devour that orange-tiered beast core as well. As Yu observed his calm demeanor, devoid of anger, and his encouragement towards her, she felt a surge of emotion. She gently lifted her paw to cradle the handsome face of the leopard, her delight evident as she playfully licked his chin like an exuberant puppy. Seizing the opportunity, Min seized one of her petite paws in his mouth, applying no pressure, yet rendering her unable to withdraw it easily. The little tiger hesitated for a moment then, with closed eyes, pushed her paw further in, despairingly thinking, "Bite me. Go ahead, it's only fair." However, the Black Panther had no intention of truly biting her. He released his hold and, with a smile, playfully flicked her forehead. Yue, what an incomprehensible and infuriating man. Despite his human form, Shonen's speed is quite impressive. And the two swiftly returned home. Upon entering the cave, the little tiger was astonished to discover a sight that elicited disbelief. A foolish sheep? It was unmistakably the work of the Black Panther. The woolly creature, resembling a large gray ball of yarn, was tethered to a newly erected pillar within the cave, occasionally emitting mournful cries for freedom. Bah! The coarse and hoarse bleating of the sheep was enough to give Yue a headache, as she truly experienced what it meant to endure a cacophony of discordant sounds. The little tiger, in a state of distress, covered his ears and exchanged a silent glance with Shonan, questioning, "Did you bring it back just to hear its blood-curdling wails?" Shonan, realizing the gravity of the situation, pinched the bridge of his nose and strode purposefully towards the woolly creature, disregarding its retreating steps. With a flurry of movements, he seized it and delivered a thorough thrashing. The sheep, having endured another beating, dared not make a sound, resembling a deeply aggrieved captive, as it lowered its head and circled in solitude in the corner. Curiosity compelled Yu to pursue Leopard. Yearning to explore yet unable to articulate her thoughts, she could only linger at his feet, maintaining a respectful distance. Perhaps Nan discerned her unspoken musings, as he crouched down patiently to elucidate. That cotton creature is fortunate, in the face of peril. It transcended its physical limitations and evolved into a mythical beast. Quite fascinating, indeed. I wish to keep it here for you to play with. The little tiger suddenly grasped the concept. No wonder it could defy death. Perhaps it had never truly perished to begin with, ultimately breaking through its own barriers, thus restoring its vitality. Yue extended her claws and gently tapped the phantom beast core nestled in her chest pocket, tilting her head with an inquisitive gaze directed at Bao Bao. Shunin chuckled softly, remarking that it was merely a red-tier phantom beast, in the spectrum of colors ranging from red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, to purple. Red was the most rudimentary. As he spoke, he lightly tapped Yue's brow with his fingertip. The little tiger promptly circled around to investigate and discovered that the cotton beast indeed had a red crystal core embedded in its forehead, which was distinctly different from the beast's men. Since the cotton beast had yet to be tamed, it was best not to provoke it. With a word of caution, Shunin ventured out to hunt. Anticipating the joy of indulging in roasted meat, the little tiger leaped and bounded around the cave, eagerly awaiting Bao Bao's return. However, the boundless energy of the mischievous child soon became overwhelming, and Yue found herself unable to endure the torment of being surrounded by fluffiness without the ability to touch it. Yue cautiously approached the cotton beast, tossing small stones scattered on the ground. The stones clattered as they hit the ground, startling the curled-up, gray sheep. The cotton beast shook its massive head, sniffing the air, until it finally spotted the little white tiger not far away. It stretched its neck forward, letting out a snort, its warm breath enveloping her. The little tiger retreated cautiously, observing as the cotton beast withdrew its head, its enormous cranium resting on the ground, panting heavily, as if its earlier approach had merely been a casual greeting. The little tiger stared dreamily at the crystal core nestled in the beast's forehead, filled with longing and confusion. She pondered whether, if other animals could evolve into mythical beasts, she too could achieve such transformation. Since the path of beast men seemed closed to her, she contemplated alternative ways to grow stronger. Having gazed at the gray sheep for quite some time without discernible insight, she mused that it would be wonderful if it could speak. Then she could consult with Bao Bao. In a standoff of sorts with the cotton beast, Yue ultimately conceded first, shooting a glance at the bewildered sheep before turning away. She retrieved the only orange-tier crystal core nestled in her tiny pocket. Squatting on the ground, she reverently and carefully cradled it in her small paws, her amber eyes brimming with determination. Regardless of how others advanced or evolved, this was a splendid treasure. Once she consumed it and accumulated enough energy, transformation would surely follow. Bao Bao had mentioned that she could eat it tonight, so she decided to indulge now. As she prepared to cautiously place the core into her mouth, she suddenly felt a gust of warm wind mixed with heat blowing over her from behind. Yue expressionlessly lifted her head. The colossal cotton beast loomed behind her, gazing down at the phantom beast core in her hand, while chewing on the vine that should have restrained it. Droplets of saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth onto the little tiger's ears. Noticing the little tiger's gaze, it huffed nonchalantly, shook its massive head, and continued to munch on the vine. "So why were you just howling in despair and feigning helplessness if you could untie yourself?" The little tiger disdainfully flicked its ears, retreating several cautious steps, intent on stuffing the phantom beast core back into its pocket, outwardly composed, yet inwardly frantic. The cotton beast seemed to perceive her intentions and eagerly shuffled a front hoof forward, letting out a brief bleat. Cease your calls, they're truly ungraceful. Observing it, she found herself envious of her own crystal core. The little tiger, with a glimmer in its eyes, seized the moment while the cotton beast was distracted and swiftly stuffed the phantom beast core into its mouth. The cotton beast, under the impression that she had consumed the crystal core, eagerly extended its neck, attempting to approach. However, the little tiger, clutching the core, dashed away. In the confined space, the cumbersome cotton beast found itself impeded at every turn. After circling in pursuit of the tiger cub, it soon realized it could not catch up and huffed back to its original spot. Despite its lack of intelligence, the cotton beast had survived for so long due to its self-awareness and vigilance. Having endured a couple of beatings, it dared not provoke the creature's authority again, especially with the absence of the Black Panther. After all, it seemed disinclined to consume it. If it were to harm the little tiger, the outcome would be unpredictable, though it harbored a strong desire to devour that stone. Seeing the cotton beast return to its docile state, the little tiger squatted on the ground, panting heavily. How many strides of her short legs would it take to equal a single step of a large gray sheep? She was astonished at her own audacity to race against it. Swallowed nervously and inadvertently gulped down the crystal core as well. This time, the core slid smoothly down her esophagus into her stomach without obstruction. Furrowed her brow, realizing that the pain and discomfort she had anticipated did not return. It was merely akin to the sensation experienced during her initial encounter with the crimson crystal core. However, reflecting on the Black Panther's mention of the beast core's grade, she suddenly understood that the yellow tier core had indeed been of an excessively high caliber. The moon in August appeared somewhat hazy, yet it ultimately failed to lull me into slumber, revealing that the potency of the orange stage pales in comparison to that of the yellow stage. The little tiger lay languidly at a considerable distance from the cotton beast, diligently digesting the crystal core, wary of proximity lest it once again succumb to madness and catch itself off guard. After a while, Shan returned alone, bearing the immense weight of a colossal white bear. Could it be an Arctic bear? How utterly preposterous! Curiously circled the lifeless form of the polar bear, completing several revolutions before realizing that the creature's face was delightfully round and plump, its body even more rotund and ample, resembling a large, soft cloud. Moreover, a yellow crystal core adorned its forehead, suggesting it was indeed a mythical beast. Upon closer inspection, aside from its color, which bore resemblance to the polar bear, it was strikingly different in every other aspect. The little tiger shook its head in wonder at the diversity of species in this otherworldly realm, only to turn and find Leopard staring at it with a look of astonishment. Owl? Huh? Sunan, feeling a headache coming on, pinched the bridge of his nose, exasperatedly inquiring, how have you grown so much all of a sudden? What on earth? Shunan grasped her by the nape of her neck and hoisted her up, letting out a sigh. With his other hand, he gently shook her by her rear, remarking, while I was out hunting, you've grown so much. One might think I've been away for several months. Astonished, extended her tiny paw for examination, and indeed discovered that she had grown considerably. A wave of delight surged within her, prompting her to hastily push aside Baobao's hand and leap to the ground. The little tiger stood on her hind legs, propping herself against the Black Panther's leg, and realized that she could now reach Baobao's knee while standing upright. My goodness, she had truly grown quite a bit all at once. In a fit of exuberance, reveled in her newfound maturity, laughing heartily. One day, she envisioned herself as a magnificent tiger, capable of perching atop the head of a leopard. Sunan crouched down, amused as he gazed into her sparkling, joy-filled eyes, and playfully seized the exuberant little tiger, whose tail wagged with uncontainable excitement. What on earth has transpired? Lifted her small head and raised her paw to pat the pocket on her chest. Of course, she had eaten stones. Observing this, Shannan casually glanced at her ill-fitting raincoat and, seeing her oblivious expression, sighed in resignation. The child was growing too quickly, and her clothes could scarcely keep up. With that thought, he extended his hand, intending to help her remove it. Howl. Leopard, what are you doing? The little tiger protested, raising her paw to ward him off. Unwilling to take it off, she hadn't worn her new clothes enough yet and had no desire to part with them. Shannan could not suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. His hand, as if carved from jade, casually lifted, nonchalantly supporting his delicate chin, while his long fingers gently tapped against his cheek. He slowly reminded her, but you have grown too much all at once. The raincoat can no longer cover your bottom. In the month of August, the little tiger turned her head in anguish, only to find that the little raincoat was indeed stuck against her belly. The reality dawned upon the silent tiger as she approached Leopard, no longer resisting, and obediently allowing him to take action. With longing eyes, she watched the new garment flutter. And just as Shannan was about to put away the raincoat that had briefly brought her joy, the little tiger reluctantly bit down on the other end of the raincoat, gazing wistfully at Shannan, even engaging in a playful tug-of-war. Shannan chuckled, rubbing his forehead, and said, if the clothes are too small, we can make new ones. No matter how much you adore this, it cannot be worn any longer. Hee hee. I was just waiting for you to say that. Upon hearing the man express his intent to create anew, the little tiger finally felt satisfied and nestled closer to Shernan with eager affection. Observing her swift change in demeanor, Shernan raised an eyebrow, lamenting the heartless nature of this little creature who only acted when it benefited her. Holding the noticeably larger tiger in his arms, Shernan experienced an unusual sense of unfamiliarity. Having clarified the situation with the little tiger, Shernan cast a detached glance at the cotton beast in the corner, which appeared to be playing the role of an invisible sheep. Do not presume he had overlooked it. The vine tethering it had vanished. With a light scoff, he placed the little tiger on the ground and stepped outside to find a long wooden vine, reattaching the cotton beast securely. Should it break free once more, there would be no chance for survival. After casually delivering this ominous remark, Shernan's icy gaze swept over the creature. The cotton beast trembled with fear at his voice. Imbued with a deadly aura, its thick and soft fur quivering slightly. Yuyue, it appears so inviting to the touch, somewhat alluring. Sun En noticed the little tiger eagerly approaching, and his mood instantly brightened. Observing her sparkling eyes fixated on the soft fur, he gently lifted the cub and placed it atop the plush creature. Do you like it? It shall be your steed from now on. The little tiger, nestled within the wool, parted the fluffy fur before it and widened its eyes in astonishment at his whimsical imagination. Yuyue? Me? A mount? I'd rather be someone else's steed. Have you ever seen a tiger riding a sheep? The very thought seems peculiar. Miensho, I concur, it does seem rather odd. Shannon, unable to hear their thoughts but perceiving the little tiger's bewildered expression, sensed her reluctance. Clearing his throat, he remarked, if you dislike it, then so be it. We could also kill it for meat. Miensho, sensitive to the mention of meat, promptly sprang to her feet, swaying back and forth. The plump gray sheep resembled a swaying cloud, exuding an overwhelming cuteness. Yuyue felt an instant elevation in her experience of the product, as if she were enveloped in a soft and comfortable rocking chair, leaving her blissfully disoriented. Little tiger, with his eyes narrowed in enjoyment, had only just remembered the long-forgotten leopard by her side after a prolonged moment of indulgence. Hastily, she rose and flashed a charming smile in his direction. Shannan suddenly noticed her habitual and cautious attempts to please him, a shadow of contemplation crossing his gaze. However, he refrained from further comment. Merely patting her tiger head as if she were a steed, Yuyue nodded affirmatively, pondering the waste of so many sheep. He suggested that the other could play for a while as he ventured off to roast some meat. With that, Shernan cast a warning glance at the diligent cotton beast, who was industriously at work. Before returning to the task of dissecting the polar bear, the cotton beast breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not on the menu, it would gladly serve as either a mount or even a mattress. Confronted by the lifeless body of the polar bear, Shernan first retrieved his meticulously crafted black bone knife. With a deft flick, he extracted the yellow tear phantom beast core nestled between the bear's brows and casually tossed it into his spatial pouch. Given the efficacy of such cores for the little white tiger, he resolved to procure several for the future use of his feline companion. After examining the polar bear's hide, Shernan decisively plunged his knife into the flesh, skillfully slicing along the midline from the tail to the jaw. With remarkable finesse, he proceeded to peel the skin away from the head, limbs, and abdomen in succession. In a matter of moments, the massive hide lay entirely stripped before him. Gazing at the supple and exquisite bear skin in his hands, Shernan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Earlier, he had observed the coarse pelt spread atop a bed of leaves in the cave, and he had been displeased, knowing he could easily procure a far superior one for her bedding. Yet, he suddenly realized he had no bed to offer. His brow furrowed slightly, and a look of disdain crossed his handsome features as he surveyed the desolate cave, which was so bare that even he found it hard to endure. It was a rare blessing that his cherished companion showed no disdain for him and was willing to joyfully accompany him back. You, of course, I would never disdain it. While the leopard sleeps on the ground, I will rest upon the leopard, having skinned the prey. Tianen now intends to cut the polar bear's meat into smaller pieces, as this will expedite the cooking process, thus preventing the little tiger from becoming restless with hunger. He ignites the fire pit and expertly sprinkles coarse salt over the chunks of meat, suddenly recalling the 2 beehives he had taken from the bear's den during the cleaning. Tianen flips his hand, and the beehives tumble to the ground. After a moment's contemplation, he breaks off a piece and spreads honey over the skewered meat. This method of consumption, he remembers, seems to have originated from that individual. With a mocking shake of his head, he muses that no matter how clever or wise that person may be, they cannot escape the brutal laws of nature. Meanwhile, Yu, like a child experiencing a rocking ride for the first time, is lost in the delightful embrace of the fluffy surroundings, joyfully playing for what seems like an eternity without growing weary. Below, the cotton beast feels as though its legs are about to numb from the constant swaying. Yet it cannot cease its movements, for the moment it stops, this little ancestor will extend a paw to scratch it. Yuyue believed that nothing in this world could surpass the delight of the Yanyang brand rocking car. However, she curiously inquired about the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air with her twitching little nose. Yuyue, oh, I stand corrected. The finest delights also encompass barbecued meat. Like a ferocious beast roused from slumber, the little tiger emerged from the wool, its head poking out as it caught sight of the black panther leisurely approaching, holding the sizzling barbecue. In the world, the most wonderful being is undoubtedly the beloved leopard. Shernan, with a skewer of grilled meat in one hand and skillfully lifting the little tiger with the other, settled her by the fire. He then retrieved 2 clean, beautiful leaves from his space, meticulously removing the pieces of meat from the skewer and placing them on the leaves, allowing the little tiger to indulge in her feast. He had developed a habit of collecting any decent leaves he encountered, intending to use them to store food for the little white dumpling. Thus, the once pristine space of Shernan, previously reserved for only the finest items, gradually filled with an array of peculiar treasures. As the little tiger savored her meal, she was astonished, wondering whether the bear meat was exceptionally delicious or if Leopard's culinary skills had improved. Goodness, this grilled meat was simply exquisite. Observing her enjoyment, Shernan smiled contentedly, sitting beside the little tiger, while simultaneously finishing off the remaining bear meat on the grill. After a while, when the little tiger had finally satisfied her appetite, Shernan broke off a generous piece from the honeycomb as a delightful dessert for her. As the little tiger savored the honey, she suddenly realized why today's grilled meat tasted so much better. Leopard must have added honey. Honey is indeed a fine delicacy. And although she wasn't particularly fond of sweetness, she found herself yearning for it after a long absence. After nibbling on half, the little tiger felt a bit overwhelmed by the sweetness. Not wanting to disappoint Leopard's kind gesture, she had a clever idea. Seizing the opportunity while Leopard was engrossed in her meal, she secretly grabbed the other half and stealthily made her way to the cotton beast, placing the honey on the ground. Yuyue, look, my friend, this is my heartfelt sharing with you. As expected, the great gray sheep graciously lowered its head, and in one swift motion, devoured that half piece of honey. It then bleated twice, perhaps as a gesture of gratitude. Yuyue, did we not agree to refrain from calling each other that? Having obliterated the evidence of food waste, the little tiger no longer concerned herself with the gray sheep and hurriedly scampered back, nuzzling affectionately against Shernan's leg. This deed left her feeling both guilty and anxious. Do you not enjoy sweet flavors? Shernan inquired casually while savoring his roasted meat with an air of elegance. Once again, she found herself caught in the act. The little tiger tilted her head, her bright eyes wide open as they locked onto Shernan's, portraying an innocent and bewildered demeanor. Yuyue, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend. The Black Panther leaned down, his smooth fingertips gently caressing the little tiger's chin, as his deep and melodious voice resonated. If you do not wish to, then do not eat. As long as I am here, you possess the right to refuse at any moment. And so it began again, the long-awaited sensation of tingling delight. The sensitive ears of the tiger twitched in response, while Yuyue delicately placed her paw upon the outstretched fingers of Shernan. All right, you have moved me, she conceded. Having feasted to his heart's content, Shernan predictably transformed back into the Black Panther, his fluffy tail sweeping across the little tiger, who was still engaged in playful gnawing of her bone, signaling that it was time for her to rest. Once Shernan settled down, Yuyue instinctively climbed onto the Black Panther's paw, nestling into the crook of his neck. Cocooned beneath the panther's head, the little tiger began to sigh deeply. Realizing that despite her recent growth, the panther's thick fur could not entirely conceal her. Her rear end was now fully exposed. Initially, she did not feel particularly cold, but when compared to the warmth of being enveloped by the panther, a chill inevitably crept in. Observing her deliberate horizontal position despite her awareness of her size, Shernan glanced down at her protruding backside with amusement and playfully picked her up to reposition her. Yuyue was exceedingly pleased, shifting her small feet comfortably, sighing. Bao Bao is truly intelligent. The following morning, the little tiger was roused by the hoarse bleating of sheep. Yuyue, seething with rage, emerged from beneath the head of the Black Panther, striding forward to confront the foolish sheep that had so audaciously disturbed her slumber. Howl, bah, howl, bah. The Black Panther, no longer pretending to be asleep with his eyes squinted, sauntered over, first pinning the little tiger to the ground and grooming its fur. It was only when the irritable little tiger prepared to unsheath its claws that he ceased his ministrations. With an unhurried grace, he transformed into his human form, deftly untying the vines that bound the cotton beast and handing that segment to the little tiger. Yuyue obediently grasped the task at hand, only to hear him speak, "Take it to the river for a drink." Oh, so it was thirsty. The little tiger, wagging its tail, was eager to participate, thinking, isn't it just herding sheep? She enjoys that. Observing her anticipation, Shannon raised an eyebrow and permitted her to proceed. Meanwhile, he collected the bear skin that had been left to dry on the ground the previous night into his space. Along the way, the little tiger solemnly carried a vine, leading the large gray sheep at a leisurely pace, while Shannon trailed behind with his hands clasped behind his back. Though Lord Black Panther had reigned in his formidable aura, the sensitive creatures around did not dare to approach at this moment. Of course, the same could not be said for the beastmen. You raised her head, gazing ahead at a distant figure, a spotted leopard. The little tiger froze for a moment, then quickly turned back, relieved to see the leopard behind her. Cautiously, she took the cotton beast by the hand and retreated, standing still as she awaited Shannon's approach. The Black Panther strode to her side, its elongated tail gently sweeping across her face, its icy gaze fixed ahead. Before long, the spotted leopard took a couple of steps forward and transformed into a young maiden. The girl had chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders, a porcelain complexion, and a delicate rosy nose. Were it not for the alluring leopard print bandeau adorning her chest, and the matching animal skin skirt draping her hips, one might easily mistake her for a little rabbit. Zaya's luminous eyes met Shannon's, and she timidly spoke. "Brother, could you return home for a moment? Mother and father wish to see you." After speaking, she lowered her gaze, fiddling with her fingers in an effort to muster the courage to say more. However, after a prolonged silence without any sign of acknowledgement from the Black Panther, Zaya glanced up, only to find Shannon still regarding her with a frigid indifference. Fear coursed through her, causing her to tremble slightly as she bit her lip in trepidation. At that moment, the little tiger, standing near the Black Panther, attempted to break the silence. "Brother, are these two your pets? Surely you do not relish solitude." Shannon, devoid of any interest in engaging with her, found her attempts at conversation exasperating. He lowered his head, exuding a formidable aura, and took a casual step towards Zaya. Instantly, she recoiled several steps, her mouth opening in protest, yet seeing the Black Panther continue his slow advance without pause, a wave of pressure and dread enveloped her heart. Terrified, the young girl transformed back into her beastly form and scurried away in a frantic retreat. Yu stared blankly at the retreating figure of the girl. Realizing that this was the sister of Bao Bao, it was surprising to discover that Bao Bao had family. The great Black Panther had driven away the uninvited guest and, upon noticing the little tiger lost in thought, lowered his head to nudge her, indicating it was time to leave. However, the small white fluff ball was sent tumbling by the large panther's gentle shove, and after scrambling to her feet, she immediately raised her tiny paw in a show of defiance, prompting Shannon to take a couple of steps back in response. After the commotion, Yi lifted her little head and continued on her journey, clutching the vine of the cotton beast. Having wasted half the day, the silly sheep had begun to stretch its neck and bleat once more. Upon reaching the riverbank, the little tiger and the large gray sheep squatted side by side, drinking deeply, while Shannon busied himself nearby, preparing to tan the white bear skin from the previous night. He aimed to finish quickly, eager to set up a bed. Although the fluffy little tiger served as a suitable pillow, he did not wish for the small creature to remain uncomfortable for long. Once quenched, the little tiger noticed Shannon was occupied and was eager to lead the large gray sheep to graze. After greeting Bao Bao with a cheerful "Awa," Yu guided the cotton beast into the woods. She dared not wander too far, merely circling a few trees and pointing out the weeds by the tree line for it to nibble on. The cotton beast was unsatisfied. It was no longer just an ordinary animal that could only eat weeds. It desired better fare. Sniffing the mixed scents in the air, it tugged on the vine, urging Yu to follow, but the little tiger was unwilling to comply. The suddenly disobedient sheep caused her some distress. She admonished it not to run off, for Bao Bao was still by the riverbank. The cotton beast, mindful of the Black Panther's words from yesterday, hesitated to pull too hard. Frustrated, it stamped its large hooves. And then an idea struck. The great black sheep lay down, swinging its large head in a gesture for the little tiger to climb aboard. As Yu hesitated, she yearned to explore other places, yet the forest without Bao Bao posed considerable dangers. The anxious cotton beast urged her on. After contemplating for a moment, Yu decided to take the cotton beast by the hand and set off in search of Shannon. Upon reaching the side of the Black Panther, who was busy tanning bear hides, the little tiger let out a few playful roars and pointed with her tiny paw into the distance, her eager eyes fixed upon him. With the recently evolved phantom beast by her side, the risks within this small patch of forest seemed negligible. Shannon kindly advised her to go ahead, but to refrain from venturing too far. Afterward, he cast a stern glance at the cotton beast beside him. The large gray sheep exclaimed, "I will take good care of her," feeling anxious, and promptly lay down, signaling the little tiger to climb aboard swiftly. Thus began their adventure in the realm of the monkeys. Yu leisurely nestled into the soft, fluffy gray fur of the cotton beast, once again relishing the sensation of being carried through the forest. Fortunately, this journey was far less perilous than the last, allowing her to fully enjoy the pleasures of the ride. However, after a brief while, the little tiger suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. With her tiny nose twitching in curiosity, Yu peeked through the wool, scanning her surroundings, yet found nothing but the trees receding endlessly around her. Just as she contemplated retreating back into her cozy spot, the scent grew ever more intense. What could this aroma be? Yu suddenly felt a jolt. Was that not the aroma of the fragrant fruit from before? Just yesterday, Shilon had emanated the same scent, so he too had indulged in it? Indeed. The great gray goat swiftly trotted to the orchard that Yu had longed for. The ground was strewn with numerous overripe fruits, while a few had clung to the trees, having transitioned from orange to a deep red. The rich fragrance enveloped the air, eliciting an emotional response that brought tears to the little tiger's eyes. Even from just the scent alone, Yu cautiously surveyed her surroundings, noticing that even in such a scene, not a single animal had come to partake of the fruit. Could it be poisonous? The young tiger felt a moment of hesitation, recalling that after she had eaten the fruit, aside from the lingering aroma, nothing seemed amiss. As she remained indecisive, the cotton beast, oblivious to her caution, ventured forth to indulge heartily. The bleating sheep urged the young tiger to also pick one and taste it. The ripe fruit trembled delicately on the branches. Standing atop the cotton beast, Yu effortlessly plucked a vibrant red fruit. Taking a bite, she discovered its flavor was akin to that of the previous orange fruit, yet this red one was undoubtedly more fragrant and sweeter. By the time the young tiger had finished devouring the fruit, The cotton beast had already consumed a significant amount, just as Yue relaxed her guard. Preparing to pick another for leopard, the sound of heavy objects crashing onto the branches captured her attention. Warily lifting her head, she saw 4 or 5 monkeys with protruding fangs leaping down from the depths of the tall treetops. As Yu glanced upward, she noticed a multitude of monkeys gradually revealing themselves from the thick and dense foliage. Each monkey brandished elongated tusks, some curving upward like ivory, while others were slightly retracted. Yet, it was undeniable that they all appeared exceedingly sharp. Foul, dripping saliva cascaded down their tusks as the monkeys shrieked with menacing visages. The small tiger was paralyzed with fear, her fur standing on end, as the haunting terror of being besieged by 3 frenzied monkeys lingered in her mind. And now, an entire horde approached? The sheer number of monkeys sent beads of cold sweat trickling from Yu's palms. It was disastrous. She frantically pawed at the cotton beast, which remained unfazed, leisurely munching on its fruit. Run, dear, run. Stop eating. Can't you see the multitude of monkeys approaching? The resilient cotton beast seemed oblivious, engrossed in devouring its succulent morsel. However, suddenly, the beast raised its head with calm assurance, swinging its large horns, reminiscent of a ram, and sent a crazed monkey tumbling away. Only then did it deign to observe its surroundings, realizing it was encircled by monkeys. Since its evolution into a mythical creature, it had endured the crushing might of powerful foes like black panthers, but now, these mere monkeys dared to bare their teeth at it. The cotton beast was irked. Irritation demanded an outlet. It targeted a specific point and charged forth, sending the monkeys it collided with flying from its mighty horns. With wild abandon, it thrashed its head, flinging off the monkeys that attempted to cling to it like dumplings cast aside. Its robustive stomped down indiscriminately, crushing the monkeys beneath with no hesitation, capable of shattering their spines and skulls with a single step. Despite the chaos, the relentless monkeys continued their descent from the trees, and no one could fathom how many were concealed atop the treetops of this fruit grove. It felt akin to navigating a raging river, and you thought she might be tossed aside at any moment. The small tiger clung to the cotton beast's long fur, terrified of being flung off into the fray. The scene was overwhelmingly exhilarating. If she were to let go, she would surely meet a grim fate. Suddenly, a fortunate monkey managed to cling to the cotton beast's horn, climbing up to its neck. In moments like this, a single monkey breaching the defenses could instantly alter the dynamics of the entire situation. In the face of imminent danger, you could not afford to stand idly by. As the monkey lunged towards the cotton beast's neck, she swiftly threw herself into the fray, risking a perilous fall. At this moment, the intricate technique of the meow meow palm, passed down from Shang Nan, proved invaluable. The little tiger unleashed a flurry of strikes, unexpectedly toppling the monkey. Upon hitting the ground, the monkey was met with the crushing force of the cotton beast's mighty hoof, resulting in a gruesome demise. Regardless of its eventual fate, Yue hurriedly stumbled back into the warm embrace of the cotton beast's fur, gripping it tightly with her mouth to prevent falling. Faced with an unrelenting tide of monkeys, although the cotton beast still possessed some strength, it grew increasingly agitated. Amidst the skirmishes, Mia let out a few bleats, perhaps calling for Sunan. The little tiger, having gained clarity, considered that perhaps Leopard had already dealt with the bear skin and was on his way. It needed to make a sound to alert him to the unusual situation and hasten his arrival. Thus, atop a large gray sheep, amidst a fierce battle against the monkey horde, the little tiger concealed within the fur raised its head and let out a howl, which harmonized with the intermittent bleats of the gray sheep. Sunan was indeed on his way, although he had yet to finish processing the bear skin. He suddenly recalled the places the cotton beast could take her and remembered the recently ripened monkey fruit, frowning at the thought of the unclean elements present there. Consequently, Sunan stowed away the unfinished bear skin and hurried off. As he pursued, he faintly heard the little tiger's call, maintaining a composed demeanor. Upon witnessing the frenzied monkeys surrounding the cotton beast and the pitiful little tiger clinging to its side, Sunan's mood soured, and he felt the need to vent his frustration. Without warning, the Black Panther let out a roar that startled the monkeys into a brief pause. However, the primal instinct for survival drove the monkeys to resume their chaotic assault on the cotton beast. The Black Panther did not expect a mere roar to dissuade these irrational creatures. He charged into the fray, dispatching the monkeys with swift strikes of his claws, leaving them no chance for retaliation. Even his long, powerful tail served as a weapon, capable of sweeping several away with a single, forceful lash. The Black Panther ruthlessly slaughtered this group of monkeys that had long dominated the fruit grove. Seeing Leopard arrive, Yue instantly felt a wave of relief wash over her. With Leopard present, her worries dissipated. In the midst of this slaughterhouse of chaos, Yue finally found the peace of mind to observe the upper reaches of the fruit grove. Noting how few trees could grow to such heights, the little tiger remained anxious, pondering how many more monkeys might be lurking in the depths of the seemingly endless treetops, and turned to watch the relentless assault of the larger monkeys, with the smaller ones trailing behind to their doom. Yue pondered for a moment. What on earth is happening? Is there a desire to annihilate our clan? Observing the little white tiger precariously perched on the cotton beast, distractedly gazing about, the Black Panther exchanged a knowing glance with the cotton beast, prompting everyone to swiftly escort the little tiger away from the slaughterhouse. With the cotton beast and the little white tiger out of the way, this battlefield belonged solely to Shonan. The Black Panther, unrestrained, became an overwhelming force. Dealing with a mere handful of frenzied monkeys was far easier than confronting the fallen beasts. Moreover, the monkeys in the trees were not infinite. It was merely that no beast had encroached upon their territory in recent years, and Shonen himself adopted a nonchalant demeanor, indifferent as long as they did not obstruct his view. Consequently, a bit of refuse had accumulated. Had he foreseen such a scenario, he would have cleared this forest upon his arrival. Before long, the seemingly formidable conflict was effortlessly resolved by him alone. Outside, sensing the battle's conclusion, the little tiger hurriedly rode back on the cotton beast, following Shonen's previous encounter with the fallen beast by the riverside. Yuyue was once again astounded by the Black Panther's ability to single-handedly confront a multitude. It became apparent that what once appeared to be an endless horde of monkeys could indeed be effortlessly eradicated by one individual. The robust Black Panther now reclined upon a pristine patch of ground, elegantly grooming its paws, exuding neither fatigue nor weakness, as if basking leisurely in the sun at home. In such moments, Yuyue felt he could never fully comprehend the limits of its strength. The powerful Black Panther seemed to handle any adversary with remarkable ease. Recalling the cotton beast's audacious charge into the monkey horde, sending dozens flying while panting with exertion, the little tiger shook her head, realizing that she, a mere weakling, had no right to mock anyone. Unaware of her secret derision, the cotton beast, having reveled in a vigorous battle, contentedly snorted and trotted off to indulge in fruits, merrily bounding over the corpses of fallen monkeys along the way. As Yu gazed upon the scattered remains of the fallen monkeys, she felt as though they were not once vibrant lives, but rather mere creatures that could be effortlessly vanquished in a video game, even amidst the ongoing carnage. The stench of blood and the sight of dismembered bodies did not evoke any sense of disgust or discomfort within her. Instead, she felt her primal instincts surge, yearning to plunge into the fray. She had long realized that her desire for strength was intertwined with a thirst for battle and bloodshed. The little tiger harbored a flicker of concern. Was the influence of the animalistic world upon her truly so profound? The cotton beast continued to meticulously clear the fruit grove, swiftly eradicating every remnant beneath its sweeping movements, until not a single fruit remained amidst the mingled scents of blood and sweetness. The higher branches of the trees, likely stripped by the monkeys, bore no fruit, leaving only the lower portion to tempt unwitting creatures into their territory. Seizing the opportunity, the little tiger snatched a fragrant fruit, determined to reserve a trophy for the valiant leopard who had worked tirelessly. After they had feasted to their heart's content, Shannan leisurely rose, his tail flicking as he transformed into human form and waved at the two lingering beasts from a distance. The little tiger hastily patted the sluggish sheep beneath her. Hurry up. Let's go, everyone. The satiated cotton beast obediently scampered towards Shannan. On their return journey, the alluringly handsome man led the way, his silhouette exuding a sense of cool solitude. The little tiger tilted her head. Oh, woo. Leopard. Shannan turned back, spotting the little tiger nestled within the wool of the sheep, her round eyes eagerly fixed upon him, her fluffy tail wagging in delight, peeking out from the dense fur. A smile graced the man's lips, and the warmth that had just begun to thaw his previously expressionless demeanor was evident as he approached to scoop up the little tiger. Gently stroking her fur, he arched an eyebrow at the monkey fruit cradled in her paws, amused that she had not only come over but had also brought along a fruit for him. Do you like this fruit so much? There are plenty of these groves scattered throughout the boundless forest. Since you adore them, we can explore other areas in the coming days. Oh, well, of course not. It's for Leopard. The little tiger proudly presented the fruit to the Black Panther, having snatched it from under the cotton beast's nose. Thank you. Shannan replied with a twinkle in his eye as he ruffled her head, taking the fruit from her paws and taking a bite. So sweet. Unbeknownst to the little tiger, the Black Panther furrowed his brow, forcing himself to finish the monkey fruit. Ultimately, Shannan returned to the riverbank with the little tiger and sheep, resuming his work on the bare hide, while the little tiger obediently nestled in his shadow, lazily stretching out for a midday nap. The gray sheep, left unattended, wandered off, though it dared not flee under the imposing presence of the Black Panther. Throughout the afternoon, Shannan accomplished much. He not only completed the bare hide but also carved several sizable stone troughs to hold the crystal-clear river water for drinking. He then crafted an assortment of miscellaneous items. Meanwhile, the well-rested little tiger, stretching her jaws in a grand yawn, sprawled at the panther's feet, playfully pawing at the bubbles in the water. Suddenly, the idle little tiger perked up her ears, rubbed her eyes, and curiously peered into the water. Sure enough, she spotted a serpentine creature drifting downstream. It was difficult to ascertain whether it was indeed a snake. It merely twisted and unfurled with the current, resembling a lifeless ribbon. The little tiger cautiously retreated, stealthily inching closer to the panther's leg. That's a Shilon, Shannan explained tersely without lifting his gaze. Huh? A giant snake? Yuyue gazed silently at the soft and unrestrained blue serpent, seamlessly merging with the river. Leopard, are you certain it's truly not a dead snake? As it turned out, this was indeed no lifeless creature. The indigo serpent, gradually drifting closer, seemed to awaken with a start, gliding towards Shannan and the others. During the onset of the torrential rains as it came ashore, Shilon transformed back into her human form. For her serpentine tail had spent too long submerged in the frigid waters, rendering it somewhat unwieldy. When it comes to laziness, Shilon is a master of weighing options, always opting for the method that requires the least exertion. In the moonlit night, it was Yu's first encounter witnessing him traverse on two legs. The memory of that striking red and black beauty snake lingered in her mind, as it seemed that these serpents typically favored their tails for locomotion. The man's damp azure locks clung delicately to his cheek, accentuating the ethereal pallor of his skin, which imparted an air of aloofness. The indigo snake's skin draped loosely around his waist, and when he lifted his cerulean gaze, he resembled a merman emerging from distant, fathomless depths. Well, the handsome little tiger admires the striking features, she mused, quite dashing, indeed, perhaps just a tad less so than the leopard. After her moment of admiration, the little tiger nonchalantly resumed gnawing on her claws. Ah, the seasoned woman had grown indifferent to the allure of a handsome man emerging from a bath, after all. She was accustomed to the handsome visage of the leopard every day. While she indulged in her clawing, Shilon, who had yet to enter, furrowed his brow slightly and inquired of Shannan, "What do you consume that possesses the aroma of monkey fruit?" His calm voice bore no inflection, resembling a narrative rather than a question. Shannan did not respond but leisurely asked, "What brings you here?" Shilon paused, seemingly stumped by the query. After a moment, he slowly replied that he merely passed by. This foolish snake. Shannan felt a surge of irritation, pinching the bridge of his nose, and simply told him to leave quickly. Obediently, Shilon made his way toward the riverbank but suddenly recalled something and exclaimed about the imminent arrival of the heavy rainy season. After speaking, he reclined and toppled into the rushing waters below. With a splash, the little tiger was startled, quickly scrambling to peer over the riverbank, only to see him transform back into that majestic blue serpent. The great serpent gradually surfaced, gliding toward Yu, holding a milk fruit delicately in its mouth, which it placed at her feet before drifting away with the current. It was the milk fruit she had lost in the cave. The little tiger joyfully retrieved her treasure, shaking her head in admiration, marveling at the serpent's integrity as a true child who returned what was lost. Yu rolled over with her cherished little fruit and approached Shannan, gently placing the fruit into his hand. Awuaho. Leopard, this is a treat I saved just for you. It's absolutely delicious. Though he had no desire to consume the fruit that the lazy snake had brought, he could not disregard the child's heartfelt gesture. The fastidious Black Panther graciously accepted the fruit, swiftly stowing it away in his space. He contemplated when he could venture into the snake tribe's territory to procure more fruits for her, vaguely recalling that this delicacy seemed to be a favorite among all cubs. Noticing that Leopard had accepted her gift, Yu, in high spirits, was unable to suppress her curiosity. She shifted her small paws closer to Shannan, raising her round, adorable tiger head to gaze at him. Leopard, she implored with her eager eyes, look at the thirst for knowledge in my gaze. Even though she was incapable of articulating her thoughts, Shannan could discern the questions swirling in her mind with just a glance. He absent-mindedly stroked her tiny ears and casually replied, the rainy season is approaching, unlike the playful antics of the previous days. The rains will pour relentlessly for many days until the season concludes. As he spoke, he chuckled mockingly. At that time, there will be no respite. Survival will become increasingly challenging. Naturally, this difficulty does not pertain to me. The Black Panther was indeed averse to the rainy season. He relished basking in the sun. Yet since adopting a tiger cub, he had not enjoyed a single sunlit moment. Yu, on the other hand, seemed to receive devastating news. She detested the rain even more. She swatted away Shannan's teasing finger, her little face clouded with sorrow as she sighed deeply. Alas, what kind of hellish climate is this otherworldly realm? It's truly a torment for a tiger. Shannan playfully tapped her on the back of the head and inquired with a smile, you dislike the rain, don't you? The little tiger turned away, dismissively pushing Shannan's hand aside. Of course, you must allow me some peace, Leopard. With good-natured amusement, Shannan scooped her into his arms, not allowing her a moment to react, and vigorously rubbed her tiger head, reassuringly stating, with me around, you need not worry about being cold or hungry. In the month of August, Yu lamented, oh, the indifferent yet tender Black Panther, you have truly moved me. The little tiger, overwhelmed with emotion, dove into the man's embrace, listening to the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. With such a responsible and caring companion by her side, she felt invincible against any storm, even a meteor shower. With a cheerful disposition, Shannan led the dazed little tiger home. Halfway there, they encountered the bouncy cotton beast, who seemed to have returned from some adventure, munching on a large, unknown flower. Shannan gently placed the little tiger onto the cotton beast, instructing it to take her home. The obedient creature bleated in acknowledgement and promptly set off, bouncing along towards the cave with the little tiger in tow. Shannan watched them depart, reassured by the absence of any mishaps, before swiftly transforming into the Black Panther and veering off in another direction. This time, Shannan returned from the hunt with a pure black bear. However, this bear lacked a phantom beast core and was not as plump as the white bear from the previous day. Clearly, it was an ordinary black bear, one that Yu recognized all too well as the familiar blind bear. Why did this bear seem so familiar to her? The little tiger pondered, scratching her face in confusion. Yet, she resolutely reminded herself not to dwell on trivial matters. Shaking her head dismissively, Yu continued to wag her little tail, circling around the Black Panther. Shannan casually placed the filled water trough and the items crafted by the riverbank into the cave, then drew out his bone knife, settling down to skin the bear. As Yu observed him preparing to skin the bear, it was evident that, much like the bearskin from the previous day, this one was also intended for future use. The little tiger nodded with a sense of relief. The child had finally matured and was ready to embrace a better life. The task of skinning the bear appeared tedious and monotonous, and the little tiger soon found himself stifling a yawn. To stave off the drowsiness that threatened to engulf him before Leopard could finish the roasting, the little tiger sharpened his claws and set his sights on the assortment of items that had just been placed in the cave by Sean Nan. Tiptoeing over to inspect them, he discovered they were indeed quite practical. Unbeknownst to him, the diligent little tiger accidentally bumped into a sturdy stone trough. Oh, raising his head, he noticed a stone trough taller than himself, and curiosity compelled him to stand on his hind legs to peer inside. Alas, it was just out of reach. The allure of the unattainable only intensified his desire. Yu's curiosity was piqued as she circled the trough, pondering the purpose of so many of them. Could they possibly be for feeding foolish sheep? The mere thought of foolish sheep sparked an idea in Yu's mind. She dashed over to awaken the cotton beast, which was snoring loudly. The little tiger deftly untied the ropes binding it, then nimbly clambered onto its back, settling comfortably in the curve of its large horns. Directing the cotton beast to the trough, it glanced into the water, mistakenly believing that the little tiger had brought it for a drink. Without hesitation, it lowered its head and eagerly gulped down the water, oblivious to the consequences of its actions. In the month of August, I was astonished to find water in the trough. The round, bright eyes of the tiger glimmered with excitement, but before I could fully relish the moment, I witnessed the foolish sheep greedily gulping down every last drop of water from the trough. Yu, what are you doing? After finishing its drink, the cotton beast contentedly let out a burp. The little tiger, irritated, sharpened its claws against the stone. However, recalling the existence of 2 more stone troughs, Yu found solace in her thoughts. She gently patted the cotton beast's head and extended her small paw, urging it to proceed. Misunderstanding her intention, the cotton beast stubbornly shook its head, refusing to go any further, as it could not drink any more. Yu, it is truly exhausting to evolve without a modicum of intellect. One must rely on oneself in all matters. The little tiger lowered its head, aiming intently at the adjacent stone trough, its amber eyes filled with determination. The desire for challenge surged within her, as she prepared to assess the results of her feather-catching endeavors. Success or failure hinged on this pivotal moment. Achoo! At the critical instant, the cotton beast abruptly shook its head and sneezed. The little tiger slipped, flailing in a desperate attempt to avoid falling, and narrowly managed to grasp the large horn of the cotton beast, inadvertently pressing her face against it. Just as she was about to climb back up using its face as leverage, the situation was far from over. Achoo! 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 The cotton beast, feeling aggrieved, had merely inhaled a tuft of tiger fur. It shook its massive head vigorously, releasing an earth-shattering series of sneezes, while Yu stubbornly clung to its horn, thinking to herself that if she let go, she would surely be flung out and meet her demise. Ultimately, with the force of the cotton beast's sneezes, the little tiger gracefully landed on the edge of the stone trough. Once she steadied herself, she resolved to leap directly to her destination. Measuring the distance to the neighboring stone trough, the little tiger prepared for a few moments before launching herself forward with fervor. Splendid! A flawless landing. Yu lifted her head with newfound confidence, the long whiskers beside her nose curling upwards, exuding an air of pride. She was no longer the clumsy tiger that once fell into the water while merely attempting to catch a frog. Suddenly, sensing the warm breath behind her, the little tiger turned her head, only to be startled by the face of a sheep so close that it sent a shiver down her spine. Her little legs faltered, and with a resounding splash, she ultimately fell into the trough. Yu vowed never to play with that sheep again. Just as Shonen was engrossed in skinning a bear, he suddenly raised his head, noticing the absence of the little tiger. Instead, he saw the foolish cotton beast eagerly poised at the edge of the stone trough, seemingly intent on dipping its head into the water. With a soft sigh, Shonen deftly set aside his task and went in search of the tiger. Upon bending down, he was met with the sight of the little tiger frolicking merrily in the trough, as if it were entirely unbothered. He pinched the bridge of his nose, intending to scoop the tiger out, but to his surprise, Yu nimbly evaded his grasp. "Oh, Leopard, isn't this pool meant for bathing?" she exclaimed, clearly enjoying her playful antics in the water. Seeing her delight, Shonen decided against intervening, merely splashing a bit of water over the tiger and saying in his deep voice, "Call for me when you tire of playing." Nodding enthusiastically, the little tiger continued to paddle in the water, while the cotton beast bleated nearby, attempting to stick its large head into the trough. The little tiger raised its paw in protest, pushing against the cotton beast's nose, baring its teeth in disdain. As yet another sip of its bathing water vanished, the cotton beast felt aggrieved. It truly could not drink any more and merely wished to help the tiger out of the water. Meanwhile, Shonen was audibly cooking meat in the newly crafted stone pot. The little tiger, immersed in the water, listened to the bubbling sound outside, its ears perking up in surprise at the realization that beast men not only roasted meat but also boiled water. It became evident just how rough Leopard's life must be. Without the shelter of this cave to shield him from the elements, he would be akin to a wild leopard, sleeping beneath the sky and on the earth. With a series of soft exclamations, the creature immersed itself in the water, scrubbing its paws, kneading its tiger-like face, and grooming its tail, an unprecedented experience of bathing for this beast. The cotton beast rested its large head on the edge of the basin, exhaling in boredom. It contemplated leaving, Yet the moment it shifted its stance, it felt the chilling gaze of the Black Panther upon it, rendering it motionless. Caught in this dilemma of wanting to move yet feeling restrained, the cotton beast began to reminisce about the delightful feast it had enjoyed earlier in the day. Having indulged in a variety of delectable treats, it quietly regurgitated the contents of its rumen, crunching away with satisfaction. Yuyue? What is it consuming? Stealing glances, the cotton beast cast a sidelong glance at her, yet remained unresponsive, persisting in its ruminative endeavors. The little tiger surveyed its surroundings, quietly drifting away from the cotton beast, inwardly lamenting whether this creature might gnaw at the stone trough. The amiable cotton beast remained engrossed in savoring its delectable morsel. As frothy, emerald green liquid dribbled from the corners of its mouth with each swing of its jaw. Drip, steadily plummeting into the water. Howl. Leopard, come quickly. This foolish sheep is utterly revolting. The little tiger was almost desperate to clamber up. Upon hearing the tiger's urgent call, the swift and nimble shonen darted over in less than 3 seconds, scooping up the vociferous little white tiger from the water. What happened? Shonen brushed off the water from her, flexing his arms as he prepared to shake her dry. Yuyue hastily wrapped her tail around the robust and powerful arm, her claws gripping tightly to prevent him from moving. Her nails nearly sank into the top muscle, and realizing her strength had been excessive, the little tiger chuckled bashfully, gently patting the sturdy arm, playfully teasing. After a moment's thought, Shannon decided to hold the little tiger and bring her closer to the fire for warmth. Oh no. Not again with the fire, Yuyue exclaimed, growing increasingly anxious as she tightened her hold around Shannon's arm. Yuyue sighed, suggesting that perhaps it would be best to shake off the heat, for being scorched by the flames was indeed an unpleasant experience. Looking at her timid demeanor, Sunan raised an eyebrow, feeling that 2 animal skins were rather insufficient. The little tiger, who adored splashing in water yet feared the chill, was reluctant to shake off the heat. Meanwhile, the unaccustomed Black Panther found himself quite perplexed in tending to a cub. After a brief pause, he retrieved the white bear skin he had prepared earlier that day, laying it beside the fire and tossing the little tiger onto it to entertain herself. Alas, if he could not roast the little tiger, he would simply wait to roast the bear skin instead. Yuyue hesitated, feeling uncertain and reluctant to step forward, cautiously balancing on her toes upon the bear skin, gazing down at the pristine and immaculate white fur beneath her. She had never encountered such exquisite pelage before and was loath to spoil it on her first use. Observing her discomfort, Shunin chuckled as he leaned on his chin, seemingly nonchalantly remarking on the sudden realization that both the cub and the bear skin were white. The little tiger perked its ears, acutely attuned to his words, and scrutinized the bear skin with a serious gaze, pawing at it inquisitively. Indeed, it was white, thicker than her own fur, smooth and glossy. How vexing. The little tiger gleefully rolled about on the soft bear skin, intent on marring its pristine white coat. After all white fur could not compare to her own purity. Why not taste this delightful dish? Shunin's smiling eyes unwittingly followed the little tiger's frolicsome antics, akin to a large cat captivated by its master's attention. It seemed that with the presence of the cub, Shunin's gentle brows and eyes were no longer fade. The mirthful depths of his beastly pupils were devoid of mockery and indifference. Shunin became acutely aware of this change and shook his head in resignation, realizing how entertaining it could be to raise a young one. After tumbling for a while, the little tiger sprawled on its back, panting heavily, and sniffed the air with curiosity. Aha! What delectable treat had the leopard procured now? Ceasing its playful antics, Yuyue dutifully sat there, her little tail neatly tucked over her paws, displaying an endearing politeness as she awaited the black leopard to commence the feast. Her amber-hued eyes darted around, signaling to Shunan, Go on. It must be ready. I can already smell the aroma." It was only then that Shunan remembered the meat simmering in the pot. After carefully inspecting the contents, he promptly lifted the bubbling pot from the fire with deft hands. As Yi witnessed his bravery, a shiver ran down her spine, prompting her to quickly climb atop the man and earnestly inspect his hand. Shan Nan, with a smile gracing his features, willingly opened his palm for her scrutiny, casually remarking that such minor injuries could hardly affect him. After making this statement, he playfully pressed his outstretched hand against her face, teasing her not to perceive him as feeble. The little tiger, struggling to dislodge the annoying hand from her face, extended her paw to reveal the sharp claws concealed within her soft pats. "Yet, you were still scratched by my claws last time," she retorted. Shan Nan, understanding her implication, merely chuckled, offering no further explanation. He pointed to the stone pot, advising her to let the contents cool before indulging, then lifted the little tiger into his arms, retrieving a collection of snake skins to craft her a new outfit. The atmosphere around the warmth of the fire was harmonious, cozy, and tranquil, while the cotton beast, patiently waiting by the water trough, chimed in, "Bah, can I leave now?" Critiquing Shan Nan's meat soup, the little tiger shook her head, remarking that, of course, a broth seasoned only with salt and honey could hardly be delectable. Yu stared at the devilishly concocted soup before her, grimacing as she forced herself to sip it, one mouthful after another. The thought of the naive orc, Dun En, crossed her mind, and she felt an unseemly urge to mock him. Just moments ago, she had praised the delectable grilled meat, yet here was this ill-fated broth. "Dun En, why don't you sample this delightful brew yourself?" He furrowed his brow, cautiously savoring the new creation he had attempted. While he had witnessed others crafting soup, he remained oblivious to the secret ingredients they employed. Observing the little tiger gulping it down with fervor, Dun-In skeptically took another taste. Was it truly that exquisite? Why had he not disowned it? Noticing the little tiger's apparent delight, Dun-In generously and amiably declared that he would save the remainder for him. Yue, how could I be so bold? Perhaps there lies a misunderstanding between us. Today, the meat broth has filled the little tiger's belly to the brim, leaving her swaying like a small weeble. Slumped on the ground, she gritted her teeth, suppressing the urge to vomit that threatened to rise in her throat. What a predicament she had gotten herself into. Normally, she never indulged in such excesses even when devouring barbecued meat. Shonan, having finished her meal long ago, had transformed into an elegant black panther, quietly lounging on the soft white bear pelt, grooming her fur. The striking contrast of black and white left a deep impression. As the wild black panther lazily nestled among the pristine fur, resembling a model in a high-fashion fur advertisement. It was all rather sophisticated, and the little tiger, lost in her whimsical thoughts, shyly buried her face in her paws. It dawned on her just how harmoniously her own coat complemented that of the panther. The little tiger's intentions were somewhat unclear, prompting the black panther to rest her head upon the bear pelt, her golden eyes intently fixed on her. While her long tail swayed leisurely behind her, the little tiger felt an inexplicable sense of discontent, stubbornly thrusting her round belly toward Shonen's chin. In response, Shonen raised her head slightly, only to be met with the sight of the little tiger's plump belly, which piqued her curiosity, prompting her to sit up straight. The panther extended her large paw to poke at the ball-like little tiger, tilting her head in confusion. Is it really possible to eat this much? In the month of August, you must cease this behavior, or I shall truly make a scene. The broth that had been so painstakingly suppressed has resurfaced. And the little tiger clenches its teeth, extending its claws to firmly obstruct the formidable paw of the larger feline. The diminutive tiger claw, no larger than the fingertip of a black panther, appears to possess immense strength, effectively preventing the dark paw from advancing even an inch. The black panther, regretfully retracting its claw, finds the round little creature rather amusing. It descended gracefully, contemplating for a moment before lifting its head again, attempting to nudge the little tiger back beneath its chin, only to be met with a stern rejection from the little tiger. In the depths of the night, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, Yu resolutely declined to cuddle with Bao Bao, fearing that the latter would truly be overwhelmed. In the pitch blackness, the feline's nocturnal vision proved exceptional, impervious to the shadows that cloaked the world. The black panther, bereft of her little tiger companion, found herself restless. Her golden eyes fixated intently on the small white tiger, while her long tail languidly stretched forth, seeking to capture the cub's attention. However, the little tiger, feeling utterly stuffed, was reluctant to move. Yu lazily grasped the tip of the black tail, nudging closer until she nestled against the panther's soft belly. Out of sight. Out of mind. If she could not see, then she would not be seen. Although the effect was somewhat lackluster, the sensation of the little tiger resting trustingly against her brought a sense of peace to the panther, who then closed her eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the cotton beast stationed by the water trough bleated plaintively. May I take my leave? At the break of dawn, the little tiger roused the black panther from her slumber. Eager to seize the last remnants of pleasant weather for a breath of fresh air, knowing that the rainy season loomed imminent, and opportunities for outdoor adventures would soon dwindle. The awakened beauty, still drowsy, stifled a yawn and, in preparation for the impending deluge, lazily dressed the little tiger in the new raincoat fashioned the previous evening. Subsequently, he entrusted the spirited cotton beast with the task of taking the little tiger out to play. For he had been quite occupied lately ensuring that the little tiger would be well equipped to weather the rainy season. Yue boldly rode out on her mindless steed, exuding an air of confidence. The little tiger, unfamiliar with the forest, was equally unacquainted with the myriad of scents surrounding her, joyfully allowing the cotton beast to lead the way, as if casually tending to sheep. With no distractions today, the liberated cotton beast was evidently exhilarated, exploring every nook and cranny. At one moment, it uncovered a few mushrooms in a hidden corner, and at another, it stumbled upon several fruit trees in a mountain ravine. The little tiger felt she had gathered quite a bounty. Fortunately, she had insisted the night before that leopard craft a pouch from snakeskin for her. And now it swayed gently around the cotton beast's neck. All the delightful treasures inside were pilfered from the cotton beast's mouth by the little tiger, including delectable fruits, exquisite flowers, and even some curious wild grasses that she snatched away to claim as her own. As afternoon approached, Yue leisurely sprawled out, reclining in the plush fur of the cotton beast. Alas, the little tiger shook her head in regret, lamenting that leopard was not present. For they had explored so many wondrous places today. What Yue remained unaware of was that the seemingly solitary great cat, Nan, had already traversed 5 or 6 mountain peaks behind her back. Meanwhile, she herself had been wandering with the cotton beast for nearly half a day, not even stepping beyond the territory of the Black Panther. In the distant Jitong Valley, the agile Black Panther was sprinting through the forest, its robust muscles flexing rhythmically with each nimble movement, exuding an explosive power. The sole purpose of Nan's long journey to this place was the abundant Mingza trees found in the Jitong Valley. It was said that these Mingza trees, akin to banyan trees, were ancient gifts bestowed upon the beastmen by the beast god a millennium ago. while banyan trees were ubiquitous across the realms of beast men. The Mingza trees were rare, with many having only heard of them through legends, some even unaware of their existence. In all his travels, Nan had encountered this singular location, with nearby powerful tribes referring to it as Jatong Valley. They claimed that although the Mingza trees were harder than stone, impervious to water, they could effortlessly float on the surface and offered a sensation of warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Thus, certain esteemed beastmen from large tribes fancied curling up with small pieces of Mingza wood for slumber. At this thought, Nan scoffed. Who would be so dull as to sleep with it? He merely sought a suitable resting place. As this fleeting thought crossed his mind, the Black Panther's ears twitched sensitively. Halting its sprint, he caught faint sounds of anguished cries ahead. Stealthily, he crept forward, climbing a dense tree silently to gaze down unhurriedly. Not far away, amidst the disarray of flora, a towering 3-meter-tall eagle was contentedly feasting on the skull of a primate beast. The unfortunate creature, brutally deprived of its brain, was still alive. Its wide eyes staring in horror, mouth agape. If one did not listen closely, they would miss the muffled cries of pain emanating from its throat. Blood-soaked remnants of brain matter splattered the surrounding leaves, grotesque and chilling. Great eagle, please spare us. We are merely passing through. We wouldn't dare covet the Mingza trees even if we had tenfold the courage. A frail boy, thin and weak, crouched humbly by the feet of a robust, towering man. The scent of fear emanated from him as he dared not look at the terrifying sight of his kin being devoured. Instead, he sought solace in his pitiful pleas for mercy. It turned out that the creature being feasted upon was also a beast man. The burly man chuckled mockingly, kicking the boy's shoulder while taunting, "You know we are the eagle of the primates?" He then turned to his feasting companion, saying, "Eagle, take your time. Let this little monkey watch as we methodically crack his skull and drain it bite by bite." The eagle, engrossed in its meal, glanced up. Its gaze as cold as steel, and flashed a greedy smile before returning to the grisly task of devouring the old primate's brain. The frail boy lay helplessly on the ground, trembling in despair and terror. The eagle relished the sight of its prey's fear and helplessness before reaching down, maliciously lifting the boy's head to force him to witness the gruesome scene. In a state of utter fear, the boy could no longer maintain his human form, and with a thud, he transformed back into a young primate. The eagle chuckled, inhaling deeply, the fresh scent of the young primate tantalizingly enticing. It was about to revert to its beast form to savor the delight of breaking open its meal's skull when it suddenly sensed something amiss. Its sharp eye swept the surroundings, yet found nothing. Noticing the eagle's sensitivity, the other eagle scoffed disdainfully, eyeing the nearly unconscious young primate and greedily smirking, as if to imply that if it did not eat soon, it would take matters into its own hands. The first eagle rolled its eyes at him, preparing to transform into its beast form, when suddenly, a black panther leaped from behind. The panther landed gracefully upon the eagle, yet the impact felt as if a boulder had struck. Before the eagle could launch another attack, the tremendous force shattered its spine, leaving it bloodied and powerless on the ground. Just moments ago, the eagle that had been engrossed in its meal adeptly soared into the air, circling above the panther, plotting its counterattack. The young primate seized the opportunity to flee into the dense forest, disappearing amidst the foliage. Calmly, Nan flicked his tail and stood undisturbed, seemingly oblivious to the looming eagle above. The arrogant eagle, brimming with self-importance, believed that the injury to its companion was merely a result of the panther's timely intervention, never considering whether this unexpected guest was a force it could provoke. After circling a while, seeing that the panther had not noticed it, it narrowed its eyes in disdain. It remained utterly oblivious to the silent cries and desperate gaze of the fallen eagle below. The injured eagle had intended for its companion to return and summon help, yet its grave injuries rendered it incapable of uttering a sound. With a broken spine, it could not endure for long without assistance. It would soon perish here without the panther needing to deliver the final blow. The other eagle, oblivious to its companion's frustration, focused intently on the panther's nape, eager to taste the delicacy of its brain. The massive eagle circled overhead, preparing to dive down after several rotations. "Despair, tremble, you dead panther. Let my beak pierce through your skull." With a thud, the black panther elegantly raised a paw, swatting the eagle aside into a nearby tree. The thick trunk snapped in half, burying the eagle beneath a pile of splintered wood. Free from the annoyance of the circling bird, Nan felt elated. He squatted before the injured eagle, plucking a leaf-shaped feather from its hair and casually inquiring, "Where is the Mingza tree?" The eagle weakly opened its mouth, wishing to express gratitude for the panther's mercy and offer to guide it, yet found itself incapable of doing so. Observing the eagle's futile attempts to articulate a response, Nan, feeling disheartened, tossed the feather back into its face and rose to his feet. The feather, though appearing light, became firmly lodged in the eagle's throat. Ultimately, the only sight left was that of a man with wide eyes, staring blankly into the void. It was a longing for a dragon cat friend missed by the little tiger. Nan strolled leisurely to the shattered wood, grasping the struggling eagle amidst the debris. "Take me to the Mingza tree," he commanded succinctly. The eagle, defiant, pecked angrily at his hand. With a click of his tongue, Nan cast it to the ground, firmly pressing a foot upon the eagle's neck. As he exerted force, intending to snap its neck, he suddenly noticed its smooth, fluffy feathers. Pausing, Nan began to manipulate the feathers. Not enough strength. After a flurry of activity, the Black Panther muttered under his breath, feeling as if he had been delayed by two foolish birds, before swiftly disappearing into the depths of the valley. The featherless eagle, shivering in the cold wind, could no longer afford to be arrogant and could only silently rejoice that the stranger had spared his life. He hoped his errant kin would soon discover him and bring him back. Otherwise, without his feathers, he would not survive the night. A rustling sound broke the silence, and the eagle turned his head to see a scattering of simian beasts surrounding him. Gone was the joy and greed he once felt at the sight of food. Instead, his eyes widened in alarm. He opened his beak in an attempt to call out to his nearby kin, hoping that one of the feathered eagles would deign to join him in this precarious feast. Unfortunately, his plans crumbled as the simian beasts worked together to lift him, intending to carry the massive eagle away. The eagle struggled uneasily, well aware of the dire consequences should he fall into their hands, having devoured many of their kind in the past. While he found himself trapped in this predicament, his kin in the tribe were equally powerless to resist, as the forces from the south had already penetrated deep into the eagle tribe's territory. Regardless of the desperate cries of the transformed eagles, the Black Panther was busy plucking feathers, maintaining a composed demeanor as he surveyed the surroundings and terrain, eager to locate the elusive meteor tree. Having been away for too long, he wondered if the little tiger had returned or encountered any dangers, or if any unwelcome guest had intruded upon his territory. The panther furrowed his brow. It seemed he needed to act swiftly. Meanwhile, the little tiger, venturing outside, was indeed living up to the panther's expectations, having unwittingly become an uninvited guest in someone else's home. Beside the razor-sharp grass, the little tiger faced off against a rabbit, her expression serious. Having grown significantly, she had finally caught up to this old rival. Though she lacked the rabbit's robust form and fluffy fur, her height and presence had nearly matched. The rabbit, with an indifferent gaze, contemplated how to swiftly eliminate the tiger this time, determined not to let her escape again. The two fluffy creatures, each with their own intentions, locked eyes intensely. Meanwhile, the cotton beast had been left behind by Yue, sternly ordered to keep its distance. The little tiger felt confident. She needed to avenge her own grievances, for the large, clumsy creature standing idly offered her no opportunity to strike. Furthermore, she cast a glance at the ailing gray rat beneath the rabbit's claws and licked her nose in surprise. To her astonishment, the rat was still alive. Had she arrived even a moment later, the rabbit would have succeeded in its hunt. After the month of Yue, she nervously bit her lip. The catbus was her first friend in this world, and the previous distressing news, born from a misunderstanding, had truly devastated her. Clenching her small paws, she was a loyal little tiger, determined to avenge her friend, even if it meant sacrificing her own vengeance. Thus, she resolved to test the waters first. Ideally, she would permanently keep the rabbit cat here. With a glance at the seemingly spiritless catbus, she felt a surge of urgency, contemplating how to discreetly rescue it from its captor's clutches. This time, the little tiger reacted swiftly. As the thought crossed her mind, her body lunged unexpectedly towards the rabbit cat. She intended to feign an attack, compelling the rabbit cat to relinquish its hold on the catbus. However, the rabbit cat, oblivious to her true target, was not easily fooled. With a stable stance, it firmly pinned a large gray mouse beneath its paw, unwilling to release its hard-won lunch for the sake of a skirmish. Only when the little tiger pounced did the rabbit cat leisurely raise its paw to shield its face, underestimating the cub's capabilities. Yet again, it misjudged her strength. She had no interest in its eyes, but rather aimed for the rabbit cat's soft-looking belly. Unperturbed by the flailing paw, the little tiger charged headlong into its abdomen. The rabbit cat bent slightly from the impact but remained steadfast, thanks to its plush form and solid footing. Fuming with anger, the rabbit cat seized the nearly lifeless catbus and flung it forward, intending to eliminate the bothersome mouse before resuming its battle. Unbeknownst to it, fate had a twist in store. The catbus sailed through the air in a graceful arc, only to be caught by a seemingly formidable cotton beast. The cotton beast shook its large horns, depositing the little catbus into a pouch suspended from its neck, before lounging leisurely on the grass behind a tree, observing the unfolding drama. Yue was initially startled by the sudden action of the lynx throwing a mouse, but unexpectedly, her clumsy mount, the cotton beast, proved to be quite effective at a crucial moment. The little tiger nodded in appreciation, promising to reward it handsomely upon their return. With no longer any concern for the hostage chinchilla, the tiger's offensive sword, fiercely, it swung its tiny paws, targeting the lynx's head with unwavering determination. Even the lynx's solid stance could not withstand such an assault, causing it to stumble back a few steps. Baring its teeth, the lynx squinted its yellow-green eyes. Sensing the adversary's newfound strength, it was no wonder this creature dared to provoke it. The lynx disdainfully twitched its whiskers, regarding the young one as overconfident and foolish. Having just gained a smidgen of power, it was eager to seek vengeance. Since she was so hastily courting her own demise, the lynx decided to oblige her. With this thought, the lynx tensed its body, its fluffy fur billowing like waves in the wind, signaling that it was about to get serious. Yue, were it not for your capture of my brother mouse, who would willingly emerge to engage in a life-or-death struggle with you, my dear brother? The rabbit cat could not tolerate its dignity being challenged by a cub, and the little tiger would not allow its cherished friend to be unjustly bullied. The rules of the beastly world are merciless. It was evident that both fluffy contenders were intent on each other's demise. Having been bested, both parties silently retreated a few paces, quietly brewing something ominous, as the battle appeared to be just commencing. Their previous maneuvers seemed merely to be tests of each other's resolve. The atmosphere between the two beasts grew tense, and it was not only they who felt the strain. The onlookers were even more anxious. The cotton beast dared not even breathe, lurking timidly behind a tree, peering furtively with its large head. It could not comprehend why the little tiger insisted on confronting the adversary in a desperate struggle. Should it inadvertently sustain an injury and bleed? Lord Black Panther would surely flay it alive. What if the little tiger were to falter? What if it returned in a state of utter disarray? Meanwhile, it would appear unaffected, and Lord Black Panther would undoubtedly believe it had not exerted itself diligently to protect the little tiger. The mere thought of being skinned sent the cotton beast into a spiral of despair, momentarily casting aside the imminent conflict nearby. As it scanned the nearby mud puddles, a sudden flash of inspiration struck its limited intellect. Without hesitation, it sprawled within, rolling about, then rubbed against a nearby tree to deliberately tangle its soft, fluffy curls upon the sharp branches. Its small brain could not fathom the complexities of the situation. Each day was spent oscillating between fear and mindless enjoyment. Achieving this level of ingenuity was already a significant breakthrough for it. While the cotton beast was preoccupied with further disheveling itself, the battle had already commenced. In truth, there was no need for any extravagant fighting techniques. After all, few cubs had the opportunity to consume the yellow-tier phantom beast core before their transformation. It was fortunate, too, that a certain leopard had been rather unrefined in its upbringing, coupled with the fact that it had enjoyed abundant sustenance alongside him. Feasting on animals that only high-ranking predators could catch, the little tiger's physical prowess had undoubtedly surpassed its former self. The rabbit cat could no longer contain its impatience and launched an initial strike for the little tiger's neck. Yet, Yuyue unexpectedly intercepted, its powerful jaws clamping down heavily on the rabbit cat's paw. The rabbit cat did not even begin to panic. It remained composed and self-assured. Being bitten, what of it? Could the milk teeth of this cub penetrate its fur? Yuyue sneered dismissively, aware that a single misstep could lead to everlasting regret. With such confidence, the little tiger gradually increased its biting force, its eyes provocatively fixed on the rabbit cat, as if teasing it for amusement. The sharp teeth slowly sank into flesh, and the rabbit cat felt the impending pain of its bones being crushed. In a swift response, it ferociously swiped at the tiger's eyes, realizing that it now had to employ its clever tricks to escape. At the critical moment, the little tiger barely evaded the attack, unexpectedly loosening its grip, leading the rabbit cat to believe it had succumbed to fear. However, in an instant, Yuyue sprang upward, sinking her teeth into the rabbit cat's neck. The little tiger's target had always been the opponent's neck and head. She desired nothing less than a swift fatal blow. The rabbit cat struggled to push her away, nearly damaging her delicate raincoat. But fortunately, Shilan Snake's shed was no ordinary material. It was sturdy enough to serve as armor. The sharp claws grazed Yuyue's face, leaving 3 distinct scratches that oozed blood. The tiger paid no heed to such trivial wounds, seemingly oblivious to the blood trickling down her face. As she forcefully pinned her opponent to the ground, her soft paw pads were now effectively holding the adversary down. The pressure of her bite intensified, as the little tiger savored the sensation of her teeth gradually piercing through flesh. The rabbit cat, unwilling to yield, kicked its legs in defiance. Yet this seemingly grand battle concluded in a hasty and direct manner, unbeknownst to Yuyue, having lived together for only a few days. Every move she made bore the shadow of the Black Panther. Empowered by her newfound strength, she had also come to relish the straightforwardness of combat. A little secret. The once inept tiger has begun to show off. With ease, she avenged herself, but found herself unable to lift the body of her defeated opponent. The little tiger dragged the lifeless form, panting as she sought her support beast, which she had carelessly abandoned in the rear. To her surprise, in the brief interval since their skirmish, her previously pristine steed appeared as if it had just fled from disaster, disheveled and filthy. Observing it still engrossed and rubbing against a tree, its wool, once fluffy like a small cloud, now resembled a tattered rag. Yuyue inhaled deeply. What on earth are you doing, silly sheep? The cotton beast was startled, its rotund body trembling. It initially feared that something unfortunate had befallen the little tiger, and hurriedly stretched its neck to look around, only to collide with the sight of the little white tiger adorned with blood on its face. Bah! It struggled to catch its breath, feeling an ominous sense that today might be its last. The creature snorted, anxiously lowering its head to sniff around the little tiger, fervently hoping that the blood did not belong to her. Yuyue disdainfully evaded it, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do not soil my pristine white fur." Ever since the encounter with the polar bear, the little tiger had grown increasingly protective of its coat. The cotton beast, gripped by fear, felt as though it were teetering on the brink of life and death. After receiving a glare from the little tiger, it dared not move, sitting there obediently. The two creatures sat in silence, their large eyes locked in an intense gaze. Yuyue, how can she return home in this condition? Meon beast, how can tiger return home like this? As she gazed at the darkening sky, Yuyue rubbed her paws together. She did not wish to delay any longer. Having been away for a day, Bao Bao must be anxious. Gently blowing on the white fur of her paws, she resigned herself to the dirt. After all, Bao Bao would be the first to be unsettled by it. The little tiger, baring its teeth, climbed onto Meon Beast's mud-streaked body, inadvertently tugging along her spoils. She intended to bring this rabbit back to showcase to Bao Bao, hoping to astound him with her bravery. Imagining Baobao's astonished gaze filled her with pride, and she couldn't help but grin foolishly. On the way back, a light drizzle began to fall once more. Thanks to her protective raincoat, Yue was spared much discomfort. Yet, the moment the raindrops touched her, a shiver ran through her, for Bao Bao and the others had mentioned that the rainy season was upon them. The tiger's face furrowed, and her amber eyes gazed solemnly at the sky. Thus, any rain could signify the onset of the rainy season. Yue reminisced about the sunlit forest of the day, hoping it would not be her final venture outside. Fortunately, the sky remained unclouded as the two beasts hurriedly traversed the gentle rain, illuminated by the fading light of the setting sun. Yue inexplicably felt a familiar sense of solitude wash over her. Shaking her head, she realized that the little tiger had grown accustomed to the routine. It was merely an attempt to invoke her suicidal tendencies, leading her unknowingly towards a merciful end. Did she truly appear to be the kind of fool who would fall for such tricks each time? The little tiger clicked its tongue, patting the foolish sheep beneath it, which seemed far more agreeable. In the dimly lit woods, the cotton beast spotted a shadow ahead. The long, drawn-out bleat echoed like a call from the abyss, causing the little tiger to scratch itself uncomfortably. What was with the incessant calling? It felt eerily unsettling. The little tiger's fur bristled as the sound of dripping rain mingled with the darkness of the forest, compounded by the presence of this bizarre, colossal sheep beneath it. Suddenly, a sense of fear crept over her. How she wished Leopard were there. With Leopard by her side, she would certainly feel more secure. Abruptly, she noticed that distant shadow, and Yue chuckled. Truly, the moment one spoke of Chow Chow, Chow Chow would appear. The little tiger cheerfully propped herself up, waving her tiny paws vigorously, beckoning, "Come quickly, Leopard." Upon seeing the panther, the cotton beast felt a sense of reassurance, stamping its hooves and patiently awaiting on the spot. It seemed that the figure had also taken notice of their calls, quickening its pace and drawing ever nearer. Yue observed the figure sprinting away, gradually sensing a peculiar familiarity. She could not recall the origin of this strange feeling. Yue gazed intently at the figure sprinting ahead, recognizing it as a black panther. Yet, as she continued to observe, her body grew increasingly tense. Firstly, it was indeed a black panther, but it certainly was not merely a panther. "Hurry, hurry, foolish sheep," the little tiger called out urgently, flustered as it urged the cotton beast to run faster. The cotton beast, bewildered, hesitated for a moment, pondering why it must flee when the tiger seemed unwilling to confront the majestic black panther. Considering the wounds adorning the tiger's face, it seemed she too was reluctant to face the formidable creature. Noticing the cotton beast's lack of action, the little tiger, in a fit of desperation, tugged at its fur, causing the cotton beast to bleed in pain. With a reluctant stomp, it finally complied and bolted forward. As the mount entered a rapid sprint, the little tiger nearly lost its grip due to the sudden acceleration. Adjusting its footing, the little tiger steadied itself and quickly glanced back, confirming that the black panther had indeed altered its course and was pursuing them relentlessly. Yue anxiously grasped the back of the cotton beast with her tiny claws, realizing that herbivores were indeed no match for carnivores. Even though the cotton beast was moving at full speed, the other party effortlessly closed the distance. In the moonlit night, Yue finally had the chance to behold its true form. The panther was entirely cloaked in jet black, with its eyes two abyssal orbs exuding an unsettling darkness that sent chills down one's spine. The little tiger clenched its teeth, pondering if this was indeed the manifestation of a fallen beast, feeling an oppressive presence closing in from behind. The cotton beast could not resist the urge to turn its massive head for a fleeting glance. Goodness, what manner of creature is this? How has the esteemed panther transformed into such a sight? The cotton beast evidently surged to an elevated level of speed, racing forward with all its might. Yue, so you dared to reserve your strength just now? Indeed, the pursuit of life is the most compelling motivation for progress, even for beasts. The cotton beast, when earnest, can gradually increase the distance from the unfamiliar leopard. Truly, it is worthy of its evolution into a phantom beast. The little tiger gazes enviously at its frantically thrashing hoofs. The gentle rain continues to fall, and the cotton beast's rapid dash through the rain is fervently depleting its stamina, causing its speed to gradually wane. Yet, the pursuing fallen beast behind seems tireless, relentlessly trailing the two creatures as if it has never encountered a living being before. Night has descended, and the only solace for Yue is that the rain has yet to intensify. Should the rain increase even slightly, it would add to the obstacles of their escape and might cause them to lose their way once more. The little tiger certainly does not wish to relive the experience of being lost. In such dire circumstances, even a minor misstep could alter the outcome of this chase. Thus, the cotton beast fortuitously stepped into a puddle at that precise moment, regrettably tumbling down. The little tiger, flung off course, you falter, yet again. If she survives to return, she must insist that the leopard install a child seat on the cotton beast. Why is it always the cotton beast that falls while she soars? The little tiger is fortunate to land in a patch of soft, resilient grass. Soft grass? Yue stared intently at the object beneath her, suddenly feeling a stiffening in her spine. Was this not the distinctive giant spider web characteristic of the forest? Dazed, she turned her head, and indeed, a white spider, whose abdomen was 5 times larger than that of a small tiger, was coiled behind her. Perhaps the annoying drizzle had disturbed its appetite. For the enormous arachnid did not attack the tiger cub but instead extended a slender leg and flicked it away as if it were mere refuse. Yuyue, I am grateful for the mercy shown. The tiger cub, having fallen to the ground, seemingly forgot the existence of the corrupted beast and stood up with a swagger. Suddenly, it locked eyes with the corrupted leopard that was lunging at the cotton beast. The abyssal gaze of the corrupted beast betrayed no emotion, only a fierce snarl as it bared its teeth. Fragments of flesh, mingled with blood, clung to its fangs, indicating that it had already feasted prior. Yet, it continued to pursue living beings, driven solely by instinct and the thirst for blood. The mindless corrupted beast, spotting a more vibrant and alluring target ahead, relinquished its hold on the petrified cotton beast, which was frozen in fear. It advanced step by step towards Yuyue. The little tiger was acutely aware of its own inability to outrun the predator, yet it harbored no intentions of succumbing to despair. Instead, it cautiously retreated, moving its tiny paws stealthily. Its heart raced like a drum. Were it not for the rain, one might have felt the dampness of its little pads, soaked from fear. At that moment, a silver wolf suddenly flashed overhead, crashing directly into the corrupted beast ahead. A silver wolf? Could it be him? The one who led her away from the tribe? The silver wolf and the corrupted beast became entangled in combat, but the mindless beast felt no pain, making the silver wolf's task considerably arduous. Yuyue discerned the vulnerabilities of the silver wolf and silently prayed for him to discover an opportune moment to achieve an unexpected victory. As Yuyue anxiously observed the battle, she felt a stark contrast to the times when Leopard engaged in combat. When Leopard fought, she was reassured by the knowledge of his invincibility. Her only concern was whether he would sustain any injuries. However, watching Silver Wolf in battle filled her with trepidation, as she could only hope he would emerge victorious. The prospect of injury seemed trivial compared to the paramount importance of his survival. Meanwhile, the cotton beast, having stealthily risen, quietly approached the little tiger, lowering its large head to offer a means of escape, hoping to whisk Yuyue away at this critical moment. Unfortunately, Yuyue was a tiger of loyalty. Despite her unfamiliarity with Silver Wolf, she recognized that he had, in fact, rescued her on several occasions. In such a life-and-death scenario, how could she abandon him? Though she felt like a burdensome liability, she could not bring herself to flee. After a moment's observation of the unfolding conflict, it became evident that Silver Wolf was beginning to falter, leaving Yuyue in a state of hesitation and confusion, her thoughts a tumultuous whirl. Just then, the little tiger sensed a warm breath behind her, enveloping her in a comforting presence. Wolf boy? Yuyue abruptly turned her head, only to discover the imposing Black Panther standing behind her, tilting its head and gazing down at her. Awoo, awoo, Panther, you have finally arrived. The little tiger's eyes brimmed with tears of joy, and the tension in her body finally eased. With a sigh of relief, she nestled into the Black Panther's fluffy chest, seeking warmth and comfort. How did you get hurt again? Shannon frowned, pressing his large paw against her, gently licking her tiger face. He too felt a sense of relief, as plucking feathers had proven to be a rather time-consuming endeavor. After much effort in locating several morning mulberry trees, he was dismayed to find that rain began to fall just as he was making his way home. Although the rain was light, he worried that the little tiger might not have returned home despite the weather. Thus, he hurried back along the path. Upon returning to the cave, he found, as expected, that they had yet to return. The little tiger's scent had been dissipating rather swiftly. If away for too long, even his keen sense of smell would struggle to trace her whereabouts. Fortunately, the scent of the cotton beast lingered, and even in the rain, Shannon was fortunate enough to follow the trail it left behind, leading him to two playful creatures. With her face smeared in saliva, Yuyue suddenly recalled something in her excitement and raised her paw, pointing towards the two creatures engaged in a playful tussle. Awoo, awoo, Panther, could you assist the Silver Wolf? Shannon did not grasp her intent but followed her gaze to the small wolf being overwhelmed by a fallen beast not far off. Although Langston had grown to a size comparable to that of an adult wolf, to Shannon's discerning eyes, his awkward fighting movements marked him as a mere adolescent wolf. The orange beast core on his forehead further emphasized his youthful inexperience, appearing to be a naive young pup destined for hardship. After a brief pause, his disdainful gaze swept over the irrational fallen beast. TSK. This wretch bears such a resemblance to him. What if the little tiger mistakes him? Shannon ground his teeth in frustration, secretly vowing to eliminate every panther that had succumbed to becoming a fallen beast. Without further contemplation, he lowered his head and gently pressed down on the hood of the little tiger's raincoat with his large paw. In an instant, before Yuyue could react, he dashed away with a swift motion. Yuyue felt a sudden blur before her eyes as the panther charged forward, creating a gust of wind that caused her to stumble. The little tiger, still cursing and struggling to regain its balance, looked up to see the panther deftly flipping the fallen beast onto the ground. Meanwhile, Langston, caught in his own confusion, had yet to grasp the situation. When he noticed another shadow darting out unexpectedly, he feared that yet another fallen beast had emerged, sending a chill down his spine. Observing their apparent internal conflict, he instinctively sought to exploit the situation and eliminate one of them first. Thus, the silver wolf wasted no time, baring its teeth and pivoting to pounce on Shonan. Upon witnessing the situation, Yu felt a pang of anxiety, her tiny paws firmly embedded in the soil. Oh, my great silver wolf, are we not allies? However, Swain remained unperturbed, calmly severing the neck of the fallen beast beneath him. With a swift flick of his long tail, he effortlessly intercepted the charging silver wolf. Langston was suddenly knocked to the ground, locking eyes for a brief moment with the pair of yellow beastly orbs. And only then did he realize that this creature was seemingly not a fallen beast. Pausing for a moment, he hastily transformed into his human form, becoming a tall and graceful youth, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." The Black Panther shot him a cold glance, disregarding him entirely, and shifted into human form, striding directly towards the small tiger. Observing that the enigmatic Black Panther appeared indifferent to his presence, Langston felt a quiet relief. He curiously scrutinized Swain's silhouette, pondering how a beastman could reside deep within the great forest away from their tribe. Could it be that the frail little tiger cub, Xiaoyu, had survived in this forest due to his assistance? Swain remained oblivious to the reason behind the little wolf's appearance. And had it not been for the fact that he had somewhat aided the small tiger, he would have expelled the intruding beastman from his territory with force. Meanwhile, the little tiger, witnessing Swain effortlessly deal with the adversary, stumbled over to greet him. "Woo, leopard, you are amazing." Upon seeing the little tiger rush forth, Langston suddenly recalled the recklessness that had compelled him to confront the fallen beast. The youth clenched his fist in excitement, his furrowed brows relaxing after a prolonged period. As he finally found Xiaoyu, the once hard expression on his face melted away like snow, and as the gentle drizzle fell, cool droplets cascaded from his sharply defined jawline. Upon hearing the familiar name, the little tiger instinctively looked up, only to find the youth gazing at him with joy. The little tiger, puzzled, raised a paw to scratch his head, wondering how he knew his name was Yu. Swain raised an eyebrow at the little tiger. "You are not wild. You have a name?" "Yu, where could such a beautiful wild little tiger be fortuitously found by you?" Noticing the little tiger's reaction, Langston cautiously approached Yu, fearful of startling her. He tugged at the corners of his stiff mouth, attempting to muster a gentle smile. Alas, he had not smiled in so long that his expression resembled a grimace more than a smile. Yu timidly shifted behind Bao Bao. Upon noticing this, Shan expression immediately darkened. "What are you doing?" Langston was momentarily taken aback, pondering the same question. He wished to assist Xiaoyu in evading her pursuers, yet he felt utterly powerless. He yearned to rescue her from the forest, where she had been abandoned by her father, but he was confined within the tribe. Helplessly watching time slip away day by day, he longed to bring back Xiaoyu, who in the eyes of the tribe's people had already been devoured by wild beasts. But now, she was no longer in need of his aid. Just moments ago, he had observed that Xiaoyu had gained weight. This marked the first time in over a decade that the little tiger had shown growth. It was evident that this Black Panther had taken excellent care of her. Langston cast a lingering glance at the purple mark on Shan forehead. "It's nothing. I merely wanted to express my gratitude for taking such good care of her," he replied with a sigh, understanding the nuances of the situation. Shan, noticing Langston's familiarity with the little tiger, furrowed his brow but chose not to confront him. Without uttering another word, he bent down to scoop up the little tiger and departed without a backward glance. The little tiger obediently nestled against Bao Bao's shoulder, her round feline eyes fixated on the coldly elegant wolf youth behind them. "I'm sorry, Xiaoyu," came the hoarse voice of the youth. His defiant gray-blue wolf eyes momentarily drooped, filled with a profound sense of loss and guilt as he gazed at her. As the rain fell, his tousled short hair clung to his icy forehead, resembling a forsaken puppy, standing alone and helpless in the cold, rainy night. Yu felt a pang in her heart, unable to bear the sight before her, and abruptly buried her head against Bao Bao's chest. After a moment of silence, she could not resist the urge to peek out again. From a distance, the features of the wolf boy's face were somewhat obscured, yet she could discern that his lips were moving, as if he were uttering something. However, the sound was too faint, and the distance too great for Yu to hear. Although she could not perceive this interspecies communication, it did not imply that Shunan was unable to. "Xiaoyu, the Tiger Mountain tribe has always been your home. If you ever feel homesick, you are welcome to return at any time. This time, I will ensure your safety," Shunan remarked, narrowing his eyes as he savored his words. The mention of the Tiger Mountain tribe? He glanced down at the little tiger in his arms, contemplating, and a smile flickered in his delicate features. "Xiaoyu?" The little tiger's sensitive ears twitched, and she promptly lifted her head, shaking it vigorously. "Ow, what is the matter, Bao Bao?" Shunan paused momentarily, chuckling softly as he stroked her head. "So you really are called Xiaoyu?" The little tiger scratched her head in confusion, knowing her name was Yu. Lately, it felt as though those two characters had become increasingly foreign to her. Yet, Yu distinctly remembered that this was indeed her name. And she had an unsettling sense that she had forgotten many things recently, since realizing her growing unfamiliarity with her own name. She often found herself silently reciting those two characters. The little tiger lay sadly against Bao Bao's neck, resigned to forgetting many things. But she could not afford to forget her own name. Although puzzled by the little tiger's sudden change in demeanor, Shunan tentatively ventured, "Ew?" The little tiger promptly raised her head in response. "Ow, what is it, Bao Bao?" Watching the little tiger's rapid shifts in mood, Shunan could only laugh helplessly as he tugged at the hood of her raincoat. Suddenly recalling something, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What about that cotton beast? It was only then that Yue remembered her beloved steed was missing. She quickly clung to the shoulder of the Black Panther, scanning her surroundings in search of it. The mooing beast, wishing to respond to the two in front who had finally recalled her presence, could only manage a strained moo due to the object in its mouth. Upon receiving a response, and noticing the distant figure of the large gray sheep trailing behind, the little tiger breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that such a substantial mount had been lost forever. The rain had indeed diminished, transforming from a downpour into a fine mist that blurred visibility. With Shonen acting as a human radar, they swiftly navigated back to the cave via the nearest route. At last, home sweet home. Just as Yue began to feel a sense of comfort before entering the cave, Shonen's cold voice pierced the air. "How is it that you have been injured again today?" he remarked, his icy fingertips lightly brushing against the scars on the tiger's face. It tickled, causing the little tiger to feel guilty and sensitive, prompting her to shake her head and retreat slightly. Yue finally arrived home, and the time for reckoning had come. Reflecting on her achievements of the day, she clenched her paw. What did she have to feel guilty about? After all, she was the victor. The little tiger excitedly gestured with her paw, recalling how she had saved her friend, single-handedly confronted a formidable foe, and ferociously defeated it. Yet, she pondered the whereabouts of her trophy. Had the carcass of the snow leopard she had meticulously dragged away been lost when the cotton beast fell, sending both of them flying? A wave of despair washed over her. She hadn't even had the chance to boast to leopard about her conquest, and now the evidence was gone. Shunan, who had been thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle, noticed her sudden pause and cleared his throat, squatting down to hold her paw. "What's the matter? Didn't you just slay something? Why the long face?" "Yue, look, you are entirely oblivious to what I have vanquished, thus you cannot possibly fathom my valor." The cotton beast, finally sauntering back, entered and promptly released its grip, letting out a resounding thud as it discarded something, followed by a deep bleat. Upon witnessing the debris strewn across the floor, the little tiger felt a pang of regret for being too diminutive to bestow a congratulatory pat upon the towering cotton beast. It was remarkably considerate, having remembered to retrieve her spoils. Yue dragged the lifeless body of the rabbit cat, huffing and puffing as she brought it before Shunan. "How impressive. This is the little creature I captured today," the little tiger proclaimed proudly, patting her own chest. Shunan stifled a laugh, quickly suppressing it before Yue could cast her furious gaze in his direction. He then turned his astonished eyes towards the rabbit cat's corpse beside the little tiger, earnestly inquiring if it was indeed slain by Ayu all on her own. Of course, the little tiger nodded affirmatively. Shunan affectionately ruffled her furry head, his eyes brimming with delight. "Remarkable. Ayu's becoming increasingly formidable." Feeling satisfied with the praise, Yue tugged at Shunan, urging him to remove the bag hanging from the neck of the cotton beast. Ahem, it was now time for the second phase. She wished to showcase her other finds from the data leopard. The bag beneath the cotton beast's neck contained fruits and flowers that she had purposely reserved for leopard. Shunan complied, unfastening the snakeskin bag, curious about what treasures she might have discovered on her outing. The man casually rummaged through the bag and pulled out a large gray rat. Shunan remarked, "So, little tiger has a taste for such small rodents too? In the month of August, I found myself in a predicament, having forgotten my dear friend." The tail was grasped by the Black Panther, and the little Totoro trembled, curling up in fright. Wasn't that large creature supposed to be with the little tiger? How had it fallen into the clutches of the esteemed Black Panther? Dangling precariously in the panther's grasp, Totoro's beady eyes fortuitously caught sight of the little tiger below. Alas, the little tiger too had succumbed to the Black Panther's hold. Despite the panther being a mild-mannered and generous lord, he remained a formidable predator. Totoro pondered whether the panther's intention in bringing them back was to feast upon them or to skin them. It could hardly be that he merely wished for a pet. Resigning to the inevitable, Totoro ceased its struggles, acknowledging that today's escape had led only to another perilous fate. Meanwhile, the little tiger gazed longingly at the large gray rat in the hands of Dunnan. Raising an eyebrow, he casually tossed it over to her. Yue felt a jolt of fear, hoping fervently not to injure her little mouse brother. She stumbled as she caught the chinchilla, only to be struck in the face by the hefty gray rat. In a state of confusion, Yue shook the dazed head of the tiger cub, noting that brother mouse had gained weight during their brief separation. The chinchilla chattered away with the little tiger, although neither could comprehend the other's language. Fortunately, the benevolent Lord Black Panther granted them a moment of respite before their impending fate. "Where have you been?" the chinchilla inquired. "I just returned to my hometown to fetch some local delicacies, and when I returned, our home had changed hands. I thought you were gone for good." "Ah, brother mouse. It is a relief to see you alive. That despicable rabbit has been dealt with, and now you shall accompany me. I have risen to prominence," replied the little tiger. Sunan observed the two small creatures' reunion with a furrowed brow, pondering why they could communicate across species while he remained oblivious to the tiger's words. As a new member joined, he noticed Lord Black Panther was engrossed in watching the tiger and chinchilla reminisce, allowing a certain cotton creature, who had been lurking by the entrance for quite some time, to sneak away. The creature tiptoed past them, hoping to return to the depths of the cave to warm itself by the fire. Previously, it had remained still out of fear of Lord Black Panther's potential wrath, but the chilly wind at the cave's entrance was unbearable, chilling its damp fur. Seizing the opportunity, it quietly made its way back, believing it would escape the notice of the Black Panther. However, the cotton creature, feeling guilty, left a trail of muddy droplets that dripped from its unkempt fur. Sunan raised an eyebrow. Get out and clean yourself before coming back. Startled, the cotton creature glanced up at him, relieved that the incident with the tiger had not been mentioned. With a newfound sense of ease, it dashed outside to wash off in the rain. Once it had obediently exited, Sunan turned his gaze to see Yue dragging in the food she had caught, while both the tiger and mouse looked up at him eagerly. What is going on? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. Lord Leopard, may I take it in? Yue asked. True to her nature as a loyal tiger, she could not abandon the chinchilla to wander alone during the rainy season. However, she needed Lord Leopard's consent before proceeding. Realizing that Lord Leopard might not comprehend her request, she paused, raising her paw and placing it gently on the chinchilla's shoulder. Do you understand? Sunan tilted his head, his fingers delicately resting on his chin as he hesitantly asked, Do you wish to keep it as a pet? The little tiger nodded vigorously. You take care of the tiger, and the tiger takes care of the mouse. It will be splendid. The chinchilla, nervously clutching its small hands, appeared as if it were a shy bride before her in-laws. Sunan chuckled softly, ruffling the tiger's head. Of course, you may keep whatever you desire. His voice was smooth and soothing. The little tiger wagged its tail excitedly, embracing Sunan's large hand. The chinchilla looked on in surprise. Let the little tiger play, Sunan suggested, pulling out 2 eggs from a peculiar bird he had unexpectedly encountered while chopping wood. The 3-feathered bird was rather unattractive, plump in its youth and skeletal as it matured, and notoriously unpalatable. Strangely, however, its eggs were quite delectable. Thus, Sunan had released the bird, opting to collect a few eggs to treat the tiger. As he lit the fire, he casually prepared to bury the eggs in the flames. Wait, don't, Lord Leopard, the little tiger exclaimed, having stealthily observed him cooking. Sunan looked up calmly. Don't worry, they will be ready soon. Soon. Yue responded in frustration, hastily gesturing towards a stone pot in the corner. Use that instead. Sunan complied, washing the stone pot and cracking the enormous eggs into it. The eggs were nearly the size of 2 human heads, and 2 of them barely fit within the pot. He sprinkled in a bit of salt, then paused to retrieve some honey. The little tiger clung to his leg. No, that is not allowed. Once again halted, Sunan, maintaining his good-natured demeanor, gently patted the tiger's head and withdrew the honey. Phew, the little tiger sighed in relief. Why not just roast them directly? Sunan inquired, genuinely curious. They would explode. That is common knowledge. The little tiger retorted, exasperated that Lord Leopard, being such a large creature, was unaware of such a fundamental fact. You danced with exuberance, demonstrating to Nan the consequences of placing an egg directly over the flames, which would result in a resounding explosion. After the demonstration, she left the little tiger, woozy, panting and exhausted, his tongue lolling out as he gasped for breath. Alas, the barrier of language proved to be quite a nuisance. Although Nan did not fully comprehend the details, he grasped the essence of her message. Throwing an egg into the fire would lead to undesirable outcomes. He tilted his head in confusion, his long fingers playfully twirling around Woozy's tiny ears. Why is this so? How did you come to know this? Feeling slightly ticklish from Nan's touch, the little tiger shivered and swatted away his hand, fixing him with a serious gaze. Indeed, how did he acquire such knowledge? What source could this common sense stem from? Noticing Woozy lost in thought, Nan gently tapped the top of his small head. Ow, I really have forgotten so many things, the little tiger lamented, burying himself against Nan, sobbing and leaving traces of tears and mucus on his leg. Then extended his large hand to wipe away the tears. There, I shall not inquire further. Yu stifled a sound, chuckling to herself, deciding not to inquire further, thereby avoiding any trouble. Shan Nan, with a resigned expression, rested his forehead in his hand, choosing to disregard her and returning to the task of roasting his eggs. Beneath the man's composed exterior, there was a tempest of thoughts swirling within. The little tiger was certainly no ordinary feline, yet at times, she seemed rather hazy about her own past. His delicate brow furrowed slightly. The tiger's history lay within the Tiger Mountain tribe, and he would seize any opportunity to explore it, while he was engrossed in his thoughts. Yu stealthily slipped away, unnoticed. After searching for quite some time, she finally located the recently emptied bag of snake skin that had housed the dragon cat. And with her little claws, she delved inside. Where are my flowers? Where are my fruits? Where are my delightful little herbs? The little tiger, undeterred by misfortune, plunged entirely into the snake skin bag, rummaging about. After an extensive search, she remained empty-handed. The tiger sat vacantly before the barren bag, lost in contemplation, when her peripheral vision caught sight of a large gray rat scurrying by in the corner. Yue suddenly pounced and pinned the chinchilla to the ground. Where have you gone? She exclaimed. The chinchilla's beady eyes darted around nervously. Who knows? Perhaps it has been devoured by some famished and helpless little creature, she mused. The young tiger gnawed fiercely at its head, determined to savor the taste of the chinchilla on behalf of the lynx. Just then, Shernan unexpectedly lifted her from behind, exclaiming with exasperation, if you must eat it, at least skin it first. Raw rodents are hardly palatable. Yue awkwardly patted his hand with her tiny paw, playfully jesting. Meanwhile, the cat-like creature seized the opportunity to rise, darting towards the fire where the cotton beast was basking in the warmth. Indeed, The cotton beast had returned from outside, having washed itself clean from the rain, and was now comfortably guarding the bonfire, drying its soft, curly fur. The creature crouched stealthily behind the massive form of the cotton beast. The cotton beast leaned down, shaking its large head in a friendly invitation for the cat-like creature to come and experience its warmth. I am the esteemed steed of the little tiger. Do you not wish to give it a try? It seemed to say, hesitating. The cat-like creature glanced at the damp fur of the cotton beast and politely declined with a shake of its head. The cotton beast, disappointed, continued to shake off the water from its fur. At this moment, Shannan waved the little tiger in his hand and cast a glance at the other two creatures in the distance, squinting slightly, feeling that something was amiss. He recalled that initially he had only intended to raise one tiger, yet inexplicably, he found himself with two additional companions. How had the solitary leopard, accustomed to a life of solitude, suddenly acquired a family? Looking down at the little tiger, who was tightly clutching its own tail, he discovered it was staring up at him with its round, curious eyes. Oh, what's wrong, leopard? Shannan chuckled, shaking his head. This little creature always had a way of effortlessly disrupting his train of thought. In a cheerful mood, he returned to the bonfire, cradling the little tiger. It's nothing. The egg is ready. I was just wondering if you would like some. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu nodded. Of course, she wanted to eat. Nan cut a piece and placed it into her own stone dish, where the unblended egg retained its distinct boundaries upon being cooked. Yu, filled with anticipation, took a tentative taste of the egg white, only to find it quite unpalatable. Her memory of that first delightful encounter with an egg was vivid, and she had not expected this one to be so distasteful. Observing that Shernan only served himself, she gave his leg a gentle nudge with her tiny paw. You should eat too. Don't be shy. Shernan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he rose to approach the cotton beast, gazing at the lumbering creature basking by the fire. He casually remarked, it seems your abilities are still rather lacking. The coldness of his voice startled the cotton beast, causing it to spring to attention. Fearing that the imposing black leopard had come to hold it accountable, it assumed that Shernan would blame it for failing to protect the little tiger, allowing her to venture out alone and sustain injuries. However, Shernan actually believed it was rather pathetic that the creature could only flee when confronted by fallen beasts. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved an orange-tiered phantom beast core and tossed it to the cotton beast, determined to nurture this phantom creature. With it accompanying the little tiger, he would feel a semblance of reassurance. The cotton beast eagerly caught the coveted orange crystal, overwhelmed with joy. As a fellow phantom beast, it found it impossible to resist the allure of other phantom beast cores. Shernan, observing its lack of composure, furrowed his brow in disdain, deciding to leave it to its own devices. If it proved inadequate, he could always fetch that lazy snake to assist in caring for the little ones. Lost in thought, Shernan suddenly felt a ticklish sensation at his feet. Lowering his gaze, he discovered the little tiger, with remnants of egg yolk clinging to its mouth, sitting obediently on his foot. He crouched down, cradling its chin gently with his hand, and curiously studied the expectant expression on its face, finding it utterly amusing. Unable to resist, he playfully flicked it, causing the little tiger to tumble over. Yu, surprisingly resilient, swiftly regained her footing, seemingly unconcerned with her previous state. With utmost seriousness, she used her tiny paws to grasp Shannan's hand. Oh, whoa, I want some too, leopard. Observing Shannan's lack of response, Yu assumed he simply did not comprehend her intentions. Consequently, she tilted her head back and opened her mouth wide. Quickly toss it into my mouth. This time, Shannan could no longer contain his amusement and let out a soft chuckle, hastily retrieving a red crystal and tossing it into her eager maw. He then firmly grasped her seemingly insatiable mouth. Yu merely sensed a faint warm current freely traversing through her meridians, bringing her an exquisite sense of ease that made her shiver with delight. Huzi, satisfied, narrowed his eyes, only to suddenly feel that something was amiss. Abruptly, he opened his eyes wide, invigorated, as he realized that this sensation bore an uncanny resemblance to that of red crystal. Yu raised her paw and pointed at the cotton beast, her tiger eyes filled with accusations as she glared at Shannan. Why does it receive the orange grade while I am only given the red grade? Do you favor that foolish sheep more? Tiger is about to cause a stir. Shannan, feeling awkward, cleared his throat and replied, well, you have already tasted it once, so indulging again would surely diminish both the effect and the sensation. Yu gazed at him with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Really? Indeed, Shannan affirmed, his tone unwavering. The effects will surely diminish over time. But you have indeed consumed the red crystal. Feeling no guilt for his honesty, Shannan met her gaze with a calm confidence, his eyes reflecting genuine sincerity. All right. The little tiger sighed dejectedly, resting her chin on her petite paws. It seemed that her aspiration to grow stronger would be a long and arduous journey. Observing her droopy demeanor, Shannan felt a pang of sympathy, nearly succumbing to the impulse of filling her mouth with the purple crystals from his space. However, even in his ignorance of child-rearing, he understood that juvenile beasts needed to consume the beast cores in moderation. After allowing Yu to indulge in 3 crystals of red, orange, and yellow, he deemed it sufficient and had no plans to offer her more. Yet, unable to resist the allure of her sparkling tiger eyes, he had reluctantly given her an additional red crystal. After some contemplation, he decided to consult Chen the next day, engage in an internal struggle. He ultimately scooped up the melancholic little tiger. Gently scratching her chin, he resolved to lull her to sleep, hoping she would forget her disappointment by morning. As he turned to leave, his gaze fell upon the small chinchilla nestled beside the cotton beast. Casually, he tossed a red crystal its way. Ayu seemed quite fond of the creature. Perhaps, with a bit of effort, it might evolve into a magical beast and enjoy a longer life. The chinchilla, baffled, clutched the crimson stone given by the majestic Black Panther, pondering its purpose. After much contemplation, it could not fathom the significance of such a treasure, as it was merely a humble creature, far removed from the realm of magical beast course. Suddenly, the round little chinchilla froze, sensing the cotton beast's gaze upon it. Nevertheless, it calmly turned away, choosing to ignore the covetous stare. Clutching the stone, it nibbled at it with its sharp little teeth, only to find it unyielding. It held it against its cheek for a moment, yet could not dissolve its hardness. Resigning to its curiosity, the chinchilla decided it was of little consequence. Since the little tiger had shown such fondness for it, it would simply save it for her later. Thus, it ceased its examination of the stone. However, due to the cotton beast's watchful eye, it dared not reveal it again, instead stashing the beautiful red crystal within its cheek. The cotton beast, witnessing what seemed to be the chinchilla's consumption of the core, was reminded of a familiar scene and reluctantly withdrew its gaze, feeling the orange crystal in its mouth. The cotton beast gritted its teeth and swallowed. A warmth radiated from its esophagus, and it soon felt drowsy. Meanwhile, Yue encountered the panther once more, who had reverted to its Black Panther form, exuding an air of melancholy. Eager to reconnect, she enthusiastically climbed atop the panther to reminisce. Shan Nan, seeing her earlier discontent, chose not to hold it against her and peacefully closed his eyes, allowing the little tiger to scamper over him. The tenacious cub, emboldened, used its paws to perch atop the Black Panther's head, resting its little tiger head upon the panther's larger one. Yue, allow you to experience the sensation of being weighed down by a heavy head. Having grown a bit more, perhaps due to consuming another red crystal last night, the little tiger enjoyed a deep, uninterrupted slumber, unlike the leopard who was spared the energetic antics of the lively cub today. In this delightful morning, the Black Panther lazily lifted its eyelids, the initially unfocused pupils gradually sharpening into their usual calm and aloofness. As the languid feline contemplated stretching, it suddenly froze upon sensing a slight weight atop its head. Hesitantly, it craned its neck and gently pawed at the top, only to discover the fluffy little creature nestled there. Oh, it was Ayu. Shannon had no intention of waking her. Instead, as he turned, he transformed into human form, and the little tiger conveniently landed in his embrace. Listening to the gentle patter of rain outside, Shannon reclined on the polar bear skin, his eyes curving with warmth as he held the sleeping cub, lost in thought. How had Ayu grown again? Perhaps even the little tiger, with her generous heart, remained unaware. But Shannon, who daily cradled and caressed her, was acutely aware of how much she had thickened and matured. His gaze was heavy with concern, after all. It was rare for any creature as cub to change so drastically overnight. If their first meeting had seen Yue resemble a newborn kitten after consuming a few crystals, she had transformed into one nearing a month old. Now, after a single slumber, he gently nudged the peacefully sleeping cub and discerned that she now appeared nearly 2 months old. In the beastly realm, where the lifespan of beast men was considerably long, the growth cycle of their young would naturally extend as well. No cub would undergo such rapid changes every few days, even with the aid of crystals. After pondering for quite some time, Shannon instinctively reached out to caress Yue's fluffy head, his slender fingers delicately tracing circles on her soft white fur. Suddenly, he paused in a moment of realization, shaking his head in exasperation. He had momentarily forgotten that Ayu was merely an ordinary tiger. For an animal cub of her size, rapid growth in the initial months was entirely normal, with frequent changes every few days being commonplace. A gentle smile graced his lips as he reflected on his long time spent in this vast forest, where days of eating and sleeping had grown monotonous. Thus, he longed to nurture this little creature, to feed and play with her, fostering her potential to thrive in this unforgiving world. She would soon mature, transforming into a powerful tiger no longer in need of his protection or confinement, reaching adulthood by the age of 3 or 4. Perhaps one day she would even return with a handsome male tiger of her own. The man exhaled a sigh of relief. Was this not precisely what he had desired from the beginning? Yet, no one could perceive that the spark in his eyes had suddenly dimmed. Ah, so be it. Shannon gently set the little tiger down, deciding to venture into the rain to hunt first. Thus, the inexplicably invigorated Black Panther dashed out without a backward glance. After an indeterminate time, as the cub yawned widely, bleary-eyed and surveying her surroundings, she realized that the great Black Panther had vanished. Yue hurriedly stumbled to the entrance of the cave, yet the mist-like curtain of rain obscured her view of the outside world, leaving her disheartened as she descended back into the shadows. The round, tiger-shaped head rested on her front paws as she stared vacantly at the rain. Alas, where could Baobao have gone to play so early in the morning? The awakening of the tiger seemed to serve as an alarm clock for the cave, stirring both the cotton beast and the chinchilla from their slumber. Notably, the cotton beast, still caught in the throes of sleep, nearly crushed the chinchilla that leaned against it. As soon as the gray mouse awakened, it jumped beside Yue, chattering indignantly about the clumsy giant's misdeeds. Yue, who was utterly perplexed, sat up and nodded gravely at the tiger's head, exclaiming how outrageous it was to behave in such a manner. However, upon turning her gaze, she noticed the cotton beast striding purposefully towards the exit. Awu, silly sheep, where are you going? Though the sheep did not fully comprehend the tiger's inquiry, it timidly replied that it merely wished to step outside for a meal. Realizing that her question was futile, Yue understood that regardless of whether it was the cotton beast or Bao Bao venturing out, she could not accompany them. After all, the rain here was treacherous, and as a fragile and feeble youngling, it was best to avoid the outdoors on such a rainy day, unless absolutely necessary. Thus, Yue and the chinchilla could only watch wistfully as the fearless giant ventured outside. The two left-behind children crouched pitifully at the cave's entrance, when suddenly the chinchilla seemed to recall something. It reached up to its cheek, digging out a red crystal core, and with great effort, it handed it over to the little tiger. Yue's eyes sparkled with realization. Leopard had mentioned that the effects of consuming such crystal cores diminished with each subsequent intake. Thus, if she wished to rapidly enhance her strength, her only recourse would be to accumulate them gradually, piece by piece. Yue, moved, nibbled on her claws. Truly a loyal friend who risked her life to protect her, never forgetting to share the good fortune. Earnestly accepting the crimson crystal core, she felt the saliva of the chinchilla upon it. The little tiger awkwardly wiped its paws and cautiously buried it beneath the sleeping polar bear's fur. Well, she would wash it before indulging. Having hidden the crystal core, Yue intended to return to the cave entrance to seek out the chinchilla when her gaze unexpectedly fell upon the feather dangling from the cave's ceiling. Remarkably, it was still there. With curiosity piqued, the little tiger stood alert. A tiger with idle time ought to strengthen its physique. Thus, the little tiger spent nearly the entire morning pouncing at the feather, and only when its belly began to rumble did it await the return of Leopard. The black panther strode back majestically, carrying the antlered beast in its jaws. From a distance, it spotted the little tiger sprawled lazily in a star shape at the cave entrance and quickened its pace, perhaps sensing the approach of a familiar presence. The little tiger swiftly lifted its head, and indeed, its gaze met that of the returning leopard, laden with spoils. Upon entering the cave, the black panther promptly dropped its prey and lowered its head to affectionately nuzzle the enthusiastic little tiger. "Awu, why did you sneak out for so long?" Soon after, Nandan transformed back into human form, playfully flicking Yue's forehead, a smile gracing his lips as he mentioned having caught a bit more today and skinned several beasts. With that, he raised his hand and conjured forth several fresh, bloodied pelts from his spatial realm. The curious little tiger pounced upon the furs laid before him for examination. This one is wolf pelt, this one is fox, and this one is bear skin. After counting, the little tiger discovered that Leopard had surprisingly collected 8 or 9 pelts during his outing. It turned out that he had ventured out early in the morning solely for this purpose. Howling softly, the little tiger wondered if Leopard felt that a single pelt was too thin for a comfortable rest. Suddenly, Shonen produced the previously mentioned snakeskin pouch, which astonishingly contained a bounty of various fruits. He had gathered these with the thought that during the impending rainy season, she would be unable to venture outside for an extended period. The unfamiliar little tiger placed the large pouch at the little tiger's feet, encouraging him to indulge in the fruits while he intended to attend to the pile of furs first. Yue, overwhelmed with joy, tugged a bag of snakeskins back, filled to the brim with fruit weighing as much as 2 little tigers. "Ow, ow, ow," she called out, summoning her companions for assistance. As if in response, Totoro sprang forth to rescue her. Alas, the strength of the large gray rat was but a fraction of that of the tiger. After being tricked by the plump rodent for the second time, Yue, with a serious expression, pushed it aside, realizing it could only hinder her efforts. She continued to drag the bag with determination. Nandan, with a gentle smile, watched her until the busy figure of the tiger disappeared from view, before reluctantly returning his attention to the task at hand. As Yu casually poured the fruits from her bag onto the white bear skin, she began to sift through the assortment of fruits. Generously, she shared half with the eagerly watching Totoro, then selected what she deemed the most delectable fruit and concealed it for Leopard. As she nibbled on the fruits, the sound of footsteps approaching outside alerted her to the return of the cotton beast. What could it possibly have brought back? The tone of Sinan was leisurely yet laced with an icy indifference. Busy with his tasks, Tiger immediately abandoned the fruit at his lips and scampered outside to witness the commotion. A feeble and tender sound broke the air, and Yu's sparkling gaze collided with the sight of the cotton beast holding a strange tiger cub in its mouth. "Huh?" The cotton beast puffed with pride, having discovered a member of Tiger's family. "Throw it away," Sinan said without lifting his head, focused intently on the animal hide in his hands. Yet his command was concise and decisive. Despite having been soaked in the rain, the cub still bore the rich scent of its mother, indicating it was unlikely to have been abandoned. Moreover, he had only a single tiger to care for. No matter how pitiable this cub appeared, he would not invite unnecessary trouble upon himself. A flicker of derision crossed the man's eyes. In tribes with numerous cubs, competition and jealousy among siblings were inevitable. This was the harsh reality of the beast world, where the weak were devoured by the strong. Sometimes, failing to compete meant death, just as surely as competing could lead to demise. He had no need to rear another tiger to pose as a rival for his beloved Yu. Yet, Yu intercepted the cotton beast. She believed she recognized this cub. Before encountering leopard, its mother had even injured her in a fierce attempt to protect them. It had a mother, and that mother loved it dearly. Yu urged the cotton beast to set down the tiger cub and gently patted the little creature's head with her paw. If it were to be cast back into the rain now, it would surely perish from the cold. Suddenly, she recalled her own past plight of being trapped in the rain, feeling utterly lost and helpless. Oh well. Yu gazed earnestly at Shinnan, seeking his counsel. Could they keep it for a while? Its mother would surely come looking for it soon. Shinnan looked at her in astonishment. If she fancied taking in a few more pets, that was one thing, but a tiger was a different matter altogether. When the little tiger noticed his silence, it scampered over, rubbing against his leg, eager to garner his affection. He helplessly grasped the scruff of its neck and, with a look of reluctance, said, "If you wish to care for something, choose another creature. We cannot keep a tiger any longer." Awu? Who wants to take care of it? How could she possibly nurture the offspring of an enemy? How could she take in a feeble little tiger to compete for affection? She was not that selfless. The little tiger, frustrated by Shinnan's misunderstanding, patted his sturdy muscles, exclaiming, "Young man, you must be mistaken." Shinnan, sensing her intent was not as he thought, paused momentarily before bursting into a resigned chuckle. Very well, I shall leave it to you, but you may only keep it for a short while. Once you have had your fill of play, it must be released." The little white tiger nodded vigorously. This was precisely the outcome she desired. In the serene embrace of the cave entrance, Yu reclined leisurely, keeping company with the shivering tiger cub while admiring the handsome man at work. His long, ebony hair cascaded down his back like satin, effortlessly maintaining a sleek and tidy appearance despite his apparent neglect. The texture seemed so inviting that her paws itched to reach out and touch it. Perhaps this was a reflection of the lustrous coat of the leopard. Yu whimsically pondered whether, if this waterfall of hair were to be shorn, the leopard would also revert to a bald human form. As she gazed at the handsome man's profile, she recalled the silver wolf she had encountered the previous day, sporting a haphazardly cropped hairstyle that, though imperfectly styled, did not detract from the youth's striking allure. If only she could transform into a human. She could assist the leopard with a haircut or perhaps adorn that magnificent mane with an exquisite style. Imagining him with a buzz cut, picturing him with a wolf's tail, and envisioning him with dreadlocks made the little tiger giggle with delight. "Are you hungry?" asked Nan. The little tiger shook her head, but her stomach audibly grumbled in response, prompting her to sheepishly nod. Disregarding the animal's skin, he helplessly scooped her into his embrace, playfully pinching her paw. "Today we shall feast on roasted antelope meat." "Yay." The little tiger wagged her tail joyfully, thrilled at the prospect of indulging in roasted meat after a 2 to 3 day hiatus. As Nan intended to set her down to prepare the meat, he suddenly sensed the presence of another beast wandering within his territory. He glanced into the distance but remained unfazed as he proceeded to roast the meat for the little tiger. Afterward, he gently ruffled her fur, softly advising her to keep her distance from the flames. "I'll be right back." The little tiger, ever obedient, nodded in understanding, assuring him that she would not engage in any mischief. As soon as Nan left, the little tiger darted over to the polar bear skin, rummaging for the red crystal cord that the chinchilla had gifted her that morning, directing the cotton beast to carry her to the edge of the large water trough. She leapt into the bathing pool from her last wash, diligently scrubbing the saliva-slicked red crystal. After a flurry of activity, Yu eagerly waved her paw, beckoning the cotton beast to lower its head. With a cheerful demeanor, she seized her precious red crystal. Just as she was about to ascend the cotton beast's accommodating, drooping head, she faintly heard voices from outside. Goodness, how had leopard returned so quickly? She did not intend to consume the crystal core just yet. Such treasures were best savored after a meal. Moreover, she could not allow leopard to discover that the chinchilla had gifted her the red crystal. The little slot machine deftly tucked the crystal core into her mouth, leaving no trace of her intentions, and calmly climbed onto the cotton beast's head. A sudden splash. A certain tiger emerged from the water, shaking off droplets as it stood atop the cotton beast. Cautiously, it crept toward the entrance. Curiosity piqued about whom leopard was conversing with. The wet-haired little tiger peeked out, a look of bewilderment on its face. "Ayu." Upon hearing the voice, Yu froze, instinctively shrinking back. Nan, exasperated, pinched the bridge of his nose and strode over, lifting the little tiger with ease, his voice low and enigmatic. "Did you go play in the water again?" Suspended in the air, the little tiger clutched its own tail tightly, pretending to be serious while glancing around, avoiding the gaze of the man holding it by the scruff of its neck. "Yu, young man, I am merely an ordinary tiger and cannot comprehend your words." Shunan noticed that the little tiger, known for its boisterous roars, had tightly shut its mouth, observing the slight tremors in her cheeks from exertion. Could this be somewhat deliberate? The man casually tapped her tiger mouth, wondering what mischief she had indulged in. The little tiger silently swatted away his meddlesome fingers, retreating a short distance, observing the usually domineering black panther displaying such patience while pacifying the mischievous cub. He could no longer contain his laughter after watching for a while. "Hey, your little tiger has grown quite rapidly. It seems to have gained a considerable amount of weight in just a few days." The youth's bright, peach blossom eyes sparkled with mirth, appearing rather spirited. The chubby little tiger promptly flashed her claws in response. "Who are you calling fat, brother?" Shunan chuckled softly, placing the little tiger on the ground, and calmly stated, "You should return for now. I will settle the score with you later." With that, he gently patted her rear, urging her to scurry along. As Yu turned her head, ready to unleash a torrent of reproaches, she nearly lost her precious red crystal upon opening her mouth. The little tiger quickly covered her mouth with her paw, feeling a rush of anxiety. Not daring to glance back at Shannon, she scampered deeper into the cave. Once back, Yu extracted the crystal from her mouth, sighing with envy at Leopard's spatial abilities. It was one thing to lack space, but why wasn't she a pouch-bearing creature? For her, every level of magical beast core was a cornerstone on her path to strength. Even a tiny red crystal was too precious to be carelessly discarded. Leopard had already noticed she had something in her mouth. After careful consideration, she deemed it safer to swallow it rather than let it go. The red crystal was familiar to her. She had grown accustomed to consuming them without feeling drowsy afterward. Swallowing it, she felt it transform into a warm stream flowing into her stomach, marveling at the peculiar conditions under which the crystal melted. Why did it not dissolve in her mouth, yet melted in her esophagus? Feeling the warmth coursing through her body, the little tiger comfortably curled her tail, cautiously approaching the cave entrance again. She wanted to eavesdrop on the conversation, curious about what Leopard could not say in her presence. She was aware that he had deliberately sent her away earlier. This time, she did not dare to expose herself but pressed against the stone wall, ears perked up to listen quietly. Why can't she eat anymore? Shannon inquired with a neutral expression. Huyo, anxious, replied, of course she can't eat anymore. Who lets their young cub consume yellow crystals at such a tender age? After narrowly escaping death, you dare to feed her something else? Are you truly unafraid of overindulging the little tiger? Shannon appeared stunned, scratching his nose as he replied, honestly, aside from growing a bit faster, I don't see any other issues. That's the problem, brother. It's too late if there is one, the youth sighed, shaking his head. As far as I know, very few beastmen would dare feed their cubs cores above orange tier at just a few months old. Those who have tried have met with unfortunate ends. The little tiger scratched the stone wall nervously, realizing how close she had come to death. She felt incredibly fortunate to have survived. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling of warmth enveloping her. Hearing a rustling sound, Shannon turned his head sharply, spotting a furry tail lazily dangling from around the corner. With a slight raise of his brow, his previously tense demeanor relaxed. A hint of a smile gracing his lips as he asked, so, she can never eat any cores again? Indeed, as soon as he spoke, the fluffy tail curled up nervously, resembling a frightened caterpillar. Huyo followed Shannon's gaze and noticed the little tail, clearing his throat and expressing sincere regret. Oh, that's certainly the case. A little cub can absorb only so much energy. She might not even be able to consume energy-laden magical beast meat in the future. Or else she risks exploding. The little tiger, disheartened, gnawed her paw, lamenting her bleak prospects. Observing the little tiger hiding and weeping in the corner, Huyo scratched his head awkwardly. Quietly, he suggested to Shannon, I should ask my brother. He surely knows more. Your little tiger seems unaffected despite consuming so much. Which doesn't he seem normal? Shannon replied nonchalantly, my Yu is certainly not an ordinary case. He paused before asking, do you have any other matters? If not, please take your leave. The youth, momentarily taken aback, finally remembered his purpose and hurriedly exclaimed, wait, what do you mean no business? I haven't even mentioned the main issue. Impatient, Shannon raised an eyebrow, urging him to speak. Huyo scratched his cheek and stated in a dry tone, my brother sent me to inform you that the arrival of the rainy season has compromised the river's self-purifying ability. The water outside is no longer safe to drink directly. It must be boiled with banyan fruit first. Shannon's heart sank, though his expression remained stoic as he lazily replied, understood, preparing to dismiss him. Huyo, eager to return home, felt compelled to confront his brother about the reckless feeding of so many cores to a young cub. This was tantamount to endangerment. Thus, when the tearful little tiger darted out, all he saw was a small crane with a slender neck and elegant figure soaring into the sky, piercing through the drizzle. Huh? Are you leaving just like that? Shannon glanced down at the pitiful little tiger, scooping her up as if she were about to take flight. He affectionately ruffled her fur and kindly asked, are you done? As Yu's ears perked up, her mind momentarily froze in disbelief. Goodness, how could Bao Bao still remember that? The wood-chopping tiger, with wide, blinking eyes, confidently nestled into Shernon's embrace, her fluffy little head resting against his chest in an attempt to evade the situation. A subtle smile crept onto Shernon's lips, and the usually cool glimmer in his eyes was now filled with warmth and indulgence. The little tiger, uneasily pressed against Bao Bao's cool skin, realized that it was not a mere illusion. She was undeniably warm, an unusual warmth at that. The little tiger stuck out her tongue, her thoughts swirling in a tempest of dread. Oh no, this was it. She was done for. Surely, it had to be because she had overindulged in the crystal course, and now her body could no longer bear the strain. Anxiously, she clawed at Shernon's sturdy chest, her mind wandering to the grim possibility of her imminent demise. Just when she had escaped from a life of wandering, barely enjoying a few peaceful days and savoring a couple of hearty meals, was she destined to perish now? Noticing the little tiger's drooping demeanor, Shernon mistakenly presumed she was merely hungry. Furrowing his brow, he picked up the tiger and strode over to the fire. Glancing at the deer meat that had been roasting for quite some time, he discarded the overcooked pieces and, after flipping the remaining meat for a while, skillfully sprinkled it with salt and brushed it with honey. Allowing it to cool slightly, he bypassed a plate and instead offered it directly to the little tiger's mouth. Instinctively, she opened her mouth for the skewered meat, savoring the honey-glazed, oily delicacy, her heart bubbling with delight. However, a sudden thought struck her, and her munching paused abruptly. Hadn't he that Crane mentioned something about her being forbidden from consuming certain types of meat? In her heart, Yu felt a pang. If she were to meet her demise at any moment, she would prefer to perish as a glutton, savoring one last feast of exquisite barbecued meat, after all. This man excelled at grilling. However, what if she were to pause for a moment, allowing the surging energy to dissipate? Would consuming the barbecued meat now inadvertently lead her to another predicament? Yu, having failed to fully comprehend what Heyu had just mentioned about the meat of mythical beasts, found herself in a state of indecision, contemplating whether to partake of the roasted delicacy that had been presented to her. Observing her momentary distraction, Sinan gently offered the meat closer to her mouth, only to have it instinctively pushed away by her small paw. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to grasp her thoughts and, maintaining a stoic expression, remarked, "What Heyu meant was that you cannot consume the meat of mythical beasts. This is merely the flesh of an ordinary stag beast, devoid of any extraordinary energy. There is no need to fear." Upon hearing this, the little tiger immediately straightened up, eagerly opening her mouth in anticipation of his next offering. Yu exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Quickly tossed the meat into my mouth. Shunan, helpless, shook his head and fed her several skewers while cradling the little tiger. Finally, sensing the potential for overindulgence, he indifferently set her down after patting the tiger's belly. Disregarding the protests and objections of the small creature, Yu, of course, refused to relent. She believed she still possessed the capability to consume 2 more skewers. Sinan scoffed, regarding her as a deluded tiger. After feeding the tiger, the man casually indulged in a couple of skewers himself before diligently returning to his work at the cave entrance. Yu, of course, hurriedly pursued to take a look, only to witness Shonen transform back into a black panther. With a resounding thud, a log measuring 5 to 6 meters in length and so thick that 7 people could barely encircle it materialized from thin air. Had it not been for the ample space of the cave chosen by his esteemed Black Panther Lord, this massive trunk might not have been able to emerge at all. While Huzi marveled in astonishment, he suddenly found himself bewildered as the Black Panther brandished its sharp claws and delved straight into the heart of the tree. Yu's gaze followed the Black Panther, and she noticed something peculiar about the tree. Its bark resembled iron, dull and gray, and astonishingly, the interior bore the same hue. The little tiger, filled with curiosity, approached and pawed at the debris unearthed by Shonan, only to be astounded by its stone-like hardness. Undeterred, she scratched the tree trunk's outer layer, discovering that it indeed left no trace. Her current strength was incomparable to her past, and a fierce tiger should possess the ability to leave marks on a mere tree trunk. Sensing the little tiger's attempts to claw at the bark, the diligent Black Panther gradually emerged, flicking its tail to obstruct the little tiger's path. With a glance, it signaled her to refrain from getting too close, warning her not to inadvertently shorten her claws, for she would inevitably return to him in tears. Yu, displaying remarkable awareness, took a step back, her little tail politely coiling around her paw as if to say, "All right, you go ahead and attend to your business." Witnessing her docility, Shannan affectionately tapped her head with the tip of his tail before returning to his task of burrowing into the tree trunk to excavate wood. Observing the shavings that the leopard produced with each claw, Yu came to a profound realization. The leopard possessed a beast core, while she was merely an unremarkable cub, unable to even consume a crystal core in abundance. No matter how much she might grow in size and strength, she was destined to never attain his unfathomable power. A wave of inferiority and solitude swept over the little tiger, and the rising heat within her made her increasingly uncomfortable. In her boredom, she noticed the large black tail protruding from the tree trunk, igniting a familiar itch in her paws. Such is the nature of felines, Yu, filled with anticipation, gauged her timing, and then sprang into action. With a swift motion, she seized the Black Panther's tail, now dangling in midair. The little tiger regained her confidence, feeling quite accomplished, for she had indeed made significant progress. She could strike with precision now. As for the Black Panther, he chose to ignore her antics, thinking it preferable to let her bite than to have her sneak off and cause mischief while he was occupied. Shannan had become easily satisfied, for raising a cub was undeniably a source of great concern. Thus, when Hichin arrived, he was greeted by a curious sight. The usually languid and irritable Black Panther was diligently engaged in digging through the wood, while the delicate little white tiger precariously dangled from his tail, creating a delightful ruckus. The refined and gentle man smiled softly, choosing not to disrupt the warm scene, patiently awaiting his turn, well aware that Shannan had likely already sensed his presence. Indeed, the Black Panther soon emerged, transforming back into human form, and effortlessly lifted the bewildered little tiger from the ground, presenting her to Hichin. Hichin examined the little tiger carefully, turning her head and inspecting her limbs, before finally relaxing his gentle brows. "There is nothing wrong. Feel free to eat," he said with a warm smile. "Eat freely?" The little tiger perked up her ears, tilting her head with wide, eager eyes. Chen patted her head, chuckling as he shook his head, then handed her back to Shin-nan. Waving his hand, he stepped outside, suggesting that they let her eat as she pleased. Perhaps one day she might surprise them. A surprise? Would she transform into a mighty tiger? As she watched the gentle man fade into the distance, the little tiger became lost in joyful thoughts. Imagining how delightful it would be to pin the fragile leopard beneath her and groom him if she ever became a formidable beast. Mother Tiger Shin-nan observed the little tiger who had suddenly perked up, her foolish grin a sight too painful to behold. Unable to endure her antics, he casually retrieved a red crystal and popped it into her mouth, then nonchalantly remarked, "Since there is no issue, you might as well have another." Hooray! A series of delightful surprises overwhelmed the little tiger, causing her to completely forget how uncomfortable she had felt just moments before. All right, for the sake of the leopard's kindness. She reluctantly swallowed the crystal core. Time passed, and soon the sky darkened. Shin-nan, having diligently returned with his large locks, meticulously measured the required dimensions before transforming back into a black panther to continue his work. Meanwhile, Yuyue lay at the cave entrance, admiring the rain outside while savoring the lingering taste of the crystal core. For a fleeting moment, she longed to leap into the rain and roll about. As the heat from the little tiger had become unbearable, rolling onto her back, she sprawled out, only to notice the feeble little cub trembling nearby. Yuyue, is it truly that cold? Oh well, why are you so feeble? The overbearing little white tiger leaped before the frail tiger cub, their noses almost touching, glaring imperiously at the latter. The pitiful tiger cub, trembling, retreated while whimpering softly. Yuyue advanced with determination, swiftly raising a claw to lift the chin of the tiger cub. The cub gazed up at me, uttering a plaintive cry. The tiger cub whimpered, "Mommy, come and rescue me." Meanwhile, a chinchilla, clutching 2 fruits, emerged in search of playtime with the tiger. Was it a case of male oppression over female? The little tiger, however, did not bask in its bravado for long. Suddenly, a resounding roar of a fierce tiger erupted from behind the curtain of rain, accompanied by heavy panting, interspersed with the sound of splashing as it dashed forward. Yuyue, startled by the sound, tightened her grip and dared not glance back, rushing inside to find Bao Bao. Oh my, the fierce tigress has arrived. Remembering the oppressive sensation of being swatted away last time, the little tiger completely forgot that it was her own benevolence that had led to the cub's presence. Ignoring everything else, she dashed forward like a bullet, colliding with the approaching leopard. The little white tiger rolled back from the impact, leaving the black panther momentarily stunned, attempting to extend a paw to stop her, though it proved rather ineffective. The chinchilla, drawn by the commotion, was also frightened by the little tiger's reaction, stubbornly clutching 2 large fruits as it stumbled over. The little tiger shook her head and got up, instinctively wanting to howl for help. However, remembering something, she hesitated, ultimately swallowing her cries and silently burrowing behind the black panther. The cub was hers. She had hoped its mother would come to take it back. So what was there to complain about? Nen allowed her to hide behind him, his expression darkening as he suddenly leaped forward. Bang! A massive black panther abruptly emerged from the cave, silently blocking the entrance. This caused the advancing tigress to pause momentarily, though it did not deter her, after all. She had sensed the presence of the black panther. The tigress bared her teeth and trembled as she lunged forward, unwilling to retreat, for her cub remained inside. Fixating his brooding gaze on the tigress, Nan was acutely aware that she was merely there to retrieve her child, yet that did not excuse her impudence. Nan had never been known for his good temperament. With his prowess, he tolerated no provocation. The cold glare, as piercing as a serpent's venom, coiled around the tigress as the black panther contemplated how best to swiftly end her life. A weak call from Yuyue broke the tension. Bao Bao, don't let your emotions take control. If you kill the mother, who will care for the cub? Upon hearing the little white tiger's cry, Nan recalled Yuyue's initial intention of keeping the cub. Perhaps she had known all along that the tigress would come. With a warning glance at the mother tigress, Nan returned to the cave, picking up the little tiger and retreating inside. This left the trembling cub at the entrance, along with its mother. The little tiger, grasped by the nape of her neck, turned laboriously to glance back, locking eyes with the tigress for a fleeting moment. Yuyue bared her teeth menacingly and exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Just wait until I grow up. I will surely take you down." The mother tiger, recalling the small white tiger, was taken aback to see that the great black panther had so easily spared her. In a daze, she watched as the black panther carried the little white tiger deep into the cave. It was only then that she rushed to the cave entrance, seized her regained son, and fled. Inside the cave, the little tiger, gently placed down by the black panther, sat obediently, innocently blinking its large eyes. Jinan transformed back into human form, affectionately stroking the tiger's head, and casually inquired, "Do you know that mother tiger?" The little tiger shook its head. It certainly did not recognize that fierce mother tiger. Could she possibly be your mother? Jinan pondered anxiously. As Yuyue swiftly revealed her claws and scratched at him, she retorted, "What nonsense. I've already stated that I do not know her." The man chuckled softly, grasping the back of the tiger's neck and pulling her into his embrace. "Regardless of whether you recognizes you or not, you are now my little tiger, and you must not sneak away with anyone else." Yuyue's petite paw rested gently against his collarbone as she calmly patted his handsome face, reassuring him that she would never wander off with anyone else. Ah, the cool, soothing touch of Bai's skin was truly delightful. The little tiger, feeling overheated, longed to stay close. "Let us slumber," he murmured contentedly, grasping her tiny paw. In one fluid motion, he transformed back into a sleek black panther, nimbly lying upon the bare skin. Considering the chill of the rainy night, he instinctively pulled the bewildered little tiger into his embrace. In the previous moment, they were still entangled in each other's embrace. The little tiger found herself enveloped in the thick fur of the black panther, and at that moment, she felt an unprecedented clarity in her longing for the humanoid form of Shanann. Waves of heat surged upon her, exacerbated by the panther's relentless pursuit of warmth. The little tiger restlessly squirmed, attempting to escape from the panther's grasp. Unperturbed, Shanann merely believed her antics were playful, lazily squinting his eyes. Unaffected by the wriggling white bundle beneath his claws, a series of high-pitched yelps erupted from the little tiger's mouth, reminiscent of a puppy whose paw had been stepped on. The black panther, mistaking her cries for genuine distress, hastily lifted his paw to release her. Once freed, the tiger promptly climbed atop the panther, sprawling over him and panting heavily. She simply wished to rest upon him, and the black panther, relieved, rested his head comfortably on his large paw, ready to drift into slumber. Meanwhile, Yuyue audaciously climbed onto the panther's head, perching atop it, feeling as if she had ascended to the pinnacle of the world. As the gentle night breeze wafted through the cave entrance, Yuyue finally felt at ease, her eyes narrowing in contentment. Minutes trickled by, 5, then 10, until the little tiger abruptly opened her eyes, vexed that sleep eluded her. The ever-adaptable tiger, having seen the chinchilla carry 2 fruits away, regrettably returned to her nest without the chance to share. She glanced at the now slumbering tiger, her heart heavy as she carried her meticulously chosen fruit back to her abode. Oh, her nest was none other than the fluffy back of the cotton beast. After a day of familiarity, she had forged a brotherly bond with the enormous creature. Despite their linguistic barriers, they recognized each other as good friends. The cotton beast lay lazily on the ground, resembling a fluffy cloud sprawled across the earth. The chinchilla returned and deftly placed one of the fruits into the cotton beast's mouth before climbing onto its back. Nestled amidst the dense, curly fur of the cotton beast, the chinchilla began to munch on the remaining fruit, each crisp bite echoing like a subtle reminder of Yuyue's insomnia. She felt increasingly overheated, her body ablaze, and with a flick of her tongue, the little tiger curled anxiously against the black panther. Suddenly, an intense warmth surged from her tailbone, jolting her awake. The little tiger perceived an unsettling itch and swelling throughout her bones, tormenting her to the point of discomfort. Frustrated, the little tiger cursed under her breath and sank her teeth into the black panther's ear. The sound of grinding teeth filled the air, and the panther, somewhat bemused, opened his eyes in exasperation. He shook his ears, conceding to the fact that he was thoroughly dominated by the little tiger. With a swift motion, he shook his head, easily dislodging the little tiger from her perch. As she tumbled down, he promptly pressed his large paw onto her bewildered face and began to groom himself, enveloping her once more in his warm fur. In the sweltering heat of August, the little tiger, through sheer determination, once again liberated herself from the clutches of the black panther. With a defiant huff, she emerged, resolutely opposing the oppression of the night. Subsequently, she boldly contemplated a resurgence, perching atop the panther's massive head, her paws firmly pressing against his neck. With a playful growl, she seized the panther's ear in her jaws. "Yuyue, I shall bite. Funan, enough, I concede." The rugged and resilient leopard gazed at the little tiger, who was once again rising like the phoenix, and could only let out a despondent sigh, surrendering to the inevitable. After a moment's reflection, realizing it was not truly painful, he allowed the rambunctious child to have her way. Thus, the beleaguered leopard reluctantly drifted back into slumber. The little tiger, tormented yet drowsy, found herself in a state of half-consciousness, yearning for sleep yet unable to succumb to it, as the heat and aching in her joints occasionally piqued her discomfort. With her eyelids drooping in lethargy, she concluded that she was indeed experiencing a fiery imbalance, a consequence of indulging too liberally in the crystal cores over the past couple of days. Earlier, when she was told to eat freely, the leopard had genuinely permitted her to do so. "Yuyue, alas, the handsome man has deceived me." As Yuyue extended her petite claws, she discovered that the palm of the tiger's claw was already damp. With her movements, the tormenting pressure within her body seemed to amplify 100-fold. In a daze, she experienced an overwhelming urge to unleash her pent-up feelings. Yuyue's eyes widened in astonishment, as this extraordinary sensation signified either an imminent demise or a transformation into a human. Could it be that she was on the verge of becoming human? Indeed, in the blink of an eye, the bones and flesh of the tiger underwent a frenzied reconfiguration, and within mere seconds, it transformed into a delicate, fair-skinned infant. Yuyue gazed in bewilderment at her chubby little hands, exclaiming in disbelief at the absurdity of it all. Shocked, she scarcely had time to spit out the leopard ear in her mouth before she felt a sudden surge of pressure, following the creaking sounds of growth. Yuyue transformed from a plump infant into a graceful young maiden with snow-white hair and porcelain skin. Her enchanting eyes and pearly teeth complemented the cascade of her long, white hair that fell from her bare shoulders. The faint amber hue of her eyes sparkled, framed by lashes as white as snow. Her crimson lips might have been the only hint of color on her otherwise pale face, yet even in her pallor, her captivating beauty shone through. Within the depths of Yuyu's heart, she was already overwhelmed with astonishment. The sole thought occupying her mind was a sense of relief that she was not a mere child. However, before she could even exhale in relief. The bones throughout her body began to creak and shift once more. In but a moment, the stunning young woman unexpectedly transformed into a little girl of 8 or 9 years. Yuyue perpetually clutches a leopard ear in her mouth, rendering her somewhat dazed. So, what exactly is she? Is the ever-changing Huzi truly so multifaceted? I wonder if she might soon transform into a little old lady. Fortunately, her natural white fur alleviates any concerns. All is well, all is well. Yuyue lay despondently upon the leopard's back, waiting in vain for what felt like an eternity. Yet her body remained unchanged. Was this truly the end? Instinctively, the young girl attempted to rise, but as she propped herself up, her hand unexpectedly brushed against the leopard beneath her. In an instant, Yuyue froze, her thoughts swirling as countless ideas flashed through her mind. The leopard treated her with such kindness. Perhaps it was merely because she was a pet. After all, only a devoted owner would indulge and pamper their feline companion. Furthermore, through her meticulous observation, she discerned that this man either suffered from social anxiety or harbored a disdain for the world. The existence of a tribe suggested that beast men were social creatures. Yet, despite his profound strength and striking appearance, he resided alone in this remote wilderness, often appearing indifferent when conversing with other beast men. Therefore, if the leopard sought merely a pet, he might soon realize that she was no ordinary tiger. Might he, too, treat her as he did the other beast men? Perhaps he would even consider driving her away. As Yu's thoughts spiraled deeper into a sense of grievance, she found herself hesitating atop the panther's back, too fearful to move lest she disturb his slumber. The ability to transform into a human was an unexpected delight. Yet she now realized that this transformation seemed less significant. After all, isn't it perfectly splendid to be a small, seemingly useless tiger aspiring to become a magnificent beast? At the very least, she possessed faith, and she had Bao Bao by her side. The opportunity to take on human form merely evoked a faint recollection of her origins in a modern world, one characterized by advanced technology and societal development. Yet, why did she struggle to recall her past, her deeds, and the loved ones she once held dear? Her memories remained hazy. But it seemed she had never experienced such freedom and joy before. All of this was a gift from Bao Bao, was it not? However, as Yu's thoughts raced, the energy from the crystalline core within her was swiftly depleting. Before long, her energy was entirely spent, and the young girl abruptly reverted to the form of a tiny infant, plummeting onto the Black Panther's back before she could fully comprehend the shift. In that instant, the keen eyes of the beast sprang open. Is Yu's exuberance now so vigorous that she has begun to bounce upon him? He mused. If it becomes too much, perhaps he could play with her for a while before surrendering to sleep? Before Yu could gather her wits, the panther's large head swiftly lifted, turning to gaze at the chubby little figure nestled upon his back. Yuyue, no, 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 please do not turn around. Yuyue anxiously clenched her chubby little fists. A time-limited energy? Although the infant and the little tiger are of similar size, surely no one with a modicum of sense could fail to perceive the vast difference between the two. Yu dared not hope that Leopard was a fool. In just a few fleeting seconds, she was so frightened that she scarcely dared to breathe, her little face turning crimson. However, fortunately, at the very moment Leopard turned around, the infant swiftly transformed back into a little tiger with a delightful bio. Yuyue, surely, this must be the manifestation of my formidable psychic abilities. I never anticipated that she would master such an adept technique of transformation on her very first attempt. Truly, I am deserving of my identity as a soul from another realm, and a sense of pride swells within me, the little tiger. In truth, the child simply lacks energy. Just then, the Black Panther, having turned around, tenderly licked the tiger's fur, a flicker of confusion passing through its eyes, as if sensing something amiss. This gesture abruptly interrupted the little tiger's self-indulgent reverie. Upon feeling the affectionate lick from the Black Panther, the young tiger could no longer contain itself. Howl, howl, howl. Do you not realize, dear Panther, how perilously close we were to becoming familiar strangers? Yuyue, after all, he cannot comprehend, so I can cry at will. Senin, ah. His IU is indeed overflowing with vitality. The Black Panther exuded tenderness from the corners of his eyes and brows, despite his confusion regarding the situation. He calmly awaited her prolonged wails. Finally, after she exhausted herself from howling, he timely extended his large paw and unexpectedly pinned her down. Subsequently, under her anxious gaze, he tilted his head and scrutinized her, turning the little tiger over and over. Seeing him so serious, Yu inexplicably felt hesitant to move, silently holding her breath. Could it be that this man has sensed something? She had just transformed. Surely there couldn't be any lingering traces of her former self remaining. Yuyue was acutely aware of her fanciful notions, yet this man possessed an extraordinary sensitivity, and his sense of smell undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary beast. The little tiger felt increasingly uncertain, and thus refrained from meeting his gaze, her bright, sparkling eyes darting about nervously. Suddenly, the man transformed into his human form, seizing her with a sense of urgency before the little tiger could react, hesitating momentarily as he opened his mouth to speak. Yuyue, oh no. Oh no, he is about to interrogate me. Why have you shrunk? The man furrowed his brow with seriousness. Few little tiger let out a sigh of relief. Oh, it turns out I haven't given myself away. Wait a moment. Yuyue quickly regained her composure. What do you mean by shrunk? She looked down in confusion at her petite paws, giving them a gentle squeeze. Have I truly diminished in size? Is that even possible? Little tiger solemnly shook her head, insisting, I haven't tea. Shunan, with unwavering seriousness, gave her a slight shake and continued relentlessly, you have indeed shrunk. As Yu's lips curled into a pout, it seemed she was on the verge of tears. Shunan, noticing the glistening damp eyes of the little tiger and its pitiful expression, quickly retracted his earlier words, insisting he was merely jesting. He added, almost redundantly, that even if she had shrunk, it would be of no concern, as consuming a few more crystal cores would restore her size. Yet, he couldn't help but internally criticize the fact that the effects of the crystal cores seemed to be fleeting. After hearing the man's half-hearted attempts at consolation, Yu's heart sank. She had indeed shrunk. The joy of becoming human had long vanished. If every transformation depletes the meager energy she had painstakingly accumulated, how long would it take her to grow into a magnificent tiger? She would rather forsake humanity than be reduced to a feeble creature. Shunan, flustered as he tried to soothe the melancholic little tiger to sleep, sighed quietly, resolving to seek answers from that bird the following day. Wasn't it said that one could eat freely? Why then, was she only becoming smaller? At dawn, driven by pressing matters, the man awoke early once again. He reclined lazily on the soft white bear fur, lifting the little tiger once more. Indeed, she had shrunk. With a sigh, Shunan gently placed the small tiger on the bear fur, then rose leisurely to awaken the slumbering cotton beast. By chance, he first roused the sensitive chinchilla, which hopped over to tap the cotton beast's blissfully sleeping head. The bewildered sheep lifted its head to gaze at the chinchilla above. The chinchilla promptly pointed at the looming Black Panther, wondering why the sheep remained oblivious to the presence of the Great One. Seeing that both creatures were finally attentive, Shunan lazily pinched the bridge of his nose. He then proceeded to instruct them, with an air of nonchalance, to keep an eye on the little tiger while he stepped out, warning them not to let her wander. The larger and smaller creatures nodded obediently, solemnly vowing to uphold their responsibility. The good-natured cotton beast attempted to bleed its loyalty, but the moment it began, Shunan shot it a cold glance. The chinchilla, quick-witted, leapt onto the sheep's nose, effectively interrupting its incantation. Suddenly recalling something, the man left a few crystal cores beside the little tiger's head, gazing at her with a gentle smile, encouraging her to eat well and perhaps retain her energy. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the little raincoat that had fallen from the tiger. Had it been discarded last night? Shunan shook his head with a faint smile as he approached to pick it up, only to discover that parts of the raincoat, which had appeared intact the night before, were now tattered. Observing the damaged snake shed, he furrowed his brow. Could the little tiger possess the ability to tear her own shed? Moreover, hadn't she cherished this garment? She would not even part with it while sleeping. His expression shifted momentarily, lost in contemplation, before he quietly tucked the garment away. Just before he departed, he cast a lingering glance at the little tiger, sprawled on her back in a deep slumber. Outside, the torrential rain seemed to have no bearing on his intentions as he set off decisively toward Shilan's territory. He needed to procure more banyan fruit. The news brought by he was far from reassuring. Even the mightiest of beast men require water, and that river was the broadest in the forest. If the water in that river became undrinkable, it would spell disaster for both beast men and wild creatures alike. He had not yet tasted the rainwater and was uncertain of its effects on him, but for the tiger, it was undoubtedly a significant concern. Shunan pressed on, determined to locate the lazy snake and enlist its assistance in caring for the little tiger. The Black Panther scoffed. The rainy season always incited restlessness among the fallen beasts, driving them recklessly to his domain. With a busy day ahead, he could not leave you alone at home with the tiger. Shunan was unaware of how long he had been running outside when the little tiger groggily stirred from the bare fur. Where had the panther gone? With mischievous intent, the chinchilla rolled over, pushing a large fruit toward the little tiger with a serious demeanor, urging her to wake for breakfast. It then gently nudged the little tiger's head with the fruit, as the Black Panther had instructed them to care for her diligently. On a languid day, Yu rose from her slumber, her ears drooping in solitude. Transforming her sorrow into appetite, she began to crunch on the fruit with a satisfying crispness. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a few crystalline kernels resting upon a bear's pelt, and the little tiger's ears perked up in delight. With a swift motion, she pounced upon the pile of gems, filled with joy and eager to roll in them, certain that they were left for her by the beloved leopard. Yu meticulously sifted through the crystal cores and was astonished to discover 2 yellow crystals nestled within. Had Baobao truly become so audacious as to allow her to consume them? Tiger pondered earnestly, if she were to consume these crystal cores, might she revert to her human form once more? Just moments ago, she had exerted all her mental strength in an attempt to transform, only to realize that the ability to change shape was beyond her control. If it weren't for the undeniable reduction in her size, the transformation experienced last night would have seemed like a mere dream. In truth, being unable to regain her human form mattered little. The recent diminishment had dealt a heavy blow to her spirit. A being who once possessed power could hardly come to terms with its loss. In her current state, she knew she could not possibly contend with the lynx. Her sole desire was to grow up swiftly, with the singular ambition of becoming a magnificent tiger. With a sigh, she recalled Baobao and felt that the notion of transforming into a human seemed a burden at present. Lowering her gaze, She intended to stow a few crystal cores into the pocket of her little raincoat. However, she was abruptly struck by the realization, where was her little garment? Yue anxiously rummaged through the bearskin mat, only to find nothing. She recalled her transformation from the previous night, wondering if she had torn her little raincoat. What had become of that damaged raincoat? How would Biao Biao react upon seeing her tattered garment? Yue's palms perspired. An unsettling feeling of being caught in wrongdoing by her parents gnawed at her. Totoro cautiously prodded the visibly anxious Huzi. Eat, eat, continue eating. Yue found herself in a state of unease, her appetite entirely diminished. Suddenly, the distant call of a cotton beast echoed from outside the cave. The little tiger and the chinchilla exchanged glances, disregarding the crystals on the ground and the notion of breakfast. Fueled by an insatiable curiosity, the two little creatures scampered outside to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing the scene beyond, Yue exclaimed in awe, "Wow!" At that moment, the forest resembled a grand steamer shrouded in mist, with visibility reduced to less than 10 meters. Ethereal fog intertwined with torrential rain, rendering the daytime forest both perilous and mysterious. Remarkably, the delicate mist remained undispersed by the relentless downpour. Such a picturesque view seemed perfect for leisurely tea drinking while admiring the scenery, Yue mused, her naivety evident in her wonderment. As thoughts of indulgence filled her mind, an inexplicable memory surfaced. She beckoned the cotton beast to lie down, then effortlessly climbed onto the expansive back of the chinchilla, taking a hearty tuft of its fur in her mouth with a single, fluid motion. Yue, give me a shake. The cotton beast, understanding the cue, began to sway vigorously back and forth. The little tiger reclined languidly atop the cotton beast's soft, fluffy curls, casting a smug glance at the bewildered gray rat nearby. How are you, brother? The chinchilla, intrigued, mimicked her posture and laid down on the cotton beast rocking chair, contentedly patting its belly. It's all thanks to you, dear tiger. Unbeknownst to the two creatures, they were blissfully unaware of any dissonance, comfortably lounging on the cotton beast while reveling in the splendid scenery. Foxjow, as a petite and delicate fox, found it quite a challenge to seek refuge in a cave amidst the relentless downpour. Though, in truth, it may not have been entirely necessary. From a distance, he sensed the formidable presence of a beastman, its aura unmistakably radiant, seemingly warning unwitting outsiders to keep their distance. However, after years of traversing the world, Foxjow had long mastered the art of resolving dilemmas with wit and charm, never settling for anything less. Moreover, he had grown accustomed to embracing such thrilling challenges. The little fox stealthily approached the vicinity of the Black Panther's cave, but before he could slip inside, he stumbled upon the enormous cotton beast swaying at the entrance. Its gray, fluffy curls appeared remarkably springy, shaking rhythmically with the motion of its sheep-like body. What is this? How peculiar. Foxjow, taken aback, perked up his ears in surprise, his mouth slightly agape as raindrops splashed in, prompting him to hurriedly sputter in dismay. In his curiosity, he cautiously assessed the situation and realized the powerful inhabitant was conveniently absent, likely having ventured out. This must be the pet of that formidable creature. He exhaled a sigh of relief, casually flicking his bushy tail. It was for the best that the beast was away, sparing him the mental exertion of confrontation. While the little fox reveled in his good fortune, the cotton beast's occupant, the tiger, perceptibly sensed an unfamiliar presence approaching through the mist of rain. The little tiger quickly sprang to its feet, unexpectedly emerging from the dense fur of the cotton beast with a fuzzy little head. The tiger's gaze darted around, and in no time, its sharp eyes locked onto the stranger not far off. A fox? Foxjow, quick to react, swiftly adjusted his demeanor, his pointed ears drooped, and a profound sense of desolation and helplessness spread across his eyes. He wrapped his bushy tail tightly around his disheveled front paws, exuding an aura of vulnerability. Whimpering weakly, he staggered a few steps, his gait unsteady, appearing as if he might succumb to the deluge at any moment and collapse. Yue squinted, her gaze sharp and predatory, seemingly weaker than herself. The sensitive chinchilla, however, sensed that the opponent was not as easy to deal with, chattering insistently as it tugged at the tiger cub, attempting to lead her deeper into the cave. The low, hoarse voice of the cotton beast echoed once more as it stomped its hooves heavily, warning the intruder to keep their distance. Ever since the last time it had carelessly brought a tiger cub back and faced the ire of the Panther Lord, it had harbored animosity towards unfamiliar creatures. The little fox shivered slightly but continued to cautiously approach the cave entrance. The chinchilla grew more vigilant, sensing that the fox's aura belied its apparent frailty. Though it seemed weak, its audacity to draw closer hinted at some hidden strength. The chinchilla dared not risk the tiger cub's safety, gripping the cotton beast's fur tightly, urging it to retreat, preferring to avoid any interaction with the fox. Obediently, the cotton beast led them back into the depths of the cave. The little tiger cast a reluctant glance back, genuinely appearing feeble. Was it truly necessary to feign weakness? Foxjow was not one to prey on the vulnerable. He initially planned to adopt a pitiful demeanor to distract the little creatures, allowing him a brief respite in the cave. Had his acting skills waned? Did he truly appear sinister moments ago? The storm clouds gathered ominously as Shernan braved the torrential rain for what felt like an eternity, sensing an unusual mist rising in the air. His expression grew grave, for he recognized this as a phenomenon never before witnessed during the rainy season. After enduring the deluge, he finally arrived at the territory of the Great Serpent. Yet instead of immediately harvesting the fig fruits, he boldly intruded into Shilan's lair. The man rummaged through the cavern without regard for decorum, eventually unearthing a slumbering serpent. With a resounding thud, his massive paw struck the nearly petrified serpent's body. Shilan stirred slightly but continued to sleep, not hibernating, yet resembling one in deep slumber. In an instant, the panther transformed back into his human form, leaning languidly against the stone wall, observing the lethargic serpent. Suddenly, a blue crystal materialized in his hand, which he tossed into the air repeatedly, casually remarking, "Do me a small favor. This blue crystal is yours." The serpent stirred, raising its head slowly. It hesitated as if pondering something, then sank back down. Unwilling, Shilan's brows furrowed at Shernan. After a moment's hesitation, he transformed back into human form, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Shernan. "You still haven't given me the promised reward from last time," he stated flatly, his voice betraying a hint of suppressed grievance. Shernan paused, rubbing his nose awkwardly. "I must have forgotten." He tossed 2 blue crystals to him nonchalantly. "Watch over the little tiger in my cave. I have matters to attend to and will return later." A rare expression of surprise crossed Shilan's handsome face. He thought to himself, did he appear to be the nurturing type? He was a cold-blooded and venomous serpent, after all. The great serpent's thoughts wandered. Yet he could not be bothered to argue. Noticing that Shilan had drifted off into thought again, Shernan pinched the bridge of his nose, tossing another blue crystal. "Hurry up." With the allure of wealth, the lazy serpent departed, content to clutch the 3 generous rewards. With these 3 blue crystals, he could afford to remain home for half a year without hunting, luxuriating in slumber. Indeed, all beastmen consumed the cores of phantom beasts to absorb their energy and augment their strength. Yet Shilan, after years of study, sought only to convert the energy within the phantom beast cores into the sustenance his body required. This way, he would not need to venture out for food and could avoid starvation. Venturing outside was simply too exhausting. The serpent drifted languidly through the accumulating water amidst the downpour. "I will count to 5. If you do not vanish from my sight, I shall hang you in the river to catch fish. And you shall not sleep for half a year." Shernan's stern voice rang out unexpectedly behind him. The serpent froze, its tail stiffening as if tamed, twisting in an eerie, frantic manner, soon vanishing from sight. Only then did Shernan exhale in relief, though he remained somewhat apprehensive. That serpent did not seem particularly reliable. He turned towards the old banyan tree. In the beast world, every banyan tree was over 1,000 years old. No one knew precisely how many existed, as they were scattered across the beast realm like mushrooms after rain. Legend spoke of them springing forth overnight, yet no method had enabled beastmen to cultivate new banyan trees. Their branches, when inserted into the soil, would not revive. Their fruits, when planted, would not germinate. Thus, it was widely believed that the banyan trees and the miraculous dark sap trees were seeds sown by the beast god, a blessing upon his subjects. Even Shernan, who had scarcely lived among the tribe, had heard of this tale. The man gazed up at the towering, lush, ancient tree in the distance, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. An unusual rainy season, problematic rainfall, and the inability to propagate tree species. Was this the only remedy? A cold smile curled upon his lips as everything seemed to connect. The apex of the food chain, the purple-tier beastmen, possessed an instinctive foreboding of the impending storm. While other purple-tier beastmen sensed danger and felt turmoil within, his heart remained tranquil. The world seemed rather dull, whether it was a great reshuffle or a complete collapse. It mattered little to him. Suddenly recalling the little tiger awaiting his return at home, Shernan paused. He was, after all, a guardian of sorts. Very well. He would protect the tiger cub. Uncertain of how long this rainy season would last, Shernan harvested numerous banyan fruits, storing them in his space. Having completed a task, he wasted no time and decisively set off towards the crane-returned tribe. Meanwhile, the little tiger was engrossed in discovering how to voraciously consume the crystal course. Having swallowed 2 red crystals, the cub was enveloped by waves of warmth, feeling utterly comfortable, its eyes lazily squinting shut. However, the thought of an unknown fox lurking at the cave entrance left UUF feeling uneasy. Particularly, the chinchilla's anxious demeanor indicated she might appear too weak to provide the safety it desired. Sighing, the little tiger shook its head with great seriousness. Regardless, it hoped to regain its previous strength soon. Having lost the ability to defeat a lynx, what right did it have to protect the other 2 beasts in the cave? The cotton beast uttered a soft, confused sound. In truth, there is no need for my protection. As if spurred by this thought, Huzi swallowed another yellow crystal. Indeed, just as Baobao had mentioned, regardless of the discomfort felt during the initial consumption, the subsequent experiences of pain were progressively milder. This time, however, the previous hypnotic and drowsy effects were absent. Instead, there was merely a slight burning sensation. Yuyue gently shook her head and quickly regained her alertness. Suddenly, her little ears twitched as she caught sight of a chinchilla in the distance, engrossed in gnawing on fruit. Seizing the moment, Huzi hurriedly gathered the remaining 2 crystal cores on the ground and discreetly made his way towards the cave entrance, savoring the crystalline treasures. The curiosity of feline creatures is insatiable, perpetually leading them into mischief. Feline creatures, do not place the blame upon us. Yuyue cautiously crept to the corner where she had previously observed the conversation between Shin'en and Heyu, vigilantly watching the distant, enigmatic red fox. The little tiger gasped in astonishment, Nearly choking on the last 2 crystal cores she hastily swallowed. She quickly withdrew her head, adjusting her neck, and leaned back against the stone wall, a look of dread etched across her face. To her surprise, she discovered that the fox's forehead was adorned with a blue beast core. Goodness, it was indeed a beast man, complicating matters considerably. No wonder the dragon cat had been so cautious earlier. If it had been an ordinary wild beast, she might have stood a chance. But a beast man was far more formidable. If it transformed into human form, it could effortlessly lift her with ease. Leaning against the stone wall, the little tiger's mind raced with thoughts. This creature possessed considerable strength and had mysteriously infiltrated their cave, perhaps concocting some nefarious scheme. Casting a glance at the cotton beast, Yu sighed, pondering that if the fox were to discover the absence of the powerful cave owner for too long, it might venture in to seize their belongings. At that moment, the little tiger remained blissfully unaware of her and Bao's impoverished state, aside from the few crystal cores she had just consumed. There was little in their abode that would pique a thief's interest. Moreover, she completely overlooked the fact that just as she retracted her head, the fox, with its eyes narrowed in contemplation, had perceptibly opened its eyes, casting a distant glance in her direction. Fox Zhao mused. This cub must be the pet of the cave's master. What could possibly intrigue it so much? In the month of August, Yu occasionally peered out to observe the movements of the red fox, intent on monitoring its actions. Yet, she found the creature merely lying quietly, as if it had simply come in for a respite, which caused her to exhale a sigh of relief. However, when the little tiger once again swiftly craned its neck for a glance, a troubling thought crossed her mind. Had the fox edged a little closer? Something was amiss. With her brow furrowed in concern, she waited for a few moments before peering out once more. To her dismay, it had indeed drawn nearer. The fox remained with its eyes half closed, resting on the ground, its disguise seemingly effective, yet the distance between them was undeniably perceptible. The little tiger, filled with trepidation, leaned against the wall, holding its breath, but ultimately, driven by an insatiable curiosity, dared to take another look. Goodness gracious, it was even closer. Yu dared not extend her head any further, fearing that the next sight to greet her would be the visage of the cunning fox. She contemplated whether to dash inside to alert the cat bus and the cotton beast to make haste. Just as she hesitated, a fluffy, large tail suddenly emerged from around the corner. The crimson tail resembled an enticing flame, swaying against the wall's base, and in an instant, Yu was captivated. Her instincts surged. Her claws acted faster than her mind, and she pounced unexpectedly. Fox Zhao observed with a knowing gaze as the little tiger, effortlessly ensnared, was suddenly struck by a realization something was amiss. Had this cub grown considerably since their last encounter? Indeed, after consuming several crystal cores, Yu had returned to her pre-transformation size. Though she was blissfully unaware of this change, the little red fox reached out a paw, eager to stroke the tiger's head, but the now alert cub swiftly evaded her touch. The little tiger promptly leaped away, baring her tiny teeth and flashing her claws at the cunning fox. Fox Zhao nearly burst into laughter, feeling a semblance of threat and playfully retreating a few steps. She pondered whether the cub had consumed a substantial number of crystal cores in such a brief period. It seemed there was little else that could facilitate such rapid growth. To test her hypothesis, a mischievous grin crept across the little fox's face. She conjured a green crystal, playfully shaking it in the air before extending it with a friendly demeanor towards the little tiger. The little tiger's eyes sparkled with intrigue, having never tasted a green crystal. She wagged her tail in excitement yet ultimately resisted the temptation. Surely, one does not find free treats falling from the sky. This fox must have ulterior motives. With a serious expression, she took several cautious steps back. Impressed by her prudence, Fox Zhao casually placed the green crystal on the ground, politely stepping back once more before reclining comfortably, narrowing her eyes in a manner that suggested, "Feel free to indulge at your leisure." Yu snickered softly, regarding her as a simpleton. Her round, glistening eyes roamed the heavens and the earth, yet they intentionally avoided the crystalline core. Seemingly indifferent, she resolutely turned away, striding deeper into the cavern without a backward glance. Hu Zhao raised her brows in astonishment. The young tiger cub, surprisingly astute, had resisted the allure of the core after having tasted it. Such self-restraint was a feat even advanced phantom beasts often could not achieve. In a fleeting moment, a plump chinchilla was unceremoniously expelled, its rotund gray form chattering incessantly, seemingly grumbling as it scurried along. Hu Zhao quickly squinted her eyes, feigning slumber. Indeed, the chinchilla cautiously approached the green crystal, and upon perceiving no response, seized the core from the ground and fled. Hu Zhao thought, how clever, employing a subordinate to procure it for him. No wonder such a creature was taken as a pet by a formidable solitary beast. Hu Zhao shook her head, chuckling softly. The little fox initially intended to remain nestled in her spot for a while longer before hastily departing. But a twinge of curiosity compelled her to tread lightly into the cave. There, she beheld the young tiger exuberantly rolling upon a rudimentary white bear pelt while the chinchilla continued its incessant chattering nearby. The little fox squinted as she observed the scene before her. A clever yet feeble tiger cub, accompanied by an even weaker chinchilla, and nearby, a herbivorous phantom beast that had recently ascended in rank. Coupled with the stark emptiness of the cave, was this truly the abode of a powerful beast? Hu Zhao could not help but scoff. Meanwhile, Yu, though elated by the green crystal, had yet to decide whether to consume it. Recalling how she had narrowly escaped peril during her first encounter with the yellow crystal, with the leopard absent from home and strangers in her midst, she was increasingly reluctant to place herself in such a precarious situation. Yue had yet to realize that the crystal core she had not consumed could not be considered her possession, as she stared dreamily at the green crystal before her. At that moment, the cotton beast stealthily approached, causing the little tiger to stiffen and hastily clutch the crystal core to her chest. "What are you staring at, silly sheep?" she retorted. It soon became evident that sometimes the greatest peril does not stem from foes but from the hindrances posed by inept companions. The cotton beast, eager and drooling, stepped forward, nearly showering the tiger with its saliva. Just in time, the chinchilla leaped forth to intercept the massive cotton creature, perplexed by its sudden, irrational behavior. Fox Zhao raised an eyebrow at the scene, having been unaware that a red-tier phantom beast lurked within the green crystal he had gifted. Phantom beasts invariably succumb to the allure of cores from those of higher tiers, often losing their senses in the process. The situation was spiraling out of control. The little fox mused with mischievous intent. However, Yue denied the cotton beast any opportunity to wreak havoc. With an air of calm, she promptly popped the green crystal into her mouth, smacking her lips in satisfaction. Alas, the cotton beast was disheartened, lamenting its mischance to feast. The little tiger was fiercely protective of her food. Whatever was in her possession was not to be snatched away, not even by her beloved mount. Fox Zhao, witnessing her devour the crystal core, was momentarily taken aback. A glint of cunning flickered in his eyes as he leisurely wrapped his large tail around himself, eager to watch the unfolding spectacle. If this young cub were merely oblivious to the consequences and were to overindulge, he would not be held accountable. He could simply flee when she inevitably succumbed. Yet, if she were to miraculously survive, that would certainly prove to be far more intriguing. As he relished in the exploration of such extraordinary occurrences, Yue, of course, would not be overwhelmed to the point of demise. However, she indeed encountered some issues. She found herself once more unable to contain the surging energy within her body. Fortunately, her physique had grown accustomed to the explosive influx of energy following the melting of the crystal cores. Thus, even when consuming the green crystal this time, she experienced no searing pain. Each recollection of the agony she endured during her first encounter with the yellow crystal sent a shiver down her spine. Although Tiger felt a sense of relief, she was unprepared for the fact that, within just a few breaths, she had transformed back into the white-haired girl of 17 or 18 years. Yu blinked in bewilderment, her white eyelashes strikingly unusual, reminiscent of delicate snowflakes. However, she quickly regained her composure, deftly wrapping herself in the white bear fur that lay beneath her. The pristine fur accentuated her fair skin, rendering her as ethereal as a sprite amidst a snowy landscape. Gigi, how has Tiger transformed into a human? The Totoro cautiously approached, tentatively brushing against Yu's cascading long hair. Seated upon the ground, her abundant, snow-white tresses sprawled elegantly around her. With her slender, delicate fingers, she tenderly cradled the large gray rat, a playful smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "What do you think, dear brother mouse? Do I look beautiful?" Her melodious and soft voice resonated, but the Totoro remained entranced by the astonishing sight, merely nodding in dazed agreement. After a moment, it quickly pawed at its head, perplexed by the concept of beauty. On the small face of Yu, no larger than a palm, a gentle smile graced her features. Yet, her pair of clear, amber eyes casually swept across the surroundings and inadvertently caught sight of a little red fox that had stealthily ventured in to observe the commotion. Both the girl and the fox were momentarily taken aback. Yue, with my abilities, how can I eliminate him before Leopard returns? Hu Zhao, what kind of creature is she? The little fox is perplexed. She clearly lacks a beast core. Yet how could she transform into a human merely by consuming a crystal core? Moreover, this woman possesses such an unusual appearance. Surely she could not have been so pale even in death for 3 days, and she even sports beast ears. Besides half-beasts, which legitimate beast transformation retains its ears? Oh dear, half-beast. Hu Zhao's ears twitched, and in an instant, realization struck. Could this tiger be the legendary half-beast? As Yu felt an inexplicable gaze fixed upon the top of her head, she instinctively reached up to touch it. What on earth is that creature? Even a shape-shifting leopard would not possess such a feature. Hu Zhao marveled at the furry ears adorning the little tiger, astonished by their existence. Had it not been for his erudite grandfather, who possessed a wealth of knowledge, he would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a race. Although the old man had not elucidated the details, Hu Zhao understood that these beings could be considered the ancestors of the beastmen. It was said that thousands of years ago, beastmen evolved from half-beast creatures. However, for reasons unknown, the few remaining half-beasts that refused to evolve gradually vanished, now long extinct in the annals of beastly history. The only half-beasts that endure today are the cold-blooded serpent beasts, Yu lamented with a shake of her head, as if summoned by fate. Just as Hu Zhao contemplated the serpent beasts, a snake tail suddenly descended upon him, unceremoniously sending him flying. With a resounding bayou, he was expelled from the cave and tumbled into the muddy waters below. After unceremoniously ejecting the unfamiliar fox beast, Xilan leisurely swam into the cave. Indifferent to the fox behind him who was cursing and gesticulating in outrage, Xilan secretly scoffed, wondering why Shonen insisted he come to see the child. How dare any beastman enter his cave so casually? Had the reputation of the Black Panther diminished to such an extent? A minute later, Xilan regarded the unfamiliar woman before him, who wore no clothing. Where's the little tiger? Actually, it was Yue, wrapped in a bear skin. You ask me? Yue appeared strong and composed on the surface, yet internally she was at a loss, on the verge of tears. Why has this man come? How infuriating. She could not silence him. A moment of confusion flickered across Xilan's face, caught off guard by her rhetorical question. After a brief hesitation, he turned his serious gaze towards Yue's shoulder. Where's the little dragon cat, the little tiger? The dragon cat also paused, glancing at Yue before looking back at Xilan with an expression of bewilderment, as if he were a fool. Yue inhaled deeply, smiling as she gestured toward the cotton beast standing foolishly nearby. Why don't you ask it? Xilan suddenly realized, turning to face the cotton beast. Just as she was about to speak, Yue interrupted her with an expression of exasperation. Wait. None of us actually know. So why not inquire about that fox we just saw? Pausing for a moment, she added anxiously, I saw those two conversing not long ago. The little tiger might well have been deceived by it. Xilan furrowed her brow. Why hadn't she mentioned this sooner? How could Dunnan be so careless in selecting a companion? Showing such disregard for the child? If it weren't for the strong sin of Black Panther lingering on her, he would have cast her and that fox aside long ago. Noticing his daze, Yue quickly coughed to draw his attention. Hurry up. The fox might escape, brother. Instantly jolted from his reverie, Xilan, with a blank expression, flicked her serpentine tail and dashed out in pursuit. Seeing that she had finally managed to trick the great serpent away, Yu hurriedly focused on how to transform back into her tiger form. Transform, the girl anxiously murmured, clenching her fists. Oh no. Why was her psychic power still ineffective? Could it be that she had to recite it silently? Transform. Yet, there was still no result. Surely there must be a way. How could she not be in control of her own transformation? Yu scoffed, her disbelief palpable. Why should she not be able to transform her own body at will? The young girl tightly shut her eyes, silently contemplating that she was not human, but a tiger. Indeed a tiger. In an instant, she transformed back into a small tiger. Clenching her tiny paws, she secretly sighed in relief, convinced she had grasped the secret of her transformation. As long as she firmly believed she was not human, the power of her will would prove immensely potent. The little tiger hurried towards the cave entrance. Upon reaching the opening, she spotted Xilan in the distance, interrogating an innocent little fox with malicious intent. The man disdainfully grasped the fox by its neck, his serpent-like tail whipping threateningly, splashing muck and water all over Hu Zhao's face. The pitiful little fox, blushing crimson, clung to its plump tail in despair. Witnessing such a grim spectacle, the little tiger felt a pang of guilt and urgency, her anxious paws beckoning from afar. A whoa, big snake. Over here. Startled by the tiger's call, Xilan paused, casually discarding the fox and gliding towards her. The little fox was unceremoniously tossed into a nearby puddle, but quickly scrambled back to its feet, shaking off the mud, gazing forlornly at the retreating figure of the great snake. After pondering for a moment, Hu Zhao narrowed his eyes dangerously, for he held a grudge. A gentleman does not forget a slight. In the Higu tribe, the arrival of the Black Panther stirred unease among the inhabitants once more. Through the misty rain, many beastmen braved the downpour, transforming into elegant cranes, fluttering to the riverbank, rooftops, and treetops, keeping a watchful eye on the powerful outsider. The Black Panther, oblivious to the wariness of the weaklings, gazed up at the sky in resignation. It was the same old story. He had not admitted any murderous intent, so why the fuss? Fortunately, he arrived just in time to guide the Black Panther into the wooden house shared by the brothers. At that moment, Hichin stood by the window, gazing at the rain, his brow furrowed, a gentle demeanor tinged with an inscrutable melancholy. Upon noticing the Black Panther's entrance, he composed himself and offered a polite smile. Sinan casually reverted to human form, found a place to sit, propped his head on one hand, and remarked nonchalantly, your tribe's birds look quite delectable. He bristled with indignation, glaring at the fanciful man. If he were not acutely aware of his own inferiority, he would have lunged at him in a fit of rage. Hichin, taken aback by the comment, quickly regained his composure, shaking his head with a chuckle. It was said that although the Black Panther did not favor beastmen, he had never indiscriminately slaughtered innocents, nor had he ever engaged in cannibalism. Sinan raised an eyebrow, uninterested in banter, and leaned back, directly inquiring. Maya Yu has suddenly shrunk. Hichin tilted his head calmly. Did you give her crystal cores? I did. But after eating, her energy surged, and she wouldn't sleep at night, Sinan replied, frowning in contemplation. Hichin seemed to have a sudden realization, smiling knowingly. Do not worry, that is quite normal. If she consumes enough crystal cores, she will be fine. After a moment's pause, he added. The only concern is the light sensitivity she exhibited last time. Upon hearing this, Sinan's expression darkened, and he gazed into the distance, silently pondering for a while before finally declaring, I will ascertain what exactly is happening. The Black Panther, a man of efficiency, hastily departed once he received the answers he sought. Once Sinan left the Higu tribe, he curiously asked his brother, why can the little tiger eat crystal cores freely? Isn't it dangerous for cubs to consume too much? Hichin's mood brightened slightly, shaking his head with a smile as he casually explained, Just because ordinary cubs cannot eat excessively does not imply that half-beast cubs cannot. He then resumed his tranquil vigil at the window, watching the rain. Huh? What is a half-beast? The younger boy, unable to contain his curiosity, continued to pester his brother. Stop staring at the rain, brother. Don't you ever tire of it? Meanwhile, Sinan, oblivious to the inquiry, made his way back to his territory, contemplating what to catch for the tiger. With her size diminished, she might struggle with tougher meat. The man sighed, his objective clear as he captured an unfortunate stag. The Black Panther strode through the rain, regal and imposing, and when asked why he never stored his prey in his spatial realm, the answer was simple: he found it distasteful. As he walked, the man keenly sensed the presence of a familiar little wolf. Initially intending to leave, he reconsidered. Perhaps the wolf's visit was related to a ewe. Not wishing to miss any news about her, he hesitated for a few seconds before deciding to investigate. Sure enough, after a winding path, the Black Panther spotted the silver wolf, nearly lost in the torrential rain. The wolf had been wandering in the downpour for an unknown duration, thoroughly drenched and disoriented. At that moment, he cautiously sniffed the air, hoping to fortuitously locate the Black Panther who had taken away Little Ewe. The Black Panther remained silent, patiently waiting for him to approach. The silver wolf, quick to react, transformed into human form upon noticing the Black Panther. Though ordinary beastmen would feel intimidated by the Black Panther's imposing aura, the young boy rushed forward, breathless, urgently inquiring, "How is Little Ewe? Is she well?" Pausing for a moment, he hesitated before adding, "May I see her?" Sinan said nothing, his gaze heavy upon him, exuding an indescribable pressure. Receiving no response, Langston did not grow angry. Instead, he cast his eyes downward, his typically wild and aloof demeanor now subdued. Suddenly, he produced a canine tooth from his spatial realm. The tooth, strung onto a slender black vine, formed a small pendant. He offered it to Sinan, his tone humble. "Could you please pass this to her? It belonged to her father. I intended to deliver it personally." Intrigued, the Black Panther set down his prey, transforming into human form with a leisurely air. "Her father?" he inquired. Langston nodded, a hint of regret in his voice. "He was the strongest in our tribe, but alas, he is no longer with us." Remembering something, the boy added, "If he were still alive, Little Ewe would never have been left alone in such a perilous forest." Sinan furrowed his brow. Her father was a beastman? Indeed, the boy replied without hesitation. "Do not let her frail appearance deceive you. She is merely ill." When she was born, it was a momentous occasion for the tribe. A white tiger descended upon us. It is only due to her illness that her fur is changed. Sinan pressed further. "What illness? What is the cause? Have you attempted to treat her?" After a series of inquiries, the man seemed unsatisfied and pressed on with another question. "Since her father is an orc, why does she not possess a beast core?" Langston was rendered speechless, pondering for a moment before he could only lower his head in resignation, managing to utter 4 words. "I do not know." Ingshur, with a dismissive scoff, casually opened his palm, signaling the youth to hand over the tiger tooth. However, Langston hesitated, gazing longingly at the tiger tooth in his hand. For it was perhaps the only reason he had to visit Xiaoyu in the presence of this man. After a few moments of indecision, fearing the man's growing impatience, he reluctantly placed the tiger tooth pendant into the man's hand. Upon receiving the tooth, Langston assumed he would take his leave. To his surprise, Ingshur began tossing the tiger tooth in the air and unexpectedly inquired, "Where is the Tiger Mountain tribe?" Why was he interested in his tribe? The boy was taken aback, uncertain whether revealing information about his tribe to this formidable orc would lead to trouble. Although he felt little allegiance to this weak and cold-blooded tribe, he could not betray it. Given the prowess of the purple-tier orc before him, he could easily bring calamity upon the Tiger Mountain tribe. After all, most orcs in the Tiger Mountain tribe were only of yellow tier or below, with a rare few green tiers who could be considered leaders. He bitterly mocked himself, reflecting on Hu Xing. If it weren't for his fortunate breakthrough to green tier, the clan members would not have unanimously supported him regarding Xiaoyu's matter. Langston clenched his fist in frustration, feeling unworthy of protecting Xiaoyu despite his efforts. And at 18 years old, he still hadn't reached yellow tier. What right did he have to safeguard her? Suddenly, Ingshur leaned back against a nearby tree, toying with the tiger tooth, and impatiently interrupted the boy's thoughts. "Hey, little one, what are you daydreaming about?" Rain cascaded down the man's face. Listening over his chiseled Adam's apple, Langston furrowed his brow and replied with exasperation, "I am not a little one. I am already an adult." Glancing at the boy's slender shoulders, Ingshur found it somewhat amusing that he still appeared so ineffectual despite being an adult. Just as he was about to mock him further, he suddenly recalled something, inexplicably suppressing his amusement and adopting a serious demeanor as he stored the tiger tooth away. After a brief pause, he earnestly regarded Langston. "Didn't you mention the location of your tribe?" The boy pursed his lips tightly, remaining silent. Ingshur raised an eyebrow. "Are you afraid to speak?" Langston stiffened momentarily, defiantly retorting, "What is there to be afraid of?" The man smirked. "Are you concerned that I might, in a moment of whimsy, annihilate your tribe, or that I might, out of boredom, plunder your tribe's possessions? What do you really want?" The boy lowered his head, feeling utterly defeated in countering Ingshur's inquiries. Ingshur grew increasingly impatient. Why was this little wolf so verbose? Couldn't he just provide a straightforward answer? Fortunately, he had retrieved Xiaoyu. Otherwise, he might have been led astray by this little wolf. Resisting the urge to take action, he considered the implications of upsetting Xiao Yue's friend. What if she became angry? Rubbing his temples, he explained with a semblance of patience, I merely wish to inquire about the little tiger, considering your apparent ignorance. Ultimately, Langson capitulated, for Ingshur had divulged his address and mentioned that Xiao Yu was currently residing there. The silver wolf dashed through the forest, filled with anticipation. Undeterred by the torrential rain that blurred his vision, sensing that the little silver wolf had already dashed away with excitement, the Black Panther nonchalantly shook his head. Pondering whether he could even pass Shilan's scrutiny, he hoped the lazy snake would not let him down. Subsequently, Ingshur hurriedly sprinted towards the direction of the Tiger Mountain tribe. The little tiger was at home, engaged in a silent standoff with Shilan. No, it was Shilan who was staring vacantly, while the little tiger, with wide eyes, curiously observed him from beside his tail. Awu? What are you contemplating, great serpent? Shilan appeared utterly oblivious, lost in contemplation of the rain curtain. Awu, are you pondering the development of the serpent clan or the future of the beast world? Shilan's eyelids fluttered ever so slightly, a movement so subtle it would easily go unnoticed. Awu. A large hand suddenly pinched the tiger's mouth shut. Shilan rummaged through his space, retrieving a pile of discarded items he had carelessly tossed in during his youthful ignorance. He pushed the tiger away, his expression impassive, uttering, go play by yourself. His demeanor exuded a nonchalance akin to a domineering CEO lavishly spending money. If Ingshur were present, he would surely have disdainfully discarded both him and his trinkets. Yet, Yu was utterly enamored. The great serpent had casually bestowed upon her such a trove of treasures. The little tiger, shaking its head, scurried back to fetch the snakeskin pouch that Ingshur had crafted for her. The precious fruit she had once cherished was now carelessly strewn across the ground. Yu trudged through the dilapidated heap of Shilan, dragging along a bag considerably larger than herself, meticulously sifting through the remnants. In her grasp, she had also seized a chinchilla. The tiny creature huddled timidly beside Yu, completely unwilling to approach the chaotic surroundings of Shilan. It was no surprise, being a mere rodent. It harbored fears not only of larger felines but also of serpents, perhaps feeling embarrassed by the quivering of the hefty gray rodent. Yu shooted away to stabilize the bag. Thus, the rotund chinchilla, while shaking its belly, diligently raised its small paws to support the limp sack, facilitating the little tiger's task of tossing items inside. Meanwhile, the cotton beast cautiously approached the cave entrance. Although there were several intriguing morsels scattered amidst the debris, it dared not join the fray, for it too shared the chinchilla's fear of serpents. Suddenly, the little tiger uncovered a dazzling stone amidst the treasures. This gem radiated a mesmerizing blend of green and blue hues from within, appearing quite extraordinary. Yu gently nudged the fluorite, nearly matching the size of her own head, until it rested beside the serpentine tail of Shilan. Oh, what a harmonious blend of colors! After a moment's contemplation, Yu placed her petite paw atop the fluorite, lifted her head, and remained silent, her gaze fixated eagerly on Shilan's handsome visage. Yu, I have a question, great serpent. After a few minutes, Shilanmu's expression also began to falter, and she helplessly lowered her gaze at him. What is it? Oh, what sort of stone is this, great serpent? Shilan fixed her gaze on the piece of fluorite, tilting her head for nearly 2 minutes. Just as Yu was on the verge of doubting that he had fallen into another stupor, the man suddenly spoke with utmost seriousness. This is inedible. He then effortlessly leaned back, feigning yet another moment of distraction. Yu danced around him with relentless exuberance, as if unaware of its inedibility. Did she not already secretly nibble on it earlier? She had long comprehended its unsuitability for consumption. The challenge was palpable, and Shilan felt a sense of grievance, as the child was undeniably disruptive to his tranquil existence. So fond of it? Came the indifferent voice of the serpent. Observing the little tiger's jubilant leaps, he mistakenly assumed it was enchanted by the simple stone, as if such a trivial object could elicit such joy. After some contemplation, he diligently rummaged through his space, ultimately retrieving a larger treasure. With a resounding thud, he unveiled a colossal piece of purple fluorite, more magnificent than the prototype of a black panther or cotton beast. It radiated an air of nobility and mystery, yet Shilan carelessly discarded it upon the ground. Then this shall be yours as well, he declared, noticing the diminutive tiger straining to tilt its little head in an effort to behold the entirety of the stone. Momentarily taken aback, he astutely lifted the small tiger and placed it atop the splendid fluorite. Yu sat in stunned silence on the cool, glimmering fluorite, torn between marveling at the stone's exquisite beauty and lamenting the generosity of the great serpent. However, she quickly realized that her foremost concern was how to descend from this precarious perch. Oh, great serpent, while I am immensely grateful for your splendid gift, I believe it is best if you amuse yourself for the time being. I shall return shortly. With that, Shilan hastily dashed away, her urgency unprecedented. In the moonlit night, the little tiger cautiously perched on the smooth edge of the fluorite, peering down into the abyss far below. This was indeed a far greater height than the grand water trough crafted by the leopard. In a state of bewilderment, she glanced around, only to realize that her beloved steed was conspicuously absent during this critical moment. Oh, how pitiful the little tiger looked as she lay atop the colossal rock, akin to a student subjected to the punishment of standing during class or being denied a meal at mealtime. The chinchilla, initially dedicated to assisting the little tiger with her snakeskin pouch, had nearly succumbed to slumber, awaiting the arrival of her offerings. Now, the gray rodent was sprawled beneath the pouch, drifting into a drowsy haze. Suddenly jolted awake with a start. It remembered its purpose and began to search for the little tiger's familiar form. However, it was startled by the sudden appearance of a massive purple stone. Circling it cautiously before realizing the absence of all companions. With one paw on its hip and the other propped against the purple stone wall, it called out, "Where's the little tiger?" Meanwhile, the little tiger, squinting and languidly letting her paws dangle, lay despondently on the fluorite. Just then, a flash of the chinchilla's figure caught her eye, and she quickly leaned forward, her tiny paws gripping the edge of the fluorite. "Oh whoa, friend, I am here." The little chinchilla tilted its head in search of her, only to end up sprawled on the ground. "Why are you standing so high?" it exclaimed. Observing the little tiger's shaky stance, as if unable to descend, the chinchilla became anxious and began to gesture animatedly. With a graceful and alluring motion, it touched its own head, its plump rear swaying back and forth, attempting to remind her to transform into that enchanting figure from moments prior. "Yuyua, are you trying to entertain me because you fear I might be too bored up there?" The little tiger squatted at the edge of the boulder, touched, and waved its paw to signal to Toro to ease up on the effort. However, as it lowered its paw, it lost its grip and tumbled headfirst off the boulder. Yuyua chuckled. "It's quite all right. I've grown accustomed to falling." At this moment, Shilon was in pursuit of a silver wolf. He had just sensed an unfamiliar scent of wolfish presence brazenly approaching. As he stepped outside, the little silver wolf stealthily scurried away. The great serpent hesitated. For the essence of the small wolf seemed suddenly muddled with something indiscernible, leaving him somewhat bewildered. He was torn between continuing the chase to unearth the unwelcome intruder or returning to safeguard the little tiger. After contemplating for a moment, Shilon recalled that Shernan had entrusted him with the task of watching over the little tiger, and apprehending the ill-intentioned stranger did not seem to fall within his purview. Seizing the opportunity to be a tad lazy, he turned to retreat. Just then, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby bushes. Even amidst the rain, the beastman could keenly detect such faint noises. He narrowed his eyes, refraining from advancing. After all, his curiosity was not particularly insatiable. The bushes seemed to entice him deliberately. The moment he moved, they rustled in response. The great serpent had grown lethargic over the years, becoming desensitized to the allure of the outside world. Even as the rustling followed him, fluttering through the grass and crashing through the treetops, the man remained unmoved, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion. The little fox, frustrated, scratched its ears in exasperation, harboring deep resentment towards the great serpent. Seizing a splashing frog, it squeezed, sending a thin stream of water shooting from the frog's mouth, aimed at the serpent's thick, scaly tail. Yet, of course, there was no reaction whatsoever, not only in the rain, but even under normal circumstances. Such a feeble stream would hardly garner the serpent's attention. The little red fox, disheartened, tugged at its large ears, its competitive spirit ignited. Oblivious to the grievances of the tail trailing behind him, Shilon swam back to the cave, only to unexpectedly encounter the very silver wolf he had lost track of, now clutching his designated protective charge and charging directly outward. This was undoubtedly a provocation directed at him. The great serpent's robust tail slammed against the ground, startling the silver wolf into retreat. Langston fixed his gaze upon the expressionless serpent blocking his path. Although he was unaware of the serpent's motives for sneaking into the cave during Black Panther's absence, he was resolute in his intention to escape with the little tiger. Even if it meant perishing here, he would not abandon Xiaoye. Shilon, perplexed, scrutinized the silver wolf before him, who was gazing at him with a mix of despair and determination. If he was so fearful, why venture in to steal? No, it was not a theft. It was an abduction of the tiger. Casting a glance at the little tiger in the wolf's mouth, Shilon silently corrected himself. As the tension mounted, Yuyue grew anxious. She could not fathom why the foolish wolf charged in so fearlessly, and before she could even catch up, it had whisked her away like a soulless transporter. The little tiger struggled frantically, using all four limbs to indicate that he should be set down for a proper discussion. Langston, equally anxious, dared not release his grip, vigilantly watching the great serpent for any sign of vulnerability. At that moment, the cotton beast, having just finished its business outside, trotted in. Spotting the familiar silver wolf, the cotton beast bleated a greeting, recalling how the wolf had aided in fending off the frenzied leopard last time. Calmly, the cotton beast circled around the serpent and approached Langston, bleating hello to the little tiger, wondering why it was not riding on its back instead of being carried uncomfortably. After a series of misunderstandings, the three parties sat down to engage in a harmonious and amicable discussion. Meanwhile, two bystanders, the llama and the cotton beast, munched on fruits while observing the commotion. The serpent, unwittingly playing the role of a caretaker, spoke slowly. "So, you are a kin of the little tiger. Moreover, Shernan sent you?" The boy swallowed hard, clutching the little tiger tightly. "I apologize. I thought you were a villain, taking advantage of Black Panther's absence to steal the tiger." Shilon cast a discreet glance at the boy's arms, where the little tiger appeared disheveled and distressed, resembling a captive. Ironically, the little wolf seemed more like the one attempting to abduct the tiger. The atmosphere grew tense as the two men exchanged silent glances, their expressions laden with unspoken words. The bound little tiger found it increasingly intolerable, nearly suffocating from the wolf's grip. Resigned, she lay in Lawson's embrace, sticking out her tiny tongue, raising her paw as if to testify that the wolf indeed harbored malicious intent towards tigers. After a moment, the little tiger could no longer contain herself. She opened her mouth wide and suddenly bit down on the boy's wrist. With a sharp yelp, her tiny milk teeth sank into his skin, causing beads of blood to well up on his sun-kissed flesh. Oh, I've grown accustomed to biting the leopard. Little Tiger was taken aback when Langston not only did not express anger but instead lifted her with an expression of delight. Little Moon, you have finally grown your teeth. The tiger, suddenly elevated high into the air, was momentarily bewildered, flailing her legs in confusion. Upon realizing the implication of his words, she felt an overwhelming urge to hide beneath the cotton beast, utterly embarrassed. Dear brother, in such a serious atmosphere, it is entirely unnecessary to mention such matters. The little tiger found this exceedingly humiliating. However, Langston felt no shame. He was elated, suddenly consumed by a sense of accomplishment akin to witnessing a daughter blossom into maturity. His little moon had finally begun to grow. Indeed, one must thrive alongside great leaders. It had not been long since Little Moon was rescued by the black leopard. And now, not only had she grown physically, but she had also sprouted teeth. Langston lamented, wishing he could shed tears. The chief of the Humo tribe had grieved for so many years. Had he known, he would have sent her to the black leopard for fostering much sooner. Now, it was a case of the white-haired tiger sending off the black-haired tiger, leaving him to harbor regrets, for even if Little Moon flourished, he would no longer witness it. Shilon, perplexed, remarked, isn't it rather early for a cub under 2 months to be growing teeth? The little tiger nearly shrank into her own belly. Yes, indeed. She has grown quite rapidly. There is truly no need for such excitement. The youth furrowed his brow, holding the tiger close with a look of affection, indignantly proclaiming a statement that would astonish Yue for 300 years. You do not understand. Little Moon has never grown in 17 years, not even a single milk tooth. Now that she finally has teeth, should we not rejoice? Yue and Shilon, 17. How has it been 17 years? That wretched creature has made no progress. She is nothing but a monstrosity. She should have been extinguished upon birth. With a swift motion, Shernan struck down the spitting woman, who collapsed in response. Carelessly discarding the deranged woman into a muddy pit, Shernan pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling utterly exasperated. Upon discovering this tribe, he had intended to casually apprehend someone to inquire about the general situation regarding the white tiger. Little did he know that the first unfortunate soul he encountered would be this woman. Initially, she had attempted to engage in a battle of wits. But upon mentioning the little white tiger, she had erupted into nonsensical ramblings. Disregarding the woman, Shernan transformed into a sleek black panther and darted into the depths of the tribe, seeking his next target. In this verdant world of beasts, any place with trees, even before nightfall, provided the perfect cover for the shadowy panther. Soon, he spotted a robust orange-tiered tiger, diligently patrolling the area amidst the rain, his expression solemn and earnest. Seemingly unfazed by the torrential downpour that threatened to dampen the spirit of the tribe's guardian, Shernan curled his claws. This was the one. Hushuan, the stout tiger, gazed seriously at the vibrant flora of the tribe, while his heart brimmed with satisfaction. Ah, the prosperity of the tribe, the stability of the tribe. The contentment of the clan members could undoubtedly not exist without the vigilance and protection of their warrior beasts. In ordinary times, he would willingly devote his life to the tribe, and when the need arose for battle, he would offer his very essence. However, in an instant, Hushuan was taken aback as something dark streaked past him. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself being dragged away, bewildered. The hefty tiger did not cry out or struggle. He resolved to bide his time and discern the intentions of his captor before retaliating. After all, he was a cunning orange-tier warrior. How audacious of this petty thief to infiltrate their Tiger Mountain tribe and dare to kidnap a valiant warrior. With indignation, the large tiger's thoughts began to spiral, waiting for the moment to unleash his colossal fists. The panther, pulling the hefty tiger outside, noticed the unusual silence from his captive. Finally, they reached the outskirts of the tribe, stopping beneath a stone wall that shielded them from the rain. This was Hushuan's chance to leap up and deliver a profound lesson to his captor. Yet, just then, the shadowy figure released a powerful aura that bore down on him. Startled, Hushuan stiffened, and before he could discern the figure's appearance, Shernan transformed back into his human form and delivered a powerful punch to his nose. Approximately 5 minutes later, the muscular tiger sat on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Bite it back. Shernan impatiently kicked his rear. Hushuan obediently stifled his tears and snot, his only act of defiance being his refusal to meet Shernan's gaze. Is the little white tiger from your tribe? Shernan inquired lazily, crouching down and tilting his head. Hushuan hesitated, stealing a glance at him, only to retract his head in fear from Shernan's piercing gaze. He fiddled with his toes, remaining silent. Who knew what this unfamiliar beastman sought to uncover? What if he inadvertently revealed some tribal secrets and brought trouble upon his kin? Come on, come on. Whether through harsh interrogation or enticing rewards, I shall not betray a single word of my tribe. Suddenly, Shernan stood up and kicked him again. Humph. The earnest giant continued to remain tight-lipped. Shernan raised an eyebrow. Was he testing his patience? Casually cracking his knuckles, the sound startled Hushuan. Poor child. The man mused as he readied his fist. Yet before he could strike, Hushuan cried out between sobs. I know. Yue, right? She used to belong to our tribe. At last, the dull-witted tiger's mouth had been pried open. And then? What of her origins? What of her affliction? Shernan tilted his head, tapping his temple to urge him to continue. The emotionally fragile giant let his tears and raindrops cascade down his face. Abandoning all semblance of dignity as he sobbed, her father is Humo, our former chieftain, and her mother is Huming. He choked back a sob and continued. 17 years ago, when she was born, she inherited the most esteemed white tiger bloodline of our tribe. Later, she fell ill, and her fur turned entirely white. Some say she was never a white tiger. It was merely Humo, the chieftain, who dyed her fur black to secure his position. After sharing this, he grew weary of weeping and furtively glanced at Shernan. Seeing Shernan glaring at him, he quickly resumed his lament. She has never grown in all these years. Not even a baby tooth. The tribe believes she has been punished by our ancestors for Humo's deceit in claiming the white tiger lineage. Shernan scoffed derisively. So, for over a decade, your tribe has been unable to ascertain the cause of her condition, merely attributing her plight to a punishment? The honest giant hesitated. His neck stiffening as he attempted to defend himself. It's not baseless. We have reasons. Hushuan faltered under Shernan's oppressive gaze. Increasingly aware that the rumors he had once deemed credible were now easily dismantled, just based on a handful of vague legends. Did they truly believe in the existence of a white tiger ancestor? The earnest tiger was left in a state of confusion, as Hushuan's thoughts spiraled into existential doubt. Shernan's cold voice broke the silence. And because of this, you cast her, a mere cub, into the forest? Hushuan froze, hastily shaking his head and urgently explaining. No. Her father died during a hunt, and Huxing, the new chieftain, married Huming, her mother, as his new mate. It was only natural to pursue the bloodline of the previous leader. Before he could finish, Shernan kicked him into the puddle, growing increasingly infuriated. The man had no desire to engage in further conversation, instead stepping on the giant's backside and demanding, so where are Huming and Huxing? These were the chieftain and his mate. Hushuan was reluctant to disclose their whereabouts, burying his face deeper into the puddle, gurgling and sputtering. He resolved to drown himself rather than betray his tribe. Shernan's voice cut through the air. Among all the beastmen in the tribe, whom would you choose? With a splash, Hushuan shot up, panic-stricken. Huxing took the tribe to the western Bashi tribe to exchange goods. And Huming, that woman. I just saw her leave the tribe with a basket. It seemed she was going to collect the wood milk fruit knocked down by the rain. A woman with a basket? Shernan raised an eyebrow in astonishment. The deranged woman from earlier was indeed the mother of Yue? Suddenly recalling the repugnant words she had just blurted out, Shernan quietly regretted not having kicked her a couple more times. After pondering for a while, he realized that further inquiries would yield no useful information, so he casually nudged Hushuan's backside, urging him to leave. Hushuan, astonished that this formidable beastman was so accommodating, refrained from making any threats about slaughtering the tribe. Perhaps he had mentioned it earlier, but it slipped from memory, and was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down his face. He hesitantly got to his feet, reluctant to depart, as people generally have an instinctive admiration for the strong. Faced with a friendly powerhouse, he couldn't help but draw closer, particularly as a warrior from a tribe that revered strength. The burly man hesitated, about to utter a few flattery-laden words, when Shernan interjected, if you don't leave now, I shall annihilate your tribe. Without a moment's hesitation, Hushuan morphed into a great tiger and, in a matter of breaths, scurried away in a panic. Shernan cast a deep glance back at the Tiger Mountain tribe, realizing this was the past of a Yu. Turning around, he was suddenly confronted by a kindly old woman. Shernan was not the type to respect elders or show deference to the young. He merely glanced at her and disinterestedly shifted his gaze away. Assuming she was just passing by, he took a step to leave, only to be abruptly called back by her. Child, are you here for Xiaoyu? The old lady inquired with a warm smile. Shennan's expression darkened. Had she overheard their conversation? He said nothing, merely fixing her with a cold stare. Do not be afraid. I am the bell ringer of the Tiger Mountain tribe, and they call me Granny Hu, she gently explained, noticing his continued silence. Granny Hu shook her head with a resigned smile and continued amiably. Xiaoyu is a child of misfortune, afflicted by an inexplicable illness, transforming from the cherished white tiger lord into what they now derisively call a little waste. After a brief pause, she resumed her slow narration. She was almost abandoned in the forest to die. Child, it seems you are the one who saved her. Am I right? Shennan's gaze softened slightly, though he still refrained from responding. After all, this seemingly intrusive old woman raised a few red flags. Granny, who seemed accustomed to his silence, and continued. The only fortune Xiaoyu possesses is a father who has never given up on her. With that, a look of nostalgia graced her face. Even after 17 years, Huming still believed his Xiaoyu would grow up. Suddenly, as if recalling a particularly amusing memory, Granny, who couldn't help but chuckle softly. He even took it upon himself to find her a little companion, that boy Langston, truly loyal and devoted. He took care of the naive little tiger for over a decade. After sharing this, Granny, who appeared eager to reminisce further, but was abruptly interrupted by Shennan's brusque voice. Are you truly going to stand in this torrential rain and waste my time with idle chatter? He coldly remarked, leaving the bewildered old woman alone in the downpour as he strode away without looking back. On the frantic journey back, the Black Panther wore a grim expression, silently cursing the late father of the little tiger for his lack of understanding. After all, the child was still so young. Why was there such urgency in seeking a partner? I'm not that little. I already know I'm 17 years old. Look at my teeth. Aren't they white? The brooding panther sprinted past, startling the small creatures by the roadside into trembling flight, his massive paws splashing water with a force that rivaled the rain above. Foraging, courting, and napping creatures scattered in panic at the sight of the ferocious Black Panther, who remained oblivious to the chaos he inadvertently stirred. He couldn't help but grumble all the way. If he were the little tiger's father, he would never abandon her to an inept boy simply because she was frail and unable to care for herself. He would work tirelessly to enhance his strength, knowing that with absolute power, he could ensure her well-being for a lifetime. Suddenly, he thought of that little wolf who had perhaps already snuggled into his cave with his little tiger. Shanann frowned and quickened his pace. He needed to return swiftly and kick that boy out. You did not need a preordained mate. She deserved freedom. Even if one day she did bring home a favored male tiger, you would accept it, for at least that would be her own choice. With a silent sigh, he acknowledged that this was at least a decision she had made for herself. Regardless of the Black Panther's simmering anger, the atmosphere within his cave was remarkably harmonious. The little tiger, having learned that her milk teeth had taken 17 years to finally emerge, was brimming with pride, showcasing her tiny teeth to everyone. "Look at my pearly whites, serpent," she exclaimed. She didn't wait for a response but turned to find Cotton Beast and the great gray rat, her little mouth chattering as her teeth clicked together, producing a crisp sound. "Quick, look at my sharp and splendid fangs." While they may not have fully comprehended her meaning, the Cotton Beast dutifully stretched its neck and bleated enthusiastically, while the chinchilla danced joyfully, both appearing to be supportive. After her boast, she scampered back to Langston, eager for his praise. Look how many teeth I've grown." Upon seeing the little tiger open her mouth wide enough to nearly expose her stomach, Langston chuckled heartily. Gently pinching her tiger mouth, the boy beamed and complimented. "Xiaoyu, your milk teeth are both functional and beautiful. No other little tiger has such sharp teeth as yours." "What? Such small milk teeth can hardly be considered sharp," she retorted, perplexed, while Langston turned his head. Lost in thought, the boy gazed contentedly at the vibrant little tiger before him, grateful that his long-held wishes had finally come to fruition. Xiaoyu's condition was now worlds apart from what it had once been. However, noticing that the little tiger suddenly lay still, resting her head on her paws, her tiger eyes staring blankly, Langston crouched down curiously, asking, "Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Are you hungry?" He began contemplating whether to venture outside to find something for her to eat. The boy lamented internally about not bringing any wood milk fruit for her when he left the tribe, as Xiaoyu had always loved it. He wondered if it could still be found in this forest. The little tiger raised her head to look at him, sighing as she stared at her tiny nose. What could be wrong? She simply missed the panther. Why hadn't he returned yet? She was just a hair away from the realization that she had grown her teeth after 17 long years. As darkness began to envelop the outside world, her anxiety deepened. What if something had happened to the Black Panther? Her ears drooped in sorrow. Yue shivered, exclaiming, "Oh my. Could it be that Bao Bao intends to transfer me to someone else?" She glanced up at Qilin, who was lost in thought, as well as the foolish wolf grinning at her with a maternal smile. Langston, noticing the little tiger's unusual demeanor, mistakenly believed she was simply famished. And without a moment's hesitation, he rose and headed outside. "Oh, Wu, are you leaving?" he inquired. Langston crouched down to stroke her tiger head, just as he was about to offer an explanation when a sudden chill ran down his spine, and an acute sense of foreboding enveloped him. The instinct of a beast warned him that misfortune was imminent. Could it be that the Black Panther intended to annihilate his tribe? He recalled that there were indeed a few individuals within the tribe who thrived on provoking others, capable of inciting violence with just a few words. After pondering for a moment, Langston abruptly lifted the little tiger, his reluctant gaze lingering in Yue's eyes. "Farewell, Xiaoya. I have matters to attend to, but I shall return to visit you again." Yue raised her paw to push away his face, bidding farewell without the need for such sentimental gazes. After Langston departed, Yue continued to lie listlessly on the ground, appearing rather lackluster. Qilin cast a sidelong glance at the sprawled-out tiger cub, entering a contemplative state. Moments ago, the wolf beast had mentioned feeling hungry. Since Nan had summoned him to look after the cub, did this caretaking duty extend to finding some nourishment for the little tiger? Observing her seemingly starved state, Qilin furrowed his brows. Ultimately, he abruptly stood up and strode outside in annoyance. It was exasperating. He could scarcely muster the energy to eat himself. Yet suddenly, he encountered the wolf beast rushing back, panting heavily. Qilin's irritation mounted, but his tone remained calm and unruffled. "What brings you back?" Langston, feeling guilty, lowered his head, avoiding his gaze, and sheepishly approached the little tiger, squatting down. In a hushed whisper, he asked, "Xiaoya, do you wish to go home? If I were to say, hypothetically, that you do not like it here, I would take you back." Qilin, holding his breath in seriousness, pondered. Was he indeed here to steal the tiger? Yue cautiously took 2 steps back. "How could you entertain such thoughts, young one?" The little tiger turned away, presenting its rear as a gesture of rejection. The little silver wolf, in a state of melancholy, ultimately lowered its head and hesitantly departed, fortuitously avoiding the route taken by Shonan on his return. Xilan, this time, dared not proceed, fearful that the fellow might attempt a roundabout ambush. Losing sight of the little tiger would surely provoke the return of the leopard, who would undoubtedly strip away her skin. The great serpent, feeling quite aggrieved, could hardly bear to witness the little tiger exuding resentment, and thus tugged her back to continue sifting through the discarded treasures thrown by Xilan. After rummaging through the debris, the two beasts stumbled upon a block of white crystalline substance. The little tiger extended its tongue to sample it, immediately crinkling its face in distaste at the saltiness. Is this salt? It inquired, pushing the block towards Xilan. Oh well? Is this salt, great serpent? Xilan instinctively swallowed, a flicker of aversion crossing her face. This is not edible. The little tiger sighed with regret, lamenting that such a sizable block of salt was wasted on Xilan. The great serpent was not even as clever as the leopard. At least the leopard understood that salt could be applied to meat for consumption. Yue contentedly shoved the bricks into the great serpent's molted skin behind her. The child, who scavenged for refuse, was tenderly regarded by others. Xilan, observing her treat this unpalatable stone as if it were a treasure, curiously inquired, "Why do you hold such a fondness for stones?" Yue, my dear brother, it is indeed possible for us to infuse our speech with a touch of tone. Moreover, she does not harbor any fondness for stones. Her affection lies solely with salt. Yue disregarded him, hastening to check if there were still any salt blocks available. This large serpent truly failed to recognize a good thing. The faint sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the curtain of rain, causing the little tiger, engrossed in rummaging through refuse, to perk up its ears. It promptly lifted its head, looking at Xilan with a face full of anticipation. Indeed, Senin has returned. The serpent nodded, succinctly conveying the news. Hooray! The little tiger scampered out excitedly, somewhat anxious, stumbling as it ran. As the tiger reached the entrance of the cave, it locked eyes with the panther dashing through the downpour. Howl! Leopard! Senin skillfully skidded to a halt at the cave's mouth, dropping the freshly caught antelope it had been holding in its jaws, and leisurely approached the little tiger whose tail wagged furiously. With a gentle paw, the panther playfully toppled the little tiger onto the ground, beginning to groom its fur. Ah, I can smell the scent of that little silver wolf. Suddenly, Senin transformed into human form, tenderly lifting the tiger and giving it a gentle shake. You has grown while I was away. Yue, what should I do if I feel a bit guilty? The man merely mentioned it without probing further, casually lifting the corpse of the horned deer beast with one hand and slowly making his way inside. Upon entering, Shannon initially cast a nonchalant glance at the dazed Xilan. Even in her stupor, Xilan discerned the tempest contained within his fleeting gaze, prompting her to instinctively rise to her feet. With cleverness, she remarked, "Since you have returned, I shall take my leave." Having said that, she departed without needing to be urged, for the first time so willingly vacating Shannon's territory. Shannon carelessly discarded the corpse of the horned deer beast to the side, observing her retreating figure as he leisurely commented, "Don't be in such a rush. I still have matters to inquire of you." Who was in a hurry? When had Xilan ever been anxious? The great serpent remained in a state of unease, caught between leaving and staying. After a moment of contemplation, he blurted out, "I haven't eaten in several days. I'm starving, so I shall take my leave." "Why hadn't you complained of hunger during those 2 months you didn't emerge for meals?" Shannon scoffed, preparing to chastise him further, when he noticed the little tiger clawing at his face, making a ruckus. "What is the matter?" he inquired, lowering his gaze and raising an eyebrow, silently questioning the tiger cub. "Oh, look at my teeth." Shannon observed her tilting her small head, striving to open her wide maw, and instinctively reached to pat her little belly. "Are you hungry?" Yue, in a fit of anger, pushed his hand away, baring her teeth in a defiant display. "What do you mean hungry? Look at my teeth. I have nurtured them for 17 years. Dunnan let out a hearty chuckle, his chest vibrating with a deep, melodious laughter that emanated from his elongated neck. He gently traced the contours of Yue's small milk teeth with his slender fingers. "I know. These are the milk teeth that took you 17 years to grow." The little tiger was momentarily taken aback, her head tilting in confusion as she widened her eyes in disbelief. How does Leopard know that? With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Dunnan playfully shook her paw. "I visited your former tribe today." With that, he retrieved a tiger tooth pendant from his space and presented it in the palm of his hand for the little tiger to see. The little wolf said, "This is your father's tiger tooth." Yue clung to his hand, gazing intently. "Father, is that the man who serves as the chieftain of our tribe?" In the days following his arrival, he visited her daily. She recalled being confined within a small stone cave, with only the man who claimed to be her father and a little silver wolf keeping her company. At that time, she believed she had only just been born. Little did she know she was already a 17-year-old tiger. "But who is my mother? I have never seen her. Is she still alive?" Yue shook her ears and gazed insistently at Shan-nan. The man seemed to comprehend her thoughts, yet he remained silent. Suddenly, he picked up the tiger tooth pendant and gestured with it, soothingly stroking the tiger's head, assuring that once it grew older, he would adorn it with the pendant. For now, its neck was simply too short. "Yue, you have a short neck." The little tiger, engulfed in melancholy, reacted swiftly, swiping its paw towards his large hand. Shannon allowed her to scratch and claw at him, but his gaze was suddenly drawn to the clutter that had inexplicably accumulated in the cave, scattered across the ground, among which lay a rather large purple stone. The man furrowed his brow and lifted the little tiger's paw, pointing. What are those? Oh, those are gifts from the great serpent. Where's the serpent? As Yue turned over, he clung to Shernan's shoulder, searching everywhere for that large serpent. Shernan patted his backside and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked that it had long since departed. After a brief pause, he inquired, is this what he discarded? How dare he throw unwanted items into his den? What was discarded, of course, was meant for her, Yue asserted, extending his claw to pat his own chest. Struggling, he leapt to the ground, using his tiger-like jaws to grasp the snake-shed bag, wiggling his rear as he dragged it over, collecting the treasures strewn about the earth into his pouch. After a flurry of activity, he lifted his head to glance at Shernan. Yue, do you understand? Mine. Shunan, with a disdainful expression. Is this all he could find for you to play with? The man pretended to rummage through his own space, intending to fetch something of value for the little tiger. After an extensive search, it seemed he had nothing of worth to offer. After turning his space upside down, he finally produced a collection of items scarcely better than what Shilan had. Shunan, the man felt a tinge of regret. Had he truly traversed the land for so many years without collecting anything of significance? Was this all that remained? A mere heap of worthless crystal cores? Another beast man. If you give me those worthless crystal cores, I can trade you something of greater value. Would that be acceptable? Yue could scarcely fathom his thoughts. All Huzi knew was that Senin had casually bestowed upon her a collection of treasures, filling her with a desire to cheer. She gleefully danced about, tugging at the Totoro, eager to sift through her newfound bounty. Senin, watching the contented little tiger with a mix of helplessness and bittersweet affection, felt as though he were witnessing his own child joyfully collecting discarded trinkets. A pang of sadness tugged at his heart. Furrowing his brow in a moment of impulsive inspiration, he scattered a trove of crystal cores before her and, with a grave expression, declared, play with these. Yue, with wide eyes, found herself in a state of disbelief. Cautiously nesting atop the pile of crystal cores, akin to a hen brooding over her eggs, remaining perfectly still, Shernan had ventured off to grill meat. Yet she remained faithfully ensconced upon the crystalline mound. When the little chinchilla invited her to play, she solemnly declined. The cotton beast, drooling and approaching, was promptly frightened away by her furious outburst, which was, in fact, instigated by Shernan. The luminescent fluorite shimmered as the anxiety of the little tiger, akin to a dreamlike state, enveloped her. She felt an overwhelming sense of purpose. Her destiny was to remain in companionship with this heap of crystal cores for eternity. Through life and death, forever entwined. Is this the little tiger's sanctuary? Shernan, while grilling the meat, discreetly observed the tiger's demeanor. A twinge of regret coursed through Shernan. Although these crystal cores were not of a high caliber, barely reaching the green tier, she pondered the repercussions if the little tiger devoured them all at once. Would she be overwhelmed? Worrying about her potential overindulgence, Shernan could only watch intently. As the meat threatened to char, unable to bear the sight of the little tiger's lackadaisical demeanor any longer, Shernan quickly pulled her away to partake in the meal. Yue, filled with reluctance, kicked her little legs in frustration. Oh dear, she ran off to sneakily consume the crystal core. What should we do? The cotton beast reassured her. Do not worry, tiger. That man is inside. Even if I am tempted, I would not dare to be reckless. Preparations for roasted meat were underway, as the man had placed a pot of water on the stone stove, simmering with the fruits of the banyan tree. Once the water was ready, he reached out and gently tapped the head of the gluttonous tiger, engrossed in her meal. The outside water is undrinkable. You may only drink the water made from the banyan fruit. Do you remember? He cast a sidelong glance at the two creatures obediently warming themselves by the fire. The beast sat upright, indicating their understanding. Upon hearing the man's words, the little tiger lifted her head with a satisfied expression, twitching her greasy whiskers as she sauntered over. Raising her head, she declared, I want a bowl first. Jinan chuckled softly, shaking his head, and filled a bowl halfway, allowing it to cool before handing it to her. The little tiger licked her tongue across the surface, only to gag in response. Oh my, how could I forget how dreadful the banyan fruit tastes? The concoction had transformed into an odd brew, bitter enough to rival traditional Chinese medicine. Sticking out her tongue in distaste, she took 2 steps back in rejection. Jinan raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly. You may refuse to drink, but who knows how long the rainy season will last. There is no other water available during this time. In that instant, Yue felt utterly despondent. She sprawled on the ground in a fit of defiance, pondering the meaning of existence if even the essential water was so repugnant. Jinan, like any indulgent parent of a stubborn child, noticed her resistance and, without hesitation, scooped up Tiger in his arms, gently stroking her head. In his deep, alluring voice, he reassured her, if you truly cannot drink it, then do not. Tomorrow, I shall find you some fruits with abundant water. Yue, very well, my dear man. I find myself once again moved by your charm. The little tigress, utterly entranced by the gentleman's tenderness, feigned indifference as she pushed against his chest and struggled to leap into the depths. How? I shall drink. With that, she plunged her head into the stone bowl with a resounding splash, a pinnacle of yielding to softness rather than hardness. Gurgling for help, she regretted her decision, for the bitter concoction rendered her unable to open her mouth. Upon witnessing the little tigress transform the drinking water into a facial wash, Shunin helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose and bent down, intending to lift her up. Yue gracefully shifted her petite dairy, clearly indicating that she wished to be left undisturbed as she endeavored to conquer her own challenges. The little tiger felt compelled to embrace self-exploration with a deep breath. She boldly consumed nearly half a bowl. Coughing uncontrollably, Qiannan could no longer tolerate the situation and swiftly scooped up the coughing little tiger. Enough of that. It's time for sleep. The man's mood had soured, and after much consideration, he concluded that it would be wiser to ensure the little tiger was secured for a restful slumber. Dazed and disoriented, the tiger was held aloft in the man's grip, and as he turned, she happened to catch sight of 2 pieces of fluorite carelessly discarded on the ground. Astonished, she exclaimed at their unexpected luminescence. No wonder she felt that the darkness of the day lingered unusually long. It turned out there were 2 sources of light standing within the room. The particularly large purple fluorite was a revelation to the little tiger. Oh whoa. She extended her claws, gesturing excitedly. Noticing her fascination, Qiannan carried her closer to the illuminated stones, gently placing her atop the glowing giant. With a casual tap of his long fingers against the stone surface, he imparted knowledge with a touch of seriousness. Such stones are plentiful. You can find them anywhere. Some shine perpetually, while others only emit light for a brief period. Yue tread lightly upon the surface of the fluorite, marveling at the wonders of nature. Such exquisite treasures abound, truly a free source of illumination. Once she is able to transform into human form with due propriety, she intends to embellish this magnificent stone, for it is a shame to see such beauty carelessly discarded. I possess a few myself, though I cannot recall when they came into my possession. Do I still desire them? Seeing Huzi's fascination, Shannon casually tossed out 2 more. In the month of August, you could have revealed it sooner. Previously, I dined in the dark. Was it enjoyable? As I slumbered, the little tiger orchestrated the arrangement of the colorful fluorites, directing them to be placed here and there. Each hue emanated a distinct ethereal beauty, instantly elevating the ambience of the entire cave. Yue reclined comfortably against the belly of the Black Panther, momentarily experiencing a fleeting sensation of returning to the modern world. She gazed intently at the vividly colored stones within the cave, and after a considerable wait, she finally heard the soft, rhythmic breathing of the panther behind her. Releasing a sigh of relief, the little tiger stealthily rose and approached the panther, cautiously waving her paw to confirm that the creature was indeed in slumber. Taking a couple of steps outside, she felt a twinge of unease, prompting her to circle around the sleeping panther several times. After lingering for 5 minutes, she summoned her courage to venture outside. The Black Panther slowly opened its sharp, clear eyes, gazing curiously at the little tiger's retreating silhouette. What mischief was you up to? Rolling over, the panther chose to respect the privacy of its cub. Yet, less than a minute later, it could no longer resist the urge to open its eyes. What if the little one wandered off in the dead of night and fell prey to wolves? The Black Panther, with a sense of stealth, crept out, exhibiting more caution than when infiltrating other tribes. At a glance, it spotted the little tiger squatting at the cave entrance, seemingly exerting herself to release something. Frowning, her little face scrunched in distress. She was perplexed by the challenge of transforming. Indeed, the young girl was restless in the middle of the night, diligently exploring the profound mystery of metamorphosis. Yue was quite perplexed. Was it truly a prerequisite to consume a crystal core in order to transform into human form? The Black Panther tilted his head in confusion. He had clearly carved a small hole in the stone wall for her and sprinkled ample sand, which had served Yue well previously. Why then? Was it suddenly necessary to resolve the matter at the entrance this time? After a struggle, the panther steeled himself and approached. He gently picked up the bewildered tiger and carried her directly to the small hole designated for her bathroom needs. Yue was suddenly startled into a state of immobility by the appearance of a Black Panther, forgetting to move her 4 little legs before being sent to the lavatory pit. She thought to herself how fortunate it was that she had not yet transformed. Otherwise, it would have exposed her true nature. With no escape in sight, she lifted her gaze to discover that the panther had merely tossed her in front of the lavatory pit. The little tiger felt a surge of heat fill her face with indignation. In her anger, she swiftly turned and fiercely clawed at the panther's large paw. Yue, did I just look like I needed to relieve myself? Did I really look like that? Shunan shook his beard, extended his large tail in a soothing manner, nodded at the tiger's head, and then gently nudged her into the den. In the atmosphere thus heightened, Yue found herself compelled to relieve herself, even in the dead of night. Ultimately, she was reluctantly returned to her den by the leopard, her spirits deflated. Perhaps unbeknownst to anyone, a certain serpent, having hurried home to slumber, inadvertently brought back a small tail. This little tail, with a watchful gaze, crouched at the entrance of the serpent's lair, a mischievous grin adorning its face as it schemed in silence. As dawn broke, the little tiger was the first to awaken, shaking her head as she stumbled over to a pile of crystals to settle down. She was terrified, having dreamt that a cotton beast stealthily approached to pilfer her precious crystals while she slumbered. In her dream, she felt as though some unseen force pinned her down, leaving her in a state of frantic helplessness as she watched the foolish sheep devour all her crystals, leaving none behind. With a sigh of relief, the little tiger shot a glare at the cotton beast, who was blissfully asleep not far away. The Black Panther, upon opening his eyes, was met with the sight of the little tiger perched atop the crystal pile, her expression one of vigilance. The man transformed into his human form, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Alas, even a bird mother incubating her eggs could not rival her diligence, as she was already required to venture out to work at the break of dawn. Without uttering a word, Nan swiftly retrieved the remaining serpent skin and fashioned a hooded cloak for the little tiger. Hours later, he returned with the completed garment, adorned with numerous pockets both inside and out, front and back, filled to the brim. Summoning the little tiger, he draped the cloak over her shoulders and selected several green crystals from the pile to tuck into her pockets. He gestured towards the remaining heap of lower-tier crystals, advising her, "Consume these, for we have already secured the finest ones for ourselves." Yuyue, filled with delight, perked up her little ears and touched her new clothes. Elated to have new garments, she extended her paw and felt the green seed that Shernan had tucked inside, prompting a silly grin from the young tiger. After completing the clothing, Shernan turned his attention elsewhere, busily extracting the half-finished wooden bed he had previously started, resuming his hammering and crafting. At that moment, Langston finally returned to the Tiger Mountain tribe. The young silver wolf, though agile, could not match the speed of the Black Panther. He had fled with the little tiger through the forest for a full 2 days. Now that he recognized the path, he was indeed quicker on the return journey. Yet it had still taken him an entire night to arrive. Anxious that something might have gone awry in the tribe, the young silver wolf dashed into the village. Breathless and scanning his surroundings, he had yet to spot any active tribesmen when suddenly, a large silver wolf pinned him down. In an instant, the wolf transformed into a middle-aged man, who, with a stoic expression, glanced at Langston and gravely instructed him to follow. The young silver wolf, eager to save his kin yet still catching his breath, transformed into human form and dejectedly trailed behind the man to the back mountain. He felt a flicker of relief. His father was alive, indicating that no calamity had befallen the tribe. "Father, did you go into the forest to find that little white tiger?" They spoke in unison. But the middle-aged man, known as Lang Feng, had no interest in Langston's excuses and directly posed his question. The youth hesitated, unsure how to respond, and lowered his head in silence. "Have you found her?" the man inquired. "No," the young wolf replied, quick to respond. "Huh." Lang Feng scoffed, but did not press him on the little tiger's whereabouts, as if merely mentioning it in passing. After a moment of contemplation, he casually warned, "Regardless of where she is now, do not bring her back here. This place is not suitable for her." "Why not? If you help me, Xiaoya wouldn't he have to fear Huxing and wouldn't he be forced to wander in the forest?" The youth could no longer restrain himself and questioned, "Help you? Ah. What could an old wolf of the yellow rank do for you? Can I defeat Huxing or his numerous loyal followers?" Lang Feng ridiculed, then continued, "Just ensure she does not return. There are more than just Huxing who wish for her demise." With that, the man turned to leave, as if further words were superfluous, ignoring the young wolf's discontent. "So, is this your justification for abandoning her in the forest?" Langston murmured, disappointment heavy in his voice. Shortly after, on his way home, Langston encountered a tribesman who had come specifically to find him, mentioning that Granny Who had summoned him for an important matter. The youth scratched his head in confusion, wondering what Granny Who could want. After bidding farewell to the tribesman, Langston navigated the winding paths until he arrived beneath a grand banyan tree. It seemed customary for every tribe's messenger to reside beneath such trees, though they themselves did not understand why this tradition existed. Upon reaching a dilapidated wooden cabin in the shade, he found Granny Who waiting by the window. Before Langston could speak, the elderly woman greeted him with a warm smile. "You're back." Although perplexed by her words, the young wolf nodded cautiously. "Is Xiaoya doing well? How did everyone know he had gone to see Xiaoya? Was his meticulously devised plan already transparent to others?" Langston furrowed his brow, realizing he could no longer visit Xiaoya unless absolutely necessary. Who could predict the troubles it might bring her next time? Completely disregarding Granny Who as further prattling, the youth was lost in a whirlwind of self-reproach and regret. Meanwhile, Shernan had toiled for quite some time and had indeed crafted the rudimentary form of the bed. However, it appeared rather different from the beds Yuyue had imagined. This contraption, crafted by the Panther, resembled a space capsule commonly found in youth hostels more than a traditional bed. Given that the Black Panther had nearly hollowed out the entire interior of the thick log, Yuyue perceived it as merely a wooden cubicle. She had seen the beds of the Crane Return tribe and the Tiger Mountain tribe, which conformed to her understanding of a bed-as appearance. Thus, it seemed the beds of the beast world were not so dissimilar to her own perceptions. The man, after hollowing out the log, proceeded to use several sturdy branches to elevate the bed into the air. "Yuyue, has Leopard truly forgotten that he has a frail little tiger who cannot leap high or run far? How fluffy." "Oh woo," Yuyue tentatively reminded him from behind. The man's lips curled into a smile as he took a moment from his busy schedule to gently pat her tiger head, assuring her, "Rest assured, you shall not sleep on the ground." With that promise, the little tiger felt reassured and ceased to ponder further. She promptly lay down and stealthily began to nibble on the crystal course. However, she dared not consume the green tier ones, fearing she might inadvertently transform into her human form in the presence of Leopard. gathering a collection of low-tier crystal cores from the ground. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided she ought to share a portion with her friends, the chinchillas. True friendship entails sharing prosperity and not forgetting one another. She shook her tiger head solemnly. Having acquired wealth, how could she indulge alone? Recalling the gluttonous expression of the cotton beast from before, she felt quite embarrassed at the thought of devouring them all by herself. After some contemplation, she remembered that it would be the chinchilla's first experience with crystal cores. The little tiger, appearing quite knowledgeable, meticulously selected a red-tier phantom beast core, summoning the chinchillas over without offering any explanation. She simply encouraged them to pop it into their mouths. The chinchillas obediently stuffed the crystal core into their cheeks. Yue, do chinchillas have cheek pouches as well? Tiger. In a flurry of urgency, poked the chinchilla's face with his claw, gesturing animatedly and indicating that the chinchilla should simply swallow the crystal core. However, before the chinchilla could comprehend, Shernan turned back, lifting the little tiger and began to clear his throat. Is he stuck again? Yue swiftly brushed aside his hand, glaring at the tearful, golden-eyed creature while pointing at the bewildered little chinchilla squatting on the ground. Suddenly singled out, the chinchilla appeared momentarily dazed, instinctively. Under the weighty gaze of the man, it pushed its cheeks, dislodging the red crystal. The tiny paws raised the gem, intending to return it to the tiger. But it was swallowed whole. Shanann discerned the situation and succinctly offered a reminder. At that moment, the tiger was encircled in the man's strong arms and, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously. The gray mouse hesitated before once again inserting the red crystal into its mouth, obediently tilting its neck and swallowing it down in one gulp. Ah! This stone is simply exquisite. The round little chinchilla cradled its face in its tiny paws, delightfully closing its eyes and writhing in bliss. After only a few moments of wriggling, it unexpectedly fell asleep on the spot, witnessing the rotund mouse, which had been wriggling one moment and then suddenly asleep the next. The little tiger leaped down from the man's embrace in fright. The tiny paws cautiously prodded the now unconscious chinchilla. Why is it not moving? The man glanced at the startled little tiger, a smile gracing his lips. He then turned back to continue arranging his bed and casually explained, do not worry. It is merely too feeble. The energy surge was overwhelming, akin to your experience with the yellow crystal. A good sleep will suffice. Oh, the little tiger thought, gnawing on its paw, so that was why she felt so unwell when consuming the yellow crystal. It was due to her weakness. Unbeknownst to the oblivious man, the tiger had not simply succumbed to the energy surge. Had it not been for the substantial creature beneath her, absorbing the excess energy, the tiger would have endured a night of discomfort. The little tiger tenderly lifted the chinchilla, which lay unconscious like a lifeless rodent, and gently placed it amidst the warm fur of the cotton beast. Yue, go ahead, my brother, you may take a brief slumber. Meow the cotton beast, upon seeing the little tiger, greeted him with a raspy voice. The young tiger flashed his claws. No noise, the big gray rat is asleep. Suddenly recalling something, the tiger, feeling a bit guilty, retracted his claws and hurried back to select a yellow crystal, which he cheerfully placed into the cotton beast's mouth. Yue, I have bestowed upon you nothing but the finest offerings. Cotton beast, then what are those green items in your pocket? The little tiger, having shared with a dear friend, turned its back to leopard and began to indulge in a hearty meal. Several orange crystals mingled with red ones made their way down, and apart from a slight warmth coursing through, Yue felt little else of significance. Alas, is this the cost of growing up? The little tiger, seated on the ground, contentedly patted its belly. Suddenly, a feather fluttered down from above, landing delicately on the tiger's nose. Huh! With a paw, it swatted the fluff away, and, pressing down the feather on the ground, the little tiger tilted its head, pondering the origin of this feather. It glanced back at Leopard, who was lavishly scattering feathers into the wooden bed. Wow, so many feathers! Yue dashed forward, clutching the man's leg, and stood on tiptoe, peering intently inside. Alas, nothing was visible. When Shanann glanced down, he spotted a little tiger stretching its neck, trying to stand tall. A smile crept onto the man's face as he playfully tapped the specially constructed slope beside him, resembling a gently sloping slide. The tree trunk had not been completely hollowed out. The lower part still retained two blocks that served as barriers to hold feathers. The little tiger perked up its ears and scampered up the slope, immediately spotting a bed scattered with brown and white feathers. Eagerly, it shook its rear and leaped into the pile, rolling onto its back amidst the feathers. Its tail flicked playfully, as if enticing the man to throw more feathers, urging him to bury it beneath the soft down. Regardless of whether the tiger's body language conveyed this meaning, the man, with a twinkle in his eye, generously showered a large heap of feathers, swiftly burying the little creature. Moments later, a tiger head emerged from the dense feathers. Roar! I'm out. Shanann tossed another layer of feathers and patiently awaited the tiger's emergence. It seemed the act of tossing feathers brought him joy. Each time the tiger's head popped up, he would cover it with more feathers. However, this time, he had not seen the tiger's head for 3 minutes. Frowning, he waited another minute, but still, no head appeared. Unable to resist, Shanann reached in and felt around, finally locating the little tiger, soundly asleep. As he lifted the tiger, Yue, suddenly pulled from the warmth of the feathers, instinctively sneezed and sheepishly glanced at the man, saying, hee hee, it's just hiding and sleeping. The man extended his long fingers, delicately plucking the feathers from the tiger's body, then casually placed the little creature on his shoulder. He then retrieved a white bear skin and spread it over the bed of feathers. After contemplating for a moment, seemingly still unsatisfied, he selected several exquisite animal skins from his space and laid them atop the feather bed. The man, lavish and indulgent, ensured the tiger was comfortable. The little tiger, filled with curiosity, bounced around on the bed, stumbling and rolling over with a soft thud. Its face pressed into the plush bedding, exclaiming, "Ah, this is so soft." Stealing a glance at the man's muscular waist encircled by a beast's skin, the little creature pondered, I've heard that sleeping on a bed this soft isn't good for the back." Meanwhile, in another part of the dwelling, a black panther played with the tiger, while a great snake remained alone, engaged in its own amusement. Since morning, Shilon had been perplexed by the incessant influx of reckless fallen beasts invading his territory. After casually dispatching yet another pure black wild boar with a swish of his tail, he mused, "Isn't this the fourth wave?" Observing the plump carcass of the boar, the man felt a twinge of regret, wishing these fallen beasts were edible as they presented themselves as a feast. He had always found delight in such offerings, provided they were consumable. After clearing away the unwelcome guests, he lazily slithered back into his lair, casually finding a spot to rest. Shilon's snake den was less of a cave and more of a semi-embedded rocky hollow, with its lower half plunged underground, intricate and complex within. He never adhered to a fixed sleeping spot, drifting into whichever small nook he encountered. Although his designated sleeping area should have been deeper inside, he refrained from venturing further, wary of further disturbances. The great snake despised disruptions. Shilon flicked his tongue, sensing the repugnant scent of fallen beast was no longer approaching, and thus, he drifted into a restful slumber. No one could ascertain whether he truly slept or merely daydreamed, as the great snake possessed no eyelids. Unbeknownst to him, two small creatures awaited atop his den, ready to commence their digging the moment he stepped outside. When he returned, they would retract their presence, concealing themselves amidst the heavy rain, appearing exceedingly polite, never interrupting their master. Concealed above, holding their breath with utmost caution, were two adorable little foxes. "Cousin, can we continue this tomorrow? It's just too thrilling." The seemingly weak and helpless ears of the fennec fox clutched tightly to the tail of the red fox, its oversized ears drooping from the pelting raindrops, looking even more pitiful. "No way, allowing him to sleep peacefully last night has tarnished my reputation for vengeance. Today, I must make him pay." The fennec fox whimpered, "My paws hurt so much." The red fox, in exasperation, tossed a red crystal into her mouth, casually saying, "Stop crying. If we finish digging today, I'll give you a yellow one." The fennec fox momentarily choked, quickly swallowing the red crystal, and after sniffling, sat obediently, her dark eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at her cousin, as if urging him to hurry and embark on their reckless adventure. Fox Zhao rolled his eyes in silence, cautioning her to be careful not to be discovered by the great serpent before he turned and leapt down the mountain cave, racing off into the distance. He was off to fish again, pondering his own actions as he ran. In previous encounters, the fallen beasts he attracted were solitary, easily dispatched by a single swing of the serpent's tail. Alas, this would not suffice. The little fox shook his head in disappointment. If this continued, he would not know how many times he would have to lure the serpent away to breach its lair. In truth, during his first attempt to lure the great serpent out, Fox Zhao had already dared to venture inside to conduct meticulous research. After careful and rigorous observation, the little fox had nearly determined the exact spot to dig that would directly flood the serpent's sleeping quarters. Imagining the thrilling scene, he couldn't help but break into a mischievous grin. This time, Fox Zhao ran a considerable distance before stumbling upon several fallen beasts tearing into the carcass of a rabbit. These irrational creatures feasted on their quarry, occasionally snapping at their companions. Their black fur was streaked with the crimson remnants of their own bites. A small rabbit was gruesomely torn apart by several beasts. Fox Zhao distinctly noticed a prominent red beast core embedded in the rabbit's forehead. "Ah, yet another beast man." The little fox frowned. This rainy season had truly awakened such entities. Even without his provocation, these aimless lunatics would eventually stumble upon the great serpent. It would be better to draw them all there in advance for the serpent to deal with. Surely, it would appreciate his efforts, would it not? The little fox sneered with disdain, a wicked smile gracing his lips. As he contemplated his next plan, Fox Zhao casually tossed a couple of stones to capture the attention of the fallen beasts, then swiftly turned and ran, seeking his next target. Before long, the great serpent perked up, shaking its tail and rising from its stupor. After a moment's daze, it sluggishly slithered away. Not far from the serpent's lair, Shilon observed a group of fallen beasts congregating. Although one might call it a gathering, it was more akin to mutual savagery. Strangely, within this group, there was no attraction. These mad creatures seemed to harbor no hostility towards each other. However, they were exceedingly sensitive, instinctively lunging to bite anything that moved nearby. Hence, most of their injuries were self-inflicted. With an expressionless face, Shilon flicked his tail, easily dispatching the beasts. Yet, he found life as a beast to be utterly mundane. On such a fine day, he could not enjoy a complete slumber in his den, forced instead to emerge and clean up this unsightly mess. With a flick of his tail, the great serpent decided he was done. Stifling his breath, he turned back, indifferent to the futile roars of the fallen beasts behind him. He longed to lie down and sleep, uninterested in their chaotic antics. As long as they did not intrude upon his tail, he would ignore them. Meanwhile, Fox Zhao was still leading a large group of fallen beasts. When he finally returned, panting and ushering dozens of raucous lunatics, he was met with the absence of the great serpent. Fox Zhao swiftly retrieved a chunk of what appeared to be a plant tuber, rubbing it on himself. Instantly, the cacophony of the fallen beasts fell silent, bewildered as they lost their target, spinning in circles before eventually dispersing in a frenzy of biting and playing. Fox Zhao nimbly leaped back above Shilan's lair, finding the frustrated Finnick fox. "Where's the great serpent?" he inquired. The Finnick fox shook her ears, her expression one of resignation. "He returned long ago, back to sleep." The little fox gaped in disbelief. With the fallen beasts around, he still chooses to sleep? He had seen the serpent take down a few beasts, seemingly losing interest, and return with an impassive demeanor. The Finnick fox shrugged, genuinely unable to act, as the serpent was too lethargic to afford her any opportunity to work. Perseverance was not a trait Fox Zhao lacked. He was not one to easily concede. The little fox was unfamiliar with the concept of retreating in the face of difficulty. He only understood that setbacks only fueled his resolve. This time, he resolved to take risks. Rubbing his body with rainwater, he created a frothy lather, washing away the remnants of his previous disguise. His aura once again emanated. Bounding out, he gathered the scattered fallen beasts, leading them back together in a raucous mob. The fallen beasts, with bloodshot eyes and frenzied snarls, vented their pent-up frustrations upon each other. Fox Zhao, accompanied by the throng of noisy tails, approached the entrance of Shilan's cave. His actions were perilously reckless for the great serpent. Sensing the presence of the fallen beasts would also detect his own. Having washed away the sin of the hidden ginger, he could no longer mask his presence. The acute hearing of beast men, particularly foxes, was remarkable. Fox Zhao twitched his ears, faintly catching the sound of rustling from within the cave. He quickly turned and fled, pursued by a portion of the relentless fallen beasts. The remaining beasts, driven by their own reckless abandon, charged into Shilan's cavern. Bang! The great serpent emerged, swiftly dispatching the first three challengers. Even with an expressionless face, the serpent's veins bulged with anger. Its tail coiled tightly, striking the ground with a resounding crack, smashing the stone entrance. In a fit of rage, the man found himself on the verge of laughter, his facial muscles twitching momentarily. It had been long since his serpent life had surged with such fervor. As the Finnick fox watched the furious serpent depart, she silently hoped for her cousin's swift escape, praying he would not be crushed in the serpent's grasp. Lowering her head, she began to dig, determined to fulfill her cousin's trust and ensure the beast cores would not go to waste. Though her Finnick fox lineage lacked many capabilities, they excelled in burrowing. Even if she could not comprehend her cousin's whimsical notion of calling upon her for such a task. With a sigh, the Finnick fox lamented the pain in her paws from digging. Fox Zhao, indeed, had every reason to be anxious. Having once again donned the hidden ginger's essence, he had successfully evaded the fallen beasts. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why the great serpent did not pursue the fallen beasts and instead vented its ire upon the trees. Enraged, Shilan transformed back into his true form, a magnificent indigo serpent. In that moment, he had no desire to chase the noisy little creatures. He only sought to unleash his fury, driven by pure anger and devoid of principle. Bang! The serpent's tail struck forcefully against the towering tree nearby, snapping it in half. The entire body of the serpent coiled around the trunk, utilizing its immense constrictive strength to shatter the wood into splinters. After vanquishing this tree, the colossal serpent turned its attention to the next one. Regardless of the size of the obstructing boulders, it flung them aside with ease, showing no mercy towards the visible trees. The little fox trembled as it hid behind a tree, glancing up at the increasingly dark and ominous clouds overhead, then down at the fearsome serpent before it. Perhaps it would be wise to retreat home with the fox bait. The weather seemed ill-suited for any serious endeavors today. Clutching its tail, the little fox pondered, deciding to seek vengeance on a more favorable day. Just as it was about to turn and flee, a sudden gust of wind swept overhead. With a crack, the tree that had concealed the fox was severed, leaving it awestruck as its view opened up. It quickly reached up to touch its cool, exposed head, relieved that the blow had not struck it directly, suddenly sensing a chill run down its spine. The little fox turned to find the serpent looming above, staring down at it with keen interest. Without the trunk's cover, the fox's position was laid bare, and the serpent promptly coiled its powerful tail around the unexpected creature. Hissing and flicking its tongue, the serpent leaned closer, feeling a sense of familiarity towards this small being. The atmosphere grew tense, yet it dismissed the fox as an unrecognizable nuisance. With a swift flick of its tail, the serpent sent the fox flying once more. The little fox, narrowly escaping once again, collided headfirst into a nearby tree. Dazed and bruised, it picked itself up, complaining bitterly about its ongoing misadventures with the lethargic serpent. Meanwhile, the serpent, having tossed the fox aside, began to regain its composure. It fell silent, seemingly lost in thought amidst the rain. After an indeterminate time, the serpent abruptly transformed its upper body into a human form, frowning at the battered state of its tail. Frustrated, Shilan decided against returning to its lair for rest. Instead, it resolved to confront the source of its ire, the bothersome fallen beast that continued to wreak havoc in its territory. With a blank expression and clenched fists, the man began to search methodically for the scattered fallen beasts. Still simmering with anger, the serpent, as it passed by, occasionally selected a fortunate tree to fell. The little fox, despite its vocal grievances, understood the wisdom of discretion. It hurried back, hoping to retrieve the fox bait before Shilan's return. Today was indeed not a day for any form of construction. The little fox felt a pang of regret as it muttered its lamentations. Upon reaching the vicinity of Shilan's den, the little fox was taken aback to find the fox bait sitting expectantly in place, its proud little eyes seemingly awaiting a reward. A sense of foreboding washed over the fox. You've already dug it up, cousin? Why does your face look so distorted? Did you really get hit? The two foxes spoke simultaneously, though their words did not align. The little fox, bewildered, glanced down at the large hole beneath it, from which water was gushing in torrents. Without further ado, it seized the fox bait by the ear and fled. Run. If we don't hurry, that angry serpent will return and find our home flooded. It might just collapse the den's roof. The serpent, usually calm and composed, transformed into a frenzied force when angered. The two little foxes left Shilan's territory without a backward glance. Meanwhile, Shilan, having toiled throughout the day, finally dealt with the mysteriously appearing fallen beast near its home. Sighing in relief, the serpent felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over it. The pent-up anger had been thoroughly expended. Yet the energy it had sustained for so long was now depleted. Who would compensate for its lost time for rest? Who would repay the energy it had exhausted? As the serpent returned home, it gazed blankly at the rainwater that had turned its den into an underground river. Oh, what a nuisance. However, unexpectedly, Shilan sauntered in as if oblivious to the situation, transforming back into a complete indigo serpent upon entering. Indifferently sprawled on the waterlogged ground, the serpent surrendered to apathy. When in a fit of anger, it sought to vent. When calm, it desired only rest, regardless of the flooding cave or the drenched floor. Its sole wish was to sleep, oblivious to when it might recover from such exertion. Unbeknownst to it, the indigo serpent began to drift languidly as the water level within the cave rose. Above the beast realm, ominous winds howled, and dark clouds began to swirl ominously. The entire realm seemed to be enveloped in an atmosphere of impending storm. Both the young and old in the tribes, as well as the solitary wanderers, felt a burgeoning unease. Yet, the true tempest had already begun to sweep across the world. Many were unaware that this year's rainy season marked the beginning of their disquiet. The rainfall had intensified. In the elder beastmen's memories, the usual rainy seasons, even if prolonged for months, were merely characterized by gentle drizzles. However, in recent years, not only had the duration of the rainy season lengthened, but the intensity of the rain had also escalated. These conspicuous changes directly disrupted the environment upon which the beastmen relied. The thick humidity mingled with the eerie mists, suffocating the weaker beastmen. The flora's capacity to absorb water seemed to have reached saturation, and the ground was already a patchwork of puddles. Many delicate roots had been submerged day and night in this abnormal rainfall, showing signs of decay. These were not reassuring omens. Tonight, darkness descended prematurely. The sun could no longer pierce the dense clouds. The beastmen suffered under their acute senses, compelled to exist in a stifling atmosphere, all feeling anxious and uncertain about what more dreadful events might unfold. Would this be a flood? At that moment, Sinan sat distractedly on a stone that had mysteriously appeared at the cave entrance, gazing absently at the sky. Yuyue remained blissfully unaware of the impending events, leisurely gnawing at her paw while nestled behind the man. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble shattered the calm, startling the little tiger into a momentary freeze. Although the cub was not afraid of thunder, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over her. After a moment's contemplation, she rose nonchalantly, shaking out her fur. Glancing at the man before her, she felt an irresistible urge to burrow into his embrace. The mischievous cub, ever the nonconformist, surveyed the man's broad and sturdy back, contemplating it as a perfect opportunity to test her leaping prowess. With a quiet retreat, she created some distance, preparing for her playful jump. Moments later, the small cloak adorned with crystal cores rustled dramatically as she sprang onto Shernan's shoulder. The man, instinctively concerned for her balance, reached out to steady her. Only to find the little tiger had no intention of pausing, she slid seamlessly down, landing headfirst into his arms. Having successfully executed her surprise attack, Yuyue settled down obediently, remaining still as she accompanied Shernan in observing the rain outside. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and the man lowered his head, gently stroking the silky white fur that he had nurtured. Look at that sky, it's truly frightening, the little tiger remarked, pointing at the swirling dark clouds above. The man, in a moment of playful affection, poked at her small ears, but before he could make contact, she instinctively recoiled, sensitive as ever. A change in weather was imminent, and heavy rain seemed likely. Shernan, with a rare curiosity, studied the tiger's ears, a smile dancing at the corners of his eyes. Though his tone bore a hint of gravity, Yuyue gently pried open the man's hand, sitting up with wide eyes of astonishment. Could there possibly be a rainstorm more formidable than this? Yet, this was already quite severe. Had she been her former self, prior to this journey, she could hardly have fathomed such torrential downpours. Huzi turned his head with a look of concern. What should we do? We won't drown, will we? The man's eyes were shrouded in ambiguity, and after a brief silence, he extended his large hand to cover Huzi's face. Sinan did not wish for her to perceive any fear or anxiety within him. Do not be afraid. I am well prepared. It is merely a rainstorm. In the presence of Huzi, he refused to acknowledge his own insignificance and helplessness in the face of natural disasters. Such feelings of powerlessness had long been cast aside during his childhood, had they not? As he withdrew his hand, the man's demeanor returned to normal. His crimson lips curling into a gentle smile directed at Huzi. She clutched his large hand tightly, unwilling to let go. With a serious expression, she scrutinized the man's face. Sensing something was amiss. At that moment, a series of distressed crane calls echoed nearby. The two raised their heads and saw several cranes flying awkwardly from a distance. The elegant birds were tossed about by the violent winds and torrential rain. Under such circumstances, ordinary cranes would have surely been swept away. They were members of the crane return tribe. The man shook the hand that Huzi held and casually explained, "A few large birds are landing." The cranes soon arrived. Awkwardly entering the cave, eager to shake off the water from their feathers. Just as they began to do so, Sinan, protecting Huzi, shot them a warning glance. Halting their movements, little Huzi patted the man's collarbone and pointed towards the cave's interior. "Follow me." The man furrowed his brow, beckoning the drenched cranes inside to warm themselves by the fire. The crane tribe members huddled closely together, their elegant forms appearing rather disheveled as they gathered around the fire for warmth. At that moment, one of the cranes suddenly transformed into human form, raising a delicate arm and excitedly pointing to the wooden bed that Sinan had just completed. "Is that made from Mingjur wood?" The voice was soft and tremulous. The crane tribe's beastmen were always graceful and refined. Even in such a pitiful state, their excitement left them appearing gentle and courteous. "What are you talking about, Mingjur wood?" Huya, having regained her composure, transformed into human form and scratched her head in confusion. "Gentle brother, you've forgotten." Crane-chin spoke about the Mingjur tree and the banyan tree. As an earnest and diligent youth, Huya expressed that he meticulously remembered every word spoken by the bell ringer. Crane-chin, of course, was the current bell ringer of the Crane Return tribe. "Is that so?" The youth, who prided himself on his love for fascinating tales, sheepishly touched his nose, realizing he had no recollection of it at all. Huya, slightly exasperated, had to provide a hint. "It's the ancient tree that's harder than stone and impervious to water. You even mentioned wanting to cuddle with one while sleeping." Huya suddenly recalled. "Oh, that tree." He glanced up at Sinan for confirmation, to which the man nodded, his mood evidently lifted. Huya raised an eyebrow. "Well, this is unprecedented." Shifting his gaze, he discovered that the man was playfully dangling a crystal core, much like fishing, to amuse the little tiger. The blue-tear crystal core, which he had pulled out from somewhere, dangled from a fine thread in his hand, swaying before the tiger. Upon seeing the crystal core, Yuyue could hardly contain her excitement, bouncing around eagerly. "Who plays with a blue crystal core to entertain children?" Huya shook his head in confusion, dragging a few tribesmen to examine the bed closely. They poked and prodded, and the youth even contemplated biting into it to ascertain its reputed hardness. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Sinan swiftly seized him by the back of the neck and pulled him away. About 3 minutes later, several cranes awkwardly sat in a row, obediently refraining from any further antics. "What brings you here?" Sinan inquired leisurely, his hands skillfully entwined with a delicate thread, the end of which was closely followed by a watchful little tiger. "My brother said that given the circumstances, a great disaster is imminent, and he sent me to notify the allied tribes to prepare wooden boats and rafts overnight as a precaution against flooding." The youth spread his hands in exasperation, continuing, "And look, my first stop is right here with you. Aren't I thoughtful?" Sinan did not respond but casually remarked, given the uncertainty of the situation, "Does your brother truly have the heart to let you fly around freely? Is he genuinely brave or simply a soft-hearted fool?" Huya was momentarily taken aback. He shared the same sentiment, but how could he openly declare that his brother was foolish? Despite his brother's gentle demeanor and seemingly agreeable nature, he really was quite accommodating. However, if he were to be labeled as foolish, how heartbroken would he be? What if, in his sadness, he ceased to share any delightful stories with him in the future? Huya found himself at a loss for words, resorting to a cheerful change of subject. "Where on earth did you acquire that Mingjur wood? It's already a rare treasure, and with the impending flood, it's become even more coveted." The youth chuckled, suddenly bringing up Sinan's bed made from Mingjur wood. "Coveted, indeed? I see some individuals, even if they've heard of it, wouldn't recognize it if they stumbled upon it." One crane chimed in mockingly from the back. Huya awkwardly clenched his fist behind his back, swaying them. "Good brother, please, spare me the embarrassment." In response to the comment, Sinan casually pointed towards the direction of the Jitong Valley, their SA tribe of food apes occupying a grove of Mingjur trees. After saying this, he cast a glance at the suddenly bright-eyed cranes, ominously cautioning, "I advise you cranes to consider your own well-being and not to offer yourselves as prey." With that, he flashed a devilishly charming smile. The cranes, upon witnessing this, broke out in a cold sweat. The little tiger ceased its play with the blue crystal and scurried over to scratch at his leg, letting out a soft whimper. "Do not smile like that. It is unsettling." A few cranes, having conveyed their message, found little else to say and dared not journey to the next tribe with further tidings. They bid a dry farewell and prepared to return to their own tribe, hoping to beat the orc winds before they stirred. Suddenly, however, Shernan called out to them, To their astonishment, the man produced several long pieces of dark wood from his spatial storage, remnants from crafting a bed, yet still suitable for constructing additional rafts, which was precisely what they needed at this moment. Each fragment was an elusive treasure, attainable only by the noble orcs of powerful tribes, who could afford to embrace even a small piece for comfort during sleep. Truth be told, orcs were not so finicky. A sturdy pillow that offered warmth in winter and coolness in summer should not be regarded with such reverence. Yet, due to its scarcity, it had become a coveted prize, ultimately symbolizing status. Most ordinary orcs would spend their entire lives without even hearing of it. Shernan casually tossed the wood to a few cranes, as if discarding refuse. The cranes, momentarily taken aback by this unexpected boon, soon turned to see their companions, the crane Ming, nearly bowing in excitement at the sight of the wood. Alarmed, he quickly pulled his suddenly dazed kin upright, showering them with gratitude and lavish praises for the magnificent, sturdy Black Panther. However, Shernan paid no heed to their words, sending them all away with a kick. Once the cranes departed, he turned back towards the cave, only to feel a sudden tug on his hand. Looking down, he discovered the blue crystal, previously forgotten, now held in the mouth of a small tiger cub. Unable to break free from the webbing, the little tiger followed him, pausing intermittently. Even when the man stepped out to kick someone, she remained steadfastly by his side, refusing to let go. Shernan playfully tugged at the webbing, teasing her. But the little tiger, with utmost seriousness, pulled back, determined to resist. The man chuckled and shook his head, retrieving a purple leaf from his spatial storage. With a gentle wipe, the webbing snapped, akin to one end of a tug-of-war suddenly releasing its grip. The little tiger tumbled backward in surprise. After a long interval, she found herself once more somersaulting under the Black Panther's influence. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Shernan quickly scooped her up before she could react, cradling her against his chest. After a while, as he released her fluffy head, Yue was already drowsy, unable to recall the events that had just transpired. She reached out with her tiny claws toward the man's long black hair, attempting to pull him towards the bed. In the moonlit night, Shuinan obediently nestled with the little tiger onto the bed. The wooden frame had merely been hollowed out in the middle, leaving the structure intact. With eyes wide open, she could still observe the arched ceiling above, resembling a quaint little cabin. Restless upon this new bedding, the little tiger found herself wide awake. While the man drifted into slumber, she tossed and turned on the soft feather mattress, pondering the extravagance of wealth, marveling at how many birds must have perished to amass such an abundance of feathers. Unbeknownst to her, the feathers beneath her were not from mere birds but from the beasts of the wild. Meanwhile, the trembling group of featherless food apes, stripped by Shuinan, huddled together, lamenting the harshness of the cold, rainy night. In the quiet of the night, Yu tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. With a huff, she peeled off her pocket-laden raincoat and extracted the blue crystal from her mouth, tucking it into the pocket closest to her heart. Huzi diligently bent down to count the number of crystal cores still nestled within her pockets. Among the pile of cores that Sinan had gifted her yesterday, the majority were green, all of which had already been stowed away, along with this newly acquired blue crystal. Huzi now possessed 7 green crystals and 1 blue crystal. With a satisfied expression, she tenderly examined each one, pondering how many green crystals would be necessary for her next transformation. It truly pained her to part with them. The little tiger cherished each crystal as if it were her own child. Sinan watched with a mixture of amusement and discomfort, his gaze unwavering. However, as soon as the little tiger turned to face him, he promptly shut his eyes, feigning slumber. Once she had indulged enough in her treasures, Huzi flopped down beside Sinan, still restless. In a burst of mischief, she leaped onto his stomach, playfully trampling over his abdominal muscles. In the quiet of the night, Yu urged, "Bao Bao, I know you're awake. Come and play with me." However, Sinan chose to remain silent until he could no longer endure it. With a soft sigh, the man reached over and playfully grabbed the energetic little tiger that had been bouncing around since getting into bed, teasingly rubbing and squeezing it. After a brief period of indulgence, the troublesome little white fluff soon succumbed to sleep. Setting the now slumbering cub aside, Sinan picked up the little raincoat that had been carelessly discarded by the tiger and gave it a gentle shake. How precious can this meager crystal core be? He scoffed. His fingers itched to rummage through his belongings, and he soon extracted several blue crystals to fill the tiny pockets of the raincoat. After a moment's pause, he decided to add 2 purple crystals as well. You shouldn't notice if I let her have these, he mused. Confident in the cleverness of the little tiger who had yet to touch any of the blue crystals, clearly exercising restraint, he meticulously tucked the crystals into the small pocket of the raincoat that rested against the tiger's body. Indeed, Sinan had taken great care to remedy the little tiger's lack of storage space by fashioning numerous pockets for it. Playing the role of a midnight gift giver to the cub, he finally felt satisfied enough to drift into slumber alongside it. This night, perhaps only a few souls would find restful sleep. Across the globe, various beastmen were laboring tirelessly, seeking comfort from the gnawing sense of unease that loomed within their hearts. There was no need for each tribe to announce the impending doom. The dark clouds swirling ominously and the crackling lightning were enough for most beastmen to predict that a flood was imminent. The entire beast world seemed to awaken that night. Whether capable of swimming or not, whether amphibious or avian, all were instinctively gathering materials to build rafts and boats. Some tribes hastily migrated to higher ground or sought refuge in sturdy trees, while others humbly approached the water-dwelling tribes to request shelter. The thunder rumbled fiercely. The relentless rain mingled with the roars of thunder, creating an atmosphere as if the heavens themselves had torn open. The little tiger, however, did not find peace in sleep, tossing and turning restlessly. Ultimately, Nan, with no better options, transformed into a black panther, enveloping the little tiger in his warm fur, allowing her to finally rest comfortably. While the beastmen felt anxious, the beasts were even more unsettled, with the cotton beast among the most agitated. The foolish sheep believed that the source of its discomfort stemmed from its brother, the chinchilla, who was still in a deep slumber after consuming crystal course. It gently shook its fur, acutely aware when the chinchilla resumed breathing, and a collective sigh of relief spread among them. The chinchilla had already experienced intermittent breaths throughout the day. The cotton beast, being rather dull-witted, typically would not perceive such nuances. It could hardly notice if someone plucked at its fur, having just swallowed a yellow crystal from the tiger. It was still savoring the taste when it remembered that the chinchilla had also consumed a crystal and wished to share its experience. Realizing that the presence of other life forms had vanished, panic struck, prompting it to stand and search for the chinchilla. However, after shaking itself, it suddenly heard the rhythmic sound of breathing from its back, accompanied by the faint breaths of the chinchilla. In this tense moment, focusing intently allowed it to detect this peculiar change. Thus, it spent the entire day without food or drink, dutifully lying in place, waiting for the chinchilla to awaken. Each time the chinchilla's breath faltered, the cotton beast would gently shake its body to bring it back to life. Although it made no grand gestures, the cotton beast remained quietly nestled there all day, utterly exhausted from its vigilance over the chinchilla. Its not-so-bright mind did not comprehend that it could seek help from its master if there were issues. It seemed to only understand that it could turn to the Black Panther if it faced trouble, unbeknownst to the oblivious cotton beast. Its repeated consumption of crystal cores had brought it to the brink of evolution. Nan, too, found little peace that night, as he needed to soothe the restless little tiger while also tracking down the cotton beast, which had run off again due to its newfound energy from evolving. And then there was the chinchilla, which could be considered an innocent bystander caught in the cotton beast's chaotic antics. The man initially wished to disregard the matter, but recalling how you seemed fond of the two little creatures, even sharing crystal cores with them, he felt compelled to ensure they remained safe. The thought of them being lost and torn apart by feral beasts would surely break the little tiger's heart. With a resigned pinch to his brow, he ventured out into the stormy night. As the clock ticked towards the early hours, the tumultuous clouds above seemed to swell even larger. The man traversed through the dark, rainy night, relying on lingering scents to locate the two beasts. The Black Panther's keen sense of smell was unmatched. As long as he wasn't searching for the little white tiger, he never lost the trail. However, the little tiger's unique constitution made it nearly impossible for anything in this world to leave a trace of its presence. After a winding search, Nan finally discovered the two creatures expelling their surplus energy. It was more accurate to say the chinchilla was releasing its energy while the cotton beast merely followed suit. The chinchilla had grown significantly, nearly doubling in size, and despite not evolving into a mythical beast, it appeared ecstatic. At that moment, the gray rat was tugging at the cotton beast's fur, steering the daft sheep through the woods with reckless abandon, emitting a series of excited chirps. The usually timid chinchilla now seemed to be wearing a familiar guise of a mouse, albeit an inflated one. Nan, with an expressionless face, wiped the rain from his visage, observing the two creatures darting about the forest, their antics in sync with the howling storm, resembling some bizarre ritual. With an air of impatience, he swiftly subdued the frenzied gray rat. In an instant, he noticed the now orange-tiered cotton beast gazing up at him with a woeful expression. And upon meeting Nan's gaze, it inexplicably looked grateful. The cotton beast lamented, "Wah, I was the one who evolved. Why has the chinchilla turned into a freak? It pulled out so much of my fur. It's terrifying." Nan cast a cold glance at it, silently questioning who was to blame for this chaos. As it had been the cotton beast's own wild antics that had led to this predicament. The torrential rain continued to pour, and Nan did not linger. Concerned for the lonely little tiger left at home, he hurriedly guided the two hapless creatures back. Upon entering the cave, his eyes fell upon the little tiger, tearfully clinging to the edge of the bed, casting a sorrowful gaze at him, reminiscent of a forsaken kitten. Amidst the cacophony of wind and rain outside, the scene appeared all the more pitiful. Nan promptly tossed the unconscious gray rat back onto the cotton beast. The cotton beast protested, "Why is it back with me? What if it wakes up? It will bully me. I don't want to deal with this anymore." Sadly, its complaints went unheard. Without a moment's hesitation, Nan transformed back into the Black Panther, leaping onto the bed with graceful agility. He then assertively drew the little tiger beneath his paw, commencing to groom her with fervent licks. Oh dear. It is indeed a relief that the leopard has returned. However, such exuberance is not necessary. I find myself lost in the gentle embrace of the great feline. As dawn approaches, one would expect the light to break, yet in the realm of beasts, the vast expanse of the sky is shrouded by dense clouds, rendering the day perpetually dim. The entire beast realm is enveloped in a cloak of gray darkness. The only light that pierces through the gloom may very well be the lightning that dances freely within the clouds. Such an overt warning of impending disaster does not escape the notice of the inhabitants. Most beast folk are not foolish. During these tumultuous times, it is wise to remain indoors. Whether hunting for sustenance or idly wandering, all have come to recognize that home is the warmest and most secure refuge. Yet, there are indeed fools who seize the chaos to commit acts of robbery. The members of the Food Monkey Eagle clan, stripped of their feathers, find themselves in a more precarious situation than others in this harsh environment. However, the eagles have grown accustomed to their arrogance over the years, oblivious to self-awareness or the limits of their capabilities. After days of careful plotting, they have resolved to take action, seizing upon this day of favorable weather. The two brothers, Xiao and Yao, who were once the sons of the clan chief and had been beaten by the Black Panther, have been missing since the day of the attack. In a tribe devoid of moral constraints, the loss of two vigorous sons quickly led to the elder chief's overthrow, paving the way for a new leader, Eagle Old 9. Coincidentally, he had been away on that fateful day when the Black Panther plucked the eagle's feathers, making him the only feathered eagle left in the Food Monkey Eagle clan. If he does not claim leadership, who will? Those who oppose him are too embarrassed to challenge him in combat. Their bare forms a testament to their shame. Eagle Old 9, however, is not particularly concerned about the well-being of his kin. His immediate priority upon seizing power is to invigorate the spirits of his people with a grand endeavor. The eagles, having suffered greatly from the Black Panther's assault, are in dire need of morale-boosting inspiration. From the very first day of wielding authority, Eagle Old 9 devised a plan. Approximately 2 hours later, a trembling flock of featherless eagles, trailing behind a spirited elder eagle, stealthily infiltrated the nearby and largest gathering of birds, the sparrow forest tribe. The avian species within the sparrow forest tribe are quite diverse. Perhaps it is because, in the beast realm, the most inclusive groups, aside from the aquatic beings, are the avians. Other beast folk often regard those who cannot transform into their beast forms, purely wild animals, as mere food. Even among the tiger tribe, it is not uncommon to hunt their own kind. While they strive to avoid consuming species too similar to themselves, it does not imply they are entirely averse to it. Only the avians exhibit a remarkable tolerance for their fellow birds, relishing in the camaraderie of living together in harmony. Regardless of whether they are beast folk or ordinary birds, they can coexist amicably. Yet, some avian tribes are exceptions, such as the solitary cranes, who shun noise, and the Food Monkey Eagles, known for their domineering nature. Despite the avian tribe's high level of inclusivity, they exhibit absurd levels of exclusion towards certain species. The Food Monkey Eagles, notorious for their outrageous behavior, undoubtedly hold the top spot as the most ostracized tribe among avians. All beast folk across the realm are acutely aware that a great calamity is approaching, and each endeavors to secure a glimmer of hope amidst the impending disaster. Yet, these eagles plot to take advantage of the tumultuous weather, strong winds, torrential rain, and thunderous lightning to commit acts of plunder and strip feathers for clothing. This grand scheme is the brainchild of the astute Eagle Old 9. He is not a fool acting on whim. He is a strategist at heart. After acquiring some feathers from the avian tribes, he intends to pay a visit to the poison spider tribe, home to the skilled black widow spiders known for their craftsmanship in clothing. Of course, while they excel in sewing, the raw materials must be provided by the eagles themselves. Some beast folk dissatisfied with their own fur would bring prized animal skins to the spider folk for tailoring. The fees for labor and silk can be offset with food or other valuable items, while those with considerable wealth might simply offer a couple of crystal cores. For now, Eagle Old 9 refrains from boasting about the wealth of their tribe, yet they truly are the affluent ones. Although they were recently provoked by an outsider, the Black Panther, and left powerless, who could deny that the Food Monkey Eagle clan is a tribe rich in resources? This bounty originates from their treasured nightshade tree. Many years ago, their ancestors migrated here, oblivious to the treasure they guarded. One day, an esteemed elder of the Eagle clan, a venerable red-furred fox, was discovered standing on a nearby hill, trembling as he attempted to break off a peculiar gray-black branch. "Hey, where do you think you're going, old man? How dare you take from our tribe's tree?" The old fox, startled, looked up in alarm, his eyes betraying a mixture of shock and joy that did not escape the notice of the eaglekin. "Those featherless birds are quite hideous," they remarked. The old fox was captured and subjected to rigorous interrogation. Despite his weakened state, he claimed the branch belonged to a sacred tree, akin to the noble banyan tree, a gift from the beast gods. The crowd was far from convinced. "What do you mean, as noble as a banyan tree? That wretched thing is everywhere. It's ancient and decrepit, well past its prime." They pressed further. "If you assert that this is a divine gift, what use does it hold?" The old fox, now dazed from the interrogation, muttered incoherently about its impenetrability to water and its rock-like hardness. "Isn't that obvious? We already know this wretched wood is as hard as a rock." The flesh-eating eagles had previously engaged in acts of violence. They dismissed the old man's words as mere trickery, refusing to take him seriously. Ultimately, they tortured the old fox to death without extracting any answers they deemed useful. At that time, the flesh-eating eagles survived solely through robbery and plunder, occasionally harassing small tribes to extort protection fees, leveraging their formidable strength. If that failed, they would outright slaughter the small tribes and seize the wealth contained within their beast crystals, or capture a few orcs for consumption to demonstrate their ferocity. Their penchant for devouring orcish flesh began during this period. While ordinary monkeys were not inedible, the eagles found that consuming orcs was far more impressive. Thus, they became accustomed to pursuing shameless gains, unwilling to forego any easily obtainable profit. After much effort, they finally managed to sever a darkshi tree and took it to a large tribe to peddle their wares. Employing the old fox's rhetoric, the eagles, initially hoping for mere luck, were surprised to find that someone in the tribe was indeed interested. The old orc, who had previously appeared aloof and impatient, suddenly changed his demeanor upon seeing their tree, his lips trembling as he inquired about their price. Realizing the potential for a substantial scam, the eagle chieftain, eyes closed, exorbitantly inflated the price, expecting a prolonged negotiation. To their astonishment, the old orc agreed without hesitation, as if fearing they might retract their offer. The flesh-eating eagles, while aware of the potential for loss, felt powerless to backtrack, for even their formidable strength could not afford them the luxury of offending such a colossal tribe. Thus, the barbaric flesh-eating eagles embarked on a path of commercial development, engaging in the trade of darkshi trees near their territory. As the tribe grew wealthier and its members bolder, many orcs in the vicinity gradually relocated, allowing the flesh-eating eagles to establish themselves as local tyrants. Years passed, and the once abundant darkshi trees were nearly depleted, yet the eagles' beaks and talons had grown ever more formidable. Eagle Old Nine harbored ambitions of resuming the ancestral practice of robbery. His first target was the feathers of the Sparrow Forest tribe. The execution of his plan progressed smoothly. Several bald eagles formed a group, stealthily infiltrating the outskirts of the Sparrow Forest tribe. Encountering common birds, who recognized them as fellow avian kin, the birds refrained from alarm, though they were subdued by the eagles' overwhelming presence. The most numerous inhabitants of the Sparrow Forest tribe were the peacocks, renowned for their exquisite plumage. Eagle Old Nine licked his beak in anticipation of adorning his partner with garments crafted from peacock feathers. As most orcs were sheltering in their tree hollows due to the peculiar weather, the eagles' infiltration was remarkably successful. They entered the homes of solitary avian creatures, incapacitating them when unprepared and swiftly plucking their feathers before departing. They indeed made off with quite a bounty. One group of flesh-eating eagles stood outside a tree hollow, surveying their surroundings when a shrill bout of laughter erupted from behind them. Bald birds are so ugly. Sensitive to the ridicule, the eagle warriors turned with fury, only to discover several parrots nestled in a small hollow atop a tree. One of the flesh-eating eagles, revealing a bloodthirsty grin, retorted, "Repeat that." The parrots, not being orcs, merely chirped in unison, "So ugly. Bald birds are truly hideous." Enraged, the group of bald eagles found themselves unable to take flight. Yet this did not imply they were easily cowed. The lead eagle lunged at the tree where the parrots resided, its sharp, powerful beak aimed directly at the hollow. "So ugly. So ugly." The frightened parrots retreated deeper into their refuge, their shrill cries growing louder. The owner of the house they had just scouted, alerted by the commotion, stepped outside and was momentarily stunned by the sight of the bald eagles. Instantly transforming, the avian orc attempted to flee and alert the tribe, unaware that the flesh-eating eagles had seized the opportunity to invade. The bald eagles scrambled to intercept, but their inability to fly hindered their pursuit. At that moment, a massive and robust bird soared overhead, colliding directly with the escaping avian orc. It was Eagle Old Nine. His powerful talons pierced the orc's abdomen, and in its final moments, the desperate avian let out a chilling scream. Yet, the sound was drowned out by the thunder and torrential rain, leaving the distant tribe members oblivious to the tragedy. As the flesh-eating eagles exhaled in relief, the forgotten parrots in the hollow erupted into flight, shouting insults about the bald birds as they retreated into the distance. Eagle Old Nine's expression darkened as he glared at the bald eagle that had failed to keep watch over the parrots. He promptly summoned the others, deciding to return. "What are we afraid of? Who would recognize the bald birds as us? Let us continue for a while longer." Lost in their fleeting success, the bald eagles waved dismissively, believing there was no cause for concern, merely repeating a few phrases like parrots. The arrogant leader of the tribe, known as Eagle Old Nine, initially intended to act with caution, yet he was easily swayed by the persuasive words of others. Thus, he stealthily launched surprise attacks on several orcs. Meanwhile, the parrots, limited to their repetitive chatter, proved to be of little utility. As a few parrots chirped disdainfully, "The bald bird is so ugly." The orcs hidden within the tree hollows heard and chuckled, speculating on who had lost their feathers, completely oblivious to any impending danger. Perhaps the only source of their unease was the unpredictable rain clouds and the looming threat of flooding overhead. The orcs had anticipated that the wrath of the storm would only intensify until the ancient trees of the beast world could no longer withstand it, heralding genuine calamity. However, to their astonishment, as noon approached, the howling winds began to wane. Some keen-eyed orcs noticed that the once mighty downpour had also diminished. Despite their trepidation, they remained cautious, as the oppressive cloud showed no signs of dispersing. Yet many orcs believed that the torrent could not escalate further. The catastrophic floods that could overwhelm the ancient trees seemed implausible. The history of the beast world had no end, and no tales of greater disasters had been passed down through generations. They began to mock those who had hastily proclaimed the need for preparations against the flood, branding them as alarmists. A few elder orcs, hearing such sentiments, could only sigh in despair. In their eyes, this was perhaps the last moment of tranquility before an unprecedented disaster. Deep within the Sparrow Forest tribe, a grand ancient banyan tree stood tall. Among its lush branches and trunk, various wooden huts hung, creating a quaint village-like atmosphere reminiscent of a community intertwined with the tree. In stark contrast to the solitary banyan tree within Shiland's territory, this one appeared to bear much more struggle. As the raucous parrots, drenched by the rain, flitted past the ancient banyan, one was abruptly seized by a delicate hand. A coldly beautiful woman, exuding an air of aloofness, reclined on a sturdy branch, leaning against the thick trunk. Her eyes, dark and profound, seemed to draw one in, ensnaring the gaze of anyone who met her stare. With one hand propping up her chin and the other playfully holding the parrot, she raised an elegant brow, momentarily highlighting the blue beast core mark on her forehead. In a soft, melodious voice, she lazily remarked, "What a bald bird! Whose featherless creature is this? Truly ugly." Even when caught, the parrot's innate calm, infused with the gentle essence of the bird tribe, did not evoke fear. It continued its repetitive refrain, not expecting a response. Found the incessant noise bothersome and casually tossed the parrot away, allowing it to flutter off into the distance. The echoes of the bald bird is so ugly resonated through the forest. Bored, she closed her eyes, pondering what preparations were needed in the tribe to avoid chaos when the flood struck. Some individuals, once bolstered by confidence, inevitably fell into arrogance. Though her kin could fly and run with ease, she was a meticulous and responsible leader, unwilling to place the lives of her people solely in the hands of their wings. As she vaguely heard the parrot continuing its chatter, "What a person! What a person! So ugly!" Her delicate brows furrowed, and she abruptly opened her eyes, transforming into an elegant green peacock, swiftly pursuing the direction the parrot had flown. Although lacking the resplendent tail feathers of a male peacock, her exquisite crown plumage and the vibrant, sharp feathers on her wings were equally striking. After a few moments of flight, she quickly realized her error and turned back, flying along the path the parrot had taken. On her way outward, she encountered the lifeless body of a bird tribe member, felled by sharp claws. A tempest brewed in her cold gaze as she emitted a piercing cry. In that instant, her formidable power as the tribe's leader became evident, her call slicing through the rain and shattering the tranquility of the Sparrow Forest tribe. In an instant, a flurry of wings took to the sky. From wooden huts and tree hollows, countless birds emerged, whether grand and elegant or small and round. As members of the tribe, they eagerly responded to their leader's summons. A multitude of birds settled on branches, while others were nearly toppled by the pelting rain as they ventured outside. Upon arrival, they discovered the fallen bodies of their kin. Some birds were bewildered, while others were filled with righteous indignation, chattering animatedly about the tragedy. Suddenly, a splendid white peacock alighted beside, nonchalantly brushing its tail across her chin. She retaliated with a sharp peck, prompting the white peacock to transform into a handsome man. With a charming smile that revealed a hint of mischief, his eyes sparkled with a myriad of stars, illuminating his features. As his snowy crown feathers swayed, he cheekily inquired, "Who has made our dear AU so angry? I shall avenge you at once." Disinterested, averted her gaze, dismissing him. Stepping back, she shifted into her human form, casting a cold glance at the still chattering tribe members. The tribe had been ambushed, and lives had already been lost. They needed to investigate and ascertain if others had suffered the same fate. Her tone was calm, yet her voice resonated clearly among the crowd. Instantly, the tribe erupted into a flurry of activity, flapping their wings as they rushed to check on their friends and family, ensuring all were safe and sound. However, the birds seemed to forget that those who could respond had already emerged. Thus, they wasted precious time flitting from one home to another. Observing this, took a deep breath. Realizing why the tribe had relied on a mere parrot to uncover the invasion, they were hopelessly foolish. Sensing a large face encroaching upon her, she felt a pang of irritation. Pushing against his chest to create distance only encouraged him to lean in closer. Resigned, she dropped her hands and fixed him with a piercing gaze, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. The man, feeling the weight of her stare, sheepishly rubbed his nose and retreated half a step, though he remained undeterred, playfully reaching out to ruffle her hair. Clearing his throat, he earnestly began to ramble, "You, do not fear, we will surely capture the villain responsible for this despicable act against our kin." Kongyu took a deep breath, reluctant to engage in further conversation with him. She crouched down to meticulously examine the wounds on the corpse of the slain orc. In truth, she already harbored a vague understanding of the situation. Meanwhile, Kong Sanyuan hurriedly gathered a group of small, plump birds, delayed by the torrential rain, to conduct a comprehensive search throughout the tribe for any other victims. To their relief, they discovered several unfortunate creatures stripped of their feathers and left naked in the dwelling. But thankfully, no more orcs had met their demise. Everyone sighed with relief. Such foolish methods and intentions behind the crimes felt as though her tribe was being treated like a soft persimmon to be squeezed. A storm brewed in the depths of Kong Yu's eyes. Yet, glancing at the sky, she concluded it would be wiser to endure this disaster before seeking vengeance. In truth, it was not just the foolish monkeys and birds who dared to roam freely during such times. Not far from Shilan's cave, a red-haired little fox lurked behind a tree, sneaking about. It was said that perpetrators often returned to the scene of their crimes, having committed mischief less than a day ago. the little fox could not resist the urge to sneak back and take a look. Despite the swelling on its forehead and nose from the previous day's antics, if it were to transform into human form, one might see its face marred with bruises from a careless throw by Shilon, which had led to the unfortunate collision with a tree. Fox Chow tiptoed as he pondered, absent-mindedly scratching his face, wincing at the pain. He shook his head in resignation and continued to peer at the cave, which appeared to have been completely flooded with rainwater. From a distance, the entrance had transformed into a deep, dark pool. No one would guess that beneath the surface lay a network of tunnels once inhabited by a great serpent. With the serpent's home destroyed, he felt a vague sense of revenge brewing within him, yet strangely, it did not bring him joy. Gazing at the waterlogged serpent's den, the fox scratched his ears and began to spiral into thought. The serpent's home was now submerged. Where could it possibly escape to? Suddenly, he noticed something blue glimmering beneath the undulating surface of the water. Alarmed, the little fox rubbed his paws together nervously, bewildered by the thought that the serpent might have returned to its den without realizing it was leaking, only to drown in its slumber. By heaven's grace! Despite his mischievous tendencies, Fox Zhao never intended to take a life. Reflecting on the serpent's rage the previous day, he remembered how, upon seeing him, it had retained a semblance of sanity and refrained from ending his life with a single strike of its tail. This realization stirred an unexpected sentiment within him. Though it could not erase the times he had been thrown about, it did suggest there was no deep-seated vendetta between them. The little fox, caught in a web of indecision, circled the great tree, unsure whether to approach and take a peek. If, by chance, it truly was the serpent's lifeless body, he should at least pay his respects. After much deliberation, Fox Zhao resolved to act with kindness this time. With trepidation, he approached the serpent's den, stopping at the edge of the dark pool to search the water intently. Unfortunately, he indeed spotted a section of indigo serpent tail. It was undeniably lifeless. Taken aback, the little fox gasped and began to shake his head in lamentation. Alas, what a pity. They say that as one approaches death, their words become gentle. The great serpent had been cold for an unknown time, and Fox Zhao felt he could no longer hold on to past grievances. He dashed into the forest, returning with a long branch to poke at the serpent's tail. Oh, truly lifeless, he muttered, brow furrowed as he paced back and forth, contemplating how to extract the serpent's tail. The tail was too thick for his slender twig to be of any use. If he could successfully retrieve a segment, he could transform into human form and recover the entire body. Unbeknownst to him, something stirred beneath the surface as he daydreamed, causing the water to ripple and disturb the previously calm surface. Suddenly, something erupted from the water, and before Fox Zhao could react, the tail ensnared him with precision, dragging him beneath the surface. Gulp! Bewildered, Fox Zhao struggled against the grip of the serpent's tail. Curse you, you wretched serpent! He cursed inwardly, resolved that if he survived this ordeal, he would dismantle every serpent's den he encountered henceforth. Just as he teetered on the brink of suffocation, caught between the water and the pressure of the serpent's tail, he was abruptly pulled from the depths. Emerging from the water, the little fox gasped for air, panting heavily. Once again, he had narrowly escaped death. His life was indeed thrilling. At that moment, Shilon also emerged from the pool, the serpent's head inching closer to the little fox, who had just been ensnared by its tail. Hadn't he discarded this creature several times before? Why did it persistently follow him, disrupting even his sleep? Could it be that the fox was drawn to some treasure he possessed? After much contemplation, he realized he had nothing of value, save for a few blue crystals he had collected while serving as a caretaker for Shinan. Remembering the blue crystals made the great serpent wary. Shilon transformed his upper body into human form, glancing into the distance. Seizing the moment while the fox was still in shock, he swung his arm, sending the fox flying out of his line of sight. Minutes later, recovering from his ordeal, Fox Zhao shakily rose to his feet, fury etched across his face. This encounter merely added to his list of grievances, old and new. You wait, great serpent. If I don't drown you next time, I shall change my surname. Within Shinan's cave, a small tiger nestled reluctantly in the man's embrace, unwilling to acknowledge the now much larger plus-sized version of the chinchilla. They resembled two long-lost friends, having become strangers over time, shyly hiding behind their guardian and refusing to greet one another. Yuyua, concealed from me, it has grown larger. It is no longer my beloved little chinchilla. Chirp, coo, tiger. Look quickly, I have mutated. The chinchilla raised its paw, earnestly showcasing its fluffy and robust physique. Upon hearing its suddenly rugged voice, Yuyua felt an even greater reluctance to behold it. Could it be that all adorable pets eventually become cotton beasts? She had always believed that only cotton beasts emitted such unappealing sounds. Does Yuyua not favor such a large chinchilla? Dun Nan tilted his head, gazing down at the little tiger wriggling in his embrace, and suddenly inquired, Then let us just cast it away. In a few days, I shall procure a smaller one for you. Dun Nan gently stroked the little tiger's head, yet his words were rather thoughtless. The tiger, eyes brimming with tears, looked up. Huh? What nonsense are you spouting? She solemnly pressed her little paw against the man's mouth. Howl, never mind. I still adore this plump little creature. No. The great gray rat is irreplaceable. No matter how fat, none can take its place. The little tiger resolutely shook its head. Then, glancing at the energetic chinchilla on the ground, Oh no, not the great gray rat. The man, witnessing her serious demeanor, helplessly shook his head, suppressing a mischievous grin. The rain outside had subsided, yet his underlying unease intensified. At that moment, he dared not leave the tiger's side. As the food consumed over the past 2 days had been stored in his space beforehand, while Dunnan contemplated, he inadvertently loosened his grip, granting the little tiger an opportunity to leap onto the ground. Like a dog released from its leash, it wagged its tail and pounced towards the great gray rat. With a howl, it bit into the chinchilla. However, the anticipated trembling was absent. The chinchilla lay still like a lifeless mouse, allowing the tiger to feast upon it. How? Why has it grown larger, and is it even easier to bully? The chinchilla, of course, its body has expanded, signifying an increase in its defensive capabilities. Thus it has become more complacent. Observing the chinchilla's slight buoyancy, the determined tiger Yuyue harbored mischievous thoughts and resolutely exerted slight force. Chirp. The chinchilla leapt up, trembling as it distanced itself from the tiger. The chinchilla, isn't this merely a jest? Why is it turning serious? TSK, how delightful. The fog weighing upon the man's heart began to dissipate as he observed the tiger's every move with keen interest. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from outside, causing the ground to tremble in response. The man's expression darkened as he bent down to scoop up the little tiger and headed outside. Yuyue was equally perplexed, wondering if an earthquake was imminent. After 1 person and 3 beasts hurriedly fled, they discovered in the distance a forest ablaze, its fierce flames illuminating the sky. Is it truly possible for a forest fire to occur in such weather? Yuyue perched upon the shoulder of Baobao, gazing into the distance. Across the boundless expanse of the beast world, similar scenes unfolded everywhere. The surviving beastmen emerged to observe the situation, peering into the far horizon, unwittingly drawn to the commotion, unaware that danger loomed nearby, and they might soon find themselves ensnared. Boom, boom. As Yu gazed upward, countless fiery lights cascaded from the sky like shooting stars. Descending to the earth, where numerous trees were struck, their inner cores reduced to ash, while the outer branches were snapped as if withered by an unseen force. Everyone was left dazed, their minds clouded by the shock. The little tiger's throat tightened in alarm. Is this a meteor? A meteorite falling? You should flee first. The man's voice was deep, tinged with a hint of resignation. Shunin urged the cotton beast and the chinchilla to escape ahead. He could not carry so many creatures. In such dire circumstances, he would be grateful if he could ensure the safety of the little tiger. Everyone understood that, in this moment of peril, no matter how capable Shun was, he could not save everyone. Only those who could run swiftly could hope for their own salvation. After the cotton beast led the chinchilla away, the man ceased his contemplation of the sky. He needed to lead a Yu to a more open area. Shunin first retrieved all useful items from the cave into his spatial pocket, a move that left Tiger anxious. In times of crisis, personal belongings are of little importance. Leopard. Though he thought this, Tiger refrained from interrupting Leopard's actions, believing that those who hindered progress had no right to voice objections. Rain had ceased to fall. Perhaps the intense flames had evaporated any droplets that had yet to descend. The man, accompanied by the little tiger, dashed out of the cave, barely having taken a few steps when he noticed a cluster of flames hurtling directly toward the cave's location. Yuyue, alas, the heavens are determined to bring our demise. Shunan reacted swiftly, clutching the little tiger and dashing away into the distance. The fallen meteorite fragments were not particularly large. If they had landed individually, they might not have significantly impacted this wondrous land. However, the countless fireballs descending simultaneously heralded an apocalyptic catastrophe. Despite their diminutive size, they fell with a velocity that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Just as despair enveloped the little tiger, Shunan seemingly activated an extraordinary mode. A flash of luminescence emanated from the purple beast core mark upon his forehead, propelling him forth at a speed rivaling that of light. Escaping the impact zone of the falling debris, everything within the blast radius was reduced to ash. The cave that had sheltered them was instantaneously leveled to the ground. Aside from the vast crater left behind, not a single fragment of stone remained. The searing heat of several thousand degrees, unleashed by the meteorite's descent, left no survivors in its wake. It was no wonder this man possessed such confidence to return for belongings. He bore the assurance of his abilities. Fortunately, the cotton beast had fled in time. While the little tiger was astounded by the prowess of Baobao, he also felt a quiet relief. Shuanan's remarkable feat was not a supernatural ability, but rather a testament to his skill in accelerating the combustion of energy within his beast core. As a purple-tier beastman, he could compress energy with ease, just as he could freely ignite and utilize it. This distinction marked the most significant difference between purple-tier beastmen and their ordinary counterparts. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the man led the little tiger to run towards open spaces. The thunderous sounds of destruction echoed incessantly. Fortunately, aside from the meteorite that had directly struck the cave, the two encountered no further perilous situations. Yu shook her dazed head, exhaling a sigh of relief, not merely for her own survival, but because, no matter how formidable Leopard's abilities might be, the utilization of such powers must surely be confined by certain limitations. Who could fathom what might transpire if this man were to reach the threshold of his capabilities? Thus, upon witnessing the flickering glow upon the man's forehead, she felt a twinge of anxiety. The onslaught of the meteorite had, in fact, concluded rather swiftly. However, The beast world continent continued to tremble from the numerous severe impacts it had endured. The orcs, having narrowly escaped disaster, could scarcely maintain their footing. And how could their spirits remain steadfast? Some individuals even harbored dark and fearful speculations, wondering if the beast world continent was on the verge of collapse. UUS shared similar thoughts. The earth trembled beneath her as she leaned against Bao Bao, checking for injuries, yet was compelled to endure the relentless quaking and vibrations emanating from the ground below. The earnest inspection devolved into a clumsy embrace as the little tiger swayed unsteadily. At that moment, the entire land shook, and despite the collective desire to flee, there was nowhere to escape, nowhere to go. Their only recourse was to seek refuge in the sparsely wooded, open areas of the mountains. Amidst the turmoil, Tiger pondered with a wry smile that this state of tranquility in the face of an earthquake was something she had never experienced in her past life. Some beastmen still had the opportunity to lament the terror of the tremors, while others had already quietly turned to ash with the fall of the meteors, leaving no remains behind. Except for the purple-tier beastmen, all others, regardless of their race, could do nothing but await their demise as the fireballs rained down upon them. Indeed, the speed of the meteors was so swift that they perhaps had not even realized their impending doom until the very last moment. The torrential rain and fierce winds were not merely harbingers of a flood. It seemed the beast god was playing an enormous jest upon all the beastmen of the continent. Or perhaps this extraordinary deluge was a desperate warning intended for his people. Nanan chuckled derisively. He draped Yue in a raincoat filled with crystal cores. Yet the violent tremors rendered him oblivious to the weight of the garment. The man's instincts warned him that this meteor shower would not signify the end of their tribulations. Nanan was not one to put himself in jeopardy, after waiting for what felt like an eternity and witnessing no cessation of the tremors. He decided to unveil the bed crafted from darkwood. He urged Tiger to rest, to take a moment of respite. Ua lay upon the bed, an experience vastly different from the gentle rocking of a cradle, for this bed swayed to such a degree that it made her feel dizzy. Huzai found himself unable to sleep, yet he dared not disturb Bao Bao in such a perilous situation. Thus, he resolved to keep vigil over her. The display he had shown today had startled her, instilling a fear that this illogical ability might bring about some adverse consequences for him. The little tiger tilted her head, noticing the man wide awake, his eyes fixed upon her without so much as a blink. How vexing. The scrutiny made her feel a tinge of shyness. Awu? What are you staring at? Shouldn't you be sleeping? The stern tiger resembled a teacher in a kindergarten, ensuring the children took their afternoon slumber. In a rather futile attempt to obscure her intentions, she pressed her paw against the man's eyes. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective. As soon as breathing became even and steady, the little tiger exhaled in relief. Perhaps sleepiness and fatigue were indeed contagious. She soon followed suit, unknowingly leaning against Shonen's head, drifting off to sleep, ultimately succumbing to slumber. The notion of keeping watch was nothing but a farce. As the little tiger nestled against Shonen's cheek, deep in her dreams, the man opened his eyes and scooped the fluffy little creature onto his chest, gently pinching her ears. He marveled at how extraordinarily quiet the slumbering tiger was. No, she had been remarkably silent all day. It seemed she had reverted to that initial, cautious state. Shonan, in frustration, covered his face with his hand, his Adam's apple moving slightly as he pondered deeply. The sense of security he had crafted for the little tiger was shattered by the sudden descent of a fireball, and now she had begun to tread carefully once more. Indeed, was it because he still lacked sufficient strength? How formidable must one be to possess the confidence and power to confront natural disasters? Yu, I am merely unsettled by your extraordinary abilities. Please do not overthink it, my dear man. The rumbling beneath our feet is not merely a tremor. It has triggered a substantial chain reaction. Many mountains have collapsed, and vast fissures have marred the earth. Some fortunate lives that escaped the meteor's wrath have found their retreat severed by the quaking ground. The food ape eagle finds itself among these unfortunate souls. The immense crevice has divided their kin into two factions. Elder Eagle, feeling a headache creeping in, pinched the bridge of his beak. He was the only feathered creature capable of flight among his entire tribe. If he did not attend to the bald birds stranded on the other side of the chasm, they might never reunite. Urged by his kin, Elder Eagle, despite his annoyance, took to the skies, capturing two of his comrades with a single swoop. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air, and before anyone could react, a pure white peacock dashed through like lightning, colliding forcefully with the two eagles Elder was carrying. Thud! Its sharp beak jabbed into Elder Eagle's belly, yet due to the eagle's thick skin, the impact failed to penetrate. After the collision, the white peacock ascended aggressively, only to find that Elder Eagle seemed utterly unfazed. The robust elder merely swayed slightly, stabilizing his form and continuing to soar through the air with an air of triumph. Even the two kin he clutched in his talons remained secure, unaffected by the sudden encounter. The onlookers from the food ape eagle tribe initially held their breath, but upon realizing the peacock posed no threat, they erupted into laughter. Elder Eagle, in front of the peacock, released his kin and began to shower the area with an array of bird feathers, cascading them like confetti. After all, they had recently plucked an abundance of feathers and could afford to toss them about as they pleased. Elder Eagle mused with a hint of mischief. How audacious. We are professionals. Just as he contemplated launching an unexpected assault on Peacock Kong, intending to deliver a physical reprimand, a sudden gust of wind swept by. and a beautifully feathered female peacock struck him unawares, colliding with his throat. He transformed back into human form and tumbled to the ground, clutching his throat and rolling about. Remarkably, the covert operation had not even commenced before he found himself thoroughly countered. After injuring Elder Eagle, Kongyu landed gracefully beside the white peacock, casually admonishing, "What are you running around for?" "Wah, you, those people mocked me," the white peacock said, shamelessly hiding behind Kongyu to report. Kongyu nonchalantly lifted her head, casting a glance at the scattered bald eagles below, then scoffed lightly. "Then let us capture these bandits first." Meanwhile, Hu Zhao trudged along the still trembling path, cradling his filthy tail. His fur, dampened and muddied, made him resemble a pitiful stray. Just moments before the meteor shower, he had cleverly clung to the tail of a passing large serpent. In its panic, the serpent had failed to notice him, allowing the little fox to narrowly escape. However, as the meteor rain ceased, he was unceremoniously discarded by the serpent as if he were mere refuse. The little fox was too exhausted to feel anger now. He found today's chaotic escape surreal. Longing to return home and seek answers from the old man, he recognized the landmarks had all been destroyed by the meteor impacts. Thus, the roads were no longer recognizable, and home may no longer be home. Hu Zhao stumbled through the aftershocks, hoping to fortuitously encounter a path leading back. The landscapes of the beast realm were indeed ravaged, with enormous craters dotting the terrain. Yet, in comparison to the cataclysmic collapse of the land they depended upon, this felt relatively bearable. People seemed more willing to adapt to this slightly unfamiliar environment. After what felt like an eternity, as the aftershocks began to wane, Hu Zhao suddenly spotted a massive piece of gray blackwood ahead. Rubbing his eyes, he found it astonishingly reminiscent of the rare meteor wood. What a day it was! Even such a fine treasure had been unearthed. Lying with closed eyes, the sensitive Tian Nen detected the presence of a nearby fox beast man and opened his eyes, preparing to unleash the formidable aura characteristic of a black panther. Just then, a small tiger emerged, sniffing curiously. "Awu? Is that the scent of that little red fox from last time?" Noticing her enthusiasm, Tian Nen intentionally encouraged her relaxation by gently patting her backside and gesturing outside. He leaned down to whisper, "Guests have arrived. Shall we go see? Are you?" The tiger's ears perked up, and Yu tilted her head inquisitively as she approached the entryway of their small wooden enclosure, peering outside. The little fox was stealthily approaching the wooden log, uncertain if such a large mass was indeed meteor wood. He had only seen a small piece at the old man's place. Moreover, it was of little practical use. It was merely overly prized by those self-important large tribes. Suddenly, he noticed the tiger's head emerging from the wood, causing Hu Zhao to step back in shock. "Oh well, do not come any closer." Indeed, it was her, that white-haired girl from before. The little tiger bared her teeth menacingly, clearly remembering that this fox held her secret. Hu Zhao scratched his rear, feeling that this little tiger was quite ungrateful, considering he had gifted her a blue crystal last time. Why was she now threatening him? A cunning plan hatched in his mind. His large ears drooped dramatically. He wrapped his fluffy tail around himself. Its fur so matted it resembled a beggar fox that had been wandering for ages. He let out a few pitiful whimpers, appearing utterly forlorn and evoking sympathy from onlookers. What trickery was he up to now? The little tiger cautiously withdrew her head. She did not believe that a beastman capable of casually gifting a green crystal to a stranger would find himself in such a disheveled state. Hu Zhao remarked, "You truly overestimate me, dear lady. My wealth stems from my grandfather's riches, not my prowess." The little tiger stepped back, inadvertently bumping into the lounging leopard behind her. She turned to see the man reclining lazily on the bed, propped up on his head, focused intently on her. Upon noticing her glance, he raised an eyebrow and offered an innocent smile. Oh dear, she had forgotten. The leopard was present. With him around, what was there to fear? The little tiger quickly regained her confidence, her demeanor shifting as she boldly leaned forward again, baring her teeth and smiling at the fox still feigning distress outside. Hu Zhao, unable to perceive her smile's intent, interpreted it as yet another threat and feigned further distress, retreating slightly. His expression suggested that the little tiger was a tyrant, bullying him mercilessly. Yu Yue, in a fit of anger, scratched the wooden surface, relieved that no one was around. Otherwise, it would have been utterly unbefitting for onlookers not to regard her with disdain given the fox's theatrical display. Hu Zhao, witnessing the little tigress in her fury against the wood, felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily, rolling on the ground in delight. However, as he opened his mouth to chuckle, he realized that such behavior clashed with the persona he was currently embodying, and he reluctantly stifled his amusement. Observing the little tigress clawing at the wood for quite some time without anyone emerging, he surmised that her guardians were likely absent. With a sudden impulse, he limped forward, cautiously inching closer. As he approached, he cast aside any pretense of hesitation and boldly strode towards the little tigress. Upon nearing the legendary meteor wood, Hu Zhao rubbed his hands together, consumed by curiosity. Despite his awkward demeanor, he eagerly considered how to ascend and examine this mysterious wood, as well as the intriguing half-beast little white tiger. With agility, he sprang onto the opening of the wooden log, but as he peered inside, he was abruptly met with the chilling, piercing gaze of Shinnan. A little warning would have been appreciated, he thought. Oh whoa, look, he's trespassing. Quickly, chase him away, but don't speak to him. The little tigress, furiously clawing at Shin-Nan's face, pointed accusingly at the intruding fox. Startled, the little fox felt his limbs weaken. He awkwardly flashed a polite grin at the man. However, he could no longer maintain his composure, and his paws gave way, causing him to tumble to the ground. Well, look, he even bared his teeth at you. That is undoubtedly a provocation. Hu Zhao retorted, do not instigate trouble, woman. Just as the fox, now on the ground, contemplated fleeing, a distant, hoarse call of a cotton beast echoed, filled with a sense of weariness. Hu Zhao twitched his large ears, remarking, what a dreadful sound. Mayahuzi, Lord Black Panther, we have returned. Upon hearing the long-missed rasping bleat, the little tigress leaped in excitement. Yet, a flicker of disbelief crossed her face as she tempered her emotions and leaned closer to the panther, gazing at him with anticipation. Shin-Nan chuckled, shaking his head. How is it that after just a day apart, you miss me so dearly? Yu Yue was filled with excitement, her little feet dancing with joy as she stretched her head to gaze outside. The cotton beasts were alive and had surprisingly returned early to reunite with them. Given the urgency of the previous night, she had feared their separation would be a final farewell. Little did anyone know how long she had secretly mourned. Hu Zhao, curious, followed suit, peering out as well. What are you looking at? Is there something wonderful happening? The fox, with curiosity more intense than a tiger's, completely forgot the fright it had just experienced. From a distance, a prominent blue serpent was leisurely gliding toward them. Hu Zhao wondered, is this the fateful encounter? As Shilon approached, they noticed a cotton beast trotting behind him. The cotton beast, beaming with delight, came bounding over, its rotund body bouncing like a ball, unable to hide the large gray rat it carried. At that moment, the little tiger, no longer intimidated by the fox, leapt down from their wooden enclosure. Its nimble paws landed gracefully, and it dashed toward the cotton beast. This was indeed a mutual rush toward each other. Look, your beloved steed has returned, little tiger. The cotton beast dutifully lay down, signaling for the tiger to mount. The little tiger eagerly scrambled aboard. Ugh, I'm exhausted. I must write at least 20,000 words today, it thought, donning sunglasses, the curse of conditioned reflexes taking hold. As soon as it climbed up, it was warmly welcomed by a spirited chinchilla. Chirp, grr. The little tiger pressed down on the chinchilla, which was in the throes of its vocal transformation. Shaking its head, it thought, no, this is too rough. I can't bear it. Shilon maneuvered through the gathering of enthusiastic creatures, exchanging pleasantries, while casting an indifferent glance at the little fox on the ground. Staying near Shonen without being chased away? Well, that's acceptable. Shilon assumed the fox was acquainted with Shonen and said nothing more, merely flicking its tail instinctively. The fox immediately scuttled away, rolling and crawling in embarrassment. How annoying, this wretched reflex, it thought, scratching its rear and awkwardly inching into a corner. How had it managed to sneak in unnoticed? Meanwhile, the large serpent twisted and coiled onto a segment of the dark wood, sprawling out lazily, as if it were home. Shilon had not initially intended to seek out Shonen and the others. However, after being chased by a barrage of inexplicable fireballs, it had begun to wander aimlessly, hoping to randomly encounter another cave akin to a serpent's den where it could rest. It was perplexed by its recent string of misfortunes, being disturbed from slumber in the cave by fallen beasts, jolted awake in the water by a fox, and now its home completely obliterated by fireballs from the sky. Since the moment it was called by Shone and to find the tiger, it seemed its latter days would be filled with toil. Even leisure was a luxury it could not afford, as it unwittingly stumbled upon two distressed creatures. Initially, it intended to feign ignorance. With so many fireballs falling, who could tell if the Black Panther was alive or dead? It certainly did not want to continue caring for its offspring. Yet, those two creatures seemed to cling to it, as if they had encountered a long-lost kin, trailing behind and calling out in disarray. The noise was maddening. Ultimately, it had no choice but to help them locate the Black Panther. Now that they had finally found him, the serpent had no desire to move any longer. It decided to lounge directly on Shonen's wood, content to remain there. Shonen, for once, did not shoo it away, as it would be needed shortly. Hu Zhao, fortunate enough to remain due to the lack of supervision, nestled against the longed-for darkwood, recuperating. It observed the little tiger, noting her attire made from serpent skin. The translucent fabric revealed what seemed to be blue-tiered beast cores, subtly visible within. Hu Zhao sighed inwardly, contemplating how the little tiger appeared like a nouveau riche, flaunting cores so indiscriminately. Although it came from a well-off family, it was unusual to adorn oneself with cores so carelessly. Clearly, the man from the wooden warehouse had a fondness for this tiger, Hu Zhao mused, stroking its chin slyly. The tiger was below, playing a game of you chase. I hide with the chinchilla when suddenly it shook its head. Her clothing is so heavy. I didn't notice it before. The fox stealthily approached and gently poked the tiger's rear. Yu Yue merely felt a slight itch and casually extended her paw to scratch it. The little fox poked again, and the tiger scratched once more. Hu Zhao paused for a moment, fell silent, and then prodded her again. Well, the little tiger, unable to endure any longer, abruptly turned around and bit at the persistent itching spot on his own backside. Suddenly, he noticed the fox behind him, frozen in an inexplicable manner, causing Yu Yue to warily step back a few paces. What was he up to? The fox found herself at a loss for words. Her earlier bite was not meant for him, was it? If it weren't for his quick retraction of claws, she would have thought differently. After gathering her emotions, Hu Zhao rubbed her hands together and retrieved 2 milk fruits from her space. These delectable treats were the favorites of the young ones. No cub could resist their allure. With a sincere expression, she offered them to the little tiger, but Yue continued to retreat, wary of consuming anything from a stranger. It seemed the allure was still insufficient. Hu Zhao, reminiscent of her previous attempt, placed the fruits enticingly close to the little tiger and then politely stepped back. A sense of propriety, a delicate balance. Seeing this gesture from him, a thought blossomed in the little tiger's mind. Regardless of his intentions, she could simply take the fruit back to her companion, bow bow, and enjoy it there. Adhering to the principle of seizing the moment, she swiftly snatched 1 milk fruit while the fox was distracted and dashed toward the wooden shed. Gazing up at the tall entrance, she hesitated for no more than 3 seconds. Though there was no ladder, her body, fortified by consuming crystal cores, brimmed with strength. Having just leapt down with ease, ascending posed little challenge. With the milk fruit clutched tightly in her mouth, she made a bold and confident leap. Bang! She miscalculated her jump, landing with a thud against the wooden framework of the shed. The little tiger might not have realized that while her jump was indeed high, precision eluded her. Had she not been in such robust health, this collision could have rendered her momentarily dazed. Xilan, sprawled atop the wooden shed, felt a gentle tremor and sighed softly, acknowledging the burdens of his existence. Jin Nan was startled, preparing to rush out to retrieve the tiger when he saw the long tail of the great snake probing the ground. Lifting the bewildered little tiger that had collided with such force and gently placing her inside the shed, Jin Nan took the little tiger into his care, examining her closely. Where had she bumped herself? The little tiger could hardly open her mouth. Her tiny milk teeth had embedded deeply into the milk fruit, leaving her akin to a hostage with no means to speak. Jin Nan quickly understood and hastily helped her remove the milk fruit. In Yu's eyes flowed physiological tears, and at last, she felt liberated, shaking her head while her eyes brimmed with tears. The man helplessly tapped her petite ear, pondering why she hadn't called him for assistance. "Oh, well," she replied, "because I am an independent and resilient tiger." Yue snatched the milky fruit from the man's hand, simultaneously feeling a pang of heartbreak as she patted her rather disheveled self. It seemed she needed to intensify her training, as relying solely on consuming crystal cores for growth was insufficient. Huzai gnawed angrily at the fruit. Though possessing great strength, she found herself unable to utilize it effectively, which was utterly frustrating. Noticing that she quickly forgot her discomfort, she began to munch eagerly on the milky fruit. Shanann casually glanced towards the little fox outside. After a while, the small tiger leaped down after finishing the fruit. Hu Zhao perked up his ears and hurried over, pushing another milky fruit towards her. Resembling a sly fox intent on luring in a young creature. "Hurry and eat. There is plenty more delightful treats to enjoy." Yue politely nodded to the fox in gratitude. Subsequently, she shook her head and raised her paw to decline the offer. She had had enough and no longer desired it. Having grown, she was now averse to overly sweet things. Shunan lifted the little tiger and gave it a gentle shake. "It hasn't changed that much, really. How infuriating. You shall never see my comments again. Why must I pay to read my own book?" The fox pondered for a moment, then retrieved from his space a flower. Interwoven in shades of blue and green, resplendent and seemingly adorned with droplets of dew, exuding a remarkable charm. The little tiger's eyes instantly widened at the sight. Drawn in by its fragrance, she was certain she had tasted something akin to it before. At first glance, she instinctively swallowed hard, then quickly glanced at the fox with hesitation. What was this peculiar flower? Upon noticing her reaction, Hu Zhao immediately sensed an opportunity. Casually, he took a small step forward and waved the flower enticingly before the tiger. "It's truly delectable. This is the Lingxian flower, a divine blossom that cures all ailments and enlightens the heart and mind." What enlightenment? It seemed more like a beguiling temptation. The unique aroma of the flower was so tantalizing that one could almost be compelled to take a bite. Yu swallowed hard, her anxiety evident as she gnawed at her claws. Ultimately, she opened her wide, blood-stained mouth. Just throw it into my mouth." A voice, nonchalant yet commanding, echoed from the wooden shed. "Ew." The little tiger, feeling guilty, promptly closed her mouth. Hu Zhao pondered. Was this a calculated attempt to get closer, or merely a coincidence? Dunnan emerged from the shed, casting a glance at the little tiger who stared at him with eager eyes. He crouched down to stroke her head, then, in a leisurely manner, remarked, "If you dare to feed her anything inappropriate, I shall ensure your grandfather is treated to a drink of grass." Yue inquired about the peculiar substance known as jiogua chow. The little fox paused, pondering not only the unique properties of this herb, but also the mystery of how it recognized his grandfather. As if reading his thoughts, Shunan casually remarked, "A diminutive red-haired fox like you is rare. It's evident you belong to the Hufeng den." Fox Zhao bristled in indignation, protesting against personal attacks, familial insults, and height discrimination. Tiger, with a mischievous grin, even measured the height difference between her and the fox, finding it quite similar. "Away with you. What do you, a mere cub, have to compare with me?" Fox Zhao retorted, unaware that the cub he dismissed was already 17 years old. Had he known, perhaps he would have felt a flicker of solace. The little fox stepped back in defiance, his large ears drooping, feigning a wounded expression. Shunan, unimpressed by the performance, turned to the great serpent and tossed him a crystal, requesting assistance in gathering prey. Xilan sighed, resigned to his burdensome fate. Though he did not verbally express his willingness, his body betrayed him as he accepted the crystal and leisurely set off. The Tiger Mountain tribe might have been the luckiest during the recent calamity, as not a single celestial stone struck their settlement, while most fled in panic. The tribe's members stood anxiously at the center, relieved that the dreaded heavenly fire had spared them. As the storm passed, they rejoiced, celebrating what they believed to be the beast god's favor upon their tribe. However, by morning, whispers of vague yet easily inferred rumors began to circulate, suggesting that their timely expulsion of the calamity was the reason for the beast god's apparent affection. By the stream south of the Tiger Mountain tribe, a youthful voice resonated with oppressive intensity, parting the crowd to seize the one spreading falsehoods. Tiger Stoudan, what nonsense are you spouting now? Lang Sen's wicked smile revealed a side of him that contrasted sharply with his previous demeanor, a persona he adopted to shield Xiaoye. The children, intimidated, fell silent. Oh, the calamity's companion has come to defend her, Tiger Xiaodan mocked, undeterred by Lang Sen's presence. With a fierce determination, Lang's son clenched his fists, yearning to retaliate. But a sudden realization halted him, causing him to release his grip. I shall reiterate, Xiaoye is not a calamity. She is a white tiger. He furrowed his brow, striving to maintain composure, understanding that he could not invoke Xiaoye's name to instigate conflict. Such actions would only reinforce their misguided beliefs. Claiming to be of white tiger blood, she is merely an ill-fated calamity, destined for retribution, hence her demise in the forest. The unfiltered words of children can often wound more deeply than intended. Langson, disheartened, ceased his attempts to argue, recognizing that debating with fools was a futile endeavor. After 17 years of explanations met with disbelief, how could he expect them to accept his words in a mere moment? Unless he became the strongest warrior or the tribe's leader, only then would he wield true influence. With a self-deprecating smile, he hoped to witness Xiaoye's growth and one day lead her to confront her detractors. Suddenly, despair crept in. The ferocity of last night's celestial fire made him anxious for Xiaoye's safety. Silently, he pushed through the crowd, yearning to return to the tribe when, out of nowhere, a fiery blaze descended, hurtling towards Tiger Mountain. In an instant, blinding light erupted before them. The shockwave knocked the youths to the ground, some bleeding from their noses and ears. Langson squinted against the glaring light, enduring excruciating pain as he struggled to rise, fixated on the mushroom cloud that had formed. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed a tribe reduced to ashes, a desolate expanse devoid of life. Peering into the vast crater left by the celestial stone, he saw only the surrounding trees engulfed in flames, exuding heat and thick smoke. Father, Langson stumbled forward, desperate to return. Other youths too were haunted by thoughts of their families. Deep down, they understood. Everything was lost, even the bodies were nowhere to be found. Yet, the faint hope lingered. Without a corpse, there remained a possibility. Am I merely deceiving myself? Langson pondered, acknowledging the painful truth. The impact of the celestial stone lingered. But they stumbled back toward the tribe. Not only the youths, but many tribe members, fortunate to have been outside for various reasons, began to return, each bearing the shock of survival. Some appeared dazed and lost, others wept on the ground, while a few tended to their wounds. No one dared to express gratitude for their narrow escape. The atmosphere was steeped in somber reflection over their losses. Are you all right? A large hand, long in the making, gently rested on the youth's shoulder. Langson turned swiftly, his heart lifting upon recognizing Lang Feng standing behind him. The weathered middle-aged man's eyes were red-rimmed, his trembling hand resting on the boy's shoulder. Father, Langson fiercely embraced the man, concealing all his pent-up anger towards his father's inaction in that moment. Any thoughts of rebellion or disappointment were entirely cast aside. It was only in the face of life and death that he could truly grasp the essence of gratitude, understanding how fortunate he was that his father still remained. Hardly anyone anticipated that such a terrifying meteor shower would indeed return for a second wave. This suggested the possibility of a third and fourth wave looming ahead. Some tribes had even held celebratory bonfires the previous night, believing they had escaped the disaster. Now, every individual who had once thought themselves safe from calamity had retracted their smiles and joy. No one dared to speculate on fate any longer. When disaster struck, all were but insignificant ants, easily crushed. Indeed, Yu Yue and her companions were nearly caught in the second wave of the meteor shower as well. Among their group, the elderly and the young were present, yet only Shone and possessed the ability to teleport using his crystal core. A meteor did descend towards the area where they were gathered, but fortunately their landing spot was on the periphery of the shockwave. Thus, despite the suddenness of the event, they were remarkably fortunate to escape unscathed. The group was now gathered together, feasting on roasted meat, brought back by Xilan from the horned deer beast, as per Shonen's explicit instruction. Xilan had initially thought Shonen was overly meticulous, yet he complied dutifully and managed to catch a few. Yu Yue, leopard, my teeth have become quite sharp now. The little fox is also partaking in the feast. He eats with a clear conscience. After all, that great serpent has bullied him numerous times. So what harm is there in sampling the fruits of the serpent's labor? He not only intends to eat, but to indulge in copious amounts, feasting heartily. The little fox is diligently engrossed in his task. Yue cast her gaze back and forth, finally resting her eyes upon Hu Jiao. She felt a twinge of curiosity as to why the little fox never transformed. Initially, she had worried that upon encountering Shan Nan, the fox might take on a human form and babble nonsensically. The little tiger exhibited remarkable determination in her gossiping and inquisitive tendencies. Stealthily, she climbed onto Shan Nan's lap, gently caressing the violet mark upon his forehead, then pointed towards the little fox engrossed in its meal at a distance. Why does it never transform? She inquired with a soft woof. Shan Nan pondered for a moment, grasping her meaning. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he chuckled lightly, responding with a knowing tone. Perhaps it is discontent with its own appearance. Could it be that this red-haired fox was simply not aesthetically pleasing? That seemed implausible, for it was undeniably adorable. While the conversation revolved around the fox, Shilan nonchalantly glanced at the fox's crown, abruptly posing a direct question. Why has this fox been following me all along? You? Huh? Who are you asking? Cough, cough, cough. Fox Zhao froze upon hearing this, nearly choking on his food. Who knows why he is following you? Why don't you just ask him directly? Nan shrugged helplessly and spoke. Shilan's gaze shifted back to the little fox, making Fox Zhao suddenly tense. His muscles tightened, tail tucked, and head shrunk. He looked rather lewd. The great serpent shook his head and continued. I thought you knew him. Unexpectedly, he chose to say no more. The little fox, drenched in cold sweat and with his head lowered, had already prepared excuses. The weather has been poor lately for human form, and he had not transformed in many years. Forgetting the feeling. However, after waiting for quite some time without the great serpent using force to pressure him, he curiously lifted his head. To his surprise, the great serpent was seriously eating meat, seemingly unconcerned with the matter. He immediately felt a surge of confidence. Casting a provocative glance at the great serpent, he thought, come on, ask me more, so I can regale everyone with tales of our deep-seated grudges and our tumultuous love-hate relationship. Seeing his suggestive expression, Shilan asked blankly, do you have something to say? Fox Zhao seriously and timidly shook his head, obediently lowering it to eat quietly. Inside, the little fox was fuming, secretly plotting some form of retaliation. In truth, compared to Fox Zhao, the little tiger felt even more guilty. She certainly guessed why the little red fox was following the great serpent, recalling that day when the great serpent had interrogated the little fox harshly. As a small tiger who wished to remain incognito, she was the one who least wanted the fox to transform into human form. After all, that fellow could inadvertently reveal the secrets she desperately wished to conceal. Nan lowered his gaze, noticing the little tiger was so engrossed in her food that she seemed reluctant to lift her head, as if her mouth were glued to the roasted meat. With a distinctly strong hand, he lifted the little tiger, glancing at the piece of meat that had been gnawed on, leaving only bite marks. Have your teeth fallen out again? Why can't you chew the meat? The man reached to touch her baby teeth, tilting his head in confusion. But they're still here? The little tiger, exasperated, pushed his large hand away. What do you mean they've fallen out? My teeth are just fine. Nan smirked, leaning down to speak in a low voice. If you don't focus on your meal, I won't cook roasted meat for you for 3 days. The handsome voice made the little tiger shrink her neck, but she decidedly disliked what he said, scratching his handsome face in indignation. In the distance, in the Sparrow Forest tribe, a group of bald eagles lamented while undertaking post-disaster reconstruction work for their bird kin. The only feathered one, Old Geo, had escaped due to his ability to capture the fleeing. The meteor shower last night had devastated half of Sparrow Forest. And who knew how heartbroken and sorrowful Kong Yu had been at that moment? Fortunately, that night, Kong Sanyuan was busy leading everyone in a meeting, so there were no casualties. He intended to secretly catch the orc who had sneaked into the tribe to cause trouble, intending to surprise her. It was indeed a surprise, saving half the tribe's lives. Kong Sanyuan was in good spirits, overseeing the work with a willow branch in hand. He struck anyone who displeased him, and the bald eagles, without feathers for protection, felt both cold and pained. A group of chubby little birds chirped around his feet, bouncing with excitement. The cool beauty, Kong Yu, lay lazily on a branch, looking down. Seeing the noisy overseers gathered around Kong Sanyuan, she pinched her brow, suppressing her urge to roll her eyes, as it didn't quite fit her persona. He relaxed. Watching the sobbing bald eagles below, Kong Yu frowned in distaste, recalling the fight from earlier in the day. It was rather frustrating. As a blue-tier orc, she had been unable to capture a mere green-tier orc. Kong Sanyuan, focused on supervising, yet distracted by flirting, noticed the beauty frowning from afar. In less than 5 seconds, he transformed into a flamboyant white peacock, fluttering around Kong Yu, showcasing his elegant figure. Kong Yu slowly closed her eyes, silently counting, intending to approach her kin with a calm demeanor. After counting to 3, the beauty coldly opened her eyes, her indifferent gaze sweeping over the fluttering white peacock. Bam! With a kick, she sent him tumbling from the sky. With the noise gone, Kong Yu looked up at the sky, continuing to reflect on today's battle. It seemed her arduous training to reach blue tier was in vain, as she was still outmatched by a brood eagle. The beauty silently raised her slender wrist, wondering how she could train to become more robust. The fallen individual was undeterred. The white peacock shook off his feathers, tidied his appearance on the ground, and gracefully flew back to the branches, radiating an ethereal charm unique to his kind. Shaking his tail, his magnificent tail feathers fanned out like a stunning snowy landscape. The onlookers, the chubby little birds, hopped around Kong Yu, chirping excitedly. Brother. He's so damn beautiful. Chief, marry him, marry him. Kong Yu took a deep breath, expressionless, flicking off every little bird on her. When it came to the last plump one, she hesitated over whether to use her left foot or right foot. Sensing the beauty's cold gaze, Kong Sanyuan showed no sign of panic. He turned his head, carefully selecting what he deemed the most beautiful tail feather, picked it up with his beak, stretched his neck, and solemnly presented it to the beauty perched on the branch. Kong Yu chuckled softly, accepting it. The white peacock's lively eyes sparkled. But he was rendered speechless by Kong Yu's next words. Thank you, but I think that one looks even better. She pointed delicately at another feather. Kong Sanyuan, eager to please the beauty, generously plucked another feather and handed it to her. You seem to have picked the wrong one. This isn't my favorite. Her brows furrowed slightly. What could be more heart-wrenching than a beauty frowning? Perhaps only a cold beauty frowning. Kong Sanyuan flared his wings. No more plucking. Just pluck. About 15 minutes later, the big white peacock, holding his backside, eyes brimming with tears, shook his head in refusal. Kong Sanyuan, no more plucking. No more plucking. We can't pluck anymore. Kong Yu, satisfied, clutched a handful of exquisite white-tail feathers, swaying them delightfully. Splendid. She could make a beautiful peacock feather fan now. However, such joy was short-lived, as tranquility was soon shattered by a tremendous crash. Here it comes again. Everyone on the Beast World continent looked up at the sky. As the third wave of fireballs seemed to outnumber the first, the primary concern for everyone was no longer whether they would be struck, but rather if the continent could withstand another onslaught. The messengers of each tribe finally stepped forward, warning their kin to be vigilant, for this was the true disaster. With a whoosh, one fireball after another, enveloped in flames, streaked across the sky like breathtaking and romantic meteors. Alas, what a mockery of romance. The suffering of countless souls is palpable. Across the vast expanse of the beast realm, raging infernos have ignited, and even areas untouched by celestial stones are engulfed in searing heat. This immense world of beasts appears to have lost all sanctuaries where one might find solace. Many have been reduced to mere ash in the sweltering temperatures, while others have been shattered by the relentless force of the shockwaves. Yu and her companions had long since scattered in different directions. The distance that Jin Nan could cover with each acceleration was inherently limited. Thus, when they encountered an enormous celestial stone, escaping proved exceedingly difficult. When Yu beheld the celestial stone above them, which was 5 or 6 times larger than the others, her astonishment rendered her unable to blink. Jin Nan also froze momentarily before swiftly igniting his energy, charging in a singular direction. He could not transform into a leopard, should he do so and lose consciousness in a moment of urgency. He might inadvertently exert too much force and harm the little tiger. Whether it was fatigue or the oppressive heat of the surroundings, the man pressed his lips together, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, striking the little tiger's face and weighing heavily upon her heart. Yu felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, questioning why he treated her with such kindness, bearing the burden of her presence despite his exhaustion. She nestled her head against Bao Bao's chest, the warmth of his sweat seeping through, dampening her fur. Gazing up at the looming fireball above, she contrasted it with the still distant path to escape. Yu found herself somewhat deafened by the tremors, her mind devoid of thoughts concerning life or death, nor any sense of freedom or confusion. She was simply engulfed in regret for not resting her head upon Bao Bao's chest last night, for not savoring more of the grilled meat he had prepared, and for always indignantly silencing him. Don't cry, the man's chest vibrated gently, taking the time amidst his own turmoil to console her. Sobbing, Yu felt increasingly like a burdensome weight. Even in her near-deafness, she could discern his voice amidst the howling winds. The light above her grew ever more blinding, and she felt as if her fur was singeing. Gazing towards the distant exit, she quietly closed her eyes. Just before the rush of air struck, the man suddenly spoke. Do not be afraid, trust me. Instantly, Yu felt herself thrust outward. Her heart tightened, and she opened her eyes, fearing he might undertake some foolish sacrifice. In that fleeting moment, the man transformed into a black panther, leaping forth to catch the tiger cub, and then rolling out into the open. Astonishingly, they were still alive. The celestial stone finally descended to the ground, and at that moment, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted behind them. Yu could scarcely open her eyes, feeling as though her ears had succumbed to complete deafness, blood trickling from them. Upon striking the ground, the celestial stone unleashed a more potent force of air and impact. The Black Panther and the young tiger were swept up in this whirlwind, instantly hurled away. Ultimately, the Black Panther failed to grasp the white tiger, releasing his hold. Battling the searing pain that threatened to blind him, he endeavored to open his eyes, fixating intently on the descent of the young tiger. Alas, the blinding light rendered everything invisible. Thud. Yu did not land upon the earth, but rather fell directly into the river. Each chapter of today's explosive updates brimmed with countless points of contention, leaving me unable to voice my frustrations, a palpable sense of constraint enveloping me. The unconscious young tiger plummeted deeply, stirring the slumbering giant catfish beneath the water's surface. The catfish, agitated, swam towards the young tiger, eager to whisk her away with its tail. Yet, confronted with her perilous state, it found itself at a loss, ultimately resorting to nudging the unconscious tiger towards the surface with its back. As the catfish emerged, It was met with a cacophony of fire and thunder echoing through the surroundings, further inciting its ire. Who dares to set ablaze the forest? It cursed, swimming aimlessly. Uncertain of its destination, the celestial stone continued to crash down, and the earth could no longer endure. The sole tectonic plate of the beast realm fractured, splintering into countless shards, some even dissipating entirely. After a heavy fall, the Black Panther regained consciousness within mere minutes. A trickle of blood escaping from his mouth as he moved cautiously. He stumbled to his feet, searching desperately for the young tiger's form. Nothing. He scoured every inch around him, even climbing the trees in vain. At that moment, the fracturing earth was the least of his concerns. He could no longer detect any trace of the tiger's scent. He paused, sniffing around himself, nothing. How absurd it was that, despite their constant companionship, he could not hold on to even a fragment of the young tiger's essence. His steps were unsteady, yet he pressed on, leaping and dodging the sudden fissures and the towering trees that toppled in the quake. Once, he had despised the color white, but now it seemed the only hue in his life. He staggered forward, pouncing upon every white-furred carcass he encountered, desperate to confirm their identity, particularly the small, vibrant white creatures that crossed his path were seized for inspection. Passing a rabbit burrow, he forcefully drew the rabbit family out for a head count, appearing quite mad. Finding Ayu was his sole conviction now. Without the young tiger, he was adrift, uncertain of where to go or what to do. Without her, did he even need to flee? The beast realm was vast, its southernmost and westernmost boundaries unknown to anyone. Thus, he roamed the seemingly infinite forest, searching tirelessly. The celestial stone reign and the tremor's duration remained a mystery to him, as did the length of his aimless wandering, until his body could no longer endure. The Black Panther faltered, finally collapsing awkwardly to the ground. And so, he succumbed to a profound slumber. Yuyue was unaware of where the black fish had taken her, as she lay on its back. In the meantime, the little tiger opened her eyes in confusion. The blinding sunlight pierced directly into her gaze, causing her to flinch and promptly shut her eyes again. However, the flowing water beneath her made it evident that she was being supported by someone in the water. Awu? Bao Bao? Where are you? Shut up. You're so annoying, came a gruff reply as the large black fish agitatedly thrashed its tail. Although Yuyue could not hear the sounds of water, she felt the long-forgotten splashes hitting her face. And it was then that the memory of the restless black fish resurfaced in the little tiger's mind. Was it that same fish that had saved her? But what about Bao Bao? Had he survived? No, he must have, for he was so formidable. The little tiger sniffled sadly, realizing that she might never see Bao Bao again. What a pathetic sight, crying like that. You're quite noisy, chided the black fish as it thrashed its tail once more. The more it forbade her from crying, the harder it became for her to suppress her feelings. Initially, the tiger merely wished to sniffle, but soon, soft whimpers escaped her lips uncontrollably. Splash, splash, splash. Damn it. The little tiger found herself flipped over in the water, her eyes refusing to open as she paddled her four little legs in confusion. In the process, she passively felt the chaotic splashes caused by the agitated black fish. After a while, when she returned to the black fish's back, Yuyue dared not speak nor make a sound. Remembering her eyes, the little tiger obediently sat on the fish's back, lowered her head, and cautiously opened her eyes. The pain had subsided, which was a relief. She gazed at the black fish in the water, but suddenly, her vision became blurred. The tiger quickly blinked and opened her eyes again to see the water's surface clearly. Yet, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed her vision beginning to blur once more. Oh dear, am I going blind? As Yuyue repeatedly attempted to open and close her eyes, she finally discerned a pattern. At first glance, she could see clearly, but after a few seconds, her vision would gradually become hazy and dizzying. It seemed that, like her ears, her eyes had been injured during the fall of that massive celestial stone. Her ears had been deafened, and her eyes had been rendered nearly blind. Was she not on the verge of entering a hellish state of both deafness and blindness? With a dazed expression, she closed her eyes and tilted her head back, feeling the wind blow through her fur, yet her heart remained tranquil. Suddenly, Yuyue was flipped back into the water. Yuyue, my friend, I have remained silent this time. Haven't I? Da Woyo, your silence is quite bothersome as well. Xilahu, with a sorrowful and desolate expression, curled up on the back of the black fish, her face etched with despair as her tale of wretched wandering commenced. Alas, having lost Bao Bao, her companions, and her steed, she embarked on a journey marked by half-blindness and complete deafness, encountering an irritable benefactor who saved her life, while constantly being cautious not to breathe too loudly lest she provoke the noble's ire. The thought alone made her want to weep. Yet she dared not even draw a breath through her nose. Perhaps having suppressed too many tears, they uncontrollably flowed from her tear ducts. Xilahu cautiously tilted her head back, hastily glancing at the elastic strand of mucus dangling from her nose. What to do now? Her legs had grown numb from squatting, and she did not dare to move. As the large droplet of mucus threatened to fall upon the black fish's back, she strained to stretch her neck and lift her head. Yet, it was all in vain. The long strand of mucus inevitably cascaded down onto the back of the black fish. In this moment, Yu felt a surge of tension, instinctively drawing in a breath of chilly air that triggered a sudden sneeze. The cold air swiftly invaded her nostrils, causing her to expel a sneeze with surprising force. On the other end of the nasal spectrum, a stream of mucus shot forth, landing coolly upon the sleek body of the black fish. Slap, slap. What on earth have you splattered upon me? The large black fish thrashed in the water, creating a commotion. Tiger, feeling both embarrassed and innocent, paddled awkwardly in the water, raising a paw to wash her face, disdaining her own messiness. In truth, the leopard had been overly indulgent. It was only when Tiger distanced herself from the leopard that she could truly mature. The leopard understood that allowing Tiger to grow stronger independently was the true path. Yet calamity struck too swiftly. The leopard was overjoyed with her little treasure, finding even the time for tender moments insufficient. But what of that woman? As Achio and Tiger remained submerged in the water, she could not suppress yet another sneeze. She genuinely did not intend for this to happen, however. It must be said that today, the chill was particularly biting. Yuyue occasionally opened her eyes wide to glance at the thrashing black fish, only to shut them once more. Her eyelids felt as if they might cramp from the incessant blinking, yet the black fish only settled down after it had abruptly thrust the little tiger onto its back, finally swimming away. A fleeting glance at the surroundings revealed nothing but water. Even the riverbank was obscured. The little tiger shivered. If the black fish were to abandon her here, no amount of clawing would allow her to escape. The fish and tiger glided silently across the water's surface. Yet Yuyue suddenly realized that the dazzling sunlight had vanished in less than half an hour. Was the calamity not yet over? Clenching her paw, she felt a pang of vulnerability. Without Bao Bao, the little tiger had lost her sense of security. She felt as though she had reverted to that pitiful, helpless state from the beginning. Well, when Bao Bao was around, she had at least felt like a little creature with a home and a protector. Speaking of helplessness, Yuyue suddenly remembered she possessed a crystal core. If she grew quickly, perhaps she would no longer be so powerless. Fearing that any sudden movement might provoke the great black fish, the little tiger cautiously lifted her paw to brush off the small cloak draped over her, reassuring herself when she felt the hard object within. True security stemmed from her own strength, without the handsome figure to lean on. She would not allow this crumbling world to trample her. Bao Bao was so formidable, what disaster could he not evade? The little tiger nodded resolutely. Once she matured into a great tiger, she would return to find him, and she was certain she would succeed. He could not simply perish without her knowledge. I would certainly locate her. The man was slung over the shoulder of a large snake, his limbs dangling and swaying as the serpent moved. Even with blood occasionally trickling from his mouth, he persisted in arguing. Shilan, with a stoic expression, navigated the fissured terrain, perplexed by the man's self-deception. When suddenly the snake's tail slackened, causing both to tumble to the ground. Now, even the great serpent lay still, prostrate upon the earth. After a moment, he feebly murmured, such a small creature must surely be dead. No, she is alive, Jinan interrupted stubbornly with a punch to the snake's tail. The serpent, feeling aggrieved, fell silent as the two lay on the ground, panting. When one's body rests, thoughts often swirl. Shilan suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, what of that woman you mentioned? His tone was calm, making it difficult to discern his curiosity. Jinan, nearly asleep, frowned upon hearing the question, responding with exasperation, what woman? Don't seek conversation where there is none. The snake, perturbed, flicked its large tail in frustration, patting the ground. Was he truly the sort to grasp at straws? He simply recalled that one remarkable woman he had encountered. Is she not the peculiar woman from your cave? So you truly find the tiger's white fur strange rather than beautiful? Jinan retorted with another punch to the serpent's tail. If you wish to find a mate, wait until we have survived. For now, conserve your strength and refrain from prattling on about women. Shilan lamented his choice to pick up the lifeless leopard sprawled on the ground, exhausting his limited energy, and now he was being struck for exchanging a few words. How could someone who could barely move find the strength to strike him? Holding his breath, Shilan drifted into slumber. If he could not speak, he might as well sleep. The two men lay pitifully on the ground for an indeterminate time, hours, perhaps days, and no one took note of their plight. Suddenly, a dirty white-feathered peacock approached with a mischievous demeanor. Aha, still a high-level beastman, no less. It was common knowledge that only those of green rank and above could be deemed high-level. In the entire Sparrow Forest tribe, only Ayu was a blue-level beastman. Kong Sanyuan circled the two men, clicking his tongue in curiosity. He poked the wrapped figure of Jinan with a stick, but received no response. Moving aside, he prodded the indigo tail of the serpent, but again, there was no reaction. The peacock stretched its neck, calling out in an attempt to beckon Kong Yu from afar. Kong Yu, accompanied by a few scattered tribesmen, was desperately searching for those who had fled due to the catastrophic fall of the celestial stone. Nearly all the survivors were occupied, with no time for rest or recovery. Everyone was exerting themselves to locate their cherished family, friends, and lovers. All understood that those still missing were likely in grave danger, yet no one wished to shatter the illusion of hope. Upon hearing the peacock's comical cries, Kong Yu raised a delicate hand to his forehead, exasperated, wishing to ignore the fool. Oh, the peacock persisted. Nearby tribesmen, whose spirits were less burdened, exchanged knowing glances. Observing as Kong Sanyuan began his courtship display again, the woman clenched her fists, her expression unreadable, and approached the source of the noise. Just as she was about to strike the peacock's head into the earth, she noticed it had stepped aside, its large wings pointing at the two unfamiliar men. Kong Yu furrowed her brows. In the tranquil night, aside from the sounds of the fish gliding through the water, the little tiger's stomach grumbled with hunger. Yet, the little tiger heard nothing, believing she was managing well. The great fish swam faster and faster, suddenly flinging the little tiger onto the riverbank. Rolling and covering herself in mud, the little tiger stood up in confusion, cautiously opening her eyes to realize she was on solid ground. She stumbled to the riverbank's edge and saw the great black fish flick its tail before vanishing into the depths of the water. The black fish thought, it's too noisy. Find your own food. Seeing the fish quickly disappear from sight, Yuyue promptly closed her eyes, pondering whether the black fish was simply resting for the night. The night breeze felt colder than before, and she shivered as she crouched on the ground, struggling to remove the tattered snakeskin raincoat she wore. Blindly reaching into her pockets, she randomly pulled out a crystal core, popping it into her mouth without a second thought. I mean no harm. As the core slid down, warmth surged through her, and she felt an itch in her ears. The little tiger covered her ears with her paws, itching to scratch, but alas, she had no fingers. After a while, the little tiger regained her composure, standing to shake her head, tilting it to sense her surroundings. Alas, it was of no use. She still could not hear. The tiger wept. Could this be a permanent injury? Would she never hear again? Shaking her head, Yu dared not dwell on her thoughts. She clenched her paws, attempting to find solace in the fact that consuming the crystal core had restored a considerable amount of her strength. The tiger opened its eyes and surveyed the surroundings, regardless. She needed to seek out food. Perhaps in this world, apart from Shilon, no one knew how to convert the energy of the crystal core into sustenance. Just as she extended her paw, Yu paused, earnestly whispering to herself, Am I human? Am I human? After a moment, there was no response. Only a slender little tiger sitting foolishly in place. The little tiger was frantic, reluctantly channeling the telekinetic power that existed solely in her imagination. I am human. In an instant, an audacious little girl with white hair, around 8 or 9 years old, appeared. Success. The girl widened her eyes, her face blossoming with joy as she looked down at her hands, only to suddenly furrow her brow. Was it because the power of the blue crystal no longer held significant value for her? Yuyue sank into a state of despair, her hands carelessly tugging at her hair. This was truly distressing for Hu. If this continued, would she be unable to transform even once more after consuming the blue crystal? She picked up her small raincoat and meticulously examined how many blue crystals remained, pondering whether they would suffice for her to transform several more times. To her sudden astonishment, she discovered that each pocket contained a crystal core. The snakeskin was supple and waterproof, effortlessly adhering together even when submerged in water, despite all the turmoil. Not a single one had been lost. The tip of her nose tinged with a slight sourness, she meticulously extracted the crystalline cores one by one, scrutinizing each with diligence. After examining each core, she would close her eyes momentarily to avoid the impending blurriness that plagued her vision, a rather bothersome ordeal. Tears cascaded down in droplets onto the startlingly pale skin of her hand, upon the crystalline cores, and onto the soiled earth beneath her. She uttered not a single word, simply shedding tears in silence. A peculiar girl, clad entirely in white with a head of snowy hair, squatted desolately by the barren riverbank, her weeping evoking an unsettling atmosphere. Yet, the scene would have appeared markedly improved had another individual with white hair arrived. A red-eyed youth, his hair as white as hers, approached her with utmost caution. Are you all right? His voice, clean and gentle, resonated softly in the stillness. Yuyue cannot hear. Why are you crying? Have you lost your family? The youth persistently inquired. Yuyue, naturally, remained oblivious to the world around her. Her deafness bore its own advantages, allowing her to immerse herself entirely in her own realm. A young boy, seeking to engage her, found a twig and gently prodded her, his voice trembling slightly. What the? Yuyue was startled by the sudden appearance of a stranger. Her tears forgotten. Hastily, she tugged at her hair to shield her body, then lifted her head, regarding the newcomer with a wary expression. Observing her shyness, the boy scratched his head in confusion, pondering why she seemed so bashful yet continued to run about unclothed. Nevertheless, he kindly ventured into the surrounding woods, searching diligently until he returned with a large leaf in hand. As soon as he left, Yuyu hastily gathered all the crystal cores, for they were her sole possession. Alas, they were also the only remnant left to her by Bao Bao, and once consumed, they would vanish forever. She could not allow others to covet them. When the silver-haired youth returned and beheld the wary expression of the little girl, he hesitated for a moment. Yet, he ultimately overcame his trepidation and, with a hint of uncertainty, approached her, extending the leaves toward the girl. Yuyue was not one to be overly sentimental. She took the leaf handed to her and wrapped it around herself. With a strong sense of caution, she boldly inquired, Who are you? How did you come to be here? And why do you wish to speak with me? Observing that the boy before her appeared equally frail and devoid of malice, she paused and added thoughtfully, You are under no obligation to answer my questions, but I appreciate the leaf you've given me. In just a few fleeting seconds, the little girl had uttered quite a number of words, leaving the silver-haired youth somewhat bewildered by her sweet, melodious voice. He stammered, I am Tamil. I came here in search of my sister. She became separated from us due to the celestial stone. After speaking, he nervously fidgeted with his animal skin skirt, glancing at the girl's snow-white hair and animal ears. Suppressing his trepidation, he hesitantly asked, "Which family do you belong to? Did you two become separated from your kin? A young one like you cannot fend for themselves. Perhaps you should accompany me, and we can search for our families together." What was he saying? Yu felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her and then remembered her own limitations. She pointed to her ears and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, but my ears are injured, and I cannot hear anything at the moment." Timo hesitated, gazing compassionately at the girl's ears. From a distance, he had initially thought she was merely a lost rabbit from their clan, as albinism is quite common among rabbits, prompting him to rush over. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered her unusual animal ears and began to feel a sense of fear. He had never seen or heard of any beastman retaining animal ears in their human form. Despite her peculiar appearance, Tomu's innate kindness and sense of morality prevented him from allowing a vulnerable child to wander alone. Moreover, the fact that this child could not hear augmented his compassion. He furrowed his brow with concern, gazing tenderly at the girl. Yu felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, silently retreating a few steps. What on earth was he planning? Was his hearing impairment truly such a hindrance? Seeing her fear, Tomu's heart ached even more. He instinctively reached out to grab her, anxious that she might flee. "What are you doing?" This caused the sensitive Yu, with her impaired hearing and vision, to become irate, baring her teeth fiercely. Becoming accustomed to being fierce like a tiger. The boy was genuinely startled, retreating a few steps in alarm, gazing at her with tearful eyes. Pathetically, he implored, "Please don't be afraid. I merely wish to take you home. I mean no harm." His sincere heart seemed to be in vain, yet he was unwilling to surrender. It was akin to a person wanting to rescue a pitiable stray cat, while the feline, bewildered, could only respond with caution and ferocity, unsheathing its claws. Tumu felt that this only rendered the stray cat more pitiable. What suffering must this innocent creature have endured to be so wary of a well-meaning stranger? After all, in the beast world, there were scarcely any human traffickers. Innocent young ones rarely harbored suspicions towards lucid strangers. The tiger climbed the tree. Yu was oblivious to the extent of her own imagination, observing his snow-white hair. She secretly speculated that he might have mistaken her for someone else. The young man, flustered and gesticulating wildly, was met with the girl's repeated denials, insisting, "No, no. You have the wrong person." With that, she wished to disengage, picking up her small garment and turning to leave. She needed to take advantage of the lingering effects of the crystal core and swiftly seek sustenance. Otherwise, she would be forced to gnaw on the large black fish by morning. I didn't regard you as someone familiar," she said, but his thoughts jumbled by her dismissiveness, stammered a few words before recalling that she could not hear him, and stubbornly pursued her. The more she rejected him, the more exhilarated he became. No, it was not excitement. It was compassion. Why was this not coming to an end? Upon seeing him chase after her, Yue began to run. The more she ran, the more Temu pursued her. The more he pursued, the greater her fear grew. What had once been a pleasantly cordial conversation had unknowingly devolved into a frenzied sprint. Yue, with her head held high and teeth clenched, ran with her eyes shut tight, her body weak from hunger, while the young man relentlessly pursued her from behind. As Yu transformed back into her human form and had scarcely taken a few steps, she found herself compelled to endure a grueling run. Inwardly cursing the brutality of this beastly world, she pondered whether she might be abducted to serve as a laborer. Despite being a robust little tiger, the path before her was treacherous, with the devastation wrought by natural disasters leaving the landscape fragmented and riddled with insurmountable chasms. The survival of both the orcs and the beast appeared to hang by a thread. Even a typical beast would tread carefully in such terrain, let alone Yu, who could barely see for more than a few seconds at a time. She nearly stumbled into a bottomless crevice several times, causing Tumu to break out in a cold sweat. He could not bear the thought of inadvertently causing harm to her, so he refrained from pursuing her further. Regrettably, Yu had surged ahead, oblivious to the absence of footsteps behind her, running with her head held high and a sense of reckless abandon. After an indeterminate period, she finally remembered to glance back, only to discover that the youthful figure had vanished. Truly, she was the offspring of the Tiger clan, possessing such remarkable explosive strength that she had managed to outpace her pursuer in this dire situation. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she took a moment to survey her surroundings, only to find the scene was utterly disheartening. Scorched earth and toppled trees littered the area, leaving her in search of sustenance. With a sigh of resignation, the girl tousled her disheveled hair and began to rummage about. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a rocky outcrop adorned with numerous vines, each bearing clusters of plump, greenish fruits. Eyeing the vines with a mixture of hope and trepidation, Yu swallowed hard. Perhaps it would be best to leave this fruit alone. Despite its modest height, a fall could be perilous. The limited capabilities of a young tiger were not to be underestimated. Yet, as she cast another glance at the abundant fruits that had miraculously survived due to their advantageous location, she found herself reluctant to turn away. After taking a few steps, she hesitated, her youthful face scrunching in contemplation. How could she possibly walk away without at least trying? After all, she was a tiger, a creature meant to embody fearlessness. You suddenly recalled the courageous tigress who had bravely overcome her fear of the Black Panther to save a child. Furthermore, in her memories of that era, there was a renowned tigress queen named Mejili, who left an indelible mark on her heart. This tigress's bravery penned an immortal legend, her deeds passed down through whispers. Although she remained uncertain of her own identity, her interests, and why she was so profoundly affected by so many small creatures. These two mother tigers had now become the impetus for the little tiger to challenge herself. After a moment of hesitation, she determined her path. Her poor eyesight necessitated meticulous planning before action. She realized that if she climbed the resilient banyan tree by the stone wall, she could then leap onto the nearby vines with ease. The little girl darted to the base of the banyan tree, gazed down at her slender hands, and furrowed her brow, silently affirming, "I am not human. I am a tiger." In an instant, the girl transformed back into her familiar little white tiger. With a triumphant roar, she experienced unprecedented ease. The little tiger shook her head, energetically flexing her body, her rear end poised for action. How could a tiger not climb trees? Of course, she could. With a powerful leap, she bounded up the trunk, her claws firmly gripping the bark. Thanks to her small size and light weight, she easily secured herself on the tree, realizing just how effortless climbing could be. Suddenly, a wave of accomplishment flooded her mind. And with confidence at its zenith, her movements became fluid and graceful as she swiftly ascended to the tree's crown. As the success of the first phase drew near, the little tiger pondered how to shift from the trunk to a nearby branch for a brief respite. A sudden, eerie sound echoed ominously around her. Although she heard nothing specific, an unsettling chill enveloped her, prompting her to awkwardly crane her neck upwards. What was that? Nothing was there. Cautiously, she climbed a few more steps. In the darkness, a large owl slowly turned its head, abruptly opening its orange-red eyes wide to fixate on the little white tiger clinging to the trunk. Yuyue, once again, acutely sensed that chilling gaze. With a shiver of trepidation, she hesitated between letting go and risking a fall or mustering the courage to confront the situation. Su, cautiously lifting his head, found himself locking eyes with a large-eyed owl. Hoot. Oh dear. Su quickly shut his eyes, fluffed up his feathers, and thought, "Oh, mighty raptor, surely I cannot contend with you." As she grappled with her indecision and contemplated a strategy, she suddenly felt a claw descending from above. Under the moonlight, Yu instinctively drew her neck in tighter, as the owl perched upon her head, pushing her downwards. Thud, thud, thud. The tiger's head. How could it dare to tread upon such a creature? One could hardly even touch a tiger's backside, yet here it was, trampling the tiger's head, as if to mock her for lacking tattoos. The little tiger, on the verge of giving in, suddenly felt her dignity challenged. Awakening with newfound resolve, she began to struggle against the great bird above, pushing upwards against its claws. "No, I shall not yield. I shall not yield." Hoot. The owl, taken aback, raised its talon, bewildered that it had just been bested. With a serious demeanor, it lowered its claws once more upon the intruder's head, continuing to press her down. Yuyue gritted her teeth and ascended, suddenly extending a claw to swat at the talons perched atop her head. Seizing the moment while the owl remained oblivious, she swiftly maneuvered to a nearby branch. It was then that the little tiger found a moment to catch her breath, casting a frosty glare at the owl beside her before promptly closing her eyelids once more. The owl tilted its head, attempting to nudge her downward, but the little tiger, eyes still shut, impatiently snapped at it. "You're quite something," she seemed to convey, as she bit into a tuft of feathers. The owl, feeling uncomfortable, flapped its wings and finally freed itself from the tiger's grasp. Yuyue savored the sweetness of revenge. In retaliation for the recent slight, she seized an opportune moment to nip at her adversary. The owl, rather foolishly, remained reluctant to abandon its perch on the branch, merely shifting its talons a fraction of an inch away from the tiger cub. Yuyue, had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently from the start. She lacks the understanding of mercy and forbearance, only knowing how to ascend by exploiting others' weaknesses. Harboring an irreconcilable enmity against the tiger's head. Observing the owl as an easy target, Tiger, with unrestrained audacity, pounced upon it. Fortunately, the branches of the banyan tree were robust enough, allowing the little tiger to indulge in a chaotic feast, leaving its fur in disarray. Feathers drifted gracefully to the ground, bearing witness to the owl's plight. After finishing with the owl, Yue boldly continued her ascent, determined to reach a higher point from which she could leap onto the vine-covered wood. The owl, now hesitant, remained quietly nestled on the branch, motionless and as obedient as a statue. No insects or birds fluttering by could coax it into movement. Even a small squirrel darting swiftly up the trunk failed to elicit even the slightest flicker of its eyes. Yuyue, so you were just looking down on me, my friend. With great effort, Huzi managed to ascend to her intended perch, skillfully maneuvering to a nearby branch. Her delicate paws landed gracefully on the limb, and as she looked up, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the distance was far closer than she had anticipated. She briefly assessed her next landing spot, feeling a trickle of sweat form in her palm. This time, she could not afford to leap into the wooden den of the leopard as she had done before. It would be utterly humiliating. Should she miscalculate again and crash into the wrong place, the consequences would be far more severe than a mere headache. No, a terrified and trembling male voice suddenly exclaimed, startling the owl into flapping its wings and soaring upwards. As the little tiger crouched low, preparing to spring, she was abruptly interrupted by the owl's sudden ascent. The little tiger, Yu, found her paw deeply embedded in the tree fork. How unfortunate that this meddlesome creature dared to interrupt her valiant challenge as a fierce tiger. The owl, with its wide, unblinking eyes, gazed intently downwards. What could it possibly be? Curious, the tiger cast a glance below. Goodness, it was quite a height. She shifted her delicate paw, cautiously curling into a ball, and attempted once more to peer down. To her surprise, she spotted the white-haired youth she had just shaken off, now standing below with a look of utter panic etched across his face. At this moment, Tumu's lips quivered slightly, a cold sweat trickling down his back as he extended his hands, fearful that the little tiger might lose her balance and tumble down. After much contemplation, he had deemed it too disheartening to watch the cub wander aimlessly, prompting him to circle back. Suddenly, he stumbled upon the frail tiger precariously perched on the tree fork, naively contemplating a leap. His paternal instincts tightened once more, and he could not refrain from meddling again. Tumu silently squeezed his thigh, having just lost one troublesome little creature, only to encounter another. Though this one was not a beast man, the innocence of such a small cub always tugged at his heartstrings. Yuyue cast a disdainful glance at him, then calmly closed her eyes, intending to continue once he had left. The child's startled antics were greatly disrupting her focus. Hey, little one, make your way down the trunk instead of jumping directly. The boy began to chatter to himself again, but unfortunately, Huzi could not hear a single word. After lying there for half a day, Yu grew somewhat impatient and cast another glance downward. She observed the young boy still straining to stretch his arms, his lips moving in a persistent effort to convey something. Oh dear, are you not tired, my friend? Upon seeing that the little tiger had finally responded, Tumu, believing she had comprehended him, excitedly clapped her hands. With arms outstretched, she fervently called out, come on, come on. Yuyue helplessly buried her head in her paws, lamenting the fact that she had previously informed him of her inability to hear. How could Tumu possibly ascertain whether she could perceive him? He had never connected the little tiger with the girl from before. After all, it is rather unfathomable for anyone to inexplicably associate an animal devoid of a beast core with a beast person. Furthermore, in their rabbit clan, where the population is excessively high and lineage is convoluted, it is a rarity for any rabbit to possess knowledge of events from a millennium ago. Yuyue could no longer contain her impatience and unexpectedly swatted the owl beside her. After all, it had flown into her vicinity of its own accord. The owl was abruptly dislodged, its startled reaction evident. It had not encountered such an experience in its long avian life, save for the time when a larger owl had unceremoniously kicked it from a tree during its fledgling days. Nevertheless, it swiftly acclimated to the situation, flapping its wings and gliding downwards, for it had long found the raucous creature below to be quite irksome. It landed precisely atop Timu's head, unhesitatingly tugging at his white fur. The boy, besieged by the owl, scurried about in distress. After all, as a timid rabbit, he harbored a certain trepidation towards such a formidable bird of prey. Seizing the opportunity while the two were engaged in a tussle, Yuyue wiggled her rear, took a determined leap, and successfully clambered onto the vine laden with abundant fruit. The little tiger cautiously ascended the vine, and to her delight, she discovered that the fruits resembled kiwis. Recognizing a familiar variety eased her apprehension, and she extended her paw to swipe at the fruit, only to find that it would not budge. Surely, such a trickery could not be tolerated. Yuyue, with an air of disbelief, dug her fingers into the juncture of the kiwi and the vine, only to discover that she could not pluck a single fruit from its perch. The little tiger gnawed with its teeth and kicked with its legs, yet the fruit seemed as if it were eternally affixed to the vine, resisting all attempts to dislodge it. Yuyue could hardly fathom that the fruits, which had managed to cling tenaciously to the stone wall even after the cataclysm of an earthquake, could be so easily plucked. Suddenly, a cool breeze swept through, and the owl, having tidied up its disdain for the orc, swooped down decisively, pecking at one of the fruits. To Huzi's astonishment, the fruit fell, bouncing between branches before finally landing on the ground. Oh whoa, you are quite impressive, my friend. The little tiger's ears perked up with delight, her eyes gleaming as she glanced at the owl's beak. Is this the essence of specialization? She wondered. Abruptly, her vision blurred, and Yuyue hastily closed her eyes, realizing once more that she had forgotten. After a brief pause, Huzi affectionately regarded the owl, who was cooing on the vine, and extended her paw to point at the fruits hanging above. Oh will, my good brother, you are truly remarkable. Would you assist me with a small favor? The little tiger felt a twinge of embarrassment for her shamelessness. The owl, oblivious to her thoughts, glanced at the fruits Huzi indicated and tilted its head curiously. Testing the waters, it pecked at another fruit, which dropped with a crackle. The tiger wagged her tail in joy. Truly, the owl was a master at preying on the timid. After having been bullied by Huzi, it readily helped her by dealing with the noisy orc and now came to her aid in harvesting fruits. As time passed and numerous fruits had been gathered, Yuyue let out a cheerful awoo before effortlessly leaping back onto a branch. She fumbled her claws, contemplating for half a day how to descend, only to suddenly realize that while ascending had been easy, descending posed a challenge. The owl, having flapped back, noticed Huzi, who was awkwardly searching for leverage. It tilted its head and called out a couple of coos. Afraid to come down? The owl strutted over, first lowering its gaze to examine the ground below, then giving a gentle kick to the little tiger's rear, helping her to break through her hesitation. Yue, I truly express my gratitude to you, my brother. In a state of panic, the tiger cub, with its head down, grasped the tree trunk haphazardly. It created a minor disruption to its ongoing free fall, yet offered little in the way of cushioning for the descent. This was unforeseen by the owl, which observed the tiger's frantic flailing of its limbs and the uncontrollable speed of its drop, perplexly extending its neck. Bang! The young lad arrived just in time, fortunately catching her before the tiger cub reached the ground. He exhaled deeply in relief, then lay back in a daze, collapsing onto the ground. Indeed, one must not be overly tense, as it can lead to stress. Yue lay dazed upon the frail and slender chest of Tumu, gritting her teeth in pain. It seemed that she had indeed survived, perhaps a testament to the favor bestowed upon transmigrated young women by fate. Upon her descent from the tree, the claws of the tiger had frantically flailed against the trunk. Now, upon closer inspection, she realized that its paws were already drenched in blood. With a pitiful sigh, she gently blew on her little claws, which had been broken. After lying there for a while, her 4 tiny legs finally regained strength. The tiger, feeling somewhat feeble, pushed itself up and, with unsteady steps, approached Tumu's head. Awo, are you all right, young one? Yue extended her tiny claws and scratched his face, instantly leaving several red marks on his fair complexion, making it difficult to discern whether the blood was hers or the boy's. Oh dear. Huzi quickly retracted her claws and took a few steps back. Had she repaid kindness with enmity? The boy lay stiffly on the ground, motionless, which made Huzi feel anxious. In truth, were it not for this individual's chivalry, she might have suffered a severe injury. What to do? What to do? The little tiger anxiously gnawed at her claws when suddenly, she remembered her stash of crystal cores. The blue crystal, surely it would be useful. Yue hurriedly made her way to the roots of the tree. Just before climbing, she had hidden her small garment amidst the grass at the base of the tree. However, as Yue hastily approached, she spotted the very owl from before, busily rummaging through the grass, heedless of her presence, as it pawed through her garments that held all her possessions. Who? What are you doing? The fur along the spine of the tiger bristled with indignation. This bird had just unceremoniously kicked her down, and she had yet to settle the score with it. Now, it audaciously approached to pry at her crystalline core. The owl, keenly aware of its surroundings, felt a surge of sensitivity. It too was startled, frozen in place by the sudden fright from the tiger. Instinctively, it drew in its feathers, tucking them close to its body, and in mere moments, it camouflaged itself as a mere branch on the tree. As Yu lunged forward with a fierce demeanor, she relentlessly chased the owl, causing it to scatter in disarray. After imparting her lesson to the owl, Tiger seized her small garment and returned, unhesitatingly producing a blue crystal and placing it into Tumu's mouth. Noticing that the young boy remained unresponsive for quite some time, she furrowed her brow, her small whiskers twitching in frustration. Alas, this remedy proved ineffective. If Tumu were able to speak, he would certainly inform her that he could not swallow it. Even if the crystal were lodged in his mouth for an entire year, he would remain unresponsive. Yue, sighing in exasperation after serving as a companion for half the day, found the task utterly tedious. Shaking her head, she rose to her feet, resolved to retrieve the fruits that had just fallen. As she clutched a small garment in her mouth and made her way towards the bushes, a sudden thought struck her. Quietly glancing back, she indeed spotted it, the owl, stealthily perched beside Tumu's head, taking advantage of the immobility to audaciously pry open his mouth with its claws in search of the crystal core. Yue took a deep breath, her head throbbing as she shut her eyes and let out a soft groan. The owl froze, nearly startled into a state of alertness once more. It remained motionless for a moment before slowly turning its head, just in time to catch a glimpse of Hu's eye, whose face was contorted in displeasure as he glared at it. In response, the owl hastily approached, adopting a servile demeanor as it waddled over. Noticing its obedient approach, Yue finally felt at ease and turned to gather some fruit. Meanwhile, Tumu, after Hu's eye's departure, began to gradually recover from its stiffness, relying on its innate self-healing abilities. After searching among the bushes for quite some time, Yue finally spotted a fruit on the ground, already softened from a fall. With delight, she eagerly rummaged through the fruit and brought it closer to her nose to inhale its aroma. It truly seemed to be a kiwi. Huzi, having contemplated for a moment, resolutely repeated to himself, "I'm human." Indeed, he transformed into the white-haired young girl, who smiled broadly, having finally grasped the secret to her metamorphosis. As long as one firmly believes in their identity, they shall embody it. She delicately cupped the green, dumpling-shaped fruit in her fair hands, peeled back its skin, and took a bite. The sweet yet slightly tangy flesh filled her mouth. She savored it meticulously, feeling a long-lost nostalgia for this sensation. How vastly different the taste was when she was human. Not caring whether she was starving, she closed her eyes and relished each bite, reminiscing about the familiar fruity aroma. The owl observed in astonishment as the once bullying Huzi transformed into a taller human, momentarily taken aback before being captivated by her enthusiastic eating. With uncertain hoots, it curiously selected a fruit and tentatively pecked at it. Ugh, unpleasant. The owl gagged a couple of times, convinced that only meat deserved to be considered food. Regardless of the circumstances, Yu had indulged in sufficient fruit. Although the sensation of fullness was not overwhelmingly strong, it was adequate. She clapped her hands and noticed a considerable amount of fruit still scattered on the ground, which made her feel a twinge of reluctance. For it had not been easy to find sustenance during this period. She sought out a leaf, carefully wrapping a generous portion of fruit within it, and then secured it tightly with a vine, intending to take the excess with her. Since her eyesight had deteriorated, every task had become somewhat cumbersome. She had adapted to a method of quick, 2-second glances, managing to retain vivid memories of the images she observed. The young girl strolled leisurely with her fruit until she encountered a boy sitting on the ground, lost in thought. For a brief moment, her lively stride faltered. "Ah, my benefactor has awakened. It is a relief to see him conscious," she mused, as a weight lifted from her heart. His peculiar gaze made her cough slightly. Since he was awake, she decided it best not to intrude on him. After all, he would inevitably ramble on about a myriad of topics. She could not hear a single word, and it seemed a waste of his energy. Perhaps it was best to let it be. As the moon quietly made its departure, the young boy remained seated, anxiously awaiting the return of the tiger, his face contorted in confusion as he clutched the crystalline core he had just expelled from his mouth. This was indeed a blue crystal. It felt as though he had been struck by a windfall. For it was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a treasure. In the realm of their rabbit tribe, the highest tier of crystal they had ever possessed was merely a yellow one. Heaven knows, the moment he had extracted it from his mouth, he had nearly let it slip from his grasp in fright. The innocent youth, confronted with such a precious object for the first time, could not bring himself to claim it with a sense of entitlement, no matter how rare it was. Even as his body had stiffened, he had retained some awareness. He only knew that the little tiger had placed it in his mouth. Yet now she had vanished, leaving the boy to sit there in desolation, waiting in vain. Yue, however, carried the fruit as she meandered back towards the riverbank. Fortunately, the numerous fathomless cracks along the path had now transformed into recognizable landmarks. As Yu's eyes fluttered open and closed, she noticed something amiss in a particular area. Beside a charred and dilapidated patch of forest lay a massive, blackened form. Cautiously, she approached, gingerly probing the carcass of the creature, only to discover it was a triangle cow, perished in the flames. One could only imagine the struggle it must have endured as the celestial stone fell, desperately fighting for survival in this unfortunate patch of woodland. Perhaps it was mere steps away from escape, yet it succumbed to its fate at the very edge of the forest. The young girl felt a pang of sorrow. Deeply moved by the harsh realities of life and the relentless struggle for existence, she tugged at the cow's leg, intent on extracting any remaining value from the creature, seeking to discern what sustenance it might still provide. After an extensive period of contemplation, Yue finally managed to procure a piece of rock, from which she meticulously removed the charred exterior and forcefully tore away its flesh. The inner meat appeared to be edible, prompting Yue to abandon her previous reservations and dive into it with fervor. The beef was rather unpalatable, having been inadequately cooked by the flames. The blood had not been drained, nor had honey or salt been added, and most significantly, it was not prepared by Bao Bao. The night breeze was biting cold, and with each bite, her discomfort grew. Suddenly, a memory flashed through her mind, her first invitation from Bao Bao to enjoy meat, which had been this very type of cattle adorned with 3 imposing horns. At that time, she lacked sharp little teeth, struggling for ages yet failing to secure even a morsel. Subsequently, Bao Bao had ceased to hunt such cattle altogether. Now, having finished the meat, Yue gazed longingly at the enormous beast, wrestling with the dilemma of whether to take a piece with her. However, considering the indeterminate number of days that had passed since the calamity and the uncertainty surrounding how long the cow had been dead, she decided against it. Nevertheless, after taking a couple of steps away, she found herself unable to resist the temptation and hurried back. After a moment of deliberation, she resolved to cut a portion for breakfast the following day, convinced that it would still be palatable for another day. Yue wrapped the beef in leaves, silently marveling at her fortuitous luck today. How fortunate she was to find a charred piece of meat by the roadside. Such opportunities may not present themselves again. Living a life of sporadic feasting, she had to cherish these hard-earned morsels. Having finally filled her belly, the young girl trudged through the night towards the riverbank. She hastily gathered a pile of leaves, donned her precious garment, and, using the sky as her blanket, settled beside a small tree by the river. Meanwhile, the boy awaiting the return of the crystal core remained in his vigil for an entire day and night. It was only later, when nearby tribesfolk stumbled upon him, that they carried the slumbering child back. At the crack of dawn the following day, the black fish surfaced early, leaping and splashing, yet failing to catch sight of the tiger on the shore. Where has he gone? Is he staying or leaving? The black fish, frustrated, thrashed about in the water, but no one paid him any mind. In a fit of anger, he swam to the riverbank and rolled on the dry ground. After a while, when the water had dried from his scales, he transformed into a man with ebony hair and eyes, with a stern countenance. His dark pupils seemed to flicker with an inner fire as he strode purposefully towards the pile of leaves, unceremoniously tossing the tiger into the water without a glance. What kind of scoundrel would disturb someone peacefully resting? Grumbled the little tiger, paddling with its legs as it surfaced, abruptly opening its eyes. It locked gaze with the brooding man on the shore. The man's inky pupils widened uncontrollably, at times consumed entirely by darkness. How terrifying, thought the little tiger. Yue decisively closed her eyes, her mind drifting to the thought of submerging herself completely in the water. Oh, mother, this person appears exceedingly strange. Acting on her impulse, she plunged into the depths, attempting to swim away unnoticed. However, her pursuer had no intention of letting her escape. The man leapt into the water with an ease that suggested he was at home in this element. With a casual yet deft motion, he swiftly retrieved the little tiger, who was kicking vigorously beneath the surface. Yue, trembling with trepidation, dared not meet his gaze. His eyes were truly terrifying. "Why do you not dare to look at me?" he inquired, tilting his head, his voice calm yet menacing. Yue hears nothing, yet she can close her eyes and retract her neck, feigning death. This infuriates the black fish even more. His agitation intensifies, and the profound darkness in his eyes seems to swell, nearly consuming the entirety of his pupils. "Why do you not respond when I call you?" The black fish continues menacingly, shaking the tiger in his hand with increasing fervor. Yue felt a wave of nausea wash over her as she was compelled to lift her gaze and glance at him. Yet, unable to meet his eyes again, she averted her gaze and inadvertently noticed the faint purple mark on his forehead. This nearly imperceptible violet crystal imprint, almost on the verge of vanishing, was accentuated by his fair, almost translucent complexion. Yue gazed dazedly at the mark on his forehead, her eyes suddenly clouded with confusion. With the familiarity of repeated encounters, she remained calm this time, adeptly closing her eyes for a brief respite. The purple tear beast man. Indeed, the leopard was a purple tear beast man, and the little tiger, who spent day and night in close proximity to the leopard, was most acquainted with that mark. Yet, why was this person's mark so faint? Could it be related to his peculiar eyes? Having been deeply wronged, her heart locked away from love. The man observed the little tiger as she shifted her gaze from the water to the sky, then closed her eyes, displaying an unmistakable reluctance to engage in conversation with him. With a sudden, rough motion, he unceremoniously tossed her back into the water. "What is wrong with you? Do you have some sort of disorder?" When Yue finally regained her composure and surfaced, cursing under her breath, she found the man intently staring at the reflection in the water. After a period of vigilance without any movement from him, she seized the opportunity while he was lost in thought, swiftly paddling her way to the shore, where she rummaged through the pile of fallen leaves to retrieve the food she had brought back the previous evening. The little tiger ate hastily, eager to fill her belly before the man might spiral into madness again. As the night air turned frigid, she finished the now hardened beef, feeling as if she had swallowed a piece of wood, and promptly moved to the water's edge to quench her thirst. "Huh? Where did that man go?" Yue tilted her head, noticing the absence of the man. "Hurry up. What are you staring at? We've been waiting for you." The large black fish splashed irritably in the water. The little tiger, splattered with water, sneezed due to the chilly breeze. Shaking her head, she quickly picked up the prepared fruit and leaped into the water, shivering as she lay on the back of the black fish. Stretching her neck, she scrutinized the creature for some time, eventually spotting what appeared to be a crystal core atop its head, the dark beast crystal nearly blending with its skin tone. Indeed, that man was the black fish. Both were equally fierce and uncouth. As they progressed, Yue's fur quickly dried in the wind, her face etched with a pitiful expression. She regretted not having asked the black fish earlier about their destination. Just the day before, upon awakening, she had only this life-saving fish beside her, and she had accepted being carried along without struggle. Now, having returned to the shore, she found herself following him once more. Yue dared not raise her gaze to the sun, yet by observing the shadows cast by the treetops along the riverbank, she could discern that they were drifting northwest. In truth, regardless of the direction they swam, the distance between her and leopard would inevitably widen. Her claws curled slightly, and a pang of anxiety suddenly gripped Yue. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a blue crystal and popped it into her mouth. Today, the black fish had proven rather accommodating. They had been swimming for a considerable part of the day, and despite the wind-stiffening tiger, who shuffled his small feet multiple times without losing his temper, perhaps the recent transformation had drained his energy? Yue speculated quietly. Taking a moment to compose herself, she consumed another crystal. It dawned on her that, with such an abundance of cores, it was far safer to ingest them. After all, only by entering her stomach could they truly belong to her. After consuming 3 crystals, Tiger could scarcely endure the overwhelming sensation of burning blood, nearly toppling into the water. Now, however, her discomfort had dissipated. She felt so warm that she yearned to plunge headlong into the river. The great black fish continued its journey, unaware of which forest it had traversed. This woodland still boasted a fair number of surviving trees. Shadows of birds flitted through the foliage, hinting at a lingering vitality. In stark contrast to the desolate, dilapidated places they had passed earlier, this vibrant scene was a refreshing sight. Suddenly, a cacophony of chirps approached from afar. Although Yue could not hear the noise, she could see a flock of plump, fluffy birds flitting towards them. The curious little tiger stretched its neck to observe. The chubby birds, upon noticing the unfamiliar tiger on the river's surface, flocked over in intrigue, reminiscent of children rushing out of school. Their collective curiosity was likely fueled by the harmless aura she exuded. The little birds jostled one another, some even daring to alight upon the little tiger's head, nose, and rear, until, ultimately, they completely enveloped Tiger. Yue did not feel offended. Rather, she found the situation intriguing and amusing, for the little birds were undeniably adorable. She extended her paw, and a small bird willingly perched upon it, gently pecking at her soft paw pad with an affectionate demeanor that made the little tiger beam with delight. In the realm of joy and sorrow, human emotions often fail to intersect. The little tiger, deaf to the commotion, could not perceive the cacophony. But the large black fish felt overwhelmed by the sheer noise of the birds, which was quite unbearable. In a sudden twist, he flipped over and, with a splash, inadvertently swallowed one unfortunate little creature. The chubby little birds immediately scattered in panic, flapping their wings in a frenzied escape. How? Goodness, brother, you are a fish. What do you intend to do with birds? Yue, in a state of alarm, clung desperately to the fish's head, wishing for it to regurgitate her. What an adorable little fluffball she was. Yet, the large black fish, overwhelmed by the ticklish sensation of her tiny body, instinctively expelled her without a second thought. The unfortunate creature narrowly escaped the peril of being swallowed, only to be carelessly spat into the river, with her damp feathers weighing her down. She could no longer take flight. The once sprightly bird had now become a drenched little wretch, pitifully flapping her wings in the water. Yue perched upon the back of the black fish, extending her claws to fish out the unfortunate bird. She waved her claws in an attempt to summon the little chubby birds that were about to take flight, hoping to bring them and their companions back home. They complied readily, seemingly forgetting the recent fright, as with a single wave from Tiger, they all fluttered back. The sudden assault by the black fish was entirely cast aside. A few responsible little birds banded together to lift the unfortunate creature, wobbling as they took to the skies. Watching their precarious flight, Tiger couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for them. She turned to wave at the remaining birds, fearing that if they lingered, the black fish might strike again. And this time, she could be its target. Oh, what delightful little beings they were. Living alongside them must be a heartwarming experience. Sighing, she found herself longing for the company of her beloved Totoro and cotton beasts. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted as she recalled a fleeting glimmer that had caught her eye. With a defiant blink, she opened her eyes wide again. How dare those troublesome little fluffballs steal Tiger's crystal core? Her once pure-hearted enthusiasm was tragically betrayed, leading her to resolve to lock her heart away forever. The little tiger cast a final glance at the blue crystal being whisked away by two mischievous birds, instinctively scratching the air in frustration. That's enough. Don't think my temper has softened, the blackfish warned with a flick of its tail. Yue tightened her grip nervously, settling down obediently, refraining from any erratic movements. Each day, as she labored over her writing, she battled the bug swirling in her mind, often losing herself in the flow of words only to remember afterward that Huji was now deaf. In the Kalan tribe, a man dozing in a tree hollow suddenly furrowed his brows and sat up abruptly. What are you doing? A giant snake coiled around a tree, its upper body swaying as it poked its head through the entrance, its face devoid of expression as it inquired about him. Did you hear IUS call too? Shun embraced himself to get out of bed, his face lit with anticipation. It has come to this, Shilon murmured, his expression grim. The little tiger was dead. It seemed the blow to the Black Panther had rendered him delirious with hallucinations. After all, the Black Panther was a formidable ruler of the forest. Shunin disregarded whether Shilon had heard or not. His own ears were keenly attuned to IU's voice, one he recognized intimately. It must be her. IU is surely nearby. With a surge of determination, he swung his legs off the bed and retrieved two amethyst crystals from his space, tossing them into his mouth. Though these two crystals provided negligible energy, less than what he could have drawn from burning a beast core, they were all he had. The man strode purposefully out of the treehouse. But as soon as he stepped outside, he collapsed with a thud. The snake, seemingly predicting this outcome, nonchalantly coiled its tail around him and leisurely tossed him back onto the bed. At that moment, Kong Sanyuan approached with a grin, peering through the doorframe at the bed. He scratched his head, curious about the giant snake. So, that purple tear beast man has awakened? Yes, he's just getting up to stretch after a long sleep. As he spoke, Shilan's gaze, as lifeless as a stagnant well, swept over Kong Sanyuan's shock of white hair. His lake blue eyes fixated intently on the plumes atop Kong Sanyuan's head. Kong Sanyuan felt a shiver run down his spine under Shilan's scrutiny and instinctively touched the feathers on his head. Is it unappealing? He wondered if the man was coveting his plumage. As a handsome and elegant male of the peacock tribe, having his feathers admired was an honor, irrespective of the admirer's race or gender. He hesitated for a moment, but under the heavy pressure from the snake, he finally stammered awkwardly. I'm in a bit of a feather awkward phase. Perhaps I can show them to you later when they grow back? How infuriating it was to have to admit that his feathers were lacking. He was the pride of all the men in his tribe. Of course, he had given his tail feathers to the woman he cherished, and he felt no shame in that. Well, perhaps being bare-bottomed was a tad embarrassing. Shilon was puzzled, wondering why Kong Sanyuan was spouting such peculiarities. Who would want his feathers? What use would a sleek snake have for bird feathers? As he witnessed the proud peacock twisting and turning awkwardly, the snake furrowed its brow and shifted back slightly. Then, with an abrupt interruption, it asked, Can you transform into beast form? I would like to see. Kong Sanyuan looked at him in shock. Surely this was not merely an appreciation of his plumage, it felt rather perverse. Although both beastmen and human forms were nothing to be ashamed of, and one could roam about unabashedly in their bare skin. Such inquiries from others felt quite rude. It was akin to someone earnestly asking if you could take off your clothes for their viewing pleasure. Unwilling? Jilan, noticing Kong Sanyuan's discomfort, grew impatient, and his tail thumped against the ground with a loud crack, causing leaves to rain down from the trees. Kong Sanyuan felt a rush of anxiety. The more the snake insisted, the more he felt like he was being humiliated. A man of the peacock tribe could not allow himself to appear spineless. I refuse. Before he could finish his protest, Kong Sanyuan was unceremoniously knocked to the ground. He turned back in anger, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, only to be met with the icy visage of Kongyu, a stunning beauty. He quickly scrambled to his feet, straightening his feathered attire, striking a dashing pose as he leaned casually against the doorframe. In a gentle yet passionate tone, he addressed the woman. Ayu, what brings you here? Have you missed me? Why are you slacking off? What about the construction of our home? What about the future of the tribe? Kongyu's voice was stern, and she unexpectedly prodded his armpit, causing him to yelp in surprise, silencing his bravado. Ayu, it's not that I'm being lazy. It's this snake. He's threatening me to transform for him. Kong Sanyuan wore a face of indignation mixed with rebellion as he complained to the most powerful woman in the tribe. Shilan paused, puzzled. Was he really a threat? Why did this bird look so victimized? The snake's irritation grew, and it instinctively whipped its tail, producing a series of sharp cracks against the earth. Kongyu pinched the bridge of her nose, knowing full well how imaginative Kong Sanyuan could be. Taking a deep breath, she addressed Shilan with a hint of resignation. Esteemed guest of the blue tier, do you require assistance? Shilan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. Did he require assistance? No. He merely wished to see the beast form of this proud peacock. Realizing this, he spoke his thoughts aloud. Kongyu and Kong Sanyuan exchanged glances, thinking he was upset and ignoring them, and they both began to awkwardly withdraw. Little did they know he was simply deep in thought. Kongyu nudged Kong Sanyuan at the waist, urging him to consider transforming back into his beast form to appease their agitated guest. After all, he usually reveled in flaunting his beautiful white plumage. Why was he acting coy now? Kong Sanyuan inhaled deeply. Why was he hesitating? Who had tricked him into losing his tail feathers? He felt he was sacrificing for the tribe, enduring humiliation, and Ayu could not possibly claim he was slacking off now. He paused, pushing the woman outside to shield her from his embarrassment. Then he transformed back into the elegant, beautiful white peacock he had been. Save for the absence of his tail feathers, he cautiously concealed his bare backside. Why is your plumage entirely white? Shilan suddenly inquired. The great white peacock was taken aback but quickly shifted back to his human form. Scratching his head, he explained, it's albinism. Our peacock family has quite a few albino members, and of course, I am the most exquisite among them. Intrigued, Shilan pressed further. What is albinism? Can other animals also be albino? Kong Sanyuan, somewhat understanding Shilan's intention, raised an eyebrow and replied with a grin. Ah, so you fancy white fur too? Indeed. Other animals can be albino as well. However, you, my friend, may not have the opportunity to become a white snake. We are born albino. I inherited it from my mother, who is an albino peacock. Kong Sanyuan took pride in his white plumage. Shilan's eyes widened in realization. So that little white tiger was also an example of this so-called albinism? Are you suggesting a tragic end? Is that tuft of hair atop your head also a result of your transformation? Huh. Kong Sanyuan was momentarily flummoxed, uncertain as he retorted. Isn't your snakeskin skirt also a part of your transformation? With a resolute determination to reclaim what was his, he focused his thoughts and effortlessly dispelled the tuft of feathers adorning his head. It was at this moment that Shilan realized the distinct difference between his crown and that of the woman, who sported a pair of beastly ears atop her head. Wait a moment, what kind of creature transforms into such a pair of white beast ears? A woman with white hair and beast ears, perhaps a whitewashed little tiger? The oppressive aura surrounding the great serpent deepened, prompting him to question whether he had been deceived from the outset. No wonder, it seemed, that for Shunan, losing a pet felt akin to losing a life. The truth was, they were companions. He flicked his tail in indignation, feeling utterly played by the two of them. Meanwhile, by a certain river, the little tiger, a Chiyo, sneezed twice, rubbed its nose, and pondered whether some unfortunate soul was lurking in a corner cursing her, or if it was merely the chill of the recent weather. Kong Sanyuan, however, felt a sense of trepidation at the sudden low pressure emanating from Shilan and cautiously retreated while he was lost in thought. Just as he stepped outside, he collided head-on with a plump little bird, which chirped excitedly in his ear. Where have you been soaking? He asked, taking the damp little creature into his hands with a nonchalant tone. The little birds chirped in a chaotic chorus. No worries, just stand here for a while, and you'll dry off, he replied, unable to comprehend their language, and placed the bird on a nearby branch before strolling away. The other little birds affectionately surrounded him as he departed. After all, a handsome and beautiful male peacock always attracted a multitude of admirers. And Kong Sanyuan's supporters were evidently these little birds. As soon as the man left, the unfortunate little bird was swept away by the strong wind. A chubby little bird, proudly clutching a blue crystal, landed on Kong Sanyuan's shoulder. The man cast a casual glance, nearly causing his eyes to pop out in astonishment. My dear ancestor, where did you find this? He exclaimed, snatching up the little bird. When had blue crystals become so ubiquitous that even a small creature could stumble upon one? At that moment, another little bird, also carrying a blue crystal, fluttered by, dancing in front of him. Kong Sanyuan's eyes widened as he stammered. You. Come quickly. The great white peacock summoned his kin, and it wasn't long before the entire clan learned about the discovery of crystal nuclei outside, especially the high-grade ones. Meanwhile, after a prolonged period of unconsciousness, Shunin finally awoke, staring blankly at the top of the tree hollow, contemplating whether he could muster the strength to sit up. Even if you manage to rise, you won't be able to exit this door, the great serpent remarked, leaning against the wall and gazing vacantly. Not even bothering to cast a glance in his direction. Stunned, Shunin suddenly produced a large handful of purple crystal nuclei from his space and began to stuff them into his mouth. While the birds outside were elated over finding 2 blue crystals, this man was already indulging in his own freedom with the purple crystals within the dilapidated tree hollow. Though he had been languid these past 2 years, he had accumulated a substantial stockpile during his earlier escapades. Initially, Xilan had envied and resented him for his wealth and wastefulness, but witnessing him carelessly cram the crystals into his mouth, she realized that if an ordinary beastman were to do the same, they would have succumbed to lethal overdose by now. The serpent was taken aback, for the first time. He felt a sense of disappointment in the slothful man, akin to the feeling of iron not turning to steel. He grabbed Shuinan's arm and spoke coolly. Are you in such a haste to join the little tiger in death? The blood within Shunin began to sear painfully. Perhaps the overwhelming influx of purple crystals was more agonizing than the first time the tiger had ingested yellow crystals, yet he seemed oblivious to the discomfort. He only gazed steadfastly into Shilan's eyes, adamantly asserting she was truly nearby just now. It was not an illusion. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. I shall help you search, the serpent said, swallowing hard and maintaining a stoic expression. However, you must not consume any more, he added, gathering the pile of purple crystals that lay beside Shunin and nonchalantly stowing them away. If you continue, you may very well find yourself crossing over to the beast god to reunite with your tiger. After Shilan departed, Shunin covered his face with his hand and lay silently for a while. Then, he carelessly retrieved another handful of purple crystals, tossing them into his mouth one by one. Shilan wandered aimlessly around the Sparrow Forest tribe, while the serpent loathed tasks without purpose. There was not a trace of the tiger's scent, and his motivation to search relied entirely on the Black Panther's whimsical assertion that she had been there. Upon seeing a group of birds gathered, chattering excitedly, he pinched the bridge of his nose in irritation and pulled out a tall and striking young girl from the crowd. What is the commotion about? He inquired, his voice icy and imposing. The girl, although robust in appearance, was timid, casting a nervous glance at the serpent. Our tribe's little birds have found 2 blue crystals outside. Shilan immediately lost interest and dismissed her. It's just blue crystals. What is there to be excited about? I have an abundance of purple crystals, he retorted. The serpent, hands behind his back, leisurely continued to survey the Sparrow Forest tribe. In truth, the Black Panther had provided that little tiger with a considerable amount of blue crystals, tucked away within the garments made from his shed skin. With a sigh, Shilan turned and hurried back to seek out the flock of peacocks. I heard they found them by the river, the girl said, swallowing hard and cautiously observing the return of the Azure Beastman. Oh dear, this Azure Beastman is quite fierce. Our tribe leader has such a gentle disposition. Kong Sanyuan interjected. Oh, who are you saying has a good temper? Shilan received the desired news and hurried towards the riverbank without a glance back, lamenting that one could scarcely grasp the crystalline cores of others. Upon arriving at the riverbank, the scene before her elicited an involuntary flick of her tail as her mood soured. It turned out that numerous orcs from the Sparrow Forest tribe, having caught wind of the news, had whimsically flocked to this place in search of crystalline cores. She scoffed, wondering who possessed such an abundance of blue crystals to simply abandon for their collection. Wandering along the riverbank, she endeavored to seek any traces left by tigers. Yet the outcome was evident. There was nothing, not a hint of the feline presence remained. Returning empty-handed, she resignedly closed her eyes and tilted her head back, fatigue urging her to succumb to slumber on the spot. How had she inexplicably come to believe that the blue crystal was discarded by the little white tiger? Surely, the enchantment of Shonan had already infected her. Standing quietly for a while, Shilan opened her eyes, her deep, tranquil gaze cast upon the waters. A few strands of white fur drifted languidly at the edge of the land-water boundary, capturing her attention. She crouched down and picked up 2 strands of the white fur from the water, examining them closely. Then, with a slight furrow of her brow, she paused before bringing them to her nose for a sniff. There was nothing. The strands bore hardly any scent belonging to any creature. This was intriguing. How could fur lack even the faintest trace of an animal's scent? Furthermore, orcs possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Even a hair that had fallen from its owner 10 or 15 days prior would not have completely lost its scent to the extent that it would be undetectable. Even an old, discarded hair should at least convey some hint of its species. Lost in thought, the great serpent raised the strands of fur in hand, and under the sunlight, they appeared almost translucent. Meanwhile, the large black fish laboring in the water felt a twinge of confusion. He could distinctly sense that compared to yesterday. The tiger on his back had evidently grown considerably. Why was the cub maturing so swiftly? The ancient spirit of the elm moon lay sprawled upon the back of the fish, gnawing at her claws, oblivious to her own growth, only aware that her talons had once again returned. Yesterday, she had fallen from a tree, resulting in the unfortunate breaking of a significant portion of her claws, which compounded the already arduous existence of the tiger. Now, this profound dilemma had been swiftly resolved, prompting the tiger to marvel at the efficacy of the blue crystal fruit. The sole regret was that the kiwi fruit brought back yesterday had been overturned into the water when the black fish flipped over to catch a bird. The two, each lost in their own thoughts as they journeyed, were taken aback when, to the tiger's astonishment, the black fish had already found a suitable resting place before nightfall. Before Yu could fully prepare herself, she was abruptly tossed onto the shore by a powerful flick of the blackfish's tail. She scratched her head in confusion. Glancing around her surroundings, the sky was merely a touch dim, leading her to wonder why they had halted their journey so early today. Instinctively, she turned her gaze back to the river, only to discover that the surface was already adorned with delicate shards of ice. Goodness. It shouldn't be cold enough for this before winter has even arrived, even if there is a significant temperature difference between day and night. It seems improbable for ice to start forming before nightfall. After a moment of contemplation, Yu let out a series of howls towards the river. The large black fish submerged within the waters swiftly responded to her summons, splashing her face with an irritable flick of its tail. Pausing for a brief moment, it recalled the futility of communicating with her, much like the time it had cooperatively emerged from the depths for no discernible reason. The cacophony of her calls felt like an utter waste of time, and with that thought, it flicked its tail once more, preparing to descend back into the depths. Yu hurriedly howled a few more times, attempting to retain him. The big black fish exclaimed, "Speak quickly if you have something to say, and let it out if you have something to release." Yu reached into her clothing and retrieved a blue crystal, extending it toward him with her claws. Upon seeing the blue crystal, the dark fish paused momentarily, hesitating for a brief moment before leaping ashore, transforming instantaneously into a man. The man took the crystal from her claws, somewhat bewildered, and stared blankly at the crystal in his hand. Taking advantage of the moment, Yu slipped behind the tree and transformed back into her human form, wrapping a large leaf around herself. She touched her face, feeling as if she had grown a little larger. She appeared to have aged 2 or 3 years, and compared to the frail little girl of yesterday, she seemed less delicate. "Thank you for saving me," the girl's voice rang out, crisp yet gentle, as she cautiously approached the man. The great black fish was lost in thought, pondering the familiar object in his hand, wondering what it truly was. Suddenly, a strange woman appeared beside him, causing his emotions to become unstable once more. He abruptly lifted his head, casting a fierce glare, as if he were more adept at the art of intimidation than even the tiger before him. In an instant, his dark pupils began to dilate again. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Yu felt a flutter of anxiety, fearing he might suddenly lose control. Cautiously, she retreated behind a tree, touching her pristine white hair. She anxiously explained, "Please don't be agitated, I am the white tiger." Yu cast a puzzled glance at her snow-white hair and beastly ears, yet gradually relaxed, refraining from questioning how she had unexpectedly transformed into a human. In a deep, resonant tone, he inquired, "What is this? And why are you giving it to me?" If Yu could hear his voice, she would undoubtedly scoff at its hoarse quality, rivaling that of a cotton beast. Alas, the tiger could not hear him. She awkwardly observed his lips moving and said, "I apologize, my ears are injured, and I cannot hear what you are saying." The man was momentarily taken aback, realizing why she had previously appeared so disinterested in their conversation. With this understanding, his anger inexplicably surged anew. He thought to himself, why hadn't she mentioned her hearing loss sooner, saving him from needless frustration? Brother Yu, where exactly are we headed?" Yu timidly interjected, interrupting the man who was sulking in silence. Distracted from his thoughts, he instinctively frowned and shot her an irritated glance. However, considering her inability to hear, he slowly articulated 2 words, ensuring she could read his lips. "Home." "Huh?" Yu, somewhat perplexed and hesitant, scratched her rear and inquired uncertainly, "Home? Which home are we returning to?" The man, irked, twisted his neck and inhaled deeply, replying with palpable impatience, "What other home could there be but mine?" Although his voice was inaudible, Yu felt compelled to retract her neck in response to his formidable presence. Determined not to be outdone in bravado, she shut her eyes and retorted, "I don't care which home you speak of. I wish to stay, to return to my own home, where my family awaits me." Those who struggle with hearing often raise their voices, and Yu, oblivious to the fact that she had nearly shouted, let her frustration pour forth like a deluge. Despite her waning fervor, the man cast a surprised glance her way, taken aback by the sudden transformation of the previously gentle girl into one so flustered. It was clearly you who was flustered first. Casting a disdainful glance at her, the big black fish continued to speak to itself. "Going home? Your home was long ago reduced to rubble and consumed by flames. If it weren't for my kind-heartedness in bringing you out, you would have been cooked at the bottom of the river." Yu found herself overwhelmed by the incessant chatter of the person beside her, unable to grasp any of the words, leaving her feeling a mix of helplessness and sorrow as she squatted on the ground, drawing circles. Despite having consumed several blue crystals, her ears showed no signs of improvement, while her eyes had begun to recover, allowing her to focus on objects for longer periods. Frustrated, she fished another blue crystal from her pocket and placed it in her mouth. After wandering for just a few days, her supply of crystals had dwindled significantly. She hoped that with the remaining ones, she could regain her health and vitality. The anxious young girl remained oblivious to the calculating gaze fixated on her from a nearby tree, where a pair of eyes observed her intently. Where was his home? The great black fish sat alone on the ground, puzzled as to why the little tiger did not wish to return home with him. Yet, what truly puzzled him was his own desire to go back. Where was his home? Why had he left? What did it look like? The memories were beginning to fade. It seemed he had merely followed the river to this point. After so long as a fish, that was all he could recall. He had even lost the memory of his last transformation into human form. Over the years, he had quietly resided in the river, seldom disturbed or provoked. Had it not been for the little tiger's earlier anger, he might not have suddenly recalled the sensation of transformation. Since arriving in this inexplicable place, his days had been consumed by a constant struggle between his reason and overwhelming burst of rage. He had grown weary of such a life, longing to escape his predicament. However, as a fish with fading memories, he had no idea where to go. The onset of the rainy season had stirred many fallen beasts into activity, challenging him to maintain his long-held composure. He had even begun to feel an unusual sense of unease, recognizing the rain as its source. He forced himself into a slumber, intending to pass the time in a state of detachment. Not even the striking down of heavenly stones could rouse him from his sleep. Yet, on that fateful day, when the little tiger fell into the water, the scent of blood inexplicably jolted him awake. Regaining his composure, he gazed at the almost collapsing scenery around him and could only rely on instinct to guide him toward the direction of his lost memories of home. As the great black fish pondered the direction of his fishy existence, he suddenly felt a soft finger gently poke his back. The man paused, turning to look at Yuyue, inquiring, "What is it?" "Oh, why the sudden improvement in your mood?" Yuyue raised an eyebrow, stroking her chin. Convinced that her earlier assertiveness had made him fully aware of his mistakes, this was what it meant to lose gracefully. "I'm off to find food now. That blue crystal I just gave you is a token of my gratitude." After a moment's thought, she added, considering that he was a purple tier beast man, perhaps akin to a wealthy landowner like Leopard, who would hardly value the blue crystal. Tossing her head back slightly, she continued, "This is my only valuable possession. If you find it lacking, I shall have no choice but to be ungrateful." The man, however, merely waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to leave. After Yu departed, he continued to scrutinize the blue crystal in his hand, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. His subconscious whispered that this object was meant to be consumed, and that familiar sensation made him feel as though he had savored it countless times before. After a moment of contemplation, he tossed the blue crystal directly into his mouth and bit down carelessly. The man winced as the hard surface pressed against his teeth, reigniting a suppressed desire within him. In frustration, he discarded the crystal into the underbrush, disliking the coldness that enveloped him. Thus, the large black fish lay on the ground, indifferent to its surroundings, as it endured the chilly breeze. "This is the only valuable possession I have," echoed the little girl's words in his mind, prompting him to bury his head in the grass. He wondered, what treasure could a mere unyielding stone possibly hold? When his temper flared, he resembled a bulldozer, not searching for something but rather obliterating the very landscape itself. Yuyue was oblivious to these matters. Who could have anticipated that a purple-tier orc like him would find himself in a situation where he could not even recognize a crystal core? Man is like iron, and food is like steel. She meandered in the vicinity, endeavoring to discover something edible. After much contemplation along the way, she ingeniously twisted and tied a snake's shed skin onto her arm. Though not particularly aesthetically pleasing, it was certainly convenient for carrying. This was her most treasured possession, and she would not entrust it to anyone, specifically referring to the black fish. The area was replete with shrubs, which seemed to survive better. This particular region had hardly been affected by the earthquake. Yuyue had initially hoped to chance upon a few more fruits to savor, but to her surprise, she stumbled upon a living creature instead. A small deer, seemingly not too large, stood unperturbed beside a thicket, indulging in the tender leaves. In a fleeting moment, Yuyu's heart fluttered. This was the first time in days that she encountered a suitable prey, a creature that appeared to be within her capability to tackle. Gripping tightly the sharp, forked branch she had casually picked up along the way, she stealthily approached the fawn. Little did she realize, her own deafness rendered her oblivious to the sound she produced, the nervous gasps and the crunch of leaves beneath her feet. What she deemed a subtle approach was, in the eyes of the fawn, a brazen advance, bold and ill-intentioned. Before she could close the distance for an attack, the fawn suddenly lifted its head, spotting her. Without a moment's hesitation, it swiftly propelled itself away, its long legs propelling it into the distance with remarkable speed. Yuyue, without a moment's hesitation, pursued the little deer, closely trailing behind. This is the peculiar nature of the beast folk. Even in humanoid form, they can exhibit speeds unimaginable to ordinary humans. As she ran, she muttered under her breath about the absurd caution of a mere fawn, despite her own carefulness. The deer, seemingly unfazed, retorted, "You may be deaf, but I am not. Thank you very much." Before long, the pair found themselves by a small stream in the depths of the forest, where the frightened fawn leapt into the water without a second thought. Alas, no matter how agile the deer may be, it could not withstand the stamina derived from the crystal cores that the young girl had consumed. Soon enough, she caught up to it, brandishing a tree branch in pursuit, her hunger driving her forward. As Yu beheld victory within her grasp, she remained unhurried, casually wielding a branch and casting it forth like a javelin. The slender fawn was struck down in an instant. Before it could rise, Yu swiftly pounced, pinning its neck with decisive force. Yu sat upon the back of the fawn, observing its futile struggles, as if it were desperately clinging to every fleeting chance for survival. Ah! This merciless world of the survival of the fittest. A pang of sorrow welled up within her, for this marked the second time the tiger had taken a life. Gritting her teeth, she plunged a sharp branch into its neck, decisively ending the fawn's existence. After a while, the young girl found herself by the riverbank. Tears streaming down her cheeks as she ravenously gnawed on the bloody leg of the deer. Even though it was raw flesh, she savored each bite with unrestrained delight. What could possibly bring the tiger greater satisfaction than indulging in a feast of fresh meat? Once her hunger was sated, the sky swiftly darkened, and having finished the deer, Yu resolved to return to the riverbank. She possessed a keen awareness of her limitations, recognizing that she was only capable of confronting fawns. Remaining alone in the wilderness at such an hour was far from prudent. The longer she lingered in this world, the more familiar she became with its flora and fauna. Moreover, the cataclysm had drastically altered the landscape, leaving behind an array of deep ravines. Now, even if she wandered far into the forest, she could nearly retrace her way back. Yet, it was evident that Lady Luck would not remain by her side for long on her journey home. She seemed to encounter trouble. In the face of uncertainty, she dared not act recklessly. With her left hand, Yu grasped the remaining deer leg, while her right hand wielded the weapon she had recently found rather effective, a sharp forked branch. Crouching cautiously behind the dense grass, she observed the lush thicket ahead. Having completed an assignment just before midnight, she found herself unable to finish the revisions. Alas, my apologies to those who have already seen it. I have only now made the corrections. In this moment of anticipation, she hoped that within the underbrush lay a creature she could easily handle alone. The grass rustled softly, and Yu silently closed her eyes, gathering her strength. 3, 2, 1. Yu suddenly opened her eyes, only to discover a somber-faced gray wolf emerging from the thicket. She cursed inwardly, questioning the need for a carnivore to meddle at such a moment. A young white tiger taking on a robust adult gray wolf? Surely, this was a jest. Confronted with an opponent of such imposing size, transforming back into a smaller beast did not seem like a prudent choice, unless, of course, one considered flight. The gray wolf, keenly perceptive, had already spotted the young girl clutching a deer leg. Before Yu could devise a strategy, it lunged decisively towards her hiding place in the grass. Good heavens! As the formidable gray wolf barreled towards her without so much as a warning, Yu reacted swiftly. She relinquished the deer leg in pain and seized a tree branch, plunging it forcefully into the wolf's gaping maw, which reeked of blood. The wolf, abruptly interrupted in its pursuit, gagged instinctively, its reflexes causing it to clamp down on the branch. Embracing the moment, Yu seized the opportunity while the gray wolf was engaged with the branch. With one hand gripping the branch firmly, she clenched her other hand into a small fist and delivered a series of vigorous blows to the wolf's large head. Despite the diminutive size of her fists, akin to that of a bun, Yu had consumed a considerable amount of the rare blue crystal, granting her unexpected strength. Though she appeared as a mere young girl, she possessed a surprising amount of power. The gray wolf, momentarily disoriented from the unexpected assault, was nonetheless a seasoned beast. And it was not particularly challenging for it to contend with a girl who merely had strength without experience. With a sharp snap, it bit down fiercely, shattering the branch in its jaws. Realizing the grave situation, Yu, bereft of her weapon, instinctively turned and fled without a second thought. In the aftermath of the calamity, the once thriving beast realm had fallen into a somber silence. The wolf packs had been forced to disperse due to the disaster, with both large and small wolves scattering in every direction. The famished gray wolf, having gone several days without sustenance, was not about to let this tender and delicate prey escape, especially since the girl had so effortlessly provoked its wrath. The gray wolf pursued her, snapping its jaws with a menacing ferocity as it chased after the young girl. Yu could not hear any sounds, yet she keenly sensed the menacing aura and the chilling wind that sent shivers down her spine. After a long struggle, she finally caught a glimpse of a towering tree. And in a moment of reverie, the image of the black panther flickered in her mind as she quietly contemplated her next move. As she approached the tree, she suddenly lunged against its trunk, and at the peak of her leap, she swiftly transformed back into a small white tiger. The seamless transition between her human and beast forms had become second nature to her. With her sharp claws firmly gripping the tree trunk, she ascended rapidly without even pausing to catch her breath, resembling a nimble little leopard adept at climbing. The gray wolf below was utterly taken aback by her unexpected maneuver. Howls of frustration erupted from the wolf, which clung to the tree trunk, expressing its displeasure. The small tiger above playfully wagged its tail, basking in its triumph. Alas, she found it somewhat disheartening that such a glorious moment, filled with satisfaction and prowess, was devoid of an audience. Ignoring the wolf beneath, the tiger lounged comfortably on a branch, leisurely grooming its fur. After spending a considerable time waiting beneath the tree, the gray wolf, perhaps realizing that its efforts to hunt the tiger were futile, eventually conceded defeat and slinked away in defeat. As Yu observed its departure, she remained on high alert, fearful of a potential ambush. She diligently perched upon the tree for the better part of the day. Indeed, that gray wolf was unlikely to abandon its pursuit so readily. Although it had seemingly retreated, it lurked in the distance, waiting stealthily for an extended period. Starved and nearly devoid of energy, it realized that the tiger had become exceedingly cautious, seemingly rooted to the tree. Contemplating the futility of guarding such a meager morsel, it deemed it more prudent to seek a more substantial meal. Retrieving the deer leg it had previously discarded would suffice. After all, this lone cub would inevitably meet its demise sooner or later. Weighing its options, the gray wolf reluctantly departed from the area. Not long after its exit, you could no longer endure the biting cold of the wind in the tree. The night breeze was gentle yet frigid, and in such a short span. Her limbs had grown stiff from the chill. Yu flexed her stiff calves and, after a moment of observation, cautiously descended from the tree. She hurriedly scurried into the underbrush in search of the serpent's shed skin that had fallen during her recent transformation. Despite her earlier bravado, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Had the recent gray wolf been more astute and noticed her fallen belongings, would she have been compelled to retrieve them or to confront the creature? After groping through the darkness for what felt like an eternity, she finally located her clothing, which still contained the precious crystal core. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. In a moment of reflection, she couldn't help but chuckle at her transformation into a creature of the night. Spending the daylight hours in slumber atop the great black fish while foraging in the forest by night. Fortuitously, she now possessed formidable night vision and was a staunch materialist, unafraid of the darkness even when alone. However, as that thought flitted through her mind, a chill breeze brushed against her skin, causing an involuntary shiver. Glancing around with a hint of trepidation, Yu felt a surge of humility and wished to retract her earlier bravado. Realizing the urgency of her situation, she decided it would be prudent to return to the great black fish without delay. Just as she grasped the serpent's shed skin, she sensed a sudden movement above her. As if something had abruptly taken flight, sending a gust of cold wind that nearly unseated her. Yu's movements froze. She was now certain that something loomed above her, and it was undoubtedly substantial in size. Yet, why had she seen nothing when she had climbed up moments ago? The little tiger felt utterly despondent. She could hear no sound, leaving her unable to discern the nature of the creature. Thus, akin to protagonists in horror films. She knew full well that looking up would likely frighten her, yet Yu stiffly craned her neck and slowly gazed upward. Diao Laojiu observed the tiger cub beneath the tree with a sinister glint in his eye, both scrutinizing the creature below and inwardly mocking her frailty. He recalled how she had appeared, frantic and disoriented, while being pursued by an ordinary gray wolf, and a predatory instinct stirred within him. Just as the tiger lifted her gaze, he suddenly let out a sharp, piercing cry. The moment Yu laid eyes on the colossal harpy eagle, she was startled and instinctively recoiled. The piercing cry that followed sent Tiger into a flurry, causing him to stumble and fall. Perhaps it was a tad embarrassing. But the eagle, old Geo, reveled in her terror. This reaction was not solely due to the imposing presence of the harpy eagle, but rather because Yu had long grown accustomed to the silence that enveloped her days. Suddenly, within this tranquil realm, a thunderous sound erupted, shattering the stillness. Instead of experiencing the joy of restored hearing, she was overwhelmed by a tide of anxiety and helplessness. Furthermore, her hearing had not truly returned after that jarring noise dissipated. Her world once again succumbed to silence. Yu extended her hand to touch her ear, perplexed. Why is it silent again? A wave of anxiety washed over her. Yet panic would not resolve her predicament. The small tiger bit her own tongue, compelling herself to regain her composure. She feigned a trembling fear, her little eyes, however, stealthily darting glances at the imposing figure before her. To her astonishment, she noticed a crystal core embedded in the forehead of the great bird. Could it be a beastman of the avian tribe? If so, the situation was even more precarious, for this individual emanated a formidable presence and harbored ill intentions. As Yu's heart raced, it became evident that this creature was on an entirely different level than the recent gray wolf. Avoiding calamity, she braced herself for the forthcoming chapters, which may inflict harm upon the tiger's physical form. Fear not, for the tiger embodies the spirit of triumph, thriving on your trepidation. Diao Laojiu perched high upon a branch, surveying the tiger's bewildered and helpless demeanor from his lofty vantage point, indulging in certain peculiar family proclivities. He pondered with great enthusiasm how best to continue tormenting her psyche and torturing her corporeal being. Since the destruction of his clan, he had wandered alone as a leader bereft of kin for several days. During this period, he had mercilessly slaughtered numerous small creatures, gradually alleviating the shame he felt from being subdued by 2 peacocks. After indulging in nefarious fantasies for a time, he suddenly took flight. Yu instinctively shifted backward, silently retreating a few steps, yet she dared not flee outright. It was imperative not to expose her back to the adversary until the very last moment. However, to her astonishment, the enormous eagle did not immediately exhibit any intent to attack. Instead, it transformed directly into human form. Faced with a towering orc, robust and muscular, Yu nervously swallowed. Although she could not fathom his true intentions, it was evident that they were far from benevolent. Little creature, hand over what you have in your mouth, and I shall let you go. How does that sound? The seemingly fearsome orc wore a grim smile, attempting to mask his threatening demeanor with an affectation of gentleness, all the while inching closer to the little tiger. Yue could not discern what he was saying, yet his enigmatic smile genuinely frightened her. As he stepped closer, the tiger retreated, striving to maintain a safe distance. The old sculptor, unabashed, uttered a barrage of enticing words, yet the young tiger remained unfazed, resolutely keeping his distance. The gluttonous eagle, lacking in patience, found the tiger's stubbornness to be rather tedious after such lengthy theatrics, and deemed it more gratifying to resort to direct action. He suppressed his smile, and his expression darkened entirely. Yue's reflexes were remarkably quick. As soon as the expression on Diao Laojiu's face shifted, she sensed impending danger and promptly turned to flee. Oh dear, it was best to disregard any notions of leaving matters unresolved, for she lacked the strength to confront the situation head-on. It was wiser to retreat for the time being. In this instance, Yu was not recklessly running about in a state of panic. In fact, while deftly engaging with the majestic eagle, she had already quietly calculated her escape route. Paying no mind to the eagle's reaction behind her, the little tiger pressed forward, deliberately choosing the areas thick with underbrush. After all, with the imposing figure of a robust man in pursuit, the low shrubs currently served as her most suitable cover within the forest. Eagle Laojiu, witnessing her sudden flight, felt a mix of astonishment and displeasure. Was her earlier display of fear merely an act? The thought that she dared to attempt an escape upon encountering the formidable food ape eagle did not sit well with him. Yet, he harbored no anger. Instead, he intended to impart a profound lesson to this audacious little creature. Maintaining a safe distance, Eagle Laojiu was in no rush to capture her. He relished the sight of the weak, clinging desperately to life at the final moments of their existence. He envisioned the moment when she would tire from her frantic dash. Eventually cornered and confronted by his towering presence, displaying an expression of despair and struggle. As he pursued her, a sinister grin spread across his face. Imagining the feeble little tiger's futile attempts to survive, recalling the image of the white tiger in human form, who had repelled the gray wolves with a branch, Eagle Laojiu picked up a sturdy twig from the ground, planning to wield her preferred weapon against her. Yue was unaware of his peculiar nature. She merely assumed that he was interested in her snake's shed skin and crystal core. However, these two items were essential to her existence, and she certainly could not part with them so easily. This large eagle regarded the beast core merely as that of a green-tier beastman. As long as she could reach the great black fish, she would surely be safe. In truth, Yu had long discerned that the orc pursuing her was not exerting his full strength. After all, should he revert to his beastly form, he could effortlessly soar a few times and catch up to her, who was straining to run at her utmost. However, whether being toyed with or belittled, she recognized this opportunity as a chance to secure a slender thread of survival. What surprised Yu the most was that while fleeing through the thickets, she unexpectedly encountered that gray wolf once more. How could fate conspire to bring such adversaries into confrontation again? Yu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and exasperation. She had intended to circumvent the bewildered wolf, but to her dismay, it quickly regained its senses after a brief moment of confusion. With a glimmer of excitement, it began to pursue her. The gray wolf believed that it was destined for this tiger to inevitably find its way into its belly, truly a fortuitous gift from nature. As the month of August wanes, I find myself regretting my decision to venture this way. Who could have anticipated that a chance encounter would lead to yet another predator eyeing her flesh? The wolf and the tiger remain oblivious to the fact that the twisted-minded eagle, with its insatiable desires, will not tolerate any rival vying for what it perceives as its rightful prey. Upon witnessing the gray wolf closing in, a wave of indignation washed over him. If there exists a hierarchy among the eagle clan, then ordinary beasts undoubtedly occupy the lowest tier. For years, the eagle folk have established a tradition of relegating beasts from other tribes to the status of mere sustenance. Anyone who is confined to a diet of wild beasts would surely be scorned by their kin. Having held the position of chief for a while, the eagle known as Old Nine has grown increasingly arrogant, believing that those unworthy of his food dare to contest him for their quarry. The gray wolf quipped. If I were to say I merely failed to notice you, would you believe me? Old Nine was never a figure of great merit, having fortuitously ascended to leadership after his kin lost their feathers. This sudden fortune and power only exacerbated his already twisted psyche, recently having decimated his entire clan. Old Nine has become particularly sensitive, compounded by the relentless torment of natural disasters. He perceives ridicule in every glance, convinced that all failures are an affront to his prowess. Though in truth, no one here even knows him. The tiger, too, ceased its pursuit, striding forward with a branch in hand. Its expression darkened as it approached the gray wolf. Before the wolf could react, Old Nine swung his arm, hurling the branch at it. Naturally, the gray wolf would not submit without a fight. Despite its trepidation regarding the strength of the beast before it, it engaged in battle with the burly figure. Old Nine offered little opportunity for resistance, landing over a dozen blows in mere moments. Thus, with nothing more than an ordinary stick, he effortlessly dispatched the once mighty gray wolf. Akin to slaying a common cat or dog, vivid crimson blood splattered across him, yet Old Nine wore a broad grin, reveling in the thrill of the hunt as if it were merely a game. Under the moonlight, Yu instinctively turned her head, only to feel a sudden catch in her breath. The demeanor of this individual appeared exceedingly abnormal, should she fall into his clutches. She feared she might meet a similar fate. Daring not to linger, she seized the opportunity to flee wildly, hoping to shake off this perverse tormentor. Ahem. These two chapters may inflict harm upon the little tiger's body. The time of losing baby teeth has come. Diao Laojiao gazed from a distance at the panicked little tiger cub, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Run, run, your terror is my greatest delight. As the tiger cub dashed ahead, it suddenly realized that this frantic escape strategy seemed futile against such a deviant. He pursued her as if it were a game, perhaps motivated by more than mere crystals and food. The recent scene had left a profound impact on her, and she dared not squander her energy any longer. While the little tiger pondered new tactics mid-flight, she, alas, failed to notice that the twisted pursuer had grown weary of the chase. Diao Laojiao was no longer inclined to show mercy. His actions took on a serious tone, and it was not long before he had closed the distance. Yu Yue remained unaware of these circumstances, yet she felt a chilling sensation along her spine as she suddenly recalled the fate of the gray wolf. Reacting swiftly, she rolled away from the impending danger. The old eagle, caught off guard by her evasion, found his strike to be futile and fell to fronted. Could he truly fail to strike even a mere cub? Though the young tiger had managed to evade the blow, she inadvertently moved closer to the relentless pursuit of the old eagle. There was no time for her to revel in her narrow escape. She had to change direction and continue her flight. The old eagle was relentless, raising a robust branch to strike once more. Fortunately, this time, the young tiger adeptly dodged the attack. With her senses heightened, Yu Yue had become acutely aware of the slightest breeze, allowing her to discern the branch's trajectory whenever the eagle swung with force. In a frantic dance, she narrowly evaded several blows, but this only incited the eagle's ferocious onslaught. Ultimately, beneath the overwhelming force and strength, her evasive techniques proved to be of little consequence, and Yu Yue succumbed to the eagle's might. Once again, she contorted her body to avoid a crushing blow to her spine, yet she was struck on her hind leg. The young tiger was sent crashing to the ground. Attempting to rise, but finding the impact too severe, her hind leg was no longer merely painful, it had gone numb. The sudden loss of sensation in one limb would have startled anyone, yet Yu Yue struggled to stand on her remaining 3 legs. Seeing the young tiger stagger, the old eagle felt a surge of delight. He seized the snake skin that the cub had clutched tightly in her mouth, only to find that it would not yield to his tugging. Angered, he despised prey that exhibited such obstinacy. Raising his other hand, he swung the branch toward the tiger's jaw, but Yu Yue narrowly avoided the blow once more. Seizing the opportunity, she released her grip and, before the man could react, sank her teeth into his hand that was grasping the snake's skin. The old eagle let out a hiss, thrashing his hand vigorously. Yet he could not shake off her fierce grip. The elm's month exerted all its strength, its sharp teeth sinking deeply into his flesh, nearly piercing through to the bone. Yu Yue was unaware that in the beastly realm, the orcs possessed an innate ferocity. In moments of battle, they were not only impervious to pain but found their combat spirit ignited by it. Her desperate bite merely incited his wrath further. Diao Laojiao swung the branch once more, finally forcing her mouth open. A milk tooth was brutally smashed out. Ah, a change of teeth. The little tiger tumbled to the ground, bloodied but still baring its fangs defiantly. Her subconscious urged her that showing weakness to such a deranged pervert would be futile. His intent was to oppress and torment. Whether she submitted or resisted would not alter his aim. While rational beings could be reasoned with, such individuals thrived on the suffering of the weak. Diao Laojiao relished the sight of the feeble begging for mercy. Thus, he could not accept that the cub he could easily crush dared to resist. His singular obsession was to ensure her submission before extinguishing her life. Without granting her a moment to breathe, he raised the branch again. This time, Yu Yue could not evade it and bore the brunt of the strike. Yet this was not the end. Faced with the relentless assault of the branch, the little tiger could only drag her incapacitated hind legs, unable to leap up. Thud, thud. After several strikes, Diao Laojiao expertly moderated his force, inflicting pain without delivering a fatal blow. After all, she was an orc, a unique one without a beast core, unlike the lowly gray wolf, which could be killed without a second thought. Suddenly, Diao Laojiao considered sparing her life. Perhaps he could sell her to one of the larger tribes. Her uniqueness might afford him a handsome reward. As the branch struck her, Yu Yue gritted her teeth, refusing to cry out like a helpless cub. Diao Laojiao detested her stubbornness, interpreting it as contempt and provocation. He discarded the branch and reached to pry her jaws apart, intending to force her mouth open. Unexpectedly, Yu Yue, still resolute, clamped down on his arm once more. Diao Laojiao scoffed derisively, easily prying her jaws apart with one hand before retrieving the branch from the ground and pressing it against her small neck. The little tiger found her throat constrained, unable to reach him even though he was right before her. She struggled, a fire of hatred and anger igniting in her pale amber eyes, yet devoid of despair or fear. The man felt a surge of frustration. He released his grip on her neck, intending to strike her mouth again with the branch. But Yu Yue recalled the gray wolf. At the moment he lifted the branch, she seized it with her teeth, her grip powerful, sinking her fangs deep into the wood. Unfortunately for Yu Yue, this was yet another miscalculation. Her small size could not withstand the lethal weapon in the man's hand. Diao Laojiao forcefully threw her aside, even leaving one of her canine teeth lodged in the branch. Ah, another tooth lost. The man grinned triumphantly, looking down at the disheveled little tiger with disdain. He had intended to strike her again, but was suddenly interrupted by a chorus of wolf howls surrounding them, disturbed by the encroaching wolf pack. Diao Laojiao frowned, How dare these lowly beasts interrupt him? He crouched before the writhing little tiger, extracting crystal cores from the snake's shed skin right in front of her. Seeing her begrudging gaze, he chuckled, so eager to meet your end? Wait for my return. I shall deal with you then. If you encounter a pervert, do not emulate the heroine. She possesses a halo that protects her, while we should seek to appease, employ cunning, and remember that survival is paramount. As long as you live, you can seek vengeance. No matter what transpires, enduring is the bravest course of action. Upon concluding his words, he stood abruptly, intending to eliminate the troublesome wolves first. However, he suddenly felt a tug on his hand. Looking down, he discovered the little tiger somehow had risen, fiercely clutching the snake's shed skin in her jaws. Diao Laojiu felt a wave of nausea. Why could she not submit? Wouldn't it be easier for her to accept her fate? Did she truly believe she had a chance to escape? He laughed derisively and released the snake's skin. But at that moment, he kicked the little tiger away. Diao Laojiu harbored no belief that this nearly lifeless cub could muster the strength to flee while he was distracted. He sneered and transformed back into his great eagle form, soaring into the sky with his expansive, powerful wings. The formidable eagle circled above, keeping a watchful eye on the approaching wolf pack, which consisted of the very wolves that had become separated from the gray wolf. This pack had a strong sense of familial loyalty. After the first wave of heavenly stones fell, their immediate instinct was to seek out other wolves, with their alpha missing. No one knew whether he was alive or dead. They remained indifferent, unwilling to assume the alpha's mantle, determined instead to retrieve the alpha's offspring. However, they arrived too late. Finding the alpha's son had already perished. It appeared he had been killed, and while the pack maintained a laid-back demeanor, they could not tolerate this injustice. The wolves bore grudges. Diao Laojiu had slain the gray wolf, splattering himself with its blood, and they had followed the scent trail all the way to him. They looked up at the imposing eagle, undeterred, each one stretching its neck and howling defiantly. Diao Laojiu felt increasingly insulted. He scowled and emitted a sharp, piercing screech as a warning. Today was certainly not a good day. To encounter so many who disregarded him in a single night was intolerable. The high-pitched calls reverberated in Yu's ears as she lay bloodied on the ground, shaking her head to clear her thoughts. Her ears throbbed painfully. With a broken tooth, her mouth struggled to hold onto the snake's skin, yet she stubbornly continued to bite down, gradually turning herself over and crawling away. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through. Even in her dazed state, she sensed it. The soft fur of her tiger coat brushed against the wind, and she initially thought the great eagle had returned, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. It was as if a surge of energy coursed through her, and she turned her head, baring her teeth. To her surprise, standing behind her was none other than the owl she had encountered the previous day, who had shown a disdain for the weak. Who? The owl remained still, observing the disheveled little tiger before it, cautiously calling out. As the moon hung low, she speculated whether this fellow would take advantage of her weakened state to settle the score for yesterday's playful nibbling of its fur. The owl, with its wings spread wide, circled around the tiger several times, occasionally emitting soft, cautious coos. It appeared as though it were a thief, anxious about being discovered by someone. Yu's consciousness had begun to waver. After mustering her strength to crawl a few steps, she was abruptly interrupted. The pent-up breath escaped her, leaving her feeling akin to a slackened rubber band, helplessly resting her heavy tiger head upon her paws. The owl raised its foot and gently prodded her rear with its talon. There was no response. It then leaned closer to the tiger's head, tilting its own in curiosity as it observed her half-closed tiger eyes. Although Yu was in a state of confusion, she still felt a sense of annoyance. She suddenly lifted her paw, but before it could make contact, it fell weakly back down. This feeble gesture startled the owl, which instinctively took a few steps back, tilting its head in surprise. After waiting from a distance for a while, realizing she had completely transformed into a paper tiger, the owl hesitantly glanced upward. It then cautiously picked up a snake shed near the tiger's mouth. After shaking it and finding nothing particularly remarkable, it redirected its gaze back to the little tiger. With utmost care, it grasped the tiger cub's body and flew away, flapping its wings. Meanwhile, the old eagle was engaged in a fierce battle against dozens of gray wolves. Even though he could soar in the skies and launch unexpected attacks, he was still overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. The wolves were remarkably united. Whenever he swooped down to seize one, the others would quickly pounce to rescue their companion, regardless of the immense force that could tear it apart. As he continued to fight, he realized he was at a loss for how to proceed. Lacking the lethal ability of someone like Shernan, his superficial strength could not sustain a prolonged struggle against one wolf after another. The relentless wolves, however, seemed to grow more invigorated with each skirmish, their spirits soaring as they howled in unison below, as if to bolster each other's morale. The eagle felt a sense of frustration. How had he, a creature accustomed to collaborating with grand tribes and holding himself above mere beasts, sunk so low as to battle these seemingly mindless wild wolves? This was a profound insult to his dignity. After some self-reassurance, he turned and took flight, intending to retreat with the tiger cub. Tigers could be sold for a profit. What worth did these foolish wolves possess? Weighing the pros and cons, he deemed it prudent to cease wasting time on the wolves. Yet, upon returning to the original spot, he discovered that it was entirely deserted. The claws of the eagle were deeply embedded in the soil, and he noticed the blood left behind by the little tiger. Following the trail of blood step by step, he reached a point where it abruptly vanished. Thus, she had not fled of her own accord. The eagle narrowed his eyes, pondering what could have sneaked in and stealthily taken away his prize while he was distracted. Suddenly, he flapped his wings, intending to survey the surroundings. Perhaps it was yet another oblivious little creature. In that instant of wing movement, a feather unexpectedly soared from the grass. As a bird himself, feathers often scattered in the wind, and ordinarily he would overlook such trivial details. However, consumed by anger, his keen eyes became more discerning than ever. He swiftly seized the feather and examined it closely. This was undoubtedly not his own. The little tiger awoke in a disorienting state of weightlessness. She swayed precariously beneath the eagle's claws, while the brisk winds at such height struck her face like sharp slaps. The cold intensified the numbness of her already painful wounds. Slowly opening her eyes, she realized she was floating in the sky. Ultimately, she had not survived after all. In the brief moment of closing and reopening her eyes, her spirit seemed to drift toward the west. With a hint of melancholy, she lifted her head to take a look. An owl. The owl, clutching the tiger cub, sensed the momentary rigidity of the tiger, recognizing that she might be awakening. It glanced down and cooed. Who? You found herself frozen. Realizing that she had not perished after all. The profound emotions she harbored, the multitude of individuals she could not let go, and the lingering regrets that stirred within her were yet to be expressed. Just as she was on the brink of lamentation, these feelings became trapped in her chest. A suffocating weight. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze to take a look. How high? She might as well continue to doze. The owl, after confirming that the tiger was awake, also froze momentarily, remembering the tiger's domineering demeanor from before. It feared that a single swift motion might result in a painful bite to its leg. Thank you. I am neither so bored nor impatient with life. Moreover, the tiger has lost its teeth. Although I am unaware of where the owl will take her, anything is preferable to being mercilessly beaten by that perverse carnivorous eagle. Consequently, throughout the ensuing journey, the little tiger dared not open her eyes, resembling a desiccated corpse suspended in midair, utterly compliant. Yet, compliance was imperative, after a beating. The once lively tiger could barely lift her claws. Suddenly, EUF felt the sensation of descent, as if they had arrived at their destination. She exhaled with relief and opened her eyes, only to be met with a rather exasperating scene. The owl was now fiercely puffing up its feathers, flapping its wings and swaying menacingly at the crow across from it. Upon surveying her surroundings, she discerned that they were situated in a nest high among the branches of a tree. In the twilight of the moonlit night, you mused, it appears you two revel in the forceful seizure of humble abodes, my brother, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The raven, of course, would not relinquish its home without a struggle, especially at such a late hour, having been roused from a deep slumber by the aggressive intruder. It felt a surge of indignation. Even a clay figure possesses a modicum of temper. Should its mate return and discover its dereliction of duty, it would surely face a grievous reckoning. The raven stood its ground, fiercely defending its territory. The owl, perceiving the raven's refusal to yield, flapped its wings and lunged forward. The two birds engaged in a raucous skirmish within the confines of the nest, which was scarcely spacious enough for one, let alone two. Ultimately, the owl, relying on its superior nocturnal vision and more robust physique, forcefully expelled the raven from its domain. Disheartened, the raven lingered nearby, unwilling to concede defeat. Its keen intellect sparked a cunning plan. Realizing it could not best the owl in a direct confrontation, it sought to vex its adversary instead. Spotting the feeble, white-furred chick nestled within the nest, the raven resolved to pilfer the owl's stored provisions to incite fury. Swiftly, it redirected its focus and launched an unexpected charge toward the tiger cub. The owl, recognizing the raven's intent, spread its wings protectively before the young cub, clucking in alarm to deter the intruder. Undeterred by the owl's display, the raven bravely surged forward, only to misjudge its flight in the darkness, colliding with the tree trunk beneath the nest. With a thud, it tumbled to the ground, remaining absent from the fray for an extended period, perhaps having succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, unbeknownst to the two perched above, the raven had not truly fainted. Rather, it was too mortified by its blunder to rejoin the battle. In the dim light of dusk, Yu lay uneasily in the bird's nest, the novelty of sleeping at such a height unsettling her. Yet, fatigue soon overcame her, and her eyelids fluttered shut. The plump owl, indifferent to the warmth provided by the little tiger nestled beside it, remained alert with wide eyes, showing no sign of drowsiness. The night was indeed frigid. As darkness enveloped the land, a fragile layer of ice formed on the river's surface. The large black fish waited into the early hours for the tiger's return, assuming it had found a place to rest in the forest, never contemplating the dangers that the tiny tiger might encounter in the woods. As his consciousness began to wane, the black fish, unable to maintain his beastly form, transformed back into his aquatic self, splashing into the water with a resounding thud that shattered the thin ice. After a brief moment, he leaped back out of the water with a series of splashes. It was far too cold. He, a creature of fiery temperament, refused to remain submerged in the icy depths, although the water below the ice was warmer. Prolonged exposure to the frigid water would soon lull him into a state of hibernation, leaving him lethargically slumbering at the bottom. This had been his routine for several winters past. However, the thought of traveling the next day loomed over him. What if, by the time dawn arrived, the ice remained unthawed? Would he then sleep through the entire year? The blackfish sprawled on the ground, soon finding it intolerably dry, his mouth opening and closing uncomfortably. In his human form, he had forgotten that his aquatic nature could not thrive outside of water. When the discomfort became unbearable, he leapt back into the river, lingering beneath the surface for a while before splashing onto the shore once more. The more he fidgeted, the more irritable he became, and the good nature he had cultivated upon returning to his human form dissipated into the night. In truth, the blackfish's actions were entirely unnecessary. He could hardly recall that in years past, his deep slumber at the river's bottom was not due to the hypnotic effects of the cold water, but rather because the thick ice formed in winter would often cause him to bump his head while swimming. The ice would crack under the impact, only to freeze again shortly thereafter. Frustrated by the ice, he ceased to engage with it, choosing instead to avoid confrontation. Thus, as winter set in and the river froze, the blackfish developed a habitual tendency to sleep at the bottom. Year after year, this routine became ingrained in him, and he could not even remember how he ended up in this unfamiliar stretch of water, let alone why he sought slumber upon the onset of ice. After a night of restlessness, dawn arrived swiftly. The blackfish lay exhausted at the water's edge, his head submerged while his tail basked in the sun. His fish tail had dried to the texture of jerky, yet he was indifferent to it, finding solace in his deep slumber. Meanwhile, the little tiger, having sustained serious injuries, could not awaken so swiftly. However, the vigilant owl, having endured the night, finally succumbed to sleep as the sun brightened the sky. The raucous animals that had stirred throughout the night were oblivious to the passage of time, and by afternoon, the little tiger remained quietly nestled in the high bird's nest. A gentle breeze swept through the trees, causing the grimy fur of the tiger to sway softly, presenting a far more tranquil sight than the night before. It was a day perfectly suited for slumber, yet misfortune struck Yu hard, and she was abruptly roused from her sleep by an unpleasant odor. A cacophony of harsh bird calls reverberated nearby. The tiger, still with eyes closed, sniffed the air, searching for the source of the stench. Suddenly, she felt an unexpected chill above her head. Was it raining again? With great effort, she opened her weary eyes and raised a paw to investigate. To her dismay, she discovered a pool of white, speckled with black, bird droppings. Instinctively, she wrinkled her nose in disgust. Who would do such a thing? She thought, unable to suppress a grimace. Unfortunately, the movement agitated her wounds, causing pain to surge through her, prompting her to bury her face in her paws, smearing the excrement everywhere. In that moment, Yu contemplated leaping from the bird's nest in sheer frustration. Why, she wondered, did tigers have to reside in bird nests, only to be subjected to the indignity of birds relieving themselves upon them? In the month of August, a sense of foreboding enveloped Yu. Holding her breath, she struggled to lift her gaze. Two crows circled ominously above, darting back and forth with a singular purpose around the bird's nest. Noticing the little tiger's upward glance, they cawed arrogantly a few more times. As they flitted about, they occasionally released a splatter of white liquid, which fell like raindrops, landing with a plop upon the little tiger's nose. Yu, she stiffened her neck, as if ensnared by some form of acupoint technique, crumbling into a state of utter bewilderment. Revenge, indeed, this is unequivocally revenge. Yue extended her claws and nudged the owl, which was almost drowning in filth, yet remained in a deep slumber. She had intended to call out to it, but upon opening her mouth, a sharp pain coursed through her face, leaving her with nothing but a pitiful whimper. The owl, however, stirred awake, its large eyes sparkling with vitality as it gazed at the tiger. Indeed, it seemed quite spirited. Yue nodded subtly, her expression filled with trust as she raised her paw to indicate the sky. She hoped that her reliable ally from the previous night would once again prove his strength and drive away the two vengeful crows above. However, the owl gazed upward in confusion, unable to discern anything clearly. Who? What is happening? Yue observed that the owl appeared genuinely perplexed, and a sorrowful conjecture began to form in her mind. She recalled that the owl's gaze during the day seemed rather dim. Suddenly, the provocative cawing of a crow echoed once more. It was only then that the owl heard the crow's call, instantly ruffling its feathers in preparation, defiantly raising its wings like a domineering crab, embodying a serious and solemn demeanor. As Yu observed the crow demonstrating in a completely opposite direction, she helplessly wished to cover her face, only to inadvertently touch the unsightly droppings. She swore that from this day forth, her most detested creature would no longer be the stepfather who had once hunted her, but rather the crow, having smeared the excrement upon her nose. She valiantly suppressed her disgust and gently nudged the owl, redirecting it with care. If one were to demonstrate, it must be aimed at the adversary, dear brother. Last night, the crow that had been bullied felt rather triumphant, having successfully retrieved its mate. The female crow, upon learning that her home had been invaded during her brief absence, was understandably furious. After giving her partner a good thrashing, she angrily followed him back. The two crows conspired in hushed tones early that morning, and recognizing the owl's substantial size, they deemed a direct confrontation unwise. Thus, they devised a cunning plan. Intending to take advantage of the daylight when the owl's vision would be impaired, they resolved to launch a fecal assault as a means of retaliation, hoping that if successful, they might even succeed in driving it away. Indeed, their strategy proved effective. The seemingly formidable owl found itself utterly helpless against the duo. With its sight obscured, it dared not venture outside, for today might be the day it flew away and never returned. Though it appeared fierce, it remained exceedingly cautious. flinching when droppings landed upon its head, desperately attempting to burrow beneath the tiger's body for refuge. In a sudden turn of events, Yue found herself nearly ousted from her nest. Infuriated by the pain, she retaliated with a swift claw. Why retreat? Where had the audacious bravado of yesterday vanished? Meanwhile, the two birds soaring above, witnessing the owl's dwindling strength, found newfound confidence. They reasoned that this owl was not as formidable as it seemed, and as dawn broke, it appeared to have weakened to such a degree. The couple exchanged a knowing glance and decisively dove down, one targeting the owl, the other aiming for its provisions. However, as soon as they landed in the nest, they were abruptly swept away by the owl's expansive wings, which were almost longer than its own body, shielding the little tiger beneath like a grand protective umbrella. Yue felt a profound sense of emotion. The thwarted crow couple soon returned, lurking nearby with watchful eyes. However, they dared not create further mischief, having exhausted their supplies. The owl, having achieved a decisive victory, stood in a commanding position, ignoring them entirely. Having tasted the advantages of its larger stature, it regarded other birds with disdain. Freed from the torment of bird droppings, Yue finally found a moment to breathe. She gently moved her small legs, only to discover that the hind leg struck by a stick the previous night remained numb. She slumped dismally in her nest, a visage of melancholy, worried she might be left incapacitated, pondering why she seemed to always injure her legs. The crystal cores had all been taken last night. Would her wounds ever heal? Thus, the two crows and the owl remained in a stalemate throughout the afternoon. Meanwhile, Tiger, perceived by others as a mere stockpile of provisions, quietly lay at the center of the battlefield, consumed by silent worries. They endured until dusk, at which point the owl finally regained its audacity from the previous night and, with a swift whoosh, soared out to drive away the reluctant crows. Witnessing the owl's triumphant return, Yue felt an even deeper sense of foreboding. Crows, while intelligent, harbored grudges, as evidenced by their relentless antics throughout the day. Alas, what would tomorrow bring? Despite her worries, Tiger's stomach audibly protested at that moment. Goo. The owl tilted its head, regarding her. What now? Suddenly, the owl flapped its wings and flew away. Motherly and devoted, Tiger lowered her head in despondency, feeling the emptiness in her stomach. Though she could not hear it, her biological clock signaled that it was time to eat. Peering over the edge of the nest, she noted how high up they were. Oh, that's quite high. Yet, what difference did it make? In her current state, she could barely manage a few steps. The owl soon returned, clutching a sizable bundle of caterpillars in its talons. With thoughtfulness, it pulled the little tiger back from the edge and raised its head, opening its mouth and gesturing for the little tiger to follow its lead. Yue gazed up at the owl in astonishment, feeling akin to a fledgling under the care of its mother. In that moment, she seemed to grasp the owl's benevolence in retrieving her, its instinct to protect her, and its decision to place her within the nest. The owl tilted its head, affirming, "Indeed, little one, it is precisely as you surmise." With newfound understanding, the young tiger then glanced at the wriggling caterpillar clutched in the owl's talons. With a reluctant swallow, she pondered why she was once again faced with the prospect of consuming a worm. Sensing the tiger's distaste, the owl swiftly dispatched the captured creature, then spread its wings and took flight once more. Yue wished to call out to it, but there was no time. She could only helplessly lie in her nest, awaiting its return. Before long, it returned, clutching a mouse in its grasp. Yue hastily opened her mouth wide, exclaiming, "Look, I have no teeth." The owl glanced at her delicate throat and the pitiful state of her mouth. Then it swiftly swallowed the mouse it had caught, turning its gaze towards the distance, contemplating a strategy. As Yue gazed at the earnest and focused silhouette of the owl, a pang of emotion welled up in her nose, leading her to believe that if owls could have offspring, they would undoubtedly make exceptional mothers. Before long, the owl took flight without uttering a single word of farewell. When it returned, the little tiger was nearly dozing off from the weight. Upon lifting its head, it was astonished to see that the owl was clutching an egg in one of its talons. It was uncertain from which nest this unfortunate egg had been pilfered. Or perhaps it had been seized with bold audacity. The owl flapped its wings, signaling the little tiger to open its mouth once more. As Yu raised her head in eager anticipation, she resembled a fledgling bird yearning for nourishment, her mouth agape. The owl pecked a small hole in the egg and, with great effort, poured the egg liquid into the mouth of the little tiger. The scene was truly one of maternal tenderness and filial piety. After consuming 2 eggs the size of chicken eggs, the little tiger smacked its lips in contentment, astonished that, despite its injuries, it still had sustenance. The owl prodded the tiger's belly, seemingly sensing that 2 small eggs were insufficient for such a growing creature, and subsequently flew out to procure several more. It understood that it could not solely exploit one source, having caused distress to several nests in the process. The mother birds, humiliated and under duress, relinquished a few of their precious eggs to the owl, who then summoned friends to aid in guarding the remaining eggs. By the time the owl contemplated another foray, the opportunity had slipped away. In this moonlit night, Yu indulged in a feast of eggs, her belly now pleasantly rounded. While she basked in the warmth of her surroundings, enjoying her meals and a cozy abode, the situation was far less favorable for Deheyu. He had waited an entire day and night without the slightest sign of the little white tiger's return, leading him to speculate that such a fragile creature might have met its demise outside. After a painstaking effort to stabilize his emotions, he seized the opportunity to revert to his human form, embarking on a fruitless search for the little white tiger, aimlessly wandering through the night. He found no trace of the tiger, which tested his patience to its limits. As he wandered, he stumbled upon a raucous pack of wolves, and his temper flared. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his frustrations upon the newly elected alpha wolf, delivering a thorough beating, despite the diminished state of his beast core, which rendered him nearly ineffective. His past as a formidable purple-tier beastman still lent him the strength to assert dominance. The wolves quickly submitted. The robust alpha, though resilient, wore a look of indignation. It lamented that no one desired the position of alpha, as it meant always being the first to fight and bearing the brunt of any trouble. After asserting his authority over the alpha, Deheyu brazenly commanded the entire wolf pack to assist him in locating the little tiger. The wolves, however, were resistant. A recent calamity had scattered their kin, and the thought of being separated again was intolerable. Infuriated by their reluctance, he seized the alpha once more, delivering another harsh reprimand, exuding an air of tyranny that seemed to say, "Yes, I am bullying you. What of it?" With a begrudging enthusiasm, the alpha rallied the unwilling pack to set forth, humiliated under Deheyu's oppressive presence. Once the wolves departed, Deheyu could no longer maintain his composure and leapt into a nearby stream, shallow enough to not submerge an adult's knee. There, he transformed back into his original form, narrowly avoiding revealing his true identity to the wolves. The blue crystal core given to him by the little tiger had been consumed, granting him a minor restoration of strength. He now had the opportunity to rest and regain his human form, albeit only if he maintained emotional stability. Just moments ago, he had been on the brink of exposing himself due to the wolves' provocations. As he quietly submerged in the water, night fell rapidly, and the temperature plummeted, forming a thin layer of ice upon the surface. Just as he resolved to break through the ice, he heard heavy footsteps approaching. To his surprise, it was another beast man, the food simian Diao Laojio, also on the hunt for the little white tiger. Throughout the day, Diao Laojio had been either searching for the tiger or traversing the path that led to it. His intentions had shifted from merely venting his anger through tormenting the little tiger to recognizing her as a potential source of wealth. This extraordinary tiger, capable of transforming into human form without a beast core, was a phenomenon he had never encountered before. The thought of allowing such a prize to escape was intolerable. The food simian Jiao clan, accustomed to trading the precious Mingxia trees with the great tribes, had relied on this commerce for survival. Now, having lost his clan and the Mingxia trees, he sought to regain his former glory through the trafficking of valuables. The unique little white tiger seemed to open a door to a new world for him. Unbeknownst to him that he was treading on dangerous ground by contemplating the trade of sentient beings, oblivious to the eyes that were already upon him. Diao Laojio squatted casually by the stream, rinsing away the remnants of dried blood from his body while daydreaming about the potential price of the little white tiger. As the faint reddish-brown stains mingled with the water and drifted toward Deheyu, he lapped up the tainted liquid, recognizing the familiar scent of blood. It was reminiscent of the time when the tiger fell into the water, and the scent of blood had roused him from the depths. Diao Laojio washed himself carelessly, barely concerned about the blood scent that could attract predators. Without a second thought, he spotted several large stones by the stream and transformed back into his avian form, lazily reclining upon one of them, closing his eyes to indulge in a carefree slumber. Confident in his identity as a food simian, he dismissed the lurking dangers of the forest. Yet, this time, he would learn a harsh lesson. Deheyu, having tracked him, surfaced from the water only after Diao Laojio had shut his eyes, fixating on him intently. Meanwhile, a great serpent glided along the water's surface, accompanied by a somewhat sluggish black panther that followed the riverbank. Upon closer inspection, one might notice a faint crack on the mysterious purple crystal embedded in the panther's forehead, so subtle that it would escape notice unless one looked closely. Shilon floated serenely in the water, observing the panther's woeful state with a sense of helplessness. Who could have anticipated that after taking away the cache of purple crystals, the panther would now have a split crystal core? It was well known that a beastman's crystal core was of paramount importance, serving as their vessel for energy. Although the panther's physical prowess would allow it to persist without the core's energy, any beastman who suffered a broken or extracted core would inevitably succumb to becoming a fallen beast. Once a beastman loses their core, they would inevitably descend into madness, losing their reason and intellect, thus forfeiting their ability to transform into human form. Shilon recalled how she had merely posed a rhetorical question. Do you wish to become a fallen beast before searching for her? Before mindlessly devouring the panther. The statement proved quite effective. However, who could have foreseen that moments after advising him to relinquish the crystal core, his beast core would crack on its own? Fortunately, it merely developed a small fissure. Though injured, he appeared utterly unconcerned. Upon hearing Shilon mention that she had discovered a lead on the little tiger, the man eagerly tugged at the great serpent and departed. Both were the type to disdain idle chatter with others, not even pausing to greet Kong Yu and her saviors before slipping away. Kong San-Yuan had initially believed they had acquired two high-ranking beastmen, envisioning a future where the tribe would possess formidable fighters. This would grant Ayu the opportunity to indulge in their romantic escapades together. Yet, within a mere afternoon, the pair had vanished without a word, inciting a fury within him that almost led him to pluck his own crowned feathers. At that moment, a plump little bird suddenly emerged from a tree hollow, clutching a purple crystal in its beak. It flitted about in front of him, captivating Kong San-Yuan's gaze. rendering his mind momentarily vacant of thought. Admittedly, this was the first time in his life he had laid eyes on a purple crystal. The man abruptly transformed back into a magnificent white peacock, snatching the crystal from the little bird's beak and parading through the tribe in search of Kongyu. Kongyu was busy organizing the tribe's post-disaster reconstruction efforts when she turned to see such a large bird approaching her with an enthusiastic gait. She sighed and rubbed her forehead, reluctant to raise her gaze to him. The white peacock carefully placed the purple crystal before her, flapping its wings and hopping about while emitting peculiar sounds. You. Our tribe has found a purple crystal. Look, it's a purple crystal. Kongyu was equally astonished by the sight of the crystal, but seeing him so exuberant brought her a slight amusement. The corners of her mouth lifted momentarily before she quickly suppressed it, maintaining her image as the unflappable beauty. Kong Se-Yuan, despite his antics, was keenly observant of her reaction, as if he had suddenly grasped hold of her fleeting joy. The white peacock soon reverted to its human form, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he earnestly regarded the woman before him. You, did you just smile? Noticing her cold demeanor and silence, he scratched his head, leaning closer with a mischievous grin, playfully tugging at her arm. Smile again, smile again. 2 minutes later, the man sat dejectedly at Kongyu's feet, a sullen expression adorning his face, his eyes brimming with indignation and reproach. Where did this crystal come from? Did those little creatures bring it back? Kongyu kicked his rear, urging him to speak. It was left by those 2 purple tier beast men. I just checked, and they've already left. Quite generous of them. She tossed the crystal up and down, lightly tapping the man's head with her hand. Huh? Kong Se-Yuan looked up, mouth agape. And she took the opportunity to shove the purple crystal into his mouth. Kong Se-Yuan stood there, bewildered, taking a few steps back in disbelief. You. Why did you give this to me? What else? Should I return it to you? Should I give it to Kong Shang? To Kong Dashang? Kongyu tilted her head, her long hair cascading over her smooth shoulders, her expression serene yet earnest as she inquired about his thoughts. Kong Se-Yuan instinctively covered his mouth, his actions betraying his reluctance. Nonsense. I would never part with such a precious item for those brats. Don't think I'm oblivious. They are all rivals. However, you should consume this purple crystal. You are the only blue tier in our tribe. If you can break through to purple tier sooner, our tribe will become stronger that much sooner. Isn't this what you have always wished for and strived towards? Kong Se-Yuan glanced at her face with confusion. Do you think just eating 1 purple crystal will allow me to break through to purple tier? Kong Yu's gaze was hollow, her eyes fixed on the distance. Isn't it harder if I don't eat even 1? Kong Se-Yuan wanted to refute her, but hesitated to speak, lowering his head. A pained expression etched across his face. He quickly realized his folly, wishing he could slap himself for his previous remark, which had only added to Ayu's burdens. She was still so young, having only recently come of age, yet she bore so much weight, the pressure to grow stronger, the authority of a leader, and the survival of the entire tribe. Unbeknownst to Kongyu, the fool beside her had already spiraled into his own convoluted thoughts. Suddenly noticing that he stood there motionless, his head downcast in a woeful expression, she furrowed her brow and asked, What are you doing? I haven't scolded you. Kong Se-Yuan instantly lifted his head, eyes brimming with tears as he leaned closer. You. Kongyu could no longer restrain herself and kicked him once more. The shadow cast by the purple tear was palpable. The old hawk, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly felt a chill sweep across his chest. He paid it little mind, rolling over to continue sleeping, only to abruptly awaken moments later, his sharp eagle eyes wide open. He quickly realized, tensing up, that the man before him bore a pale purple diamond mark on his forehead. For centuries, the food-eating eagle clan had dominated both men and women. Yet not a single member had attained the purple tier. Even reaching high tier was a daunting task. Most food-eating eagles relied on their formidable physical prowess in battle. Even if they had encountered purple tier beastmen in the larger tribe, they would not dare to stare too long. Thus, the old hawk had no way of discerning that the hue of the mark on his opponent was rather unusual. Feeling anxious, he averted his gaze from the beastman, despite having never wronged him. However, his unease grew as he inadvertently caught sight of a sharp wooden stick pressing against his chest, its keen tip poised directly at his heart. Damn it, no wonder I felt a chill. Such an ordinary stick would have been dismissed without a second thought under normal circumstances. Yet now, it was gripped by a purple tier beastman, elevating its significance and potential lethality. Old Hawk, well versed in the terrors of purple tier beastmen from frequent dealings with larger tribes, understood the gravity of the situation. The dark fish, noticing his frozen demeanor, was surprised by the effectiveness of his threat. Uncertain of his own level compared to this low-tier beastman, he had no inkling that he had foolishly selected a mere wooden stick. With a show of bravado, he prodded the stick against the hawk, who tensed at the gesture. Every muscle in his body taut. Transform into human form. The dark fish hissed, forcing each word through gritted teeth. Obediently, the old hawk complied, quickly shifting back into his human guise. He then ingratiatingly asked, My lord, what are your commands at this late hour? The dark fish was momentarily repulsed by the display, his brow furrowing as he gripped the stick tightly, veins bulging in his hand, before delivering a sharp slap across the hawk's face. Speak properly. Diao Lao Jiao suffered an unprovoked slap, barely managing to suppress the resentment that flickered across his face. However, accustomed to such grand spectacles, he had long mastered the art of performance. He forced a grateful smile, swiftly altering his demeanor. Though still somewhat unrefined, it was certainly an improvement. Indeed, as you say. My lord, he replied. He took a deep breath, but rather than prolonging the matter, he chose not to contest the issue. In a grave tone, he inquired, "Where's the white tiger?" Diao Laojio's voice trembled in response, taken aback that this individual was also in pursuit of the elusive creature. The white tiger had evidently become a sought-after prize, attracting even the attention of purple-tier beastmen. What white tiger, my lord? You had better consider your words carefully. My patience is wearing thin. Diao Laojio's eyes darted about, contemplating a feeble defense, yet was abruptly interrupted. Blackfish tightened his grip on the wooden stick, which pressed into Diao Laojio's flesh as he lay upon the large stone. Blood welled from the wound. Oh dear, my lord, please be gentle. Grant me a moment of mercy. Diao Laojio stiffened, fearing that a moment of impatience might lead to his demise. In truth, had he dared to resist, given Blackfish's current capabilities, Diao Laojio might have had a chance to escape. After all, as a robust and powerful creature, it was unlikely he would simply allow himself to be fatally struck by a wooden stick. Regrettably, Diao Laojio's downfall lay in his excessive knowledge. He had been introduced to the formidable purple-tier beastmen at an early stage, leaving him with a profound psychological scar from the ominous shade of purple. Consequently, he felt instinctively unable to fight back. Diao Laojio was rather astute. He recalled that the moment Blackfish had questioned him about the whereabouts of the white tiger, it was evident that he had indeed encountered the creature. As he thought back to washing the blood from his hands by the river before bed, his eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. He cursed his own zeal in cleaning up, a practice he typically avoided when it was tea raining. Now, he had inadvertently invited trouble upon himself, vowing silently to refrain from bathing in the future. Glimpsing at Blackfish, who had ceased his actions, he saw the simmering impatience in his eyes, urging him to speak. Diao Laojio swallowed hard and began to stammer. 2 days ago, I encountered the white tiger. She was being tormented by a pack of gray wolves. After uttering this, he cautiously stole a glance at Blackfish, noting the dark expression and fury etched upon his face, which gave him an inkling of how to proceed. I witnessed one of her cubs being tormented, covered in blood. I could not help but intervene, striking down one of the wolves. At this, he feigned righteous indignation, presenting himself as a paragon of virtue. Blackfish scoffed derisively, as if Diao Laojio's words were utterly ridiculous. Desperate, Diao Laojio defended himself passionately. Though I am no saint, I possess a conscience. I cannot stand by while the weak suffer. Blackfish responded with another slap. Stop diverting the topic. Continue with the details. Diao Laojio, frustrated, swallowed his retorts. This was not how he had envisioned the encounter. With exasperation, Blackfish raised his hand again, but before he could strike, Diao Laojio began to speak clearly and coherently. Then the wolves did not relent, and I fled with her, ultimately, to evade the relentless wolves. I had to leave her hidden in the grass. When I returned, she was gone. Gone? Blackfish prodded, contemplating the implications of deceit. Yes, indeed, she had left. Diao Laojio replied with a steady facade. He spoke the truth. The white tiger had indeed departed, though the specifics of her departure remained unclear to him. Was she not injured? How could she vanish so swiftly? Blackfish posed a serious inquiry. Diao Laojio felt wronged. The creature had indeed escaped, albeit whisked away by an owl. He recognized the feather and could deduce its origin with ease, being well-versed in avian matters. For his kind had long harbored a vendetta against birds. In their pursuit of sustenance, they favored consuming both primate and avian beastmen. On a previous raid of the sparrow forest tribe, the lack of feathers had severely diminished their combat effectiveness, thus adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict. He had instructed his kin to collect feathers without slaying birds. Yet, he had underestimated the pettiness of those avian creatures. Even before the calamity had passed, they rushed to seek vengeance. Rest assured, those sanctimonious birds will not execute prisoners. Once my kin regains their feathers, I shall return. I will lead them to reclaim the sparrow forest, which has been unjustly occupied by these lowly beasts for far too long. Lost in his thoughts, Diao Laojio's mind drifted. Meanwhile, Blackfish, growing increasingly impatient at Diao Laojio's silence and distant gaze, contemplated delivering a punch. Noticing Diao Laojio's sudden shift to a menacing expression, Blackfish understood that he had revealed his true intentions. He swiftly delivered a punch to Diao Laojio's eye. Dazed, Diao Laojio finally comprehended his predicament, offering a sheepish smile as he lowered his voice to explain. My lord, I share your sentiments. It must have been some ill-intentioned individual who took her while I was absent. Since you are the one who lost her, you shall retrieve her. The scene felt eerily familiar. The great Blackfish was skillfully delegating tasks, having never intended to spare the eagle. The truth of the words spoken by Eagle Laojio became irrelevant, for regardless of the circumstances, he could not escape the fate of being compelled. Whether one was an orc or a beast, as long as they could be subdued by force, they were to serve him. Eagle Laojio readily complied, thus regaining his freedom, departing without the need for the Blackfish to chase him away. Although being hunted by a purple-tier orc was hardly pleasant, he planned to find the tiger and escape towards the direction of the larger tribes. At that point, it would be purple against purple. The outcome was uncertain. Unbeknownst to the Blackfish, as Eagle Laojio departed, He too could no longer maintain his form and leaped back into the river. In the pitch black and frigid night, the surface of the river had frozen, prompting Shin-nan and Shi-lan to halt their journey. A great serpent, having just consumed an entire horned deer beast, languidly sprawled on the ground. As he rolled over, he caught sight of a man perched on a tree branch. Since learning that the little white tiger was still alive, Shin-nan appeared considerably more relaxed. The man leaned against the trunk, attentively and diligently polishing a piece of luminous stone. How ridiculous for a grown man to be playing with stones. Such trinkets should be left for a young tiger to amuse itself with. Suddenly reminded of the little tiger, Shi-lan paused for a moment. After a brief silence, the great serpent transformed back into human form, staring vacantly at the broad river in the distance. Suddenly, he blurted out, "Why can she float in the water too?" "What do you mean, float in the water?" Shin-nan, focused on his stone, responded cheerfully, "Your little tiger." "Of course," Shi-lan replied expressionlessly. "She might paddle a bit, but how could she swim so far?" Shin-nan's expression darkened as he pursed his lips, murmuring, "Of course, it's impossible for her to have done it on her own." After a pause, he asserted, "Someone must have forcibly taken her away." Yet he was left pondering the intentions of the one who had taken her. Was it merely an act of rescue, or something more sinister? The atmosphere grew heavy after his words, and he fell silent, returning to his stone. Shi-lan bowed his head, lost in thought while gazing at the purple crystal he had acquired from Shin-nan a few days prior. What had once stirred his heart now served as evidence of his dependency on others. The serpent, who adored sleeping, now found himself accompanying the leopard through hardships. With sleepless nights, what use was the crystal? If Shin-nan intended to search for a lifetime, he could not simply follow him in pursuit of a wife. Shi-lan flicked his tail in agitation. At that moment, Shin-nan casually remarked, "If you have second thoughts now, what you stand to lose is not merely these purple crystals." The serpent froze momentarily, quickly stowing away the crystal, then flopped onto the ground, closing his eyes, feigning sleep. "What did you say?" "I'm already asleep and cannot hear you," Shi-lan replied. Shin-nan snorted softly, fully aware of the lazy serpent's thoughts. Tilting his head, he playfully toyed with the stone sphere he had just polished for you. The beautiful orb emitted a soft red glow, appearing ethereal and dreamlike. Imagining the little tiger playing with the stone, a smile crept onto Shin-nan's lips. You had yet to see this hue of luminous stone and would surely adore it. Suddenly, a rustling sound disrupted the warmth he had cultivated. Looking down, Shin-nan spotted several cautious little furry heads peeking from the grass. A group of long-eared, fluffy rabbits, adorned with small beast cores, appeared to be orcs as well. They glanced around nervously, but soon their gaze fell upon the indigo snake tail protruding from behind the tree. Instantly, panic ensued, and the rabbits scurried back in haste. Shin-nan casually plucked a leaf from a nearby tree and flung it towards the rabbits. The leaf sliced through the air like a sharp blade, narrowly grazing a few rabbit ears. The little rabbits froze in place, and as the atmosphere turned awkward, more rustling sounds erupted from the grass. Shin-nan looked up, witnessing an influx of rabbits emerging. Initially intending to merely startle them, he raised an eyebrow in surprise as he realized he had inadvertently disturbed a rabbit warren. The few rabbits already paralyzed by Shin-nan's earlier action were now even more stunned to see so many of their kin rushing out. The elder rabbit leader stumbled and fell, fearing that his lineage might face extinction at his hands. As the rabbits noticed the great serpent beneath the tree, they panicked, scrambling over one another to retreat. Seeing the chaos unfold, Shin-nan pinched his brows and suddenly spoke. "What is going on here?" The previously raucous rabbit horde fell silent, each rabbit huddling together in trepidation, some even mimicking the elder leader's panic. At that moment, a young rabbit dashed forward, hesitated, and transformed into a boy. This was Tumu. Stammering, he explained, "Great sir, we merely wished to pass through and did not mean to disturb you." Shin-nan, still toying with the stone sphere, replied nonchalantly. "Then go ahead, why are you running?" "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Tumu clasped his hands together in gratitude, smiling as he urged his timid companions to hurry along. The rabbits, both large and small, hopped past Shin-nan's gaze, carefully navigating around the snake's tail. It was a sight the rabbit clan had never imagined encountering, a high-tier carnivorous orc. They silently rejoiced at the Great One's generosity while simultaneously feeling a mix of fear and anxiety, their breaths held as if a knife hung over their heads. They pressed through the oppressive atmosphere. Amidst the ennui, Shi-lan also took note of the passing rabbits, recalling having heard that rabbits could be easily startled. Testing his theory, he flicked his tail, and indeed, a wave of panic rippled through the rabbits. One by one, they stiffened, plunging into chaos once again. Shi-lan stroked his chin. Oh, it really is true. Unperturbed by the mischief he had caused, he continued to daydream, while the rabbits feared that the serpent might go on a rampage. Those not frozen in fear dared not move, trembling in a tight huddle. Eventually, they realized that the serpent had simply flicked his tail without malice. Once they grasped this, they hurriedly dragged their dazed companions away, not daring to linger. Shin-nan regrettably missed the rabbit that had encountered his little tiger. In the distance, the rabbits whispered among themselves, "Tumu is indeed formidable, having received a legendary blue crystal from the great tiger. He has now secured passage for us with just a few words." Hearing their whispered conversations, Tumu awkwardly nudged the little rabbit's rear end, urging, Stop chattering and focus on the journey. This marked the first great migration of the timid rabbit tribe, spurred by the catastrophic impact of the falling celestial stone, which had led to the extinction of numerous species and the devastation of vast flora. Their former habitat had become inhospitable. The younger generation, including Timu, had learned that various creatures were embarking on migrations. The celestial stone did not fall uniformly across the land, and some areas had fortunately escaped its wrath. The rabbits, reluctant to lag behind, ultimately persuaded the stubborn and conservative elder to leave their comfortable haven in search of new, untainted lands. Though their departure held profound significance, they found themselves somewhat aimless on this migratory path. After much deliberation, they resolved to head south. Although the historical records of the rabbit tribe were scant, there had been accounts from a previous traveler who had informed them of a vast continent inhabited by beasts. It was said that at its center lay the most hospitable climate for survival. Even after the celestial stone's calamity, that region would likely recover swiftly. Not only the little rabbits, but many other races were also migrating toward that direction. They possessed varying degrees of knowledge regarding this central haven. And even those unaware of it would follow the movements of other tribes, conforming to the collective instinct for survival, perhaps unbeknownst to them. And perhaps to the little rabbits as well, the very place that sounded like a fabled land of fortune would be rife with fierce competition as one approached its core. This path was destined to be drenched in blood. In truth, the most bewildered among them was Yue, for while everyone else migrated south, she was led northward by the great black fish. The following day, under the glaring sun, the black fish observed, with evident frustration, a male tiger being herded back by a pack of wolves. The imposing tiger, seemingly large and formidable, followed the wolves without resistance or fear. Its curiosity piqued as it trailed behind them. The black fish impatiently kicked the head wolf, exclaiming, "This isn't how you assert dominance. I want a tiger cub." The wolf pack, thoroughly chastened, escorted the tiger away, only to return shortly with it once more. The majestic tiger, with a cub in its mouth, approached. The little one wide-eyed and inquisitive, gazing at the howling wolves surrounding them. Infuriated, the black fish felt the veins in its fist bulge, just as a furious roar echoed, sounding even more irate than its own. A slightly smaller female tiger charged forth, delivering resounding blows to the male tiger's head. The male, dodging and weaving, found his cub snatched away as the female turned and left without a backward glance, with the male trailing behind, crestfallen. Taking a deep breath, the black fish declared, "I seek a white tiger cub, a white one," before it could even raise a foot to kick the head wolf. It cunningly led the pack away at a swift pace. Around midday, after waiting in vain for the crow to return, Yue finally exhaled in relief. The little tiger squatted at the edge of the bird's nest, relieving itself. Living high above was indeed quite inconvenient for a solitary tiger. Perhaps it would be wise to negotiate with the owl or, if all else failed, consider relocating. There was no need to worry about the original occupant's wrath. As she focused on her business, she remained blissfully unaware of her high-altitude indiscretion, oblivious to the fact that a passing gray wolf had become an unexpected witness. The wolf, caught off guard by the falling droppings, looked up in confusion, and from a distance, it could only discern a fuzzy little rear protruding from the nest. It began to howl in agitation, its cries drawing the attention of nearby wolves who soon gathered, joining in the cacophony. While a single gray wolf's howl might not rouse the owl from its slumber, the chorus of many wolves was sufficient to pull it from its dreams. With wide, round eyes, it peered down, unable to discern any details, only noticing movement below. Prodding the oblivious little tiger, it urged, "Look quickly, what is that down there?" Yue gently nudged her backside and peered down into the bird's nest. To her astonishment, an overwhelming number of wolves gathered below. These gray wolves reminded her of the one that had fallen victim to the harpy eagle. Surely they could not all be related, given their striking resemblance. A dirty, yet unmistakably recognizable, head of a white tiger emerged, looking rather pitiful. Her loyal companions had finally arrived, and the wolf pack erupted into a frenzy, howling and yelping in excitement. Some wolves cleverly dashed back to seek out the great black fish, while others were eagerly contemplating their first attempt at climbing a tree. Yue, what is all this excitement about? Could it be that they seek vengeance for that gray wolf? If revenge is their aim, they ought to confront that eagle instead. The young tiger, still astonished by the wolf's fervor, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head, having been struck by a stone that came out of nowhere. Instinctively, she looked up, and to her astonishment, a deluge of stones was raining down upon them. Both the tiger and the eagle were caught directly in the onslaught. The owl, momentarily stunned, quickly extended its wings to shield the young tiger's head, granting her the opportunity to discern the situation above. The sunlight today was particularly intense, piercing her eyes painfully, and Yue cursed herself for her lack of foresight, knowing full well her aversion to bright light yet failing to heed it. Fortunately, ever since her eyes had been injured, the tiger had developed her own unique method of rapid observation. With just a glance, all pertinent information was swiftly imprinted in her mind. It turned out that the former resident, the raven, had returned, and today it brought its family along. The male raven believed that their repeated failures could be attributed to insufficient firepower. Merely retrieving his mate was not enough. They had also gathered a multitude of relatives and friends overnight. Their intent was to make that detestable owl aware that while revenge may be delayed, it is never denied. The emergence of the densely packed raven family was nothing short of a grand spectacle. At the very least, the two who had forcefully invaded the dwelling were left utterly astonished. Yue called to the dazed owl, "Brother, perhaps we should take our leave." Beneath the ominous presence of crows overhead and a pack of wolves below, is this truly a life worth living? The owl, too, felt the urge to retreat. It peered hesitantly downward, only to take a few timid steps back. The path ahead was obscured, and it had learned the hard way what it meant to traverse through uncertainty, leaving it with a lingering dread. Having completed their barrage of stones, the crows commenced their next round of antics. Yue and the others were well acquainted with the ensuing chaos. It was merely an assault of bird droppings. They had anticipated this turn of events, and both the tiger and the owl remained remarkably composed as they braced themselves for the inevitable deluge. As long as there were no stones involved, they reassured themselves, for bird droppings were harmless. The two fluffy creatures demonstrated an admirable acceptance of this harsh reality. Watching the pair below, who dared not resist, the crows cawed raucously in their frenzy. It was the owl that first succumbed to the pressure, being naturally inclined toward tranquility. It found itself besieged simultaneously from above and below. The crow's taunts mingled with the howling of the wolves, leaving it utterly bewildered. Grasping little tiger, it resolved to take flight and distance itself from the turmoil, seeking a momentary reprieve from the tempest. Yue, in a flurry, used her delicate paw to lift the snake shed that had been resting beneath her for several days. This was the only remnant left to her by Bao Bao, and she could not afford to lose it. The owl, with a fierce demeanor, soared out of its nest, sending the encroaching crows into a state of panic. Their formation disbanded instantly as they hastily retreated to a safe distance. Alas, the owl, subdued by the sunlight, was not long for the skies. After just a couple of flapping steps, it veered awkwardly and collided with the trunk of a great tree. Yi widened her eyes in astonishment. "Goodness. I thought your vision was merely poor, but it turns out you were truly blind." With a resounding thud, an eagle and a tiger plummeted down the straight trunk of the tree. The few gray wolves, who had been anxiously clawing at the tree in their desperations, immediately rushed over joyfully to retrieve the fallen tiger upon witnessing this spectacle. Yue had initially anticipated dire circumstances, but upon opening her eyes, she was astonished to find herself nestled in the chilling embrace of the great black fish alongside an owl. The great black fish gazed in horror at the owl, which was covered in crow droppings. What is this creature? The bird excrement smeared all over him rendered him so repulsed that he could scarcely utter a word, let alone express his ire. With a look of disdain, the man cast the owl aside, only to turn and discover that the tiger in his arms was equally unseemly. Crow droppings clung to its body, while its soft fur was matted together with dried blood, and one of its injured little legs hung limply, despite its disheveled appearance. The tiger blinked innocently with its round eyes, gazing up at him. The great black fish was taken aback, inhaling sharply, and was further choked by the foul stench emanating from her, prompting a fit of coughing. He contemplated casting her away like the owl. Yue seemed to perceive his intentions and quickly wrapped her nimble little legs around his arm. Her large eyes sparkled as she gazed at him, saying, "Good brother, you have finally arrived." If you had delayed any longer, she would have been devoured by wolves. Heiyu's arm movement faltered, and he inwardly lamented that this child had brought such chaos. Only her biological parents could tolerate her. "Leopard, I don't mind either. Hurry, toss her to me." The author interjects, "All right, a brief cameo, and I shall take my leave." After a moment of inner conflict, Heiyu pinched his fingertips and, with restraint, grasped the scruff of the little tiger's neck, deciding it prudent to clean her up first. The owl, displaying understanding, picked up the shed skin of the snake that Yue had inadvertently dropped, cooing softly yet daring not to take flight, instead trotting behind the man. Jiao Laozhou hid behind a distant tree, gritting his teeth as he watched the filthy tiger being held by the man. He had been drawn by the commotion only to stumble upon this scene, realizing he was a step too late. Otherwise, the tiger could have been his. Heiyu, suppressing a torrent of anger and fighting off nausea, led the tiger to the nearby stream. As Yue gazed upon the meandering brook, a myriad of emotions surged within her. On her inaugural visit to this enchanting locale, she had courageously hunted down a fawn, yet, upon her second arrival, she had transformed into a mere shadow of her former self. The man, crouched by the water's edge, was poised to cleanse the young tiger, only to be met with her vehement refusal. Yu, with unwavering determination despite her physical limitations, asserted her ability to manage. Convinced that the water was shallow enough to pose no threat to her life, the large black fish unceremoniously tossed her into the water. It then transformed into its true form, a great black fish, and swam into deeper waters to cleanse itself, having recently been dragged into the fray. In the chilling water, the little tiger diligently used its front paws to scrub its small face and rub its belly. Meanwhile, the curious owl tilted its head and approached, mimicking the tiger's actions to wash itself as well. Soon after, Yu turned her head and encountered a peculiar creature. The owl, with a dazed expression, turned its head as well, its small cranium adorned with enormous eyes. Its once fluffy feathers were now soaked and clinging to its gaunt frame. Yu exclaimed, "Wow, I didn't realize you were so slender." The little tiger proudly patted his belly and declared, "See this? It's all genuine flesh." The owl stretched its wings, intending to poke at the tiger's flesh, but instead, it splashed water everywhere. Yue, still believing it was merely playing with itself in the water, neglected to wash and, dragging a wounded leg, pounced forward. In a moment of instinct, it bit down on a wing, only to be met with a sharp pain that contorted its face in agony. In that instant, it forgot that its teeth were broken. The owl, bewildered, let out several innocent hoots, unsure of how to respond, and could only helplessly circle around the tiger. Suddenly, before the little tiger had fully regained its composure, a man lifted it from the water with force, shaking it roughly before carelessly placing it upon a large stone. Yu shook her fur, gazing vacantly at the imposing figure of Dehe, swaying slightly in the cold breeze. Observing this, the owl also fluffed its feathers and approached the little tiger. The two damp creatures, one large and one small, nestled together for warmth. Just moments ago, they had been in the water, feeling little discomfort. But upon emerging into the chill, the realization of the cold struck them, and the moisture in their fur quickly crystallized into ice shards. What transpired during your absence? You return in such a pitiful state, Dehe questioned, furrowing his brow, oblivious to her shivering plight. I cannot respond at the moment. For I am but a little tiger who cannot hear. She suddenly recalled her inability to communicate. This thought cast a shadow over Dehe's mood. With a sigh, he stifled his inquiries, resigning himself to the fact that she had returned, and not alone, she had brought back a bird as well. As Dehe regained his focus, he noticed a shift in the dynamics between the two creatures, which had previously appeared to be on amicable terms. Now, there was a palpable tension, as if they were on the verge of a confrontation. The tiger's paw pushed against the owl's face, and the owl flapped its wings, attempting to distance itself. What is the meaning of this? Dehe asked impatiently. Neither of them had the time to regard him. Yi was overwhelmed, for the moisture-laden fur had frozen, causing her and the owl to become entangled. It dawned on Dehe that these two furry beings seemed particularly vulnerable to the cold, while he, being a cold-blooded fish, was ill-equipped to kindle a fire. He furrowed his brow, at a loss for how to remedy the situation. After a while, Dehe returned with a robust gray wolf. He shoved the two frozen creatures under the bewildered wolf's belly, resembling two blocks of ice. The wolf, baring its teeth in protest, glared at Dehe. You truly lack compassion. The man's threatening gaze swiftly silenced the wolf, which begrudgingly laid down, begrudgingly warming the cubs. Yet, it was one thing to warm the tiger. It was another to accommodate the unsightly bird. The owl cooed, who? Thus, Dehe and his companions camped by the stream for the night. By dawn, the gray wolf had fulfilled its duty and vanished, vowing to escape farther with its kin, ensuring that the beastman could never again capture it for labor. After the wolf's departure, the now fluffy owl and tiger huddled closely, displaying a tender bond, concerned for the tiger's comfort. The owl draped its shed skin over the tiger's head as a makeshift blanket. Observing this maternal gesture from a distance, Dehe rolled his eyes in disdain. Upon awakening, Yu's gaze fell upon the pale blue serpent shed skin before her. Gently, she caressed it with her claws, only to discover its tattered state. A wave of sadness washed over her, and tears welled in her eyes as memories of leopard resurfaced. She murmured, please show me some respect. After all, this is a remnant of my own shedding. Leopard, in a swift motion, knocked her unconscious and dragged her away by the serpent's tail. The owl, misinterpreting her sorrow as stemming from the stolen stones, comfortingly brushed her with its wings. In an unexpected turn, before the little tiger could react, the owl seized the serpent's shed skin. Its sharp beak rummaged through the remnants until it retrieved a purple crystal, placing it gently beneath the tiger's eyelids. The owl reassured her, do not be disheartened. There is still more to be found. Yue, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, is this truly hers? She possesses such a remarkable treasure? After a prolonged moment of shock, Yue composed herself and suddenly pounced forward, playfully wrapping her arms around the legs of the owl. Oh, my dear, had I known of this delightful item earlier, I would not have endured so many days of hardship. The owl tilted its head, observing the little tiger clinging to its leg, and gently picked up the amethyst once more, placing it before the tiger. Why are you embracing me? Embrace this instead. As Yu calmed herself, she released the owl and, with great anticipation, swallowed the amethyst whole, disregarding any potential side effects that might arise from consuming it. After all, in her eyes, no adverse consequence could possibly rival her current state of despair. However, reality proved that there is no limit to suffering. What follows can always be worse. The moment she ingested the amethyst, before she could even savor its essence, a surge of energy overwhelmed her, causing her to lose consciousness immediately. The owl, in a state of alarm, broke into a cold sweat and tentatively prodded the small tiger, who had fallen silent and unconscious, flapping its wings in a frenzy. It called for Deheyu to come over. The man, with a grave expression, examined her closely but found no indication of what might be afflicting her. Despite his efforts to rouse her, she remained unresponsive, her breathing steady, as though she were merely asleep. Realizing that waiting idly was futile, Deheyu resolved to carry her onward, hoping to reach his homeland sooner. Deep down, he sensed that there would be someone there capable of healing her. Thus, unbeknownst to Yu, they set forth once more on their journey. Yue remained unaware that the energy contained within the amethyst far surpassed that of the azure crystal by more than just a slight margin. The crystals beneath the azure tier barely amounted to a fraction of the amethyst's potency. Not to mention, for a youngling like her, Even adult beastmen below the azure tier would need to prepare meticulously before daring to consume amethyst. Just like Kong Sanyuan. Although Kongyu had directly thrust the crystal core into his mouth, he lacked the audacity to swallow it whole. Heaven knows how long he had anxiously prepared. Fearing that Kongyu would mock him, he had not even dared to disclose this to her. The sudden surge of energy was beyond the capacity of a conscious mind to endure, and the body's self-protective mechanisms caused Yu's awareness to be sealed away long before. Meanwhile, her body was autonomously healing itself unbeknownst to anyone. Since the ravaging of the continent by the celestial stones, the tectonic plates of the beast world had been in constant turmoil. While many believed that the natural disasters had come to a complete end, countless lives continued to struggle in dire circumstances. Earthquakes, forest fires, and various calamities had yet to cease entirely. Shonen and the Great Serpent had spent a night outdoors, bearing witness to a mountain's relocation. It was roughly around midnight, after that group of rabbits had departed. The ground began to tremble, prompting the two to cautiously distance themselves from the densely wooded area. Before long, they beheld an unknown towering mountain being pushed toward them by the quaking earth. During its movement, a significant portion of the mountain collapsed, accompanied by a deafening roar as massive boulders scattered, nearly flattening a vast expanse of forest. After several hours, the thunderous sounds finally subsided, and tranquility returned. Indeed, for nature, the act of moving mountains and filling seas was a trivial endeavor. No matter how formidable the beastmen, they could scarcely rival the might of the natural world. It seems you must accompany me along the waterway, Shilon remarked expressionlessly, gazing at the scattered stones in the distance. Shonen raised an eyebrow in disdain, then suddenly transformed into a black panther, leaping effortlessly onto a massive stone, and without pause, sprang to the next. The panther danced among the chaotic boulders, its muscles fluid and sensuous as they propelled him forward, displaying a grace that was both elegant and composed. The treacherous terrain beneath his paws felt as solid as the ground itself. The passing beastmen could not help but marvel at his strength, including the venerable leader of the lion tribe, Lion Tian. Quickly, go and call that child. Our tribe is in dire need of such liveliness. The old chief excitedly pointed at the leopard sprinting between the towering boulders, his bronze face adorned with a bushy white beard. The dense white whiskers lent him an air of venerability, yet despite his advanced years, his muscles remained firm and robust. A blue beast core was prominently embedded in his weathered visage. Observing his powerful physique, none dared to declare him old. However, deep down, he was acutely aware of his decline and limitations. Thus, upon hearing the news of the impending calamity, he promptly announced his abdication, entrusting the leadership to an unassuming warrior from the tribe. The Ba lion tribe was among the most formidable in the region, teeming with robust lions in their prime, both male and female, ready to engage in battle. This strength was a testament to Shurtian's lifelong dedication to nurturing the tribe. When he assumed leadership, he was revered as the tribe's strongest warrior, rumored to possess the potential to transcend to the legendary purple tier. Alas, the dream of such ascension was overshadowed by the weight of responsibility he bore. The youthful lion, once brimming with ambition, relinquished the pursuit of becoming a purple tier beastman to focus on governance. While he excelled in combat training, he struggled with instilling character, resulting in a tribe of young lions who were remarkably mature for their age. They adhered strictly to rules, living austere lives akin to ascetics, consuming meager rations and resting sparingly, yet they dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to training. In contrast to the playful nature of cubs from other tribes, while lions' young ones carried heavy burdens on their heads, claiming it to be a form of exercise. Thus, witnessing the agile form of the Black Panther stirred a long-forgotten vitality within Shurtian, evoking memories of his own youthful exuberance. Upon receiving their orders, a few lions swiftly pursued the Black Panther. Navigating the treacherous terrain of jagged stones proved challenging. They lacked the prowess to leap like the panther. Falling behind, the lions could only emit frustrated calls in a bid to capture the panther's attention. Regrettably, Shernan, who had noticed them from afar, remained indifferent, choosing instead to perch atop the highest boulder, casually observing a large snake drifting downstream. With his mind at ease, he continued on his path. The Ba lion tribe had initially intended to migrate southward before the cold front arrived. However, the old chief, having lived a life of rationality, suddenly succumbed to whimsy, insisting on pursuing a stranger. The plan was for the capable current leader to take charge and lead the tribe safely. The chief believed that any cub venturing westward amid such dire circumstances was oblivious to the grave situation outside. His protective instincts surged, compelling him to prevent the cub from wasting precious time. The gathered lions, unwilling to let the elderly chief venture alone, decided to accompany him in pursuit of the leopard. After a considerable journey, they arrived at the area where the young tigers had recently departed. They had not intended to linger, yet fate intervened, leading into the unfortunate figure of Diao Laojiao. At the riverbank, Diao Laojiao was skinning a young tiger he had brutally slain, with two adult tigers lying lifeless nearby. The male tiger had long since perished, and the female, one-eyed and powerless, glared at Diao Laojiao with a mix of hatred and despair. Diao Laojiao's psyche, already twisted from the loss of Yu, was further distorted by bitterness and resentment. The regret of failing to capture the little white tiger haunted him, as even the smallest cub had repeatedly evaded his grasp, shattering his pride. As he roamed the forest, Diao intended to head towards the larger tribe with news of the white tiger. However, he inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the tiger family. The adult tigers, fearing for their offspring, bared their teeth in warning. This provoked Diao, who, fueled by pent-up frustration, retaliated violently. He intended to kill the cub first before confronting the adults, believing that nothing was more painful than witnessing a child's demise. However, the fierce resistance from the adult tigers led to his injury. In a fit of rage, he killed the male tiger and left the female to suffer, forcing her to witness the gruesome act of skinning her cub. The white tiger, embodying madness, muttered as he skinned the cub. "Who told you to lack the resilience of the white tiger, little one?" The serpent, Shilon, who had been floating in the water, keenly detected the mention of the white tiger and emerged with an imposing presence. Diao barely had time to react before the powerful tail of the serpent ensnared him, lifting him high into the air. The Black Panther arrived shortly thereafter, surveying the grotesque scene of the tiger family. Disgusted, he frowned momentarily but quickly masked his emotions. What transpired here? He inquired in a deep, casual tone. Shilon transformed into human form, unceremoniously dropping Diao at Shernan's feet, and remarked, "This individual just mentioned the white tiger." Shernan raised an eyebrow. Crouching beside Diao, noting the blood splattered across his face, disdainfully, he drew a bone knife and pressed it against Diao's jaw. "Have you encountered a white tiger?" Shernan's crimson lips curled into a smile that failed to reach his eyes, rendering his emotions inscrutable. Diao, noticing the purple mark on Shernan's forehead, swallowed nervously, realizing he was facing yet another purple-tier beastman, resentful of his misfortune by the river. He lamented that calamity always seemed to find him in such close proximity to water. Diao stammered in response, "Should I continue to ask?" Sinan chuckled softly, gently tapping his cheek with a black bone knife. This tender gesture, though soft, seemed capable of plunging one's heart into an icy abyss. No, of course not," Diao replied nervously. He dared not pause, hastily recounting the tale he had shared with the great black fish last time. "When I first encountered her, she was already beset by a pack of wolves, and the great snake was also slithering over, eager to eavesdrop on some gossip. However, upon hearing that the little tiger was being bullied by a group of wolves, both men frowned in unison. What the hell? Where's the person who took her away? Where did he vanish to? He must be a completely irresponsible fool." The great black fish, hastening his pace, felt a shiver run down his spine, as if someone were cursing him. Meanwhile, the two men listened as Diao recounted his benevolent act of rescuing the little tiger, risking a chase by the wolves, and fleeing with her in his arms. Shilon regarded him with an expressionless face. Though silent, his disdain and contempt were palpable. Sinan merely smiled coolly at this point, uttering nothing, his placid gaze radiating an unsettling aura, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. Finally, Diao invoked the familiar conclusion. "When I returned, she was nowhere to be found, taken away by some creature." Sinan listened, then calmly inquired, "Is that all?" Diao hesitated, torn between revealing more and wanting to keep his first-hand information about the little white tiger to himself, hoping to sell it to the great tribe. As he wavered, Sinan suddenly rose, turning to gaze at the expansive river before him, leisurely stating, "You may leave." Diao felt as if he had received a great pardon. He hadn't anticipated that the purple-tier beast men could be so accommodating. Had he narrowly escaped a calamity? Fearful of a change of heart, he cautiously rose, hunched over, and obsequiously asked, "My lord, may I really depart?" Sinan remained silent, but Shilon scratched his head, perplexly interjecting, "What are you asking for? Do you not wish to leave?" Diao was momentarily taken aback by his bluntness. How could he admit to fearing the Lord's potential reversal? Nevertheless, he reasoned that if the purple-tier lord's subordinate had spoken, it surely must be true. The great snake retorted, "Am I your subordinate? Do you want me to turn you into roasted kidneys?" Diao sighed in relief, bending down to reduce his presence, ready to tiptoe away. When Sinan suddenly spoke again, "Before you go, return her crystal core to me." Diao instinctively protested, but those few crystal cores have already been consumed. Yet as he spoke, he suddenly grasped the gravity of his situation. In that moment, it felt as though all his vitality had rushed his head, leaving Diao rigid, scrambling to salvage the situation. "My lord, it's not that I am unwilling to offer it to you. My home truly lacks crystal cores. I have consumed them all." Sinan, with a hand imbued with a chilling aura, gently grasped his neck. Then, in a deep, melodious voice, he softly stated, "Of course. Your home has few crystal cores, for they have all been graciously offered to me by your kin." Diao was taken aback, recalling that this individual was indeed a Black Panther, the one who had once obliterated his entire tribe, rumored to be a fierce black leopard. Before he could ponder further, Sinan's cool laughter resonated, seeping into his chilled mind, slowly dismantling his psychological defenses. "Therefore, you should understand that what I seek is not the crystal cores from your household, but rather those belonging to the little white tiger." As he concluded his statement, Sinan tightened his grip on Diao's neck, the sound of cracking echoing ominously. For the first time, Diao experienced the sensation of despair. Words escaped him. He could only plead, clutching Sinan's arm, imploring for his life. his face flushed, resembling a parched fish gasping for water. He writhed on the brink of life and death. Observing Diao Laojiao nearing his limit, Sinan suddenly released his grip. Diao Laojiao collapsed onto the ground. Contorted and gasping for air, Sinan found amusement in his predicament, leisurely squatting beside him. Diao Laojiao, sensing the man's proximity, instinctively retreated awkwardly, wishing to distance himself from this fearsome figure. Sinan, far from angered, cheerfully urged him, "Do not be afraid. I do not seek your life. Were we not just enjoying ourselves?" Diao Laojiao felt as if his very soul had been submerged in an icy lake. He suddenly perceived death as less daunting. He recalled the little white tiger and felt a surge of defiance. He could not perish. He had yet to reclaim his former glory, avenge the food-eating eagle clan, and return as their leader. Diao Laojiao stifled a breath, transforming back into his beast form, intending to launch a surprise attack on Sinan. Yet, the moment he reverted to his great eagle form, Sinan swiftly seized the feathers on his neck, dragging the nearly 100-kilogram giant eagle toward the riverbank. Let us continue. After a moment, the massive food-eating eagle was dragged from the water like a lifeless bird, still ensnared by the terror of mortality. He was compelled to revert to human form once more under threat. Soon, Diao Laojiao, drenched and pale, lay helplessly on the ground, trembling faintly. The serene riverside echoed only with his labored, seemingly futile breaths. Sinan, however, offered him little respite, casually squatting beside him once again, inquiring with an air of nonchalance. "Can you now clarify?" His tone remained flat, as if he were merely inquiring whether the other had eaten that day. Diao Laojiao, already fearful of revealing the truth, felt the oppressive weight of the man beside him, compelling him to speak. Yet, knowing this man was equally invested in the fate of the little white tiger, he hesitated to confess his wrongdoing. Observing Diao Laojiao's reluctance to speak the truth, Sinan's gaze darkened, coolly sweeping over his beast core mark. A chilling sensation coursed through Diao Laojiao's brow, and he promptly reacted, hastily covering his forehead, trembling as he stuttered, "I will speak." Diao Laojiao dared not divulge the details of that night. Instead, he cleverly mixed truth with lies. "Although I sought her crystal cores, I inadvertently rescued her from the wolves." The pack of wolves seemed to scoff in contempt. Having spoken too many lies, he ultimately began to believe them himself, did he not? After finishing his words, Diao Laojiao discreetly lifted his heavy eyelids, hoping to steal a glance at Shun Nan's expression, only to inadvertently lock eyes with his cool gaze. The encounter startled him, causing his breath to hitch, and he dared not utter another word. With a feeble urgency, he exclaimed, "She stubbornly clung to that tattered cloth, and I merely struck her once with a wooden stick." As he spoke, he noticed Shun Nan's increasingly somber demeanor, his voice dwindling until he fell silent, fearing to continue. Diao Laojiao found himself unsure whether to divulge further details, questioning whether he would still be alive after doing so. At that moment, Shilan timely interjected, encouraging him to proceed. The rest unfolded just as I previously mentioned. However, that little white tiger ended up following an owl and a purple-tier beastman. The mention of the purple-tier beastman piqued Shilan's interest, prompting him to glance at Shun Nan. Diao Laojiao nervously glanced at Shun Nan as well, feeling he had already said too much. Just a single strike, surely this Black Panther wouldn't demand his life for it. The atmosphere grew tense, beads of cold sweat mingling with the moisture on his face, resembling a condemned man awaiting the judge's verdict. At that moment, Shun Nan chuckled lightly. "Where did you strike?" Diao Laojiao cautiously managed to utter a word, only to fall silent, resembling a chicken with its throat cut. Shun Nan delivered successive punches to his mouth, leaving Diao Laojiao unable to even muster a struggle, having been rendered unconscious by the first blow. Blood splattered with his teeth, painting a gruesome and violent scene. Shilan cheered him on from the side. Hit him hard. Who told him to call my snakeskin a rag?" 10 minutes later, the two departed, leaving Diao Laojiao, with all his teeth knocked out, lying weakly on the ground, alongside the 3 tigers that had long since passed. Due to the time wasted dealing with Diao Laojiao, Shun Nan and his companion had not ventured far when they were pursued by the Bashir tribe. "Hey, young brothers, wait up." Lion Tion's robust voice echoed, calling out to Shun Nan and his companion. "Those lions?" Shun Nan raised an eyebrow, having just shaken them off, wondering how they had caught up. Curiosity compelled him to remain still, eager to uncover the reason for their persistence. Lion Tion and his group soon caught up, and as they approached, the panting old leader fixated on the purple mark on Shun Nan's forehead. "Goodness, this child is actually a purple-tier beast man." He then glanced at the dazed Shilan. "TSK, TSK, TSK, this child has already reached the blue tier. Such formidable youth." Noticing that the 2 young men remained silent, Lion Tion rubbed his rough, aged hands together, cleared his throat, and sincerely invited them to join the Bashir tribe. The 2 promptly shook their heads in refusal. So this was the matter at hand. Shun Nan had no interest in joining any tribe, thus he turned to leave without uttering a word. "Children, natural disasters have rendered the continent unstable lately. Wandering beastmen have little chance of finding stability by joining a tribe. Please reconsider," Lion Tion urged. While the members of the lion tribe tightly held on to the excited old leader, fearing he might act rashly in his distress. However, Shun Nan was indifferent to the notion of a tumultuous continent. Even with the continued celestial stone rain, He was determined to seize every opportunity to locate you. Xilan, on the other hand, genuinely yearned for stability and a peaceful slumber, yet he felt he lacked the standing to voice his concerns. Lion Tian, seeing their indifference, anxiously added, "Even if you do not join the tribe, please do not head northwest." Following the disasters, frigid currents have increased in the snowy mountains to the northwest. It is said that even the tribes residing on Shuiwu Mountain can no longer remain there and are fleeing south. The old lion clenched his fist in agitation. Furthermore, those icy currents are expanding. Soon, even we will not be able to remain here. He punctuated his words with firm slaps to his thigh. The old lion, with heartfelt urgency, elaborated extensively, attempting to convey the gravity of the situation. Watching these promising young individuals careen towards danger was disheartening. "Thank you. But we have reasons we must pursue," Shinnan finally spoke, unexpectedly expressing gratitude, yet ultimately refusing Lion Tian's goodwill. After learning about the situation in the northwest, he felt an even greater urgency, fearing that Yu, small and vulnerable, might unknowingly be subjected to suffering there. Before departing, Shinnan casually remarked, "You still have the opportunity to break through to the purple tier. You might want to give it a try." Lion Tian was taken aback by his words, momentarily rendered speechless, and by the time he regained his senses, the two had already moved on. He stood there, staring at the retreating figures of the young men, hesitant to call after them. Weary, he gestured for the tribe to execute the original plan and migrate along the pre-established route. Yet inside, he was tumultuous, gazing skyward at the pale heavens, pondering the implications of reaching the purple tier. Days later, Deheyu, cradling the white tiger, traversed the hard ice surface beneath a gentle snowfall. The owl followed closely behind, its movements stiff and mechanical, as it trailed Deheyu like an emotionless automaton. In recent days, Yue has remained in a deep slumber. It is not merely a matter of her being asleep. Rather, Huzi's body has been expanding at an alarming rate. Within the short span of 3 days, Da Woi and the owl have watched her grow progressively larger while she sleeps. From a petite creature, she has silently swelled to nearly 4 times her original size. This is hardly reasonable. In fact, it is utterly absurd. Da Woi, who was already anxious to seek medical help for her, has become increasingly frantic since he first noticed her unusual growth. Even as the river froze over at night, he pressed on without rest, urging the owl to fly while carrying the now hefty Huzi as he navigated the riverbed. They would only pause to rest at the break of dawn, finding any suitable spot to recuperate. Thus, the owl and the fish took turns hastening their journey, making swift progress. Yet, astonishingly, within just 3 days, Huzi had grown to such a size that even the owl could no longer lift her. Da Woi was deeply troubled, and it was at this moment that their expedition encountered a significant hurdle. Initially, the temperature would only drop at night, causing the river to freeze. However, as they ventured deeper, even during the day, the river surface became solidly coated with ice. Da Woi, resolute in his determination, continued to lead their group forward across the icy expanse, only to find snowflakes gently descending from above. This only compounded the difficulties of their already arduous journey. The cold was taking a toll on him. As a freshwater fish unaccustomed to such frigid temperatures, he felt his strength and spirit waning compared to the previous days. He felt so stiff that he contemplated hibernation. Fortunately, Huzi, in her expanding state, inexplicably radiated warmth, resembling a colossal feline heating pad. He pondered deeply while holding the significantly heavier white tiger, questioning whether his home truly lay ahead and whether he had always existed in such harsh conditions. Had he, perhaps, developed a hibernation instinct from an early age? As he trudged along, he nearly forgot his purpose and the reason for his journey. Suddenly, the warm weight of the white tiger shifted slightly. Although the movement was subtle, Da Woi was keenly aware of it. He awkwardly placed Huzi onto the ice, crouched down to pat her tiger face, and furrowed his brow, asking, "Are you awake?" Huzi's consciousness gradually returned. She twitched her nose and felt the cold. Had Da Woi brought her to the glacier? She gently lifted her heavy eyelids, staring in bewilderment at the snowflakes drifting above. However, the glaring sunlight made her flinch, prompting her to hastily shut her eyes again. Da Woi, growing impatient, patted her head once more. "Stop pretending to sleep. How do you feel now? Are you all right?" This half-conscious tiger finally stirred. Struggling to lift her body, Huzi shook off the snow that had settled on her, then earnestly focused on the man beside her. To her astonishment, she could hear sounds. Though still muffled and unclear, it brought her immense satisfaction. The silence that enveloped her had been a rather dismal experience, one that ignited a sense of unease within her. This frigid environment had not only diminished Da Woi's vigor and spirit but also tempered his temper. Over the past few days, he had grown considerably more patient, rarely losing his temper with the oblivious owl. How was it that her body had grown so large without her teeth following suit? Seeing her bright eyes and toothless grin, Da Woi assumed she was simply elated to be awake. He thought it unnecessary to inquire further, considering she could hardly hear him anyway. As long as she was awake, he could avoid the stress of finding a veterinarian. "Now that you're awake, you can walk on your own," he declared, turning to gaze into the seemingly endless river ahead. After he turned away, Yu silently transformed into her human form, shedding her previous juvenile appearance. At last, she embodied the image of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Staring in astonishment at her own body, Yu grinned, feeling as though she had finally reaped the rewards after enduring so much hardship. After all this time, she had truly matured. Thus, her beast form must have also grown larger, and perhaps her combat prowess had increased as well. UUF felt that this amethyst was her talisman, not only hastening her recovery from injuries but also contributing to her growth. The agony endured during her unconsciousness could be set aside for now. A cold wind whisked through, the swirling snowflakes striking her bare skin, and it was only after reveling in her exhilaration for a considerable time that she realized the chill, causing her to shiver. The young girl swiftly seized the nearby, somewhat dazed owl, using it as a shield against the biting cold. Fortunately, its fluffy plumage provided sufficient coverage to spare her from embarrassment. The owl, suddenly lifted, appeared bewildered, swiveling its head to gaze at the bare figure behind it. Its large eyes fixed in confusion, unable to comprehend what had grasped it, the bright whiteness obscuring its vision. UUF playfully delivered a light tap to its head, and a melodious voice, reminiscent of youthful innocence, abruptly echoed, "Turn around." Ah, that familiar scent. It was Huzi. The owl obediently rotated its head. The big black fish also heard her voice and, puzzled, turned its gaze to find a girl, cradling a bird protectively, smiling brightly at him. Setting aside her somewhat toothless grin, she still exuded a certain charm. "Big black fish, my wounds have healed, and I've grown taller," she declared, demonstrating her bicep with a single hand. UUA felt a sense of pride, reveling in her rapid growth. Wasn't it surprising? Yet, to her astonishment, the first words from the big black fish were, "What happened to your few missing teeth? You weren't like this the last time I saw you." UUA exclaimed. "What about your teeth? Speak louder, as my hearing has teeth fully recovered." The man retorted, raising his voice, "I asked where your teeth have gone." Growing increasingly irate at her smug demeanor, he continued to shout, "What is there to be proud of? You look quite unattractive now." At these words, UUA paused momentarily, abruptly closing her mouth and thoughtfully touching her face. "Damn it, why has my body grown? Yet my lost teeth have not regrown." The embarrassed girl pressed her lips together, falling silent. Reflecting on his earlier insult about her appearance, her mouth pouted, and she averted her gaze, transforming back into a white tiger. The fluffy tiger dominantly pounced upon the unsuspecting owl, sorrowfully crying out as she lay upon it. She longed for Bao Bao, wishing to return home. For Bao Bao would never call her ugly. Instead, he would tenderly comfort her. The snow-dwelling beast, Da Heyu, observed her with a furrowed brow, feeling exasperated by the troublesome child. He grasped the scruff of the tiger's neck, attempting to lift her up. It was freezing, and they needed either to continue their journey or find a place to rest. They couldn't remain rolling in the snow indefinitely. Unfortunately, the tiger had grown and was no longer as easily managed as in her youth. She resisted like a stubborn husky, firmly planted on the ground, refusing to budge. "What are you doing?" A loud feminine voice suddenly interrupted. The man turned to see a group of men and women with hair as white as snow approaching, followed closely by a cluster of plump polar bears. The group surrounded Da Heyu and his companions with an imposing presence. "Are those polar bears?" Yue, despite having her own skin tugged at, gazed with wide, curious tiger-like eyes at the group that suddenly emerged from the snow. "What are you doing?" Da Heyu suppressed his rising anger, casting a heavy glance around. "You are already an adult. Yet you not only bully the young but dare to harass the cubs of our snowy mountains. Any passing beastmen will not let you off." The leading woman spoke with ire, raising her fist as she did so. Da Heyu, resembling a parent chastising a child while facing the meddling of others, scoffed and boldly retorted, "From where do you perceive that these are your snowy mountains cubs?" His retort further solidified the accusation of him bullying the young, appearing quite arrogant as the onlookers glared at him with anger. The residents of the snowy mountains are fiercely protective for raising a cub in the harsh, frigid environment is no easy feat from pregnancy to birth, and then through the arduous journey to adulthood. These new lives are particularly precious in such dire circumstances. Thus, there exists an unwritten rule. All beastmen of the snowy lands must cherish the juvenile beastmen. Even when faced with peril from cubs of rival tribes, they would recklessly rush to their rescue. As Da Heyu's arrogant words hung in the air, the woman began to scrutinize the tiger cub intently, attempting to discern from her appearance which race she belonged to. Yue soon realized she was being observed and immediately sat up straight, tilting her head back and leisurely swaying her tail. After a moment's contemplation, she raised her paw and playfully nudged the large hand of the black fish that was firmly restraining the tiger-striped creature. Noticing his continued indifference, Yue shot him an accusatory glare. The black fish, taken aback by her gaze, reluctantly withdrew his hand. How insufferable! The child had grown, her wings had strengthened. The leading woman, however, furrowed her brow in increasing confusion, for their snow-capped mountains had never birthed such a beast folk. She observed that the creature appeared to be a tiger, yet its lack of patterns made it resemble a leopard as well. Could it be a hybrid of the snow leopard and the tiger clan? Yet, after scrutinizing for some time, she abruptly realized that the creature bore no beast core upon its forehead. So it was not a beast man. The female leader awkwardly scratched her head, a deep blush spreading across her plump, pale face. Although the snowy realm was rich in heritage, their kind had never encountered serpent beastfolk dwelling here. Consequently, most snow-dwelling beastfolk might never have seen a serpent clan member in their lives. leading to a diminishing opportunity for discussions about half-beasts. Nearly a millennium had passed, and even the mighty Snow Bear tribe, despite being a large clan, shared the same lack of knowledge regarding half-beasts as the smaller, less established tribes. The female leader, feeling embarrassed, spoke up. I sincerely apologize for the offense. We thought you were bullying the Beastman cubs. With that, she dared not pursue the matter further, hastily retreating with her kin without awaiting a response from the Blackfish. As long as no one was being bullied, that was sufficient. Although there were 3 purple-tier beast folk in their clan, provoking an unfamiliar purple-tier beastman was hardly a wise choice. As the crowd departed, a bear discreetly stole a glance at the faint purple mark upon the Blackfish's forehead. The woman led her kin away with increasing speed, repeatedly chiding herself for the embarrassment she felt. After walking a considerable distance, the blush on her face only intensified, transforming her cheeks into the hue of a ripe peach. Leader, just now, I was not embarrassed at all. Huh? The beast man who had furtively observed the Blackfish's mark was about to voice something when the leader clumsily interrupted him. He scratched his head and continued. No, leader. What I meant to say is that the purple-tier beastman seems to be on the verge of corruption. Corruption? I found him rather normal, aside from his rather boastful speech. The Snow Bear leader replied, scratching her head in confusion. The others from the Snow Bear tribe exchanged glances, similarly scratching their heads as a cacophony of discussions erupted. If there is one thing beast folk detest above all else in their lives, it is not the lack of food or the absence of a mate, but rather the notion of corruption. Given their indomitable spirit and pride, nearly all would prefer to face death rather than become mindless creatures that merely bite. Thus, upon the shattering of their beast cores, most beast folk would seek ways to delay the process of corruption. Once they realize the situation has become uncontrollable, they would resort to taking their own lives before succumbing to corruption. However, due to their excessive confidence, many tread upon their limits unknowingly. Most find themselves unable to conclude matters before they succumb to uncontrollable corruption. The transformation of a purple-tier beastman into a corrupted beast is far more challenging to manage than that of others. Therefore, corruption is a grave matter, and the corruption of a purple-tier beastman is of utmost significance. I noticed just now that his purple mark has faded considerably. Once it completely disappears, he will have fully succumbed to corruption. The observant Snow Bear, one of only 3 purple-tier beast folk within the tribe, frequently sparred with the other 2 reclusive purple-tier beast folk, thus possessing a deeper understanding of the mark's changes. The crowd fell silent, yet they believed his words without a shred of doubt. The female leader furrowed her brow. Typically, when encountering a beast man on the brink of corruption, they could swiftly deal with the situation. Their Snow Bear tribe was particularly fond of meddling in others' affairs. However, this time, they were dealing with a purple tier, and were they truly certain they wished to intervene unnecessarily? The purple tier beast folk in their tribe only acted when the tribe's survival was at stake. In matters unrelated to the tribe's existence, no one would trouble them. After thorough discussion, the Snow Bear tribe decided to remain in place, establishing camp and opting to rest for a while. The best course of action would be to await the arrival of other tribes and confer with them. Too skilled in acting? Once they departed, Yue transformed back into her human form, adeptly cradling an owl before her. After harboring so many questions within her for days, she could no longer contain herself and directly asked, Blackfish, where exactly is your home? The man turned back to glance at her, his gaze instinctively drawn to her teeth. Yue decisively raised a hand to cover her mouth, casting an indignant glance at him. What are you staring at? In a few days, it will surely grow back. Haven't you ever lost a tooth? The honest Blackfish shook his head and replied in a loud voice, No. Fish do not lose their teeth. Yue's small face crinkled in frustration as she helplessly exclaimed, Don't change the subject. I am asking where your home is. The man, with a resigned gesture, replied, I truly do not know. The young girl widened her eyes in disbelief. You don't know yet you insist on dragging me this way. Didn't you say you were heading home? Then, with a tone of innocent grievance, she added, While I am grateful for your rescue, I cannot simply wander aimlessly. I must return to find Bao Bao. Who is Bao Bao? The attention of the large black fish was instantly diverted once more. Yue was momentarily taken aback by the question. How should she articulate this? What exactly was Bao Bao to her? A pet owner? No, that would imply she had once been a mere pet, and besides, Bao Bao showed her nothing but respect. She was certainly not a small pet. A friend? That didn't quite fit either. For Bao Bao undoubtedly held a place in her heart far beyond that of a mere friend. A lover? Absolutely not. How could there be love between a human and a beast? Generally, beastmen do not harbor such affections. After much contemplation, Yue finally arrived at a somewhat uncertain conclusion. Family. Regardless of the specifics of their relationship, they ought to be considered family. Observing her hesitance and uncertainty, the large black fish inquired, somewhat perplexed, So, what exactly is your relationship? Yue was momentarily taken aback, wondering why it still wasn't over. After a moment's contemplation, she suddenly felt that it truly was the case. It seemed they were indeed in a nurturing relationship. Yes, he tended to her, his lips moving rhythmically, neither lying nor daring to speak openly. He's your adoptive father? Dahei raised an eyebrow knowingly. No, absolutely not. Yu's face flushed crimson with urgency as she waved her hands in protest. How could he possibly be your father? Deheyu, convinced that he had struck a nerve, pondered why this should be a source of embarrassment. I no longer remember my parents. They may have passed away long ago. Therefore, you need not feel ashamed. Lacking parents is not a mark of disgrace. For the first time, Deheyu adopted an unexpectedly serious demeanor, attempting to console the young girl and address her psychological distress. He truly is not my adoptive father. Yu felt tears welling up. She certainly did not wish for the handsome man to be her father. What a waste that would be. Deheyu, unwilling to engage in further debate, said nothing, simply nodding in understanding as he gave her shoulder a hearty pat, conveying everything without uttering a word. With a few hearty slaps, Yu nearly lost her composure, cautiously stepping back a few paces. If we are to converse, must you resort to such physicality? I only know that swimming along this river will lead me home. After patting her shoulder, the man realized he had inadvertently touched something slippery, and feeling somewhat awkward. He earnestly shifted the topic. The young girl pouted slightly. Are you sure you're not swimming in the wrong direction? If your home is in such a frigid place, you must not fear the cold, right? As soon as she finished speaking, the man instinctively rubbed his arms. What do you mean by not fearing the cold? I'm nearly freezing to death. He responded with a hint of incredulity. Perhaps, he added, nodding solemnly as if to affirm his own statement. Yue took a sharp breath. Astonished that someone could be foolish to such an extent, had they truly left their wits at home upon stepping outside? The expression on Yu's face, as if looking at a fool, left the big black fish feeling somewhat embarrassed. He preferred to say little and decided to find a place to rest for a while. To sort out his thoughts. How could he possibly have swum in the wrong direction? As Yue observed, he was dragging the owl back when he suddenly transformed into a beastly form, a lively tiger bounding playfully, and with a swift motion. It lay down in front of him. Thus, the large black fish, with the reluctant tiger in his left hand and the bewildered owl in his right, silently retraced his steps. Neither group had anticipated encountering the other, and upon their sudden meeting, they were momentarily taken aback. The members of the snow bear tribe quickly regained their composure, watching the man warily, their silence laden with caution. Some even pulled back the playful cubs, hiding them behind themselves, fearing that the man from afar might become unstable and unleash chaos. The large black fish regarded their reaction with disdain, rolling his eyes in silence, and leisurely proceeded to the hollow of a tree across the river with his two small companions. Not long ago, he had passed by this tree hollow and thought it quite appealing, yet due to the urgency of his journey, he had not lingered. Now that the tiger had awakened and seemed to be in good spirits, he felt no need to rush. Thankfully, he decided to return and rest in the tree hollow for the night, allowing himself to contemplate the direction to return home. The harsh cold was indeed a torment for the fish. Upon entering the hollow, he said nothing, simply lying down and closing his eyes, appearing to have fallen asleep instantly. The white tiger, seeing this, gently shook its ears and raised its body to bow to the man on the ground, although its mind was not particularly sharp. It felt immense gratitude for his unwavering companionship throughout their arduous journey. I'm not dead yet, so leave me be, the man growled, his eyes remaining shut. He had become aware enough to shout every word, fearing Yue might not hear him. The tiger, taken aback by his abruptness, pouted and ceased to pay him any mind, extending its fluffy head to gaze at the bustling snow bear tribe across the river, having wandered alongside various vagrants. This was the first time it witnessed such a multitude of people. The population of this bear tribe was indeed remarkable. The female leader on the opposite bank also noticed the little head peeking out and suddenly felt that, even if this cub was not a beast man, it was still exceedingly adorable, prompting her to smile and wave. She's calling me. The tiger sat up straight, joyfully wagging its tail, its eyes sparkling as it looked across the river, eager to engage. However, just as it took a step forward, the man behind it firmly grasped its tail. They do not harbor good intentions, do not run off. The deep voice of the large black fish resonated behind it. He had certainly sensed the strange looks from those individuals earlier, both wary of him and seemingly eager to eliminate him. Now, feeling weakened by the cold, he recognized that if the tiger found itself in peril, he might be powerless to assist. Yue, filled with a sense of loss, returned to her original position. Gazing longingly at the chieftain of the Snow Bear clan across from her, her tiger-like eyes now devoid of their usual sparkle. The chieftain of the Snow Bear clan felt a pang of sorrow at the sight. She had just overheard that purple tier beast man berating her. Upon glancing at the little white tiger, she couldn't help but feel as if it were a child from a distant family, desperately yearning to escape, yet bound in place, unable to voice its anguish. Those charming brows and eyes exuded an undeniable aura of grievance and forbearance. Yue, goodness, it seems the tragic filter has been applied tenfold. Is it my acting skills that are too exceptional? The snow leopard is quite captivating. Reflecting on this, the leader of the snow bears could no longer remain seated. With a swift motion, she stood up. She had made up her mind. This soon-to-be corrupted purple-tier orc would undoubtedly be under the control of her snow bear clan. Yue lay on the ground, utterly oblivious to the fact that someone had just defended her from across the way. While gnawing on her paws, she gazed longingly at the lively tribe before her. Even in the harsh, frigid conditions, the spirited tiger found it difficult to remain still. Having finally recovered from her injuries, She was eager to seize the opportunity to stretch her legs and invigorate her stiff body, yearning for the joy of running through the snow. She swiftly rose to her feet. Just as she was about to step out of the den, a sudden thought struck her, and she hesitated, glancing back. The two sleeping figures needed her watchful presence. She must safeguard the safety of her companions. This overwhelming sense of responsibility weighs heavily upon me. With this thought, Huzi sank back in despair, gazing vacantly at the swirling snowflakes outside the hole. Occasionally, the wind and snow would gust through the entrance, layering upon her tiger head. Yet at that moment, an untimely gurgle emanated from her belly, and Huzi was instantly overwhelmed by the sensation of hunger. I am so hungry. With a mournful sigh, she clasped her hands over her stomach. It was peculiar. Upon awakening, she had felt nothing, but now, in the stillness, she realized she had been unconscious for quite some time without a morsel to eat. Hearing the familiar rumble from her abdomen, the owl stirred perceptively. Its large eyes, akin to beacons, rotated with agility, steadily sweeping over the scene. The dimness of the tree hollow allowed it to discern the appearance of the white tiger, prompting it to instinctively pat her with its broad wings. Then, with habitual grace, it soared out of the tree hollow, intent on procuring food for Huzi. Awoo. Huzi raised her paw, but it was futile to attempt to stop it. It seemed the creature had forgotten it was daytime. Indeed, within mere seconds, a tremendous crash resonated from outside. After a brief interval, the white tiger returned, dragging the dazed owl behind her. You should seek food for yourself first. Do not concern yourself with us, Daheyu remarked wearily, pressing his fingers to his temples as Huzi and the owl entered the hollow. Awoo? Are you truly capable of that? Huzi peered skeptically at the man's face, her expression one of distrust. She was not oblivious to the fact that he appeared somewhat unwell. Daheyu, disinterested in further conversation, swatted her tiger head aside, irritably gesturing for her to leave. Yuyue tilted her head thoughtfully for a moment before dragging the owl to the man's side. Let them rely on each other, she thought, as Tiger ran off alone. Surely, he would return swiftly without any issues. Recalling the recent admonition from the large black fish, she dared not venture to the opposite bank of the river. Instead, she took a detour and dashed into the woods behind her. Unbeknownst to Yuyue, shortly after her departure, another unfamiliar tribe happened to traverse this land. Huzi raced through the woods, her paws sinking into the pristine snow, the holy snowflakes merging with her white fur, creating an impeccable camouflage. Elated, she frolicked with unrestrained joy, rolling on the ground one moment and leaping up into the trees the next, as if to compensate for the days spent confined in the bird's nest. However, her exuberance nearly led to calamity. With a shudder, Yuyue anxiously retreated, her claws scraping against the ground as she cast a nervous gaze upon the vast abyss before her. The stones and snow she had dislodged cascaded down, disappearing in an instant, leaving not even a sound to mark their fall. Huzi swallowed hard, silently cursing her own naivety. In her delight at the snow, she had forgotten the lurking perils of this place. Treading cautiously away, she refrained from leaping about again, uncertain of where the fissures in the ground might lie. After wandering aimlessly for a considerable time, she discovered that even the weeds by the roadside had been frozen into hard shards of ice. Everything seemed to be suspended in this frozen expanse of snow and ice. Yuyue, feeling disheartened, flopped onto the snow-covered ground and rolled about, perplexed by the absence of life within the forest. Reluctant to concede defeat, she rose again, scanning her surroundings for any signs of sustenance. If she failed to find food, she would have no choice but to return home. To her surprise, the heavens displayed their benevolence as amidst her confusion, she inadvertently caught sight of a large bird's nest nestled high in a distant tree. Her eyes sparkled with hope, and she felt a sense of gratitude for the paths that fate might still offer. With renewed determination, she hurried towards it, ever vigilant. After observing her surroundings for a considerable time and noting the lack of large birds in the vicinity, she began to wag her tail in anticipation before deftly ascending the tree trunk. Her recent experiences living in a bird's nest had equipped Yuyue well for the challenges of navigating the heights. Climbing trees was now a task that the grown-up tiger found exceedingly effortless. Yuyue climbed to a high branch of the tree, gazing intently at the nearby bird's nest. Suddenly, she felt a wave of calm wash over her. In this frigid, wintry season, it seemed unlikely that any birds would be laying eggs. She silently prayed, her face a portrait of anticipation as she leaned in to take a peek. Then, to her astonishment, she shook her ears in delight. There were eggs. With utmost caution, Yuyue extended her claws to probe within, only to discover a crack in the eggshell, frozen and fissured. Upon further inspection, she found that all 4 of the meager eggs were similarly marred by frostbitten cracks. Could it be that this place had recently experienced a sudden drop in temperature? The mother bird, perhaps, had not yet had the chance to incubate her eggs before they succumbed to the freeze. Reflecting on the frozen weeds and leaves she had just observed, Yuyue began to comprehend the harsh reality. This locale may have been abruptly transformed into winter overnight. With a serious demeanor, she pursed her lips, resolved to retrieve the frozen bird eggs. Though encased in ice, they remained among the scant few edible items available. Given their frozen state, they ought to withstand any fall without shattering. Tentatively, Huzi nudged one of the eggs. Thud. As fate would have it, Ling Gang was passing by, clutching her prey, when the ice egg nearly struck her. She leapt back in surprise and then coldly glanced upwards. With a guilty expression, Yu cast a furtive glance at the snow leopard beneath the tree, instinctively retracting her head. Oh dear, she had nearly landed on the creature. The snow leopard, roughly her size, was adorned with a plush coat mottled with patches of black. Despite its icy glare and hostile demeanor, Yu found the leopard beneath the tree irresistibly adorable. In a moment of silent exchange, Ling Gang glanced at the white-furred tiger above and then at the ice egg on the ground, as if coming to an understanding. Those mischievous children. Ling Gang scoffed derisively, then picked up the prey that had just fallen to the ground. It was a slightly larger Siberian lynx. Its size nearly double that of the young tiger's previous kill. The corners of the snow leopard's mouth were stained with the blood of its quarry. Trophies from its recent battles. With a provocative glance at the tiger in the tree, it seemed to taunt. Only good for scavenging frozen bird eggs, you pitiful creature. Yu Yue discerned the mockery reflected in her gaze, and for a fleeting moment, she nearly lost her balance and fell from the tree. Observing her clumsy demeanor, Ling Gang felt an even greater disdain. With a flick of her fluffy tail, she cast not even a glance at Huzi and, with an air of haughty superiority, departed with her prey. Yu Yue clutched the tree trunk beneath her, gazing at the retreating figure, unable to shake off the moment. After a prolonged pause, she suddenly realized that this was not the time for daydreaming. In silence, she pushed down the other 3 bird eggs, placing all 4 eggs onto a vast, icy leaf. Yu Yue struggled to carry the leaf back, yet the joy of foraging for food had already eluded her. As the tiger made her way home with the eggs, she spotted a cluster of furry little creatures gathered at the entrance of the tree hollow from a distance. With a pang of anxiety at the thought of the 2 sleeping inside, she abandoned the eggs and hurried over. At the mouth of the hollow, a group of snow leopard cubs and snow bear cubs were frolicking about. Some appeared to be as large as Yu Yue herself, seemingly around 16 or 17 years old, while others looked barely a month old, whimpering and crawling on the ground. The little ones were engaged in playful antics outside the tree hollow. And upon catching sight of the unfamiliar white tiger rushing towards them, they all turned to her with expressions of curiosity. Among them, one mischievous cub even dared to sneak up and tug at her tail. Yu Yue opened her mouth menacingly to bite at him. It was noticed by a keen-eyed little beastman who saw that she was missing 2 canine teeth. The little beastman transformed into human form and chuckled at her age. She still loses teeth. How embarrassing, truly embarrassing. The unfamiliar beastman erupted into laughter, chattering excitedly about how peculiar it was for a creature of such stature to still be losing teeth. Yu Yue silently observed as they mocked her, choosing not to engage further. She broke free from the encirclement of the cubs and retreated into the hollow of the tree. Indeed, the hollow was also filled with a number of rambunctious young ones. Several little snow leopards were pinning an owl down and tormenting it. The owl had long been startled awake, flapping its wings frantically in an attempt to evade their relentless pursuit, its feathers disheveled, a flurry of plumage swirling about. The cubs found amusement in collecting the feathers that had fallen, for few beastmen would go out of their way to catch birds for their young. Having finally captured this bird, they reveled in the rare delight, their excitement palpable. Additionally, a few snow bear cubs sat atop a slumbering man, some tugging at his hair while others poked at the purple mark on his forehead. They continued their soft chatter, seemingly puzzled by why their parents warned them that this purple-tear beastman was dangerous when he appeared utterly immobile. Amidst this commotion, the man remained undisturbed, a testament to his frail condition. Roar! Yu Yue strained to emit a fierce shout, attempting to command them to cease their antics. However, the cubs within the hollow merely paused momentarily to glance at her. Though a flicker of guilt crossed their faces, emboldened by their numbers, they disregarded her, turning back to their mischief. Outside the hollow, more cubs gradually squeezed in, eager to capture her, some gripping her tiger fur while others tugged at her ears. Yu Yue dismissed them with indifference, struggling momentarily to break free before swiftly rushing to the side of the owl. She raised her paw and struck at the head of one of the young snow leopards. Her powerful claws landed heavily, sending the young snow leopard tumbling. Upon witnessing their companion being bullied, the other snow leopards gathered around, intent on confronting her first. In the month of August, Yu Yu engaged in combat with them using her claws like those of a tiger. Before long, she managed to stun several snow leopards. However, new ones continuously joined the fray. It wasn't long before she found herself once again bitten on her hind leg. Yu Yu found herself unable to utilize her canine teeth to attack her opponent, as the missing tooth was precisely diagonal to the other, leaving her remaining teeth of little use in solitary combat. The small teeth of the cub, though feeble, were capable of inflicting pain, and soon the tiger bore several wounds, both large and small, that marred her pristine white fur, creating a striking contrast. However, fueled by a surge of adrenaline, the tiger felt no pain. Her sole intention was to drive this rowdy group away while she still had the strength to fight. In the heat of battle, every fleeting moment could sway the tide of the conflict. Seizing an opportunity, Yu Yu pivoted and leaped onto the most exuberant and spirited of the snow leopards. This particular snow leopard seemed to be the instigator, prompting Yu Yu to prioritize its defeat. Once she had brought him down, the tiger plunged her remaining 2 canine teeth deeply into his shoulder, crimson blood oozing forth. Though her weakened bite force led to her swift ejection, this action nonetheless served as a signal that the tide of battle had shifted. With one of their main adversaries injured, the cacophony of the snow leopards diminished considerably. At this moment, Yu Yu realized that perhaps shedding blood was the only way to resolve the issue. She clawed at the faces of the leopards, causing them to howl in distress as they scattered in an attempt to evade her grasp. Meanwhile, the observing cubs of the Snow Bear clan joined the fray, leaping onto the tiger like fluffy snowballs. Yuyue, unwilling to show any signs of weakness, resolved to play along with their game. She kicked aimlessly a few times, sending several plump cubs of the Snow Bear clan tumbling out. Outside the cave, a multitude of cubs gathered to watch, some were eager to join in, while others chuckled merrily at the spectacle. Just then, a swift figure darted in, purposefully colliding with Huzi. Yuyue was thrown aside, and the tiger's head struck heavily against the wall, with rivulets of blood seeping through its fur. Like a victim of a concussion, the tiger collapsed to the ground, swaying unsteadily, unable to rise to its feet. In the dim light of August, she discerned before her the very snow leopard that had mocked her beneath the tree. At that moment, a small creature outside began to stir up trouble. Who dares to bully Ling Gang's younger brother? Does anyone not know how fiercely she protects her own? So, her name was Ling Gang. Yuyue paused for a moment, gritting her teeth as she leaned against the wall, struggling to rise from the ground. She shook her heavy head, her gaze coolly settling upon the group of young ones across from her. At that moment, an owl flapped its wings and hurried over, spreading its wings to shield her. Its feathers were disheveled, with patches of bare skin and a few missing strands, yet its large, round eyes stared fiercely as it hooted oddly, attempting to drive away the intruders. The tiger's claws of Yuyue sank deeply into the ground, stabilizing her stance as she remained vigilant against the snow leopard's potential charge. She discerned that this snow leopard, known as Ling Yang, was undoubtedly the most formidable among them. Yet, Ling Yang merely languidly licked her lips and slowly retreated to the cave entrance, wearing an expression of indifference that signaled her utter disdain for further confrontation. Yuyue was once again subjected to humiliation, yet she exhibited not a trace of discomfort, merely directing her cold gaze towards the remaining cubs within the cave. Outside, the juvenile beastmen jeered, urging her to continue, exclaiming that she could still rise again. Just as their taunts faded, a small bear rolled towards the owl, who had propped herself up. The bear seized the owl's wing, poised to bite. However, Tiger suddenly leaped forward and struck the bear's face with a resounding slap, leaving several bloody gashes across the cub's visage. The young bear, evidently experiencing such pain for the first time, was left with tear-filled eyes. This bout of confrontation seemed to reignite the fervor for battle as the energetic cubs surged forth. Before long, an adult beastman from the Snow Bear tribe emerged from the throng of onlookers, demanding, "What are you all doing? Cease at once." The young beastmen froze momentarily, yet most, quick-witted, silently dispersed. Only a few timid, younger ones hesitated, resembling children caught in wrongdoing, too fearful to flee. "Did you all forget the prohibition against coming here?" The Snow Bear beastman admonished sternly, his face etched with anger. As he shooed away the spectators, he noted that many of the little cubs bore injuries, his brow furrowing in concern. Hastily entering the tree hollow, the sight within caused him to gasp in shock. He rushed to the side of the small bear cub, recently wounded by the tiger. Tenderly, he lifted the cub, exclaiming, "Xing Xing, how did you get hurt?" The little bear, still brimming with indignation, stretched out its claws, eager to confront the little tiger once more. The beastman glanced at the battered tiger before casting a wary, disdainful look at the man lying on the ground. He gently stroked the bear cub's head, saying, "Xing Xing, my dear, do not emulate your older siblings or those larger than you in fighting. You are the one who suffers from such bullying." With that, the beastman turned away from the chaotic scene within the cave, urging the remaining cubs to leave promptly. The snow leopard named Lingang was the last to depart. Before her exit, she cast a cool glance at the little tiger, her sharp eyes devoid of emotion yet full of contempt. With a casual flick of her tail, she ambled off with the others. As Yuyue observed their retreating figures, she faintly heard their chatter. The adult beastman bellowed, "Stay away from here. That purple tier beastman is on the brink of corruption. Corrupted beasts are fearsome, have you all forgotten? If he becomes corrupted, will he devour that tiger and the large bird?" A young beastman innocently inquired, trailing behind, recalling the little tiger. The adult beastman furrowed his brow again, gently stroking the bear cub in his arms. "Those are merely pets of that purple tier beastman. If they are consumed, so be it. Even if they are not devoured, they will not survive long in such an environment. The icy wilderness is not suited for all creatures." The bear cub nestled on his shoulder continued to glare fiercely at the little tiger within the tree hollow. Yuyue cast a worried glance back at the slumbering figure of the great black fish, although she could not catch every word. The terms purple tier beastman and corruption resonated within her, stirring her concern. Was the great black fish destined for corruption? Would he transform into one of those frenzied corrupted beasts she had encountered during the rainy season? Was his current state of unconsciousness a result of succumbing to the overwhelming tide of corruption? Ignoring his own fatigue, Huzi pushed through the aches in his body and approached the man, gingerly prodding his face with a claw. No wonder she had sensed a notable improvement in the temper of the great black fish lately. Could it be a fleeting moment of clarity before the inevitable descent? Gugu? The beleaguered owl, equally curious, shuffled over to Huzi's side and nudged the motionless man with its talons. The owl, oblivious to the complexities of the situation, simply sought to understand why the man remained still on the ground, and why he had not risen to assist Huzi, who was being besieged. Seeing the disheveled appearance of the owl, Yu glanced at the feathers strewn across the ground, feeling a mix of sorrow and amusement. Despite the chaotic start to her day, Devoid of any fortunate events, she nonetheless dragged her weary body and embraced the owl affectionately. That timid little creature, though seemingly fragile, had bravely extended its wings in defense just moments before. Exhausted by the antics of the rambunctious children, Yu found herself too drained to move. Yet suddenly recalled something of great importance, her eggs. Taking a deep breath, she shuffled outside, only to discover from a distance that her eggs appeared to be missing. In a sudden burst of energy, Tiger dashed forward, only to uncover 2 eggs nestled in the surrounding snow. But what of the other 2? Yue gazed around and noticed the fleeing silhouettes of several young cubs in disarray. Yue rushed over, only to discover that one of the eggs appeared to have been kicked like a ball. The shell lay shattered, and the frozen egg white inside had rolled into the melted, dirty snow water. The other egg, however, had been smashed into 2 halves. Huzai abandoned the shellless ice egg and sought a way to bring back the one that was split. After a while, she gathered the 3 eggs together. Her heart racing with fear, she almost faced a day of hunger. Yet, staring at the icy eggs before her, she felt somewhat helpless, without fire. Could she simply gnaw on them? Huzai cautiously extended her tongue to lick the split ice egg. Hiss, it was cool and seemed to lack any flavor. So she treated it as if it were a popsicle. She opened her mouth wide and began to gnaw, crunching away like she was devouring a chunk of ice, leaving her whiskers covered in frost. Driven by hunger, Huzai quickly finished off 1/2 of the egg and proceeded to the other half. Frostflower, the esteemed leader of the Snow Bear clan, was busy when she learned of the recent events. Upon hearing that the cubs from their 2 clans had fought in a tree hollow, she recalled the adorable little white tiger and furrowed her brow. She abandoned her tasks and turned towards the tree hollow. Leader, are you going to take revenge for Xingxing and the others? The onlookers among the beastmen were eager for action. Leader, that purple tier beastman has lost consciousness. Isn't he on the verge of succumbing? Why don't we take advantage of his state and deal with him now? Yes, leader, let's also chase away that tiger. That little creature is far too fierce. Leaving her on the other side, who knows if she might come over again to harm our cubs. The last speaker was Shuangyang, the snow bear beastman who had just called the cubs back. He couldn't forget the fierce glare of the tiger when he first entered the tree hollow. Was it really necessary to be so savage over cub sparring? Their clan's cubs never drew blood during practice. Truly, they were uncivilized beasts. Frostflower's expression darkened. Her once amiable demeanor shifted to one of stern seriousness. What nonsense is this? Adults seeking revenge for cubs fighting? What happened to your dignity? Shuangyang pouted, reluctant to be reprimanded, but upon meeting the leader's cold gaze, he instinctively shrank back, silenced. Although the leader was usually agreeable, her authority was established through strength. And with 2 formidable sisters, none dared to challenge her. Yet, while he held his tongue, the other beastmen grew increasingly raucous, clamoring for action. Leader, we Snowland beastmen are fiercely protective. She has not only harmed Xingxing but injured many cubs, and reportedly even bit the leg of the Snow Leopard clan chief's youngest son. Even if we do not seek revenge, the Snow Leopard clan will not let this go unpunished. Frostflower inhaled deeply and kicked over the most vociferous of her kin. I shall say this once more. We have left the snow. The vast beast world is no haven for cubs. Cease your arrogance. After a pause, she added, today, their injuries were self-inflicted. If anyone disagrees, let them come and face me first. With that, Frostflower turned and strode toward the opposite shore. The remaining crowd of snow bears exchanged glances but fell silent. In the distance, 2 purple tier beast men stood at the back of the group. One raised his massive fist in appreciation and patted the shoulder of the other. Look, Hua is becoming fiercer. He chuckled, shaking his head in resignation. The other robust purple tier beastman stood slightly apart, disdainful, and remarked, that is the authority a leader should possess. She is still too young and soft-hearted. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance, but fell silent. Frostflower entered the tree hollow, surveying the disarray within. Upon spotting a man lying on the ground, she frowned. An owl, noticing the newcomer, scurried over, its body tensing as it sensed her inherent threat, its feathers sticking close to its body. Yet, it still hissed defiantly, attempting to drive her away. Noticing the absence of the little tiger, Frostflower felt a surge of concern. Hadn't that little tiger been injured as well? Why had it ventured out? She stepped outside, scanning the surroundings for the tiger's figure. After searching for a while, she finally found her crouched in the snow, gnawing on something. The pure white fur blended seamlessly with the snow, if one overlooked the various wounds adorning her body. The woman hurried over, only to discover that the little creature was intently gnawing on a half-frozen egg. A pang of sorrow struck her heart. How pitiful it was that such a small being had nothing to eat. Yu's ears had not yet fully recovered, rendering her unable to hear the sound of her footsteps upon the snow. Yet, the primal instinct inherent in beasts compelled her to sense the searing gaze that lingered behind her. Huzi, ever vigilant, sprang to his feet and turned to coldly regard the approaching woman. Shuanghua was taken aback by the intensity of his reaction. She stepped back a couple of paces and gently called out to him, do not be afraid, I mean you no harm, little one. What nonsense was this? Yu furrowed her brows and tilted her head slightly, indicating that she had not quite heard what was murmured. Of course, Shuanghua was oblivious to her hearing difficulties and assumed that Yu simply did not comprehend her words. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a piece of tantalizing jerky from her storage. Crouching down, she gently shook the morsel in her hand endeavoring to entice the little tiger to come closer. Although she could not hear the other person's voice, the familiar gestures and the distinct lip movements of suck 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 were unmistakably the universal way of calling a dog. Weren't they? Did they truly think her a fool? Yu paid her no heed, fixated on the woman's movements, wary of a potential ambush, yet simultaneously gnawing on the ice egg before her. Shuanghua resembled a mischievous older sister intent on abducting kittens and puppies, employing various poses in an attempt to lure the little tiger into a state of relaxation. However, she remained fruitless. Even as Yu finished the last half of her egg, silently pushing the remaining 2 eggs away, each time Shuanghua approached, the tiger would leap back, wary, preferring to forego the eggs rather than come closer. As nightfall enveloped the scene, the woman lingered far behind, her heart heavy with sorrow. A stark contrast to the curiosity she had displayed earlier that morning while observing Yu from a distance. Now, she was met with a face full of resistance. With a sense of loss, she watched as the little tiger distanced itself, unsure of how to bridge the gap. She found herself enchanted by the tiger's soulful eyes, which bore no resemblance to those of a wild beast. In truth, Yu harbored no animosity towards her. She could sense the goodwill emanating from one who strives to be kind. However, the status of the large black fish remained uncertain. And reflecting on the bothersome younglings from earlier that day, as well as their conversation before leaving, she desired no further entanglement with the opposing tribe. Puffing softly, she rolled her 2 eggs back to her tree hollow, unhesitatingly pushing one before the owl. The other she concealed, intending to reserve it for the large black fish. Though she was uncertain when he would awaken, the owl tilted its head, gazing curiously at the egg, unsure of what to do. Go on, eat up. This is for you, she urged. Ultimately, under the encouraging gaze of Huzi, it cautiously settled down, preparing to assist her in incubating the egg. Yue silently pried it open, delicately removing a piece of the cracked eggshell, and bent down to take a few bites, demonstrating the process. The owl, suddenly enlightened, wasted no time and flapped its wings, soaring into the night. Fortunately, the darkness had already descended, sparing it from colliding with the trees. Yue chased after it, watching helplessly as it departed. Alas, the little tiger, sorrowfully nestled at the entrance of its den, finally found the time to tend to its wounds. Gently, it licked its injuries and groomed its fur. The brief respite allowed the weary tiger to succumb to a deep slumber. After what felt like an eternity, an owl, having roamed the night for hours, finally caught a small mouse. Grasping its hard-won prize, the owl returned swiftly, thoughtlessly placing the mouse beside the little tiger's head. Then, with great care, it settled next to the tiger, keeping a vigilant watch with its round, glistening eyes. Once everything was in order, reconciliation would soon follow. The great blackfish lay cold. Upon awakening early in the morning, Yue found a desiccated little mouse beside her head. She initially believed it to be a token of affection, brought back by an owl that had feasted outside. Moved, she affectionately nudged the slumbering plump bird with her paw. Then, she began to gnaw on the mouse, crunching it with some effort. Alas, her dental prowess seemed inadequate for such a task. As she chewed, a pang of guilt washed over her. She had once aspired to be a mighty tiger, yet her existence now felt regressive. Starting with moths, and after all this time, she found herself reduced to consuming mice. After finishing the little rodent, Yue anxiously scratched at the ground. Should she venture out in search of food today? The thought of the troublesome young ones from yesterday caused her a physical headache, perhaps a remnant of the wall she had collided with. Shaking her head, she turned to check on the large black fish. Regardless of the state of his being, he had been asleep for nearly a full day and night. It was time for him to awaken. However, upon observing his tightly shut eyes and his pallid complexion, an ominous feeling enveloped her. Tentatively, she extended her paw to touch his face. It felt cold. She then reached out to his neck, only to find it equally frigid. Oh dear. Could it be that this fellow had perished? Yue stared blankly at the lifeless black fish, her mind a chaotic muddle. With a hint of disbelief, she leaned forward, resting her forehead against the creature's chest to listen for a heartbeat. To her dismay, even the sound of a heartbeat was absent. After a moment of silence, the fluffy white tiger, resembling a distressed calf, lay atop the man's chest, sobbing with a hoarse moo. They had journeyed together for days, braving countless adventures outside. Despite his fiery temperament and foolishness, she had long regarded him not only as a savior but also as a dear friend. Initially, she had worried about the consequences of his transformation, never anticipating that he would simply drift into eternal slumber. Meanwhile, Shuanghua, who had come early to lure the tiger, stood frozen at the doorway, observing the weeping little tiger within. She yearned to approach but hesitated. The intensity of the tiger's cries was overwhelming, a stark contrast to the resilient and clever creature she had encountered the day before. Are you all right, little one? The woman tentatively called out to her. The tiger, lost in her own sorrow, remained oblivious, her tears rendering her nearly exhausted. Seeing that the tiger was unguarded, Shuanghua's heart soared, and she cautiously moved closer. Suddenly, Yue, sensing a presence, looked up to find the woman had drawn near. The tiger fiercely protected the black fish's lifeless body, its whiskers raised defiantly as it fixed a penetrating gaze on the apprehensive Shuanghua. The scene held for a moment, until the little tiger could no longer contain herself, shaking off the remnants of her tears, which landed squarely on the man's stiff chest. Embarrassed, the tiger raised a paw to wipe it away. Yet her eyes remained focused on the woman before her. "What are you crying about?" Shuanghuo inquired, crouching down and striving to soften her voice. The deliberate gentleness of her tone only served to exacerbate the tiger's distress, as her hearing impairment made it difficult to discern the words. Frustrated, the tiger pawed at her ears, sighed, and then settled onto the black fish's corpse, continuing to gaze silently at Shuanghuo. It was then that Shuanghuo looked down at the purple-skinned beast man, noting his ashen complexion, as if frost had formed upon his skin. Who among the living bears frost upon them? She wondered. Their snow bear clan thrived on warmth as long as life remained. Surprised, she raised an eyebrow. Finally understanding the little tiger's grief, it was because the beast man had perished. Tentatively, she extended her hand to stroke the tiger's head. Yue. With her neck stiffened in an attempt to evade her, found herself unwilling to part from the lifeless form of the great black fish. Ultimately, she had no choice but to allow the little airplane-eared girl to touch her. Her gaze, however, was fierce and rebellious. Shuanghuo was amused by her demeanor, chuckling softly. After a moment's thought, she produced an enormous piece of white beast hide and draped it over the man's face. Do not grieve. His death is a blessing. It is far preferable to becoming a corrupted beast. Many beastmen would rather meet their end than live on as mindless lunatics. The woman offered heartfelt consolation to the sorrowful tiger, hoping to lighten her spirits. Little did she know, in the ears of the somewhat hard-of-hearing tiger, all she registered was the woman's laughter and the notion that death was preferable to madness. Misinterpreting her words, Yue's mood swiftly shifted, in a fit of rage. She shoved the woman's leg, forcefully ejecting her from the space. With a flick of her tail, she left behind only the fading silhouette of her form as she retreated to her tree hollow. Shuanghuo stood outside, feeling aggrieved, pondering how just moments ago she had been permitted to touch. Once the tiger returned to her refuge, she cautiously lifted the beast hide from the man's face, only to replace it with a sense of melancholy. In silence, she meticulously covered him from head to toe with the hide. As she wallowed in her solitude, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside, so loud that it pierced through her thoughts. Recalling the events of the previous day, the tiger's fur bristled with alarm. Gripping the slumbering owl, she positioned it beside the great blackfish's carcass. With an expression of serene resignation, Yue approached the entrance of the tree hollow with heavy footsteps. Upon exiting the cave, she discovered a throng of orcs of various sizes traversing from the opposite bank towards the river. Not only were there members of the white bear tribe, but also those from the snow leopard tribe. The young orcs frolicked joyously, hopping along in their wake. Tigers, feeling a surge of anxiety, scratched the ground with her claws, only to realize that the orcs did not head towards the tree hollow but instead circumvented it. Delving deeper into the forest, curiosity etched across her face, she crouched there, instinctively clawing at the tree trunk. The little kitten, despite its forgetfulness, was driven by an insatiable curiosity. After a prolonged wait filled with restless anticipation, she stealthily decided to follow them. As for the deceased black fish, well, the tiger was unable to resurrect it. She would ensure a proper burial upon her return. Yue trailed far behind the orc clans, only to discover that their objective was a flock of alpacas. The sight of the magnificent herd left Yue utterly astounded. Just yesterday, not a single bird could be seen in this place, and suddenly, an entire congregation of alpacas appeared. The alpacas, adorned in a kaleidoscope of colors, were each as large as elephants, emitting adorable murmurs that melted hearts, while Huzi watched with drool cascading down his chin. With a thunderous roar from a snow bear orc, the adult members of both clans transformed into their beastly forms and lunged forward. Surprisingly, the alpacas did not scatter in panic. They seemed well acquainted with such assaults, bouncing about with their towering stature, attempting to trample the orcs that dared to spy on them. This familiar method of defense reminded Huzi of the bleeding cotton beasts. It was only then that Yu realized this group of llamas were, in fact, mythical beasts, each adorned with small crystalline cores upon their foreheads. Most of these cores were in shades of orange and red, suggesting that there were likely no high-tier mythical creatures among them. Otherwise, the beastmen would not have brought their young to witness the spectacle. "Oh, how wonderful! Father has slain an orange-tier mythical beast," exclaimed a small beastman of the snow leopard tribe, bouncing with joy. One by one, the llamas fell, dragged away by the beastmen waiting at the sidelines, while the young ones clamored excitedly, some even beginning to feast on the fallen. It was a bountiful harvest indeed. Tiger, filled with envy, recognized her own limitations. Those colossal creatures towered even over the cotton beasts. If she recklessly charged in, she would surely meet the same fate as the mad monkey that had been crushed by a cotton beast before. "Hey!" A sudden call startled the drooling tiger, who turned to find a strikingly beautiful girl not far away, her expression teasing as she observed her. Upon noticing Tiger's gaze, the girl casually tossed a dry llama hoof in her direction. Uf furrowed her brow, sensing that the other party regarded her as a mere dog, while that hoof was merely intended to bestow upon her a meager bone. Yue did not spare a glance at the hoof or the girl. Instead, she suddenly rose to her feet and turned to walk back. "Lingyang, hurry, hurry. The clan leader wishes to bestow upon you the one and only green crystal." It turned out she was the snow leopard from yesterday. Yue heard the sound behind her, yet she did not pause her steps nor glance back as she departed. "Humph." Lingyang observed the lonely retreat of the little white tiger, scoffing disdainfully. Just an unremarkable beast, yet its pair of lively eyes truly irked her. In the moonlit night, Yu sprinted across the snowy expanse, diving into the tree hollow to commence her excavation beside the man cloaked in animal hides. When Tiger was in a foul mood, he preferred to labor in silence, absorbed in his task. The sound of earth being dug up startled the owl from its slumber. It ruffled its disheveled feathers. First glancing at the man whose face was obscured, then at the tiger engrossed in his toil. Who? What is happening here? It hooted. Alas, when a person passes, they must be laid to rest. Yue responded with an air of irritation. The owl, unable to comprehend her words, waddled over and, with its delicate talons, joined her in excavating the pit. They toiled diligently throughout the morning. The owl, having succumbed to hunger, dozed off, while Yue's paws became bruised and worn. Yet she persisted in her digging. It seemed as if she intended to bury all her grievances and her sorrow over the demise of the great black fish within this hole. Suddenly, she was startled by the raucous sounds emanating from the opposite bank. The cacophony of a bountiful harvest reached her ears, already dulled by the chill. Huzai, squatting with his rear in the air, covered his ears with his paws, attempting to shield himself from the envious clamor outside. How could one possibly consume such a plump alpaca? One could slice it into pieces and roast it over a fire, brushing it with honey and sprinkling salt. Or perhaps stew it in a stone pot. Although the soup prepared by Leopard was notoriously unpalatable, yet Huzai did not mind. Oh, how hungry she felt. In a fit of frustration, she opened her mouth and bit down on the owl's head beside her. The owl, blissfully unaware, continued to slumber, completely oblivious to the drool dripping from Yue as she nibbled at it. Had it known, it would have been haunted by nightmares for several nights. After several days of pursuit, Shernan finally dragged the long-frozen serpent to this spot. Upon encountering the river, which was frozen solid even in daylight, Shallan's condition had deteriorated. Naturally inclined to slumber, the cold wind had lulled the serpent into a desire for hibernation. He stubbornly followed for 2 days, but ultimately succumbed to the freezing temperatures, transforming into a black panther, for Shernan found his sluggish pace too much of a hindrance. When they encountered the food-eating eagle, Shernan believed that Ayu and the others could not be far away. He fancied he would soon catch up, yet he could not have anticipated that the great black fish, intent on curing the little tiger, would hasten its pace. The immense psychological gap left Shernan, once filled with joy, increasingly despondent. He even began to doubt whether the infernal food-eating eagle had deceived him. Perhaps Ayu and the others had not yet departed. Denying fate, he pursued relentlessly, only for the great serpent to falter in the cold. Without a moment's thought, Shernan dragged the serpent along, fortunate that with each step northward, the snow deepened, allowing the frozen serpent to glide along the surface. The man, weary and disheveled from the relentless journey, was a stark contrast to the typically pristine Black Panther. Since losing the little tiger, he had no time to groom himself. Even though his grace and nobility remained, they could not conceal the exhaustion evident in his every move. The man, with a solemn expression, trudged forward, dragging a massive indigo serpent through the snow, a sight that drew the attention of 2 tribes. The snow bear tribe and the snow leopard tribe, unable to venture out to hunt phantom beasts, emerged from their dwellings to observe. However, upon noticing the purple mark on the man's forehead, they instinctively held their breath and dispersed cautiously. It was no joke. Purple tier beastmen were known for their volatile tempers, and despite their curiosity, they dared not approach him. The onlookers, though they initially departed, cast furtive glances back at him. It seemed that the human penchant for spectacle was an inherent trait. Shernan paid little mind to the white-furred snow-dwelling beast men and their opinions. He despised the color white, which appeared so deceptively pure, except when it came to tiger fur. Along his journey, he had encountered numerous tribes fleeing southward, but he refrained from engaging in conversation. For each time he did, he was met with insistent invitations to join their tribes. Even if he did not seek the little tiger, he would not join any tribe. Silently, Shernan continued to drag the serpent, when suddenly he noticed a small snow leopard darting past his feet. The curious little creature, with wide eyes, resembled the size of his Ayu. "Oh woo!" The snow leopard cried, raising its paw in an attempt to cling to the man's leg. Shernan furrowed his brow, instinctively lifting his foot to kick the creature away. "What are you doing?" A striking young girl lunged forward, skillfully catching the kicked snow leopard, though she scraped her knee in the process. The vivid red blood stood out against her smooth, pale skin. Ligang glared at Shernan with anger, poised to voice her discontent. But he interrupted her before she could speak. "I detest the color white and loathe leopards, so keep your distance from me," the man replied indifferently, his voice hoarse with impatience. Upon hearing this, Ligang instinctively touched her snowy locks, quickly realizing her predicament. She shot a furious glare at Shernan, but, knowing he was a purple tier beast man, refrained from speaking further, cradling the little snow leopard as she walked away. Shernan observed the younglings making their way across the riverbank and, after a moment of contemplation, beckoned a nearby adult snow leopard beastman. The beastman, having witnessed Shernan's unpredictable temperament, was apprehensive about allowing the younglings near him. However, upon noticing that the formidable purple tier beastman was summoning him, he approached cautiously, devoid of any obsequiousness, yet unable to mask his anxiety. "My lord, do you require anything?" he inquired nervously. A miscalculation, just 1 step away, only 1 step from their meeting. Mad, he mused, bearing the weight of the serpent. "Recently, have you seen a white tiger cub?" The snow leopard beastman scratched his head, recalling, there was a white tiger who got into a scuffle with the little beastmen in the tribe yesterday. As he pondered, a spark of realization lit up his eyes. Oh. Yes, before he could finish, a cold voice interrupted him from behind. He turned to find Lingang returning. With a thud, Shernan dropped the serpent's tail onto the ground, casually dusted off his hands, and clenched his fists. The veins in his abdomen and arms bulged, giving him an intimidating presence. Who was lying? The man asked, his lips curling into a slight smirk, his tone deliberate and unhurried. The snow leopard beastman felt a surge of fear, retracting his neck in silence. Lingang, however, felt her face flush. Living in such a harsh environment, the snow-dwelling beastmen typically wore skins that covered their arms and legs. Only a select few would expose their limbs to showcase their strength and capabilities. Yet none dared to bare their upper bodies like him, appearing more powerful as a result. As the man's casual smile faded, replaced by growing impatience, Lingang quickly cleared her throat to speak. We did indeed see a white tiger, but she is not a cub. Noticing the man's impassive expression and silence, Lingang understood he did not believe her. She pondered for a moment before adding, you see, our tribe has many younglings. And we snow-dwelling beastmen hold our young in the highest regard. If we truly encountered a white tiger cub, we would never allow her to wander in such an environment. Shernan remained silent, casting a cool glance at the visibly anxious beastman nearby. Yes, my lord, she speaks the truth. Lingang is the wisest among us. She knows more than I do. Silently, Nan remained quiet, the atmosphere growing tense for a moment. The orc beside him, already sweating in the frigid air, watched as the man suddenly bent down and hoisted the enormous serpent from the ground. As Lingang observed his impending departure, an inexplicable urgency welled within her. She clenched her fists and hurried toward the center of the tribe's temporary dwelling. The orc beside her, seeing her rush, followed suit, unwilling to be left behind. As he chased after Lingang, he inquired, Lingang, why deceive that purple-tier orc? Isn't that white tiger cub right across the river? Lingang shot him a glance, exasperated, and replied, what white tiger cub? At this point, it's nearly my size, it will mature in a year or two. How is that considered a cub? The orc scratched the back of his head, standing there in a daze, contemplating that her reasoning was indeed quite sound. In the month of you, there exists a peculiar rationale. Behold, I, who, shall undoubtedly surpass you all in stature as time unfolds. Shonan, burdened with a serpent's tail, attempted to depart, yet was swiftly intercepted by a throng summoned by Lingang. Greetings, brave warrior. I am the chieftain of the snow leopard tribe, announced a middle-aged man with an amiable demeanor. With this frigid current descending, venturing further north would render the land inhospitable to any living creature. Come, rest at our tribe, and I shall regale you with tales of the circumstances that lie ahead. The snow leopard leader, Lingzhenbei, wore a cordial expression, earnestly inviting the robust young man to return to their tribe. Such a youthful purple-tier orc is a rarity indeed. However, Shonan was not inclined to engage in trivial discourse. An unsettling intuition nagged at him. He surmised that they must have encountered a Yu before and now sought to detain him. Could it be that a Yu had already journeyed northward? It was indeed unexpected that he could conjure such elaborate thoughts. Yue, having satiated her cravings within the tree hollow, spat out the feathers from her mouth and resolutely continued to dig. Today, she was determined to lay the great black fish to rest. However, despite Huzi's claws tirelessly excavating the pit, his mind remained restless. Why was it so quiet outside? His little ears twitched. Shouldn't life in the tribe revolve around the thrill of a successful hunt, followed by vibrant celebrations? They could gather around a grand bonfire in the snow, roasting meat and indulging in song and dance. Despite the yearning that grew within her heart as she gazed at the pit she had dug, she felt an insatiable itch to witness the revelry of others. Her hind legs seemed to possess a will of their own, striding forth uncontrollably, until a sudden recollection of the alpaca hoof that Lingang had tossed to her halted her in her tracks. With a huff of indignation, she shook her head fiercely and plunged her muzzle into the very pit she had excavated. With her rear end raised high, she attempted to lull herself into a state of hypnosis, convincing herself that she would not venture out, for she could not bear the thought of becoming a subject of ridicule. In the depths of the earth, Yu lay in a pit, murmuring to herself, when suddenly a thunderous crash reverberated from outside. Bang! It was Sinan, furiously wielding a massive snake, which he brought down forcefully upon the icy surface. While the discordant responses from Lingang and the timid orc had initially aroused Sinan's suspicion, the subsequent obstruction posed by the snow leopard leader and his entourage solidified his conviction. These individuals were undoubtedly impeding his search for a Yu. The crowd remarked, we genuinely only desire your presence, young man, do not overthink it. Annoyed by the incessant interruptions, Sinan abruptly lost his temper and smashed the great serpent against the ice. Instantly, the surface fractured, and the slumbering Shilan was jolted awake, her head being flung onto the ice. However, the force of Sinan's strike rendered her dazed. Although she was awakened, she remained disoriented, thinking that Sinan would not cause her harm, and thus succumbed once more to a sweet slumber. With this blow, the ice shattered, causing many onlookers to plunge into the water like dumplings, caught off guard. Cracks began to spread across the ice, extending into the distance, revealing the instability of the river's surface, yet Sinan traversed it with remarkable composure. The man paid no mind to the chaos he left behind, ignoring the bewildered spectators as he dragged the serpent's tail and strode northward. When Hu Zi, limping and stumbling, emerged to witness the commotion, she beheld a distant figure bearing the great snake, an indigo serpent. Realizing who the person might be, Yu felt a tightening in her chest. In a fluster, she stomped her feet in place, while Hu Zi, acting on instinct, dashed forward. In her hurried start, she stumbled due to the pain in her forepaw. The little tiger curled on the ground, anxiously tending to her bloodied paw, lamenting, "How I regret this. Had I known I would see leopard today, I wouldn't have dug that pit." In this frigid weather, the great black fish would remain unspoiled even after lying there for half a year. Once the pain subsided enough for her to stand, the little tiger gritted her teeth and attempted to run. But the distance between her and the receding figure grew ever greater. After a moment of contemplation, she turned back to the cave. Upon entering, she transformed back into her human form, feeling the chill as the absence of fur exposed her skin. Swiftly, she approached the great black fish and tugged at the white beast hide covering its head. "Forgive me, brother. Let us pretend that I am still unaware of your demise." With a wince from the pain in her hands, she wrapped the hide around herself. Before departing, unable to suppress her guilt, she knelt and bowed her head to the abandoned black fish. "Pardon me," she murmured, her movements resolute, and the girl swiftly darted out of the tree hollow. The onlookers by the river, witnessing the girl emerging from the opposite tree hollow, widened their eyes in astonishment. "Is this child from our tribe? When did she cross over?" they exclaimed. "Hey, come back," the orcs shouted anxiously. "Why is this child wandering about? The river's surface is on the brink of total collapse. If she does not return soon, she may be trapped here." Caught in a swirl of emotions, Yu felt increasingly overwhelmed. The voices around her grew fainter, and her vision narrowed, fixating solely on that distant silhouette. With each step through the snow, she called out excitedly, "Leopard! Leopard!" Sinan had distanced himself considerably, merely catching faint echoes of her voice behind him. Yet, he remained undeterred, resolutely continuing his solitary march toward the snow-laden expanse. Yu felt as though her lungs were about to burst. As she ran, she resembled a small dog, squatting in place, panting heavily. How could this man move so swiftly? The biting cold wind blew her pristine white hair into her mouth, prompting Yu to promptly shut it and rise to her feet, continuing her pursuit of the man. Fortunately, no matter how fast he ran, it could not outpace the steadfast determination of someone chasing closely behind. Yu swiftly caught up with the man, gazing at his distant silhouette with a contented smile. She deftly ran forward, eager to reach him on the opposite shore. Although her voice had grown hoarse from calling out, she persistently shouted once more. The man, upon hearing the sound, furrowed his brow and turned back with a somber expression, yet found no trace of anyone. "Oh, so he knows to hide?" Shernan chose to disregard whatever followed him, maintaining a stern demeanor as he continued onward. He found these beastmen to be tedious and uninteresting, particularly this group of snowy-haired creatures, who evidently were not of good nature. Moments later, Yu emerged from the water, her skin flushed from the cold. Yet she panted heavily from exhaustion. She cast a resentful glance at Shernan's retreating figure, feeling that this wretched man had ears less perceptive than hers. Cautiously, she navigated the floating ice to cross the river, disregarding the water clinging to her body as she fervently pursued Shernan. It seemed destined that they would encounter one another today, and despite the numerous obstacles, the young girl managed to catch up with the man. Hearing the labored breaths behind him, Shernan impatiently turned around, contemplating whether to lash out again. As he beheld the pale-haired girl before him, resembling a water spirit, he instinctively took a step back, as Yu pursued with unwavering determination upon encountering the man. She found herself momentarily engulfed by a sense of homesickness as she beheld his familiar, yet haggard visage. Tremors coursed through her body, leaving her uncertain whether it was the chill of the air or her own trepidation and anxiety that prevailed. Nan, however, was left in a state of bemusement. Who was this woman, and what compelled her to approach him so inexplicably? A glint of coldness flickered in his phoenix-like eyes as he idly contemplated how he might evade her should she lose her composure and attempt to bite. As Yu gazed into the cold and unfamiliar eyes of the other, a pang of anguish pierced her heart. This was the beloved Bao Bao she had yearned for. How could she have acted so impulsively? She had forgotten that he seemed to harbor a strong aversion towards beastmen. Suddenly, a wave of regret and fear washed over her. Faced with such indifference from Shin Nan, she felt herself retreating. Perhaps it would be best to feign unfamiliarity this time. Waiting until she transformed into a little tiger to pursue him, believing that then he would not despise her. The thought brought a sourness to her nose, and her eyes brimmed with tears, though she stubbornly held them back. Finally, she sniffled, concealing her distress, and attempted to utter a few casual words. But her hoarse voice betrayed her. She could only tug at her stiff lips, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears, before turning to pretend to leave. Noticing her strained smile, which was more sorrowful than joyful, Shannan peered into her glistening eyes, momentarily captivated by her beautiful, light amber irises. Without a second thought, the man pulled her into his embrace. Then, in a voice laced with tremulous tenderness, he invaded her ears with his words. You have returned? You, with a quivering lip, finally succumbed to her emotions and began to weep. Her delicate arms wrapped tightly around him, crying to the point of breathlessness. At last, They had found their way back home. As Yue wept, Shun Nan retrieved a soft bear pelt from the depths of space and draped it over her shoulders. Gently brushing her ice-laden hair, the man inquired with a heart full of concern, "Why did you leave just now? Did I frighten you? Huh? What did you say?" The girl's rough voice suddenly pierced the tender atmosphere. Shun Nan was taken aback, recalling the shouts that had echoed behind him moments earlier. Regret washed over him as he pondered why he had been so aloof. He lowered his head and leaned closer to her ear, poised to ask her once more. Yue felt that even in her human form, her ears remained exquisitely sensitive. The breath he exhaled made her instinctively shrink her neck and retreat. However, upon realizing it was Bao Bao, she reconsidered the hurt her evasive gesture might cause. Resolutely, she extended her neck, presenting her ear forward. "Go ahead, I'm listening," she urged. Shun Nan, taken aback by the sudden proximity of her ear against his lips, paused momentarily. He chuckled softly, finding the situation amusing, and gently cradled her head, shaking it lightly before reiterating the question he had posed earlier. Yue finally grasped his words, reflecting on his earlier icy gaze, and inwardly scoffed, "Not at all. I've encountered individuals far more formidable than you." Yet, with a tone laced with feigned vulnerability, she lamented, "I fear that if I become human, you might no longer cherish me." Upon uttering this, she felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, as if she had already been wounded by Shun Nan, and pitifully shed a few tears. Shun Nan, taken aback, could hardly fathom that this little tigress harbored such concerns. He would welcome her transformation into a human, believing it would grant her greater freedom. Gently, he caressed her head, wiped away her tears, and, with a tender expression, reassured her. "How could that be? You've grown, and you are truly beautiful." Deaf tiger. Huh? What? Who is beautiful? Shun Nan raised an eyebrow. You, wiping away her tears, suddenly broke into a smile, albeit somewhat awkwardly, as she remarked, "But I feel like my entrance resembles that of a water ghost." Shun Nan momentarily froze. Yet he maintained a serious demeanor as he replied, "Regardless of how you transform, even if you were to become a moth, my affection for you would remain unwavering." In a manner reminiscent of her former fierceness, Yu, moved by his words, dove into his embrace. "Have they been tormenting you?" questioned the man, who had scarcely eaten for several days, as she collided into him, causing him to sway slightly. Yet, the mirth in his eyes persisted. After a brief pause, he leaned down to inquire, "How is it that you are residing with that pack of snow leopards? Have they been cruel to you?" With that, he gently covered her small, frostbitten ears with his hand. Yue instinctively smiled, but suddenly recalled something and discreetly covered her mouth. Then, stammering, she said, "No. I merely happen to reside in the tree hollow opposite their tribe." Shun Nan noticed her unease and gently raised an eyebrow, about to inquire further. Yet his attention was drawn by her hoarse voice. Concerned that her throat might continue to ache, he rummaged through his belongings. But this time he only found a pitiable red crystal. The other crystals had been consumed by him, and she longed to conserve time for running rather than eating. The man pressed the crystal into her mouth, letting out a soft sigh. It was uncertain whether this small red crystal would be of any use to her. But it was better than nothing. Indeed, the red crystal was of little benefit to a girl who had grown significantly. However, at that moment, the lightest ailment she bore was her sore throat. After all, it was the result of her recent shouting. As the red crystal slid down her throat, Yue felt as if she had ingested some soothing elixir. Within moments, her throat felt considerably eased. Clearing her throat, she said, "Thank you, leopard." "What did you call me?" Shun Nan inquired with keen interest, raising an eyebrow. "Leopard," Yue replied, pulling him along as they walked back, without turning her head. Shun Nan smiled at her words. In the beast world, shape-shifting beastmen were abundant. Yet, only the transformation of the little tiger invoked a peculiar delight and novelty within him. Normally a man of few words, he suddenly became like a curious child, trailing behind her and asking a flurry of questions. As Yu engaged in an informative dialogue while leading the way, she suddenly noticed a tree hollow not far ahead and surmised that this must be her current abode. "Was it you brought here by a purple-tiered orc?" Indeed. How did you know?" Yu exclaimed in astonishment, turning her head back and scratching her head in curiosity. Tang Nan said nothing, merely giving her small face a gentle pinch. Yue, with a keen sense of duty, began to recount her connection with the fish that had saved her life. "At that time, I had fallen into the river, and it was the great black fish that rescued me. Thereafter, it guided me along the stream, claiming it would lead me to its home." "The great black fish?" The man tilted his head curiously, catching a few drifting snowflakes in his hand and lightly pinching them. "What kind of fish could possibly inhabit a snowy realm? Haven't you seen that even the furry creatures are unable to endure the chill and are migrating away? That fish, could it have possibly swum upstream? Is that great black fish still around?" "No." The little girl suddenly pouted, her eyes brimming with tears as she confided in him. "It fell asleep and then just died." Noticing the man's puzzled expression, she elaborated, "I heard from the beastmen across the way that it was destined to fall." Shun Nan was utterly bewildered. While he understood the notion of falling, he questioned how one could perish from such a fate. Unless, of course, it was deliberately slain by someone. Gently, he patted her head in a soothing manner, harboring doubts about whether the child had been misled. The idea of a fallen being coupled with a black fish struck him as oddly familiar. Yue swiftly pulled him into the tree hollow, pointing at the pale corpse on the ground. Her voice trembling as she spoke. Look, when I woke up today, I found him dead. Shannon raised an eyebrow in astonishment as he gazed at the man on the ground, realizing why the voice had sounded so familiar. Indeed, this was a familiar face, casually squatting down. He placed his hand upon the man's neck, feeling the faint rise and fall beneath his palm. With a smile, he reassured Yue, do not fear, he is not dead. Standing a little distance away, Yue could barely hear his words, but she understood him to mean that the big black fish was alive. The little girl widened her eyes, crouching beside him and reaching out to touch. Although she could not discern much, she trusted Bao Bao and curiously inquired, then why does he look like this? Shannon, uncertain about the man's lifeless appearance, speculated, perhaps he is frozen like Shilon? A little warmth should revive him. Yue gasped in admiration, her eyes glimmering with respect. That makes sense, you truly are Bao Bao. The two squatted in silence for a while, until suddenly Yue could no longer contain herself. Where's the big snake? I'll go fetch him. Shannon promptly stood up, leaving those words behind as he hurriedly dashed out. Shilon remarked, if you all forget about me any longer, I shall remain here in the snow as a precious snake specimen. Watching Shannon depart, Yue sat in a daze for a moment before awkwardly leaning onto the chest of the big black fish. She strained to listen, but heard no heartbeat. The big black fish mused, is it possible that you have forgotten how to use your ears? Are you hungry? Shortly after, Shannon returned, dragging the stiff big snake behind him. Upon entering the tree hollow, he immediately began to inquire, but upon seeing her engrossed and listening for a heartbeat, he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He quietly approached Yue from behind and softly called out, Are you? Noticing her continued indifference, Shannon began to piece things together. He refrained from calling out again, instead gently moving around to the other side of the big black fish to crouch down and watch her intently. After a while, Yue finally abandoned her search for the heartbeat, rising in disappointment, and her eyes met Shannon's. Flustered by the long-awaited gaze of the handsome boy, Yue's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively scratched her bottom, awkwardly saying, you're back. Shannon chose not to inquire about her hearing but propped his chin up, raising his voice slightly as he earnestly asked, did you enjoy your previous life? He had long wished to ask this question, as he had decided to keep the little tiger because she was still a cub, unable to speak or resist. Everything had been a unilateral decision made because he held the power. Now, seeing Yu in her human form, he worried whether she would still wish to return to his side, now that she could articulate a no. In the next chapter, due to various misunderstandings and assumptions, the two would inexplicably confess their love for one another. Perhaps the progress was somewhat swift, considering it was their first meeting in human form. When he asked, do you like me? It seemed to unlock a floodgate for the girl as she began to reminisce about her past joys. She recounted her dearest mount, the cotton beast, her first friend, the dragon cat, and how Shilon appeared so silly while the little red fox seemed mischievous. These were trivial matters, yet each memory resonated deeply within her. Throughout her days of wandering, whenever the weight of pain and grievance threatened to overwhelm her, these recollections would surface. The girl spoke cheerfully, chattering away, while Shannon listened intently, a smile illuminating his face. Yet, within those memories, did I not exist? Did you truly enjoy being with me? Upon hearing Yu's words, she was momentarily taken aback. Liking him? The young girl's mind was in disarray, misfocusing on the crux of the matter as she awkwardly began to pick at her fingers. What should she do? Was this an invitation for her to confess? Yet, they had only just reunited. Why was he in such a hurry? Yu bit her lower lip in a tangle of emotions. Who wouldn't be enamored by a dashing young man? Yet, she had never contemplated the possibility of an intimate relationship with Bao Bao. All she yearned for was to find him, to continue their shared existence, to remain close to the magnificent Black Panther, although she regarded him as the most significant person in her life. Could this truly be defined as love? Yu was engulfed in confusion. Her small face flushed crimson, and her already injured fingers bled anew from her anxious digging. Sherman furrowed his brows and grasped her hand tightly. He intended to say, if you do not wish to return to him, then do not. He will not coerce you, provided you do not harm yourself. However, as Yu felt his grip, she was momentarily taken aback by his handsome visage drawing near, her mind going blank. Goodness. He was simply too charming. She bowed her head, closed her eyes, and shouted, I like you. I like you. As Sherman stood in stunned silence, she lifted her gaze, her expression resolute, and declared, I like you, Bao Bao. The man's mouth parted slightly. What did this mean? Did she wish to bond with him, to procreate little beast men, perhaps? Shernon's mind began to falter, as this was a path he had never envisaged. In the world of beast men, affection was forthright. To express love was to seek a mate. And two beast men joyously entwined together signified a union. Yu mustered the courage to utter those few words, eagerly awaiting his response. However, to her surprise, he fell silent as well. After a prolonged moment of waiting, Yu awkwardly puffed her cheeks and cast furtive glances at him. Speak up, speak up. Declare that you share my feelings. Why the silence? Surely he isn't toying with her, that scoundrel. Is this truly the beginning? Observing the girl's ambivalent expression, Sherman felt a tightening in his throat and swallowed hard. What was he to do? The innocent young man felt a flush of embarrassment creeping upon him after much contemplation. He suddenly embraced the young girl and, in one swift motion, toppled her over. Propping himself up, he gazed at her bewildered face and instantly realized the gravity of his actions. What was he doing? A beast? Yu was equally perplexed, wondering what the intention behind it all was. Was there something that needed to be restrained from being expressed? Ultimately, as Yu stood there, filled with anticipation yet bewilderment, Shannan uttered a statement that left her even more confounded. You are still young. You cannot act this way. Yu felt an overwhelming urge to applaud him. His refusal was articulated with such finesse. Dislike is simply dislike. Did he truly believe that by phrasing his sentiments more delicately, he could spare her feelings from the sting of his words? In a fit of indignation, Yu suddenly pushed the man away and assertively positioned herself atop him, firmly grasping his neck. With a fierce demeanor, she declared, "You despicable man, whether you like it or not, you shall profess your affection for me today. Speak. You like me. I like you." No sooner had the young lady uttered these words than Shannan, quick to respond, obligingly replied. Upon finally hearing those 4 words, Yu's demeanor deflated as she lowered her head and collapsed to the side. Lying on the ground, she fell silent, tears streaming down her face, her expression embodying a quiet suffering that alarmed Shannan. He swiftly sat up and gently placed her head upon his lap, asking with concern, "Yu, what is the matter?" Yu shielded her face with her hand, refusing to look at him, and sorrowfully exclaimed, "You are nothing but a deceitful liar. You coaxed me into revealing my true feelings, yet you do not harbor any affection for me, leaving me to suffer the humiliation alone." "I do like you, Yu," he replied, "but you are still too young, and we cannot become partners just yet." Yu, feeling a mix of emotions, pouted and stubbornly declared, "What does it matter about being a couple? All I wish is for you to say that you like me too. Otherwise, I would feel quite embarrassed." The young girl silently added in her heart, "Of course I like you," Sinan replied with a light chuckle, gently taking her hand that covered her face and earnestly wiping away her tears. "I was previously concerned that you might not enjoy living with me. I adore Bao Bao, so living with him brings me the utmost joy." Yu savored the delightful experience of having the handsome man wipe her tears, her expression earnest. Sinan breathed a sigh of relief, for heaven knew that his initial intention was to ask just that. Little did he anticipate the ensuing misunderstandings that led to her tears. Suddenly recalling something, the man cautiously inquired, "How has Yu been after leaving me? Are you happy?" "Not happy," Yu replied, springing up and abruptly colliding into Sinan's embrace. He was momentarily dazed by the impact but managed to lift his arms to hold her, offering her encouragement. "I'm truly miserable. I've been deafened and blinded by explosions, encountered a perverse brute, a crow that defecates on my head, and a group of insufferable brats who bully, mock, and hit me." The girl sobbed, finally seizing the opportunity to express the sorrow she had bottled up for so long. Though with Bao Bao's arrival, all of it seemed to fade into insignificance. Yu wept until her eyes could barely open, gradually expressing the grievances she had endured. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly transformed back into a white tiger. The imposing creature startled Shannan, who had been feeling sympathetic towards her. The tiger nestled in his embrace, whimpering and revealing her mouth, showing that her teeth had been knocked out. While in human form, she had been mindful of her appearance.